Mortals in this boundless void, only the abyss is your eternal destination. Tremble despair, and offer up your souls. Within the vast black temple, dim, dilapidated, and drafty on all sides, a deep, imperious voice reverberated unceasingly. The voice seemed to come from primordial antiquity itself, carrying a suffocating pressure that made one's very soul tremble enough to force any living being who stepped into this place to their knees begging for mercy. Yet at that very moment, Li Wei, seated upon a 10-meter-tall obsidian throne, was clutching his stomach in utter despair, his eyes, which glimmered with purple gold divine light, filled with sheer weakness. I can't keep this act up anymore. I'm so hungry. If I don't eat something soon, I might become the first evil god in history to starve to death. Li Wei let out a sigh, and the suffocating divine might from just now vanished in an instant like a punctured balloon, leaking air and disappearing without a trace. 3 days earlier, he had still been a senior lead planner at a well-known game company on Earth. To rush the project schedule, he had worked overtime for 48 hours straight until his vision went black and he dropped dead at his workstation. When he opened his eyes again, he had become in this other world known as the Forsaken Land of the Gods, a so-called evil god on the verge of collapse. More precisely, he was a fallen evil god whose max-level account had been wiped clean, whose equipment had all exploded, and whose guild base, the temple, had been smashed to ruins. There was no cheerful chime of a system notification, nor any beginner's gift pack. Li Wei could only sense the withered godhood within him, emitting a mournful wail on the brink of shattering. If I want to survive, I must replenish the power of faith. But in this desolate, god's-forsaken dump, where am I supposed to find believers? Li Wei closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into that fractured godhood. Having spent his previous life wrestling with code and logic as a planner, he did not blindly pray like a native would. Instead, he calmed himself with practiced ease and began to parse this godhood, as though he were analyzing a piece of code. Authorities, deception, mental link, illusory manifestation. Li Wei murmured. All of them are auxiliary abilities focused on mental control. No wonder I got ganged up on and killed by the so-called righteous gods. Suddenly, at the very deepest part of the godhood, he caught a faintly peculiar fluctuation. It was an extremely weak thread, yet one that had crossed the boundaries between dimensions. This is... Li Wei's heart jolted violently. He remembered. 3 days ago, his soul had traveled from Earth along this very invisible trajectory. This trajectory was like the wake left by a ship cutting through the depths of the sea, slowly dissipating, yet still present. A mad plan began to take shape in his mind. Since my soul could follow this path to arrive here, can I use the power of my godhood to travel along it in reverse and drag them over? The fourth calamity. Players. As long as he could summon players from Earth and make them believe this was a full immersion game. Then the monsters they slew, the lands they explored, even the smallest ripples of emotion they produced could all be transmuted into an endless stream of faith. This would not merely be self-rescue. It would be a strike from a higher dimension. The purple gold light in Li Wei's eyes flared brilliantly. Yet he knew all too well that his godhood was already dried up. He needed a bit of startup capital to activate that cross-world link. Just then, crack, from the vast empty doorway of the temple came an extremely soft snapping sound, the sound of bare feet crushing brittle bones. Li Wei's gaze changed in an instant. Someone, alive. Forcing himself to endure the dizziness brought on by hunger, he swiftly adjusted his posture. He crossed his left leg over his right, propped his chin up with one hand, and gathered the last trace of divine power in his body around himself, barely managing to condense a layer of black mist that appeared deep and terrifying, yet would burst at a single touch. He had to keep up the act. A god might die, but his dignity could not fall. At the door, a petite figure was furtively poking half her head inside. It was a girl who looked about 1.50 or 60 tall, with messy flaxen short hair and a pair of furry cat ears atop her head, twitching warily. She wore a tattered robe, clearly stripped from a corpse, her bare feet exposed, and a slender tail behind her was nervously clamped between her legs. A cat-eared girl. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Though the little thing looked filthy in the eyes of an evil god, she was a walking power bank. Mia was terrified out of her wits. As a wandering member of the Spirit Cat clan, she had already gone hungry for 3 days. The temple was said to be a forbidden land, but she thought that since it was a temple, there might be offerings inside. She sniffed the air. There was no fragrance of food, only an oppressive aura that made her very soul shudder. Meow. Mia instinctively wanted to flee. Since you have come, why are you so eager to leave? A deep magnetic voice, as if detonating directly in her mind, suddenly resounded. Meow. Mia was so frightened she leapt 3 feet into the air on the spot, her tail puffing up into a feathery plume. She stiffly turned her head to look toward the black mist permeating the depths of the hall. Within the mist, a pair of purple gold eyes gazed down at her with cold indifference. That was a god, and clearly the kind of evil god who looked as though he ate children without leaving their bones. With a thud, Mia dropped to her knees, her 2 grimy little hands clutching her head as she curled into a ball. Don't eat me. Mia doesn't taste good. I haven't bathed in days. I'm all bones. As she sobbed, Li Wei looked at the trembling little creature below and keenly sensed wisps of spiritual energy named fear flowing like tiny streams into his godhood. Comforting. Though it was not much, it was living water from the source. I do not consume mortal flesh. Li Wei lowered his voice, continuing to maintain his inscrutable persona while also soothing this overly frightened power bank. Little one, you have trespassed into my divine domain. What is it you seek? Upon hearing that he would not eat her, Mia's courage grew just the tiniest bit. She rubbed her shriveled belly in grievance, then lifted her head, revealing a pair of watery, heterochromatic eyes. I'm looking for food. I'm hungry. Li Wei smiled bitterly to himself. Coincidence, he was hungry too. But he could not show weakness. For the sake of a long-term meal ticket, he had to invest first. Our meeting is fated. Li Wei extended a pale, slender finger and pointed in the air from afar. He channeled the little bit of fear energy he had just absorbed to cast a minor trick of material manifestation. A bag of dried fish exuding a strong, salty, fishy scent. Li Wei's imagined flavor of the deep sea appeared out of thin air before Mia. In that instant, to the half-starved cat girl, this was nothing short of a miracle. Mia's ears shot upright, and she completely forgot her fear as she darted forward like a gray streak of lightning, snatching up the dried fish and stuffing it into her mouth. So good. Meow. It's so good. Watching the cat girl devour the food ravenously, Li Wei felt the feedback from his godhood, energy fluctuating as fear transformed into fervent worship. The energy gauge had begun to rise. It was only a sliver, but it was enough. Excellent. Li Wei suddenly rose to his feet, his black robe billowing as a manic light flashed in his eyes. We have energy. Link. Initiate. He closed his eyes, pouring that precious divine power entirely into the soul link, sending it along that trajectory as he dispatched his first signal toward Earth. Earth, Los Angeles Microsoft Theater. The annual grand festival of the gaming world, the TGA Awards ceremony, was being broadcast live across the globe. The host was just about to announce the most anticipated line the game of the year goes to, when suddenly, the giant screen at the venue, along with the countless computers and phones of hundreds of millions watching the live stream worldwide, all froze for a brief moment. All sound vanished. The image turned into a dead, lightless black. Before the viewers could even react and wonder if the connection had dropped, a line of blood-dripping crimson numbers accompanied by ancient and sinister whispers abruptly seized control of the screen. The bizarre scene sent the entire venue into an uproar, and the live stream chat exploded in an instant. Beneath the countdown, a pitch-black, unfathomable link entrance flashed by like a vortex, accompanied by a line of words brimming with provocation. Land forsaken by the gods' redemption, and this is a real adventure. Those with slow hands shall have no fate with the new world. In another world within a vast temple, Li Wei opened his eyes, a mischievous smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. As a game designer, he understood all too well the gold content of the TGA. Only 10 seconds, he murmured. Let me see how many lightning-fingered single dogs can seize this damned fate. Earthwashia. In a university dormitory, Chen Feng, online, named Imnata Husky, was listlessly watching the TGA live stream, holding a can of fizzy drink. As a junior who had dominated FPS games in the entire dorm since his freshman year, Chen Feng was filled with resentment towards this year's TGA rankings. No way. That interactive movie, which consists only of clips and QTEs, can win Best Narrative. Chen Feng indignantly typed on the keyboard, sending a barrage comment. Are the judges only looking at ZQ now? Is the protagonist not even embarrassed to win if he doesn't stack a few buffs? One of his roommates turned over and mumbled, Feng, go keep it down. We still have class in the afternoon. Got it'll take a nap in a bit. Chen Feng replied perfunctorily. Just as he was about to turn off the live stream, ending this disappointing viewing experience, the screen suddenly went black. Did the campus network crash again? Before he could check the network cable, a line of crimson countdown and eerie whispers popped up on the screen. But Chen Feng keenly noticed the fleeting link entrance. 3, 2, hidden Easter egg. There shouldn't be any weird art style like this among the game nominations this year. Chen Feng's eyes instantly sharpened, though in reality they were clear. Years of being single, no years of FPS experience made his body react faster than his brain. It was the instinct to quickly grab activation codes ingrained in his DNA. The mouse slid and the cursor accurately positioned itself. 1, 0 in the last second before the countdown hit 0. Chen Feng clicked the left mouse button. Got it. The next moment the live stream returned to normal, and the host was still awkwardly trying to maintain control on stage, as if the 10 seconds of silence just now never happened. The barrage was filled with question marks. However, on Chen Feng's screen the live stream had not resumed. Instead it switched to an extremely minimalist black web page. The screen seemed to transform into an unfathomable black hole with the faint sound of wind howling. Wait, who is the TGA game of the year? I haven't seen it yet. How do I close this? Chen Feng couldn't find the close button. In the center of the web page was a line of elegant white text slowly emerging. Congratulations, you have captured the tale of fate. The Land Abandoned by God Redemption is a 100 holographic immersive online game utilizing the latest virtual reality technology. We have discarded all false CG to present the most authentic physical laws to you. Now please fill out your qualification application. Virtual reality. 100 immersion. Chen Feng scoffed. What a joke, today's VR technology can achieve this level. However, this webpage was quite classy, holding a hint of Cthulhu vibes. Could it be some major company playing tricks behind a disguise? To have an ad at the TGA Awards, this game company must have some backing. Well, since I'm free, anyway, Chen Feng began filling out that strange questionnaire. Question 1. Are you willing to endure the hardships of an initial environment for the sake of exploring a new world? Chen Feng typed, as long as it's fun, I can eat shit. Question 2. If dying in the game requires waiting for a revival time, can you accept it? Feng, Soul Series players fear nothing. The longer the revival time, the more thrilling. Question 3. Would you be willing to sign a contract with the evil god of the land abandoned by God? And if so, what would your name be? Feng, am not a husky, submit application. A progress bar popped up on the screen reviewing qualifications. Approved. Please provide a valid delivery address. Don't let this be a scam. You'll just put down the school address. Had such a big place anyway. Feng wrote down the school's address. To ensure your gaming experience, the exclusive login device, Abyss Walker holographic helmet, has been delivered through the shadow passage. Please be aware of the spatial fluctuations around you. Estimated delivery time within 15 minutes. Huh, what a joke. It usually takes me half an hour to wait for takeout. Feng was amused by this absurd prompt. Oh, just as he was about to close the web page to go to the bathroom. Ding dong. The phone beside the keyboard suddenly lit up. Feng picked it up to see a notification from Mate 1. Delivery order notification. You have a new delivery order in progress 3 kilometers away, expected to arrive at South Area Dormitory Gate 3, takeout cabinet 1 in 15 minutes. Huh, I didn't order takeout. Feng scratched his head in confusion, glancing at his roommate, who was still fast asleep. Could it be the third one? No, wait, this phone number was filled in as mine. Did someone fill in the wrong number? Though he mumbled to himself, he didn't think much of it, and continued browsing the webpage. After about 10 minutes, his phone vibrated again. Pickup notification. Your delivery order has arrived at South Area Dormitory Gate 3, takeout cabinet 1. Pickup code 0517. Please collect it promptly. Overdue will incur a storage fee. It really has been delivered. Since it's here, I should go take a look. It's just a couple of steps away. What if it's a love lunch from a girl secretly in love with me? Feng joked to himself, put on a jacket, and shuffled down the stairs to the row of yellow takeout cabinets in front of Gate 3, entering the pickup code 0517. Click. The first cabinet door popped open. Feng peeked inside, and instead of the fried rice or fried chicken he imagined, there was a square object tightly wrapped in a black waterproof bag, making it impossible to tell what was inside. He reached out to lift it. It was extremely heavy, almost slipping from his grasp. Whoa, it's so heavy. Who sent me a stone? It better not be a prank. Feng, filled with confusion, jogged back to the dormitory while holding the heavy black parcel. Back at his computer desk, Feng found a utility knife and quickly cut open the thick black waterproof packaging. As the packaging fell away, a black metal box exuding a cold metallic sheen and designed with extreme sophistication appeared, showing no seams at all. With trembling hands, he opened the box. Inside lay a streamlined black helmet with a line of dark golden text printed on the side: the land abandoned by God, redemption. There was also a card: put it on, lie down. Stare into the abyss. Sailing start. What the? He widened his eyes, staring at the expensive-looking helmet in front of him, and then glanced at the delivery has been completed message on his phone. Meanwhile, in the capital city at a high-end studio, well-known tech blogger Wang Kai ID, what can I say, was pondering in front of a black screen. As a rational tech influencer, while he was shocked by the untraceable webpage, he absolutely did not believe in any magic. At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated. Delivery information: you have an urgent local delivery that has been picked up and is expected to arrive before 4 p.m. today. Sender Abyss Technology. Wang Kai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looking at the logistics information on his phone, sneering. Local urgent delivery. It seems the company's server or office is located in the capital. Delivering in the afternoon. I'm just playing tricks. Xiao Lu, Wang Kai called out to his assistant outside the door. There's a delivery this afternoon. Keep an eye on it and bring it in directly when it arrives. Just then, Lei Gang ID Bang Bang Bang's heart had just finished his last set of squats, his muscles fully pumped. Earlier during a break, he accidentally clicked on that pop-up purely out of reflex and casually filled in the gym address. If the other party called to scam him, he could still pitch them on signing up for a personal trainer card. After filling it out, he didn't think much of it and returned to his workout. After showering and changing clothes, Lei Gang habitually opened the delivery app on his phone as he walked out. He usually liked to buy all sorts of random items and fitness supplies online, and his delivery list always had dozens of pending pickup notifications. The protein powder has arrived, and the wrist wraps too. What's this, still local delivery? Lei Gang glanced at the unfamiliar package name on the list, but didn't think much of it. It must be that massage device I bought earlier. Why does it have such a cringe name? Forget it, I've accumulated enough. Oh, I'll grab it after my workout. A few minutes ago, amidst the chaotic noise of Earth in another world, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes. 15, at the limit. Li Wei looked at the 15 faint spiritual threads established in the divine grid and shook his head with a wry smile. Though many people around the world saw that pop up and could click into it within 10 seconds, signing the soul exemption agreement that was comparable to a contract of selling one's soul, his power couldn't support the creation of too many divine projections. This was not merely the registration of a game account, it was a contract on a soul level. In that instant, when players clicked agree, they were voluntarily becoming the vassals of this evil god. Fortunately, I have the authority of deception, allowing players not to stubbornly pursue those illogical places. Li Wei withdrew his thoughts. That divine lord. A timid voice sounded, and Li Wei turned his head to look at the trembling cat girl in front of him. Mia was staring eagerly at the black lump of clay that had appeared in Li Wei's hand. Is this for eating? No, this is bait, and also a medium. Li Wei smiled, and in front of Mia shaped the black clay infused with divine power into the forms of 15 helmets. In the other world, this was merely a mix of mud from beneath the temple infused with a touch of divine power, but in the eyes of the players on Earth marked by the contract under the disguise of his deception authority, this became a top-tier holographic device filled with sci-fi appeal. Mia, I want you to sign a contract with me. Li Wei suddenly said seriously. Contract? Are we selling our souls to you? Mia was so frightened that her tail fluffed up, her ears flattened back like airplane ears. No, it's just to make you a guide for a group of incoming warriors. Li Wei stretched out his hand, his fingertip touching MIA's forehead. In exchange, you will gain their favor and unlimited fish jerky. MIA's eyes instantly transformed into the shape of fish jerky, and all fear was immediately cast aside. Deal. With a flash of light, a simple spiritual contract was established between the two. Additionally, to facilitate communication, I will teach you a language. Li Wei lightly tapped his fingertip, and a beam of black light entered MIA's forehead. Mia felt a sudden influx of strange pronunciations and vocabulary in her mind. Those were Chinese characters. The overwhelming amount of information made her head spin, and her cat ears drooped weakly as she unconsciously mumbled hello. Have you eaten? Big boss, please take me along. Watching the ready-to-go tool cat girl, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. He gently pushed his hand, and the 15 clay-made helmets transformed into 15 streams of light, instantly vanishing into the void along the newly established soul link. As long as they wear that helmet. A glint of anticipation flickered in Li Wei's eyes. I can let them know what a true immersive experience is. Get ready, Mia. Our fourth heavenly calamity is about to descend. Darkness. Boundless infinite darkness. Chun Feng felt like a stone tossed into a washing machine, his consciousness spinning wildly. Then a strong sense of weightlessness hit him, almost making him vomit. Bang! A muffled sound. Chun Feng felt a sharp pain in his buttocks, as if he had fallen hard onto the concrete ground from a height of 2 meters. Ouch, my coccyx. He instinctively covered his butt and groaned, then suddenly froze. Pain. Am I not playing a game? Why does it feel so real? He suddenly opened his eyes. There was no loading screen, no novice guide fairy, and no familiar UI interface. Before him stood a magnificent and breathtaking black hall. The towering dome, although dilapidated and revealing the gray sky above, still bore ancient carvings on the broken obsidian pillars, exuding a chilling sense of antiquity and majesty. Cold wind rushed in through the cracks, bringing a decayed, earthy smell and the pungent scent of unknown plants piercing his nostrils. Achoo! Chun Feng shivered. It was cold. The goosebumps raised by the cold wind on his skin were so real, they made his scalp tingle. Is this a holographic game? Chun Feng got up from the ground, shocked as he looked at his own hands. Rough, covered in dust, no longer the clean hands that used a mouse in his dorm, but the sensation, the texture of his fingerprints was indistinguishable from reality. Is this the land of the Forsaken? Around him, balls of white light continuously fell to the ground. Ouch! Who stepped on my foot? What the hell? This floor is so hard. The other 14 players also successively logged in. They all wore tattered gray linen shorts and vests, the novice outfit fabricated by Li Wei, looking like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their faces full of shock. Incredible. Simply incredible. The famous tech blogger Wang Kai ID, what can food am I talking about, was sprawled on a stone pillar, his face nearly pressed against the stone surface. He reached out and picked off a piece of moss, sniffed it under his nose, then pinched it with his nails. The helmet is actually real. When his assistant Xiao Lu handed him the package, he thought it was just an ordinary helmet, as he couldn't find any circuits after searching for a long time until he put it on as directed. There's juice, a grassy smell, even dirt in my fingernails. Wang Kai adjusted his non-existent glasses on his nose, which he didn't bring into the game, his eyes filled with excitement. Who designed this physics engine? What is this material resolution? 8K. No, this definitely exceeds the limits of human vision. Awesome. Just taking a breath of this air feels like a chill in my lungs. Lei Gang ID Heart of Steel did a squat on the spot, demonstrating the muscle lines of his new body. The feedback of this strength is phenomenal. It feels even more real than when I work out in the gym. Even more so, a player with the ID reincarnation of Edison was squatting on the ground, extending his tongue to lick the obsidian floor tiles. Poo poo poo. Salty. And a bit bitter. Edison shouted excitedly, brothers. This game even has a taste system. Is the planner a deity? On the high platform, Li Wei, sitting in the shadow of the throne, watched the group below, who were jumping around like monkeys, licking the floor and pinching their thighs, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this the elite player of Earth? They don't seem too bright. However, regardless of the complaints, Li Wei knew it was time to get down to business. He looked at Mia, who was hiding behind the pillar next to the throne, completely terrified. Go, Mia. Li Wei whispered in the mental link. Go meet your otherworldly warriors. Mia swallowed hard. Although this group looked a bit crazy, remembering the promise of the great deity of infinite fish jerky, as she still gathered her courage, clutching the staff that was taller than herself, actually just a dead branch, and stepped out of the shadows. MIA's voice was small, but in the vast hall, it was exceptionally clear. The players' movements instantly froze. 15 pairs of eyes suddenly focused uniformly on the petite figure. With gray linen short hair, fluffy cat ears that trembled slightly with tension, a long, restless tail swaying behind her, and her timid heterochromatic pupils. A deathly silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then it erupted into a louder clamor than before. What the hell? A cat-eared girl. Alive, moving, not a paper cutout. This modeling, this micro-expression. The planner understands me. The planner is my father. A group of grown men had their eyes shining green like hungry wolves spotting a little lamb and rushed forward in a flurry. Can I touch her? I just want to touch her ears. Edison rushed to the front, the hand that had just licked the floor reaching wickedly towards Mia's ears atop her head. Let me see if it's real. Meow. Mia had never seen such a scene, terrified and instinctively shrinking back. Just when Edison's fingers were only a centimeter away from Mia. Boom. A terrifying pressure descended without warning from the dome of the hall. The air in the entire space seemed to solidify into concrete. Thud. Edison, who was at the front, didn't even make a sound. His body slammed against the obsidian floor like a fly swatted by a fly swatter. Oh no. Warning, do not desecrate the divine envoy. The scene was too quick, too brutal. The players who had originally wanted to join the excitement instantly hit the brakes, freezing in place. What the hell? Chun Feng raised his head in surprise, looking towards the deepest part of the hall. He saw the once calm black mist on the 10-meter-high throne suddenly boiling, transforming into countless indescribable tentacles dancing wildly in the void. And at the center of that rolling black mist, a pair of enormous eyes glowing with a golden-purple hue slowly opened, cold, majestic, and looking down upon them from on high. At that moment, all players felt a sensation. The boss in front of them seemed like an unfathomable abyss. Li Wei did not move. He simply sat there, maximizing the authority of mental pressure. Mortals, this is the land of the Forsaken, my divine domain. Refrain from harboring your blasphemous hearts. Otherwise, Li Wei's gaze swept over Edison, who was pinned to the ground. The punishment is only the beginning. The entire hall fell into silence. This sense of oppression, this aura that made hearts stop, without any background music, completely subdued this group of unruly players. Is this? This NPC is so fierce. Chun Feng shouted wildly in his heart. Is this really an online game? This AI intelligence is too high. Li Wei looked down at the group of chives who had finally calmed down, satisfied as he withdrew a bit of divine power. Mia, Li Wei spoke calmly, tell them why they are here. With the backing of the great deity, Mia finally stopped trembling. She puffed out her small chest. Although her eyes were still glistening with tears, she tried to adopt the demeanor of a divine envoy as she faced the otherworldly warriors. Ahem. Listen well, foolish. On no brave otherworlders. Mia pointed towards the desolate wasteland outside the hall, loudly proclaiming the lines Li Wei had instilled in her. This world has shattered, the gods have fallen, and darkness blankets the land. You are the immortal spirits summoned from the river of time by our master. You are the last hope of this wasteland. However, Mia's tone shifted, her small hand spread out. The temple is broken, we are very poor. On no, our master's divine power needs to be revived. So if you don't work, you won't get food. As Mia's voice fell before all players, a stream of pale golden light slowly coalesced, forming a task panel with a strong sense of quality. Main quest: revival of the temple prologue. Task description: looking at this battered temple, the great old one feels a hint of displeasure. As newly arrived dependents, you need to prove your worth through labor. Task objective: clean the hall, 0-100, remove weeds, rubble, and unidentified filth from the plaza. Task reward: slight increase in divine favor affection level. Warning: if the defense works are not completed before nightfall, the predators from the wasteland will visit this place. The players were momentarily stunned looking at this task that didn't even provide a beginner's wooden sword. Isn't this too hardcore? Starting off relying on hands. Stop talking nonsense. Wong Kai-kan Food was the first to react, a gleam in his eyes. Look at that last warning. This game has survival pressure. If we don't finish before dark, we might get wiped out. What are we waiting for? Move. Lei Gang, Heart of Steel, shouted, heading towards a broken stone pillar. Although there were no equipment, and the start was just labor, but this incredibly realistic sensation, this feeling of I am building in another world, made the DNA within this group of players surge violently. On the high platform, Li Wei observed as the players entered a state of readiness, and he reigned in his divine aura. He glanced at Mia, who was still trembling beside him, and signaled through their mental link, go ahead, tell them about this world so they understand what they are fighting for. Mia took a deep breath. Although she was still a bit scared of this group of madmen, with the backing of her deity, she gathered her courage and began to recite the grand background story as instructed by her divine master. Ahem. There are a few things I need to remind you. Mia pointed to the gray, overcast sky outside the temple's great door and the distant sound of waves crashing. Her voice, though youthful, struggled to sound serious. As you can see, in that ancient divine war, the earth was torn asunder. Now the god-forsaken land beneath our feet is merely a few isolated islands floating atop the endless Black Sea. We are orphan souls abandoned by the gods. Apart from these shattered islands, most of the world's beings are concentrated on the distant shore, the radiant continent. There they enjoy the protection of the righteous deities, while we. Mia's ears drooped and her eyes revealed a flicker of genuine sadness and fear. We can only struggle to survive under the encroaching forces of evil. The passage to the divine realm is sealed, and the gods cannot descend. This place is a land of despair. The players exchanged glances, quickly distilling the key points in their minds: the map, environment, island survival, with the sea outside and monsters lurking within. World structure: an abandoned novice village versus the far-off advanced map, radiant continent. Main objective: survive in this wasteland under the leadership of our boss, the evil god, and then counterattack the territory of the righteous deities. But Mia suddenly changed her tone, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she turned to the shadow on the high platform. Our great master is different. He has awakened from eternal slumber. He will reunite the shattered islands. He will bring us rebirth. Great. I give this plot full marks. Chen Feng took the lead in applauding. Though it's cliché, I'm totally into this wasteland savior setup. Stop talking, it's getting dark. Wang Kai, what can I say, adjusted his non-existent glasses and pointed to the countdown on the taskbar. Let's get to work. Let's go. Lei Gang bang 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 of the heart shouted and charged towards a massive stone pillar broken in the center of the square. The pillar was at least 2 meters tall and impossible for an ordinary person to move. Lift. With a low roar, Lei Gang's muscles bulged. Surprisingly, he managed to stumble and shift the stone pillar, dragging it a short distance. Holy crap, it actually moved. Lei Gang exclaimed in delight as he looked at his hands. This sense of strength, this physical feedback, incredible. Let me try. Chen Feng jumped on the spot and surprisingly leaped over a meter high, almost hitting a broken wall overhead. Wow, is agility included too? I've practiced parkour in real life, and here I feel light as a feather. Wang Kai calmly analyzed. Indeed. Although the attribute panel has not been opened yet, this game seems to replicate and even enhance our real-life traits through some scanning technology. Gongzi, you handle the heavy lifting. Husky, you take care of the high-up debris, and the rest of you follow me to clear the rubble. Use your strengths to maximize efficiency. Understood, Can brother. Under the simple coordination of what can I say, the originally chaotic players quickly divided into several small groups and began to work energetically. However, this intense labor lasted only half an hour. Gurgle. An awkward sound came from Lei Gang's stomach. Immediately, as if contagious, other players' stomachs began to growl too. Hey, why am I suddenly so hungry? Lei Gang put down the stone, feeling weak in his arms and legs. I was fine just now. How come moving 2 bricks has made me feel so drained? I'm hungry too. Chen Feng clutched his stomach, his face pale. And this hunger is real. It feels like my stomach is on fire. I can't even lift my arms. Wang Kai thought for a moment. Since it claims to be fully immersive, there must also be settings for hunger and rest. Holy crap, this game has a hunger system too. Isn't that too realistic? Working consumes energy, and if you don't have enough energy, you lose your status. Players began to protest. On the high platform, Li Wei watched the group of players below who were starving and crying out, a sly smile forming on his lips. Are you hungry? Well, that's just right. He waved his hand lightly, invoking the residual power of manifestation of illusions. Buzz. In one corner of the temple square, the air rippled, and a simple wooden hut appeared out of thin air with a crooked sign hanging above, Divine Supply Station. Want food? Then trade your devotion for it. Li Wei projected a redemption list into the minds of all players. Divine Supply Station trial operation, inferior black bread, half a piece, redemption price, 5 contribution points, limited to 5 pieces per person per day. Note, hard as stone, but in the godforsaken land, it's life-saving rations. Muddy water, 1 cup, redemption price, 2 contribution points, or you may choose to boil water yourself. What? Half a piece of bread for 5 contribution points. Chen Feng's eyes widened. We worked our butts off moving bricks for half a day, and the task isn't even finished yet. Where do we get contribution points? Isn't this just forcing us to pay? Where's the recharge option? There is no recharge option. Wang Kai calmly analyzed. This game currently seems to have no pay-to-win system. The only currency is the contribution points earned through labor. But we can't work now. This is a vicious cycle. Lei Gang lamented. Li Wei noticed the timing was right and casually threw out the newbie benefits. Ding. Given that you brave warriors are new here, the deity has specially granted advanced salary service. Each player may advance 10 contribution points for purchasing starting supplies. This amount will be automatically deducted from subsequent task rewards. Meanwhile, to soothe the emotions of these cabbages and to leave room for potential future economic reforms, Li Wei added a line of inconspicuous gray text in the corner of the task panel. Note, the contribution point redemption system is a temporary provisioning system for the godforsaken land initial revival. When the territory's productivity is restored and the power of belief is abundant, the deity will consider opening a more free trading market and currency system. The current hardship is for future prosperity. Although this line was small, it was still noticed by the keen-eyed Wang Kai. It seems the planners are aware that the current prices are unreasonable. Wang Kai said, pointing at the line. This should be a means to limit our early development speed. Once we can farm and hunt ourselves, this rigid redemption system will probably be cancelled or upgraded. Who cares about later? I want to eat now. Chen Feng, not caring about anything else, rushed towards the wooden hut. Long live the divine master. Conscientious planners. I want to borrow. Give me 2 black breads. I'm starving. The players surged forward, rushing towards the small wooden hut, using their newly borrowed huge sum to exchange for bread and water. Chen Feng took a piece of black bread that resembled a brick and tentatively took a bite. Crunch. On my tooth, he exclaimed, covering his jaw. Is this thing made of stone? Don't rush, you need to soak it in water first. A player with the ID, I'll teach you to be a person, expertly broke the bread into pieces and tossed it into the cup of water, stirring it into a paste. Though it doesn't look great, that wheat aroma. It's incredible. Absolutely natural and harmless, right? He took a big gulp of the bread paste, a look of ecstasy on his face, and the long-lost feeling of fullness instantly dispelled his fatigue, although rough, that aftertaste of grains. The texture is so real. Wow, this is divine food. Other players saw this and quickly imitated him. In an instant, the temple square was filled with the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Though it was just the most inferior food, the players were still amazed by it. While this game can even simulate taste and satiety, it's just amazing. Cough. It's just a bit hard to swallow. Once we are full, let's get back to work. Li Wei watched this scene, his heart filled with joy. Earlier, he had used the power of material manifestation, consuming a small amount of belief power to create this batch of black bread. Doing a quick calculation, the belief power generated by a player's half-hour of intense labor is enough to materialize 10 black breads. Yet he only paid out 1 piece of bread as wages. This is a 90 profit margin. Is this the power of capitalism? Li Wei mused. As long as I keep them active, I can grow stronger without lifting a finger. The players, having eaten and drunk well, unleashed astonishing productivity. Hurry up. That pillar isn't moved yet. Don't pull up the grass over there. Leave it for firewood. Who has an empty bottle? I'll go outside to collect some of that green water. Although we can't drink it, it might be good for watering the flowers. The once lifeless temple now resembled a hive swarmed by a group of wind-up worker ants. To seize the task progress, the players even began to compete fiercely among themselves. Move aside. I saw this stone first. You're too weak, go move the smaller one. Let me handle this big one. Team up. Let's move bricks together. Our efficiency will double. Dang XING gang fully utilized his physical advantage, able to carry 200 pounds of rubble by himself, resembling a human bulldozer as he moved back and forth between the temple and the outside. This is great. This is real exercise, shouted Dang XING gang as he ran. I wouldn't dare to work out like this in reality. My back is already worn out. Meanwhile, what can food, I said, used his intellectual advantage. He directed several players to construct a simple lever and pulley system using a few long sticks and vines sourced from outside. Archimedes once said, give me a fulcrum and I can lift the earth. What can food, I said, adjusted his non-existent glasses. Although there's no pulley, we can still save a lot of effort by utilizing friction. Hey, pull the rope tight. Looking at the section of broken pillar that originally required 5 people to lift, now effortlessly hoisted by 2, Li Wei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Not bad. Time flew by. When the twin moons of the god-forsaken land, one blood red, the other pale white, rose in the sky, the system notification, whispering in their minds, echoed in every player's consciousness. Server-wide announcement: the task revival of the temple I has been completed. Congratulations, brave warriors, your efforts have brought comfort to the divine. Rewards have been distributed. Affection 10, contribution points 50. We did it. What can we do with these contribution points? What about the shop? The players cheered and eagerly checked their rewards. Although there was no expected level-up notification, the additional 50 contribution points still filled them with a sense of accomplishment. Li Wei looked at the newly revitalized temple and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The once littered ground of rubble and weeds had been thoroughly cleaned. Even the dirt in the crevices of the floor tiles had been scraped out, possibly done by, I'll teach you how to be human. The broken stone pillars were neatly stacked in one corner of the square, even categorized by size. Although the damaged walls and roof had yet to be repaired, it at least looked like a place suitable for habitation now. Just one afternoon. Is this the execution power of the 4th calamity? Li Wei stood up, his black robes swirling in the night wind. Well done, my loyal followers. His deep voice echoed throughout the area, silencing the players who had been celebrating. You have proven your worth. Now I grant you the right to rest. After saying this, Li Wei waved his sleeve. Notification: night mode is not available in the current version. For your mental health, the server will shut down for maintenance in 5 minutes. Please log off quickly to avoid data loss. Huh. Is it shutting down already? No, I can still grind. I'm not tired. Does this game have an anti-addiction feature? I want to play all night. The players lamented in unison. But Li Wei didn't have time to stay up with them. Maintaining the soul projections of 15 people didn't consume much energy, but even this evil god needed to rest to replenish his mental strength. Log off. See you tomorrow. Make sure to save progress. 5 minutes later, the 15 players vanished into white light. The temple returned to silence. Mia peeked out from behind a pillar, looking at the empty square, and sighed with relief. They're finally gone. These guys are terrifying. They even cleared out all the bugs on the ground. Li Wei rubbed his brow, yet a smile lingered on his lips. Tomorrow will be the real beginning. As the countdown for forced server shutdown reached 0, the 15 players in the temple square dissipated into white light. Earthwasia, a university male dormitory. Chun Feng suddenly opened his eyes, removed the helmet, and sat up from the bed. Outside the window, night had just fallen, and the streetlights on campus had already lit up. The dormitory was filled with the aroma of cafeteria food brought back by his roommates, the smell of nighttime festivities. This? Chun Feng instinctively touched his arm, then pinched his face. The real sensation, slightly stiff muscles, and the gravity of the real world. He was back, truly back. He glanced at his phone. It was 8:30 at night. I moved bricks in the game for an entire afternoon, and it's been this long in reality. Wait a minute. The flow of time is actually wanton. If they open night mode in the future, wouldn't that mean I can cultivate all night? But to his surprise, even after doing half a day's worth of physical labor in the game, he didn't feel the exhaustion when he returned to reality. On the contrary, he felt invigorated, even more so than after taking a nap. Wow, this helmet has some serious tech. Chun Feng moved his neck, playing a game while letting my brain rest. What kind of black technology is this? He immediately opened his computer wanting to check if that mysterious webpage had any updates, but it was still a 404, right? That blogger called What Can Food, I said. Chun Feng suddenly remembered that the refined strategist in the game seemed to be a big influencer. He quickly opened Weibo and searched for What Can Food, I said. Sure enough, Wang Kai had just posted an update 5 minutes ago. What Can Food, I said, pinned regarding that incredible game. I know you have many questions. The video is being edited, and I will try to describe the game in words, doing a preliminary gameplay share expected to be released in an hour. Additionally, brothers who have helmets, send me your ID and photo, and I'll create a group for us to discuss tomorrow's strategies. Godforsaken Land beta tester Chin Feng immediately took a photo of his helmet and sent it. I'm husky at me. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Wang Kai, What Can Food, I said, was staring at the video rendering progress bar on his computer screen while quickly handling private messages in the background. Incredible. Wang Kai looked at the black helmet in his hands, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. A 6-hour game session without logging off, yet my physiological functions showed no discomfort at all. This neural connection technology is at least 50 years ahead of the current industry. Ding dong. The number of members in the WeChat group, Godforsaken Land Beta Testing Strategy Group, was rapidly increasing. Soon all 15 players had assembled. What Can Food, I said, group leader, is everyone here? I'm Wang Kai, the same as in the game What Can Food, I said. If you don't mind, you can just call me by my online name, or whatever sounds good. I'm not a husky. I'm the one with the iron bar, just call me Husky. Kai Gu is amazing. If this video is released, it will definitely blow up. Dang 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 XING gang. I'm the one who moved the stones, you can call me Gongzi, or a gang. Just logged off, was about to go grab a meal. This game has some serious content. I feel fully energized, like I just had a shot of adrenaline. I'll teach you how to be human. You can call me Lao Lu or Fatty. Let's skip the useless talk. I just want to know, is that black bread really made from rye? The taste I experienced in the game is even more authentic than the imported rye flour I bought in reality. I'm even considering opening a restaurant in the game. Edison reincarnated, call me Edison. I'm into mechanics. I've checked the structure of that temple, and although it's damaged, the load-bearing structure is very reasonable, fully compliant with physical principles. This modeler must be an architectural expert. Moreover, I noticed that the cut surfaces of the broken pillars don't look weathered. It seems like they were severed by some kind of high-energy weapon. The group instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone chimed in, eagerly discussing every detail of the game. From the realistic physics engine to Mia, the cat girl's subtle expressions, to that merchant. No, the divine tasks issued. By the way, did you guys notice? That deity, although looks fierce, seems pretty poor. Husky suddenly said, that supply station only has black bread and water, not even a weapon. Come on, didn't the background introduction say so? This is a wasteland reconstruction genre. Wang Kai analyzed. Right now is the pioneering phase. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. I suspect we'll even be able to build houses, farm, and maybe even establish a nation. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Gongzi sent a muscle emoji. I love the feeling of starting from scratch. By the way, this game is a bit too extreme. It hurts like hell when you first start, but after logging off, my body feels fine. It's adjustable. Oh, isn't there a bar when you log in? Huh, that's pain perception. I thought it was graphic quality, and it was set to the max. Impressive, brother. Alright, enough chit-chat. Wang Kai posted a screenshot of a document in the group Beginner Survival Guide for Godforsaken Land Brick Moving Edition V1.0. This is the strategy one just compiled. Take a look. Although there are only 15 of us now, I have a feeling this game is about to go global. As beta players, we must step up and not bring shame to earth. Understood. For the cat girls. For the black bread. For the tribe. No, for the divine favored city. Meanwhile, the discussions on the internet continued to escalate. With Wang Kai's video titled Betting My Career on This Guarantee. This is truly a miracle in human history. Being released along with other beta players sharing their experiences on major forums, the hype surrounding Godforsaken Land not only did not fade but intensified. In the video, Wang Kai described as thoroughly as possible the immersive sensations of touch, pain, taste, and the grandeur of that real and fantastical world. Jihu Hot List 1. How to evaluate the beta test experience of the mysterious game Godforsaken Land. Is it truly a holographic online game? Billy Hot Search has Lauda gone mad? Or has technology truly exploded? Although most netizens still held a skeptical attitude of don't believe in rumors or spread them, or merely saw it as entertainment, thinking it was likely a viral marketing ploy from some big company, or that Wang Kai was just cashing in. However, the scarcity of only 15 people can play successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Countless people were seeking the link to that mysterious webpage, many asking when the next batch of slots would be opened. And the instigator of all this, Li Wei, was currently sitting on the throne of the temple, gazing at the once dry divine crystal before him, which finally flickered with a faint light, revealing a satisfied smile. The power of faith has begun to gather. Although it was not much, it was merely the beginning. Earth time the next morning. When Li Wei reopened the server channel corresponding to the morning in the abandoned land, 15 players almost immediately logged on. A flash of light passed and 15 figures dressed in coarse shorts and vests reappeared in the temple square. We're back. Huh. I'm back again. Still the same flavor. The earthy smell in the air is so familiar. After a night of real-world fermentation and tactical discussions in the group, the players were now in a state that could only be described as like wolves and tigers. If yesterday they were still a group of confused laborers, today they were an organized, disciplined, and goal-oriented fourth calamity. Gather, gather. As the group leader, although I am not Husky was the commander in the group in the field, he was the one holding a metal rod and shouting the loudest, resembling more of a team leader. I am not Husky stood on a stone waving a rusty iron rod in his hand. Brothers, we discussed everything in the group yesterday. I am not Husky said loudly. According to Brother Ken's strategy, we have 2 goals today. First, continue gathering resources to earn contribution points. Second, form a vanguard team to explore the outskirts of the temple. Agreed. I've been wanting to go out and see. I can't stand this broken safe zone for even a second. The players were filled with enthusiasm. Although they only had broken iron rods and stones in hand, the confidence known as players made them fearless. All right, then let's split up and act. I am not Husky waved his hand. The life players will follow Chef Lu to look for something edible nearby, and the combat players will follow me. Let's go meet the monsters of this other world. Except for a few casual players who hadn't had enough fun with the mud or wanted to study architectural structures, most chose to follow I am not Husky. A group of 10 marched out of the temple's invisible protective barrier. Outside the temple was a desolate black plain filled with dead, twisted trees and rocky hills. A gray mist flowed over the ground with visibility less than 50 meters. The sound of the wind howled as if countless wronged souls were crying. This atmosphere is a bit creepy. A player in the middle of the line shrank his neck. What are you afraid of? We are not the dead. If we die, we can just be resurrected. I am not Husky walked at the front holding a sharpened stone slab as a shield, thumping his chest, and said. Though he said this, the real chill and oppressive feeling still made everyone huddle together, and their steps became much lighter. After walking about 500 meters, the surrounding scenery became increasingly desolate. Chill. There's movement ahead. The Pathfinder, I am not Husky, suddenly stopped, lowered his voice, and made a gesture. The group immediately crouched down, looking in the direction he pointed. Behind a massive weathered rock, they saw a huge figure covered in sores with green saliva dripping from its mouth, a dog. No, it was a corrupted hyena. Its size was larger than an ordinary wolf, with several bone spikes protruding from its back, and its eyes glowing with a strange red light, clearly having undergone some malignant mutation. Seeing the disgusting monster, the players felt no fear. Instead, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. It's a monster. There really is a monster. The health bar is showing. We can kill it. This is the first kill in the entire server. First blood. Don't be impulsive. What Ken said, directing. Given its size, this thing won't be easy to handle. We need a tank to take the hits, DPS to deal damage, and a healer. Oh, we don't have a healer. Who cares? In the tank. He'll take the lead on the monster. When I am not Husky could no longer hold back. He had trained his muscles in reality, but had nowhere to showcase them, feeling extremely frustrated. Now with this opportunity, he just wanted to prove himself. Hey, look here. He shouted loudly, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it with all his might. Bang. The stone hit the hyena's forehead, accurately cracking a piece of its skin. The corrupted hyena, which was gnawing at rotting flesh, was stunned. It slowly turned its head, its bloodshot eyes locking onto this group of humans dressed in nothing but shorts, letting out a low growl from its throat. Roar. The next second, the hyena kicked off with its hind legs like a bolt of black lightning, charging towards I am not Husky with a nauseating stench. The battle was about to begin. I am not Husky felt a blur before his eyes as that gaping maw was already in front of him. Holy crap. So fast. He instinctively raised the stone slab in his hand to block. Crack. That slab, which looked very hard, instantly shattered like a cookie under the hyena's sharp teeth. The massive impact knocked I am not Husky to the ground. A piercing scream echoed across the barren land. Though he had adjusted his pain sensitivity to 10, the sensation of being pinned under a beast with its teeth sinking into flesh and the sound of cracking bones still filled him with an unprecedented fear. The hyena bit down on his shoulder and violently shook its head. Rip. I am not Husky's left arm was brutally torn off, blood splattering like a fountain staining the surrounding dry grass. Help me. Quickly save me. This thing really bites. I am not Husky, pale-faced from the pain, desperately pushed against the hyena's head with his remaining hand. This bloody scene left the other players stunned. They had played many games, but never had any game made the experience of being eaten by a monster feel so nauseatingly real. What are you standing there for? Go. At the critical moment, I am not Husky reacted the fastest. Though he was also scared, the surge of blood rushed past his fear. It's showing health. As long as it's showing health, we can kill it. For Gongzi. I am not Husky grabbed the rusty iron rod, screaming as he charged forward, thrusting wildly at the hyena's hindquarters. Thud. Thud. Although the iron rod was dull under his frenzied strength, it still pierced into the hyena's flesh. The hyena yelped in pain, having to release the now semi-conscious I am not Husky and turn its head to bite this sneaky human. Now's our chance. Everyone attack together. That's my monster. Hit its legs. Don't let it escape. The other players were also stimulated by the smell of blood. After fear came a more primal madness. Any strategy or cooperation was tossed aside into the clouds. They were like a group of street brawlers picking up stones, wooden sticks, and even using their fists and teeth, swarming together to beat the poor hyena. Woof. A woo. Though the corrupted hyena was a monster, it could not withstand the assault of over a dozen desperate madmen. It had iron rods sticking out of its back, its head smashed open by stones, and one of its hind legs was tightly held by 2 players unable to shake them off. This was not a brave fight against a dragon, it was clearly a zombie siege. 3 minutes later. As I am not husky plunged the iron rod into the hyenas, with the final blow this once mighty monster finally let out a wail, fell to the ground, twitched twice, and went still. Is it dead, eh? The players sat panting on the ground, staring at the bloody and mangled corpse, still in shock. We won. We won. First kill. Screenshot. Quick screenshot. Just as everyone cheered, a weak groan came from the side. Brothers, can you help me first? I am not husky lay in a pool of blood, his face as pale as paper with his left shoulder empty, still bleeding out. Holy crap. Gonzi, you're still alive. With this amount of bleeding, isn't he done for? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, I am not husky's body suddenly began to turn transparent, transforming into countless white dots of light that scattered in the air, leaving only the items in his hands falling to the ground. Swish. The corpse that had been bleeding moments ago vanished without a trace, leaving behind a pool of real blood as proof that he had once existed. The scene fell into silence. A few seconds later, a louder uproar erupted. Wow, Gonzi has died. Even the corpse respawned. This mechanism is amazing. But this punishment is a bit harsh, losing 10 contribution points. That's 2 black loaves. The contribution points are not too bad. A later 10 contribution points will surely be nothing, but the main thing is this 1-hour game ban. That's too cruel. The players were discussing in a flurry. Although the tearing pain had vanished, the phantom pain lingering in his nerves still kept him on edge. Lei Gang wiped the sweat from his face, and instead of fear, a fierce and excited smile appeared. He immediately tried to put the helmet back on, chanting Link start. However, all that greeted him was darkness and a cold red countdown reconstructing physical body. Remaining time 59 minutes 42 seconds. Damn, there's really a resurrection cooldown. Lei Gang cursed, but this only made him more anxious. This feeling of just watching without being able to play is unbearable. He had no choice but to take off the helmet, pull out his phone, and frantically message in the group, ding ding ding, XING Gang brothers. I got kicked off. I was forcibly booted offline. This game has a 1-hour death cooldown, don't waste it. Zhongzi, you pulled aggro really well, or we would have been wiped out. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share of the first kill reward. Ding ding ding, XING Gang, Ken brother, you are out too. Ken brother said I logged off to drink some water. Ding ding ding, XING Gang. 1 hour later. As the countdown reached 0, Lei Gang donned the helmet, once more feeling that familiar sensation of his soul being pulled away. In the land of the abandoned gods at the resurrection point of the temple, a flash of white light, and ding ding ding, XING Gang's figure reassembled. He patted his intact left shoulder, leaped twice, a look of relief etched on his face. I've come back to life. I was so bored. Players gathered around curiously. Brother Gang, how do you feel? What was it like when you died? Did you lose any experience? Ding ding ding, XING Gang shook his head cautiously. It felt like being kicked out of the world, just helplessly waiting outside. Moreover, he glanced at his panel. My contribution points were deducted by 10. They said it was for materials to reconstruct the body. What the hell? That's so cruel. 10 contribution points. That's 2 black bread. Isn't this death penalty too severe? Players erupted in an uproar. In a game where you had to wash your own underwear, contribution points were equivalent to life. Just as everyone was discussing, the temple's doors slowly opened. A figure in a black robe enveloped in black mist. To save costs, only low-quality effects were enabled emerged. Li Wei scanned the ragtag group of players with an impassive expression. Foolish. The 2 casual words made the crowd fall silent. Facing the unknown abyss, you charged forward like beasts, lacking any form. If it weren't for me granting you immortality, you would have become the dung of that beast just now. The players lowered their heads, a hint of shame washing over them. Indeed, that battle just now was disgraceful. It was like street thugs brawling. However, Li Wei shifted his tone, slightly softening. Courage is commendable. As favored ones of the gods, you have proven your bravery. He extended his hand, pointing to a stone tablet at the edge of the plaza. To reward your first kill, and to ensure you no longer fight like savages, I am opening the divine favor treasury. Buzz. The stone tablet lit up with golden text. This was an exchange list: standard iron longsword, attack power 58. Exchange requirement 100 contribution points. Hardwood shield defense 3. Exchange requirement 80 contribution points. Basic healing potion diluted restores 30 health points. Exchange requirement 20 contribution points. Basic swordsmanship fighting skill book action guide. Exchange requirement 200 contribution points. Evil God heart shield with recording function can view information on monsters up to 5 levels higher than oneself and detailed personal attributes. And can activate first-person recording to upload to the otherworld real-world network. Exchange requirement 500 contribution points. What the hell? 500 points. I am not a husky looked at the price of the Evil God heart shield and couldn't help but curse. That's so exploitative. How many dogs do I have to kill to afford that? Don't rush to exchange equipment. Li Wei's voice rang out again. Nightfall is approaching and the monsters in the wasteland will become even more ferocious. Your immediate priority is to establish a safe refuge. He waved his hand and issued a new server-wide task. Server-wide task, build a home. 1. Task description: the temple's interior is the dwelling of the gods. As their followers, you need to establish your gathering area around the temple. Task objectives: gather wood. 500 go to the withered forest west of the temple and chop down dead trees. Build a camp. 1 construct a simple wooden house and fence in the designated area. Light a bonfire. 1 dispel darkness and monsters. Task rewards: unlock night mode, cancel forced logout. Activate property system. Each person can allocate a plot of land. All contribution points 80. Upon seeing the terms night mode and property system, the players went completely wild. I'm pulling an all-nighter. I want to build a villa. I want to see view house even though there's only dirt here. Quickly go chop trees. Who has an axe? No. Then break it with stones. Without even needing leeway to urge them, the players surged toward the west into the withered forest like locusts. Ding ding ding, XING gang relied on his strength, and with two people embracing a withered tree, they managed to shake it down. Edison reincarnated made a few simple stone axes using sharp stones and vines, doubling their efficiency. A player named Civil Engineering Dog, yes, he was also online, shouted loudly, "Foundation. The foundation must be solid. Don't just throw up a shed and call it a day. What we're building is a fortress." They worked tirelessly for a full 8 hours. From dawn until the twin moons hung high in the sky. When the twin moons of the land of the abandoned gods, one blood red, one pale, rose into the sky, a rather, how should I put it, very unique cluster of buildings finally appeared. Rather than a camp, it was more like a refugee shantytown. A dozen makeshift little wooden houses made from dead wood, broken stones, and vines were haphazardly squeezed together. Some roofs leaked, some walls were translucent, and some looked as if they might collapse at any moment. The fence was even more half-hearted, just some sharp dead wood stuck in the ground and wrapped with vines barely knee-high. Is this a fortress? Li Wei stood on a high platform looking at the pitifully constructed illegal buildings below, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Wasn't this group of players a bit too primitive in their handiwork? Civil Engineering Dog felt a bit embarrassed. Below, Divine Lord, the conditions are limited and materials are insufficient. This is the best we could do. This is called wasteland style? Yes, wasteland minimalism. Exactly. This is our home. I am not a husky. Also pounded his chest and said, as long as we can live here, that's enough. Players looked at the fruits of their labor, all covered in dirt, yet filled with a sense of achievement. The system notification finally sounded in all players' minds. Server-wide announcement: task, build a home, 1, has been completed. Li Wei rolled his eyes and sighed reluctantly. Fine, although it looks as crude as a rat's nest, it can still be considered a refuge. He suppressed his desire to complain, adjusted his expression, and maintained that profound and mysterious evil god demeanor, his voice echoing in the night sky. In this forsaken land, even a dead tree is a spark of hope. I acknowledge your efforts. Slowly he extended his hand, infusing a thread of divine power into the massive bonfire in the center of the camp. Boom. The originally orange flame instantly transformed into a ghostly blue. This was the protective fire, empowered by divine power. As long as the fire does not extinguish, ordinary low-level monsters would not dare approach. Divine gathering area officially established. Night mode activated. To celebrate the completion of the new home, the Divine Supply Station is offering 20 off today. Rewards have been distributed. Favorability 10, contribution points 80. Hooray, we did it. Cheers echoed into the sky. Some players began to awkwardly dance around the bonfire, others rushed to the supply station to buy discounted bread, and some, like I teach you how to be human, were already roasting the leftover hyena meat from the day on the fire. This skin is nice, can make an apron. This meat, a bit sour, needs heavy seasoning. I teach you how to be human sprinkled some spices he had found from who knows where. Tonight's extra meal, braised monster meat. Thus the second day in the land of the abandoned gods officially came to a close in this atmosphere filled with blood, sweat, and the aroma of roasted meat. Watkins said, after logging out, I discovered no one had rested. Apparently they'd all dozed off mid-game and now felt remarkably alert. So I launched a crowdfunding initiative to purchase the Heretic's Heart Mirror. Within the WeChat group Divine Exile Alpha Test Strategy Team, messages flooded in at breakneck speed. Watkins said, group owner brothers, this is how things stand. 500 contribution points. I can't possibly cover that alone. But I guarantee it, the Heretic's Heart Mirror is unquestionably the most powerful artifact in the current version. Its built-in video recording function is our nuclear-grade tool for introducing this game to the world. With an 80% discount active right now, 400 points is a bargain. We should seize it without hesitation. I'm not a husky. 400 points. Kaiga, have you lost your mind? We just earned 50 points from completing missions, and with prior balances, we're barely over 100. This would drain nearly half of everyone's entire reserves. Edison reincarnated. From a technical standpoint, Kaiga is absolutely correct. Words alone hold no weight. Online critics already dismiss us as paid shills or corporate plants. A first-person real-time gameplay demonstration, even capturing the UI interface, would deliver a paradigm-shattering blow. The sting of that humiliation would resound across the globe. Dang dang dang, XING gang, I'm fully on board. I'll show the entire world how I wrestle monsters barehanded, even if I died once. I'll contribute 80 points. Let me teach you how to be human. I'll match that. 80 points too. Just promise me a close-up of my signature grilled hyena meat during recording, and give a shout-out to the future Divine Exile No. 1 restaurant as its flagship dish. Fueled by dual imperatives, proving we aren't insane, and upholding collective honor as alpha testers, the 15 players demonstrated astonishing unity. Within 10 minutes, the massive sum of 400 contribution points was fully raised and transferred entirely to Watkins said. Divine Exile Deep Night. Li Wei watched Watkins said log back in, alongside a crowd of idle yet eager onlookers who deliberately logged in just to witness the spectacle, and a faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of his mouth. These disciples, oh no, These devoted followers possess truly remarkable conviction. Li Wei had assumed the heart mirror, priced at 500 points, would take at least 3 or 5 days of grinding before anyone purchased it. Yet here it was, only the first evening, and they'd already mastered collective funding. Mortal Li Wei intoned from his throne voice ethereal and cold, "You dare approach my sanctum at this hour. What do you seek?" What can said knelt reverently upon one knee, a posture he'd meticulously deduced after studying medieval etiquette guides within the group chat. Almighty deity, your faithful yearn to record the unvarnished truth of this realm, to guide countless wayward souls toward the glory of your name. We require the heretic's heart mirror. Li Wei suppressed a silent chuckle. How elegantly phrased. Yet all they truly desire is to film themselves and flaunt it on social media. Still, it suited his purpose perfectly. Granted. Li Wei extended a pale finger and flicked it lightly. A palm-sized heart mirror materialized before Watkins said, its edges jagged and irregular, its center embedded with a dark crimson gem shaped like a watchful eye. In truth, Li Wei had fashioned it from a shard of obsidian found in a forgotten corner of the temple, imbuing it with a sliver of his illusion authority. As for the recording function, it merely tapped into the divine mental link network, intercepting and archiving the player's visual feed. Yet to mortals, it was nothing short of a sacred relic. Congratulations. Player has acquired the server's first rare-tier equipment, Heretic's Heart Mirror. Function activated, first-person perspective, recording monster intelligence, insight, personal attribute display. Watkins said, seized the mirror with trembling excitement and pressed it firmly against the chest of his tattered hemp tunic. The crimson eye atop the mirror blinked once, and a faint scarlet light screen unfolded across his retina. Rec. 000001. It's recording. It's actually recording. Watkins said, shouted exultantly over voice chat. The image quality. The resolution. It's no less than 8K. And 0 latency. Hurry, Kaiga, look at me. Look at me. I'm not a husky. Instantly leapt into frame, striking a bodybuilder's pose, though his scrawny frame offered little spectacle. This will air on television. And me? Let me teach you how to be human, brandished a charred hyena haunch. Give this meat a close-up. Let viewers see the marbling, the sheen. Stop fooling around. Watkins said, shoved aside the lenshogging gestures. We must capture something profound. Let's go outside. Film the scenery, the physics-based destruction, the combat. And so beneath the alien night sky, an eccentric battlefield documentary crew set forth. Cinematographer Watkins said. Stunt performers dang XING gang tasked with lifting boulders, Edison reincarnated demonstrating stonetry felling. Extras, the remaining players shrieking on cue and serving as background texture. First they filmed the eerie, monumental twin moon nightscape beyond the temple walls, an atmosphere of oppressive grandeur that seemed to bleed from the screen itself. Next, Gongzi performed one fist shattered deadwood, splintering wood with visceral detail, every grain and scrape on his knuckles rendered flawlessly. Finally, fortune, or misfortune, brought them face-to-face with a lone low-tier slime. Under Watkins' direction, the group refrained from swarming it. Instead, they documented the creature's undulating motion, attack patterns, and fluid dynamics as it ruptured under an iron rod, like nature filmmakers observing a rare species. After 2 full hours of relentless filming, their storage was brimming with footage. Cut. Watkins patted the heart mirror proudly against his chest. Brothers, await my triumphant news. Tonight I'll edit nonstop. By dawn tomorrow, the entire internet shall tremble. At that very moment, a soft golden system notification bloomed across every player's vision. Global announcement: the Divine Exile official forum has reopened. Detected holder possesses the Heretic's Heart Mirror. Live video transmission channel established. Your first-person footage has been synchronized in real time to the forum's personal center media vault. Whoa, forums live. Can this game connect to the cloud? Wait, no, the mind cloud. Quick, check if my handsome face made it. Players erupted into chaos. Watkins meanwhile was stunned, then elated. He'd been fretting over how to extract helmet-stored data. This was a full sensory holodevice utterly devoid of USB ports. Yet the developers had delivered seamless cloud synchronization. He immediately summoned the system menu, and there it was, the previously grayed-out external link option now glowed with quiet luminescence. With a thought, a translucent black web interface shimmered into existence, complete with all forum sections and, astonishingly, a supremely sophisticated online editor. His 2-hour footage lay neatly arranged along the timeline. What kind of celestial optimization is this? Watkins' hands trembled with exhilaration. He abandoned thoughts of logging out, instead plopping down onto the temple's icy stone steps, and began furiously manipulating the virtual editing interface. Trimming redundant takes, adjusting color grading, though the raw footage was already cinematic, and layering in a stirring orchestral score provided by the system. Like a possessed artist, he gestured wildly at empty air through the midnight of another world. Over an hour vanished in a single feverish cut. When he finally rendered and clicked publish on the video titled Divine Exile Real-Time Gameplay Demo, if this isn't reality, I'll eat my monitor live. He released a long, slow breath. It's locked in. Earth. Next morning. As the video Divine Exile Real-Time Gameplay Demo, if this isn't reality, I'll eat my monitor live, dropped simultaneously on Bilibili, Weibo, and YouTube, the already volatile internet, still reeling from the Ghost Link incident, exploded. No background music accompanied it. Only the howl of wind, heavy footfalls, and ragged, labored breathing. The opening shot was a slow, upward-tracking long take, the shattered blackened dome of the ruined temple pierced by two colossal oppressive moons, one blood-red, one pallid white, rotating with silent gravitas. The camera descended, gliding past weathered obsidian pillars, every fissure, every dust mote rendered in crystalline clarity. Then a sharp cut to first-person combat perspective. Confronting a corrupted hyena, blending archival flashback fragments with newly captured footage, the stench of decay seemed to seep through the screen itself. When the beast's fangs shattered stone and flying shards sliced the player's cheek, drawing real blood, the comment stream froze. All viewers recoiled, stunned by the visceral authenticity of pain. At the video's close, Watkins said stood alone at a cliff's edge, gazing across the mist-shrouded black sea, a dense black loaf held in his hand. Some call it CGI. Others claim it's post-production trickery. But let me tell you, this bread in my hand is so hard it could crack a tooth, it scrapes my throat raw. Yet I taste the unmistakable aroma of wheat. The wind here chills you to the bone. The wounds here burn with real agony. This isn't a game. It's another life. 1 hour after publication, 1 million views. 3 hours, 10 million shares across the global web. Game influencers, VFX artists, even physics professors emerged from hiding. A renowned VFX creator reposted with commentary, "I'm on my knees. This lighting, these particle effects, this fluid simulation. Hollywood blockbusters rarely achieve this polish. And it's rendered live. Is this even possible on current GPUs?" A hardcore gaming outlet declared, "If authentic, every VR headset on Earth belongs in the landfill. But who possesses such black magic?" Skepticism, of course, surged, just as fiercely blatant fake. Pre-rendered CG baiting newbies. Pain. Taste. How much did the uploader get paid to peddle this fantasy? We'll wait and watch him eat his monitor live. Yet whether believers or doubters, all were hooked, riveted, desperate, and ravenous. That enigmatic black webpage crashed repeatedly under the weight of millions clamoring. When does round 2 open? In the otherworldly temple, Li Wei observed the divine spark within his godhead surge wave after wave with surging faith energy, like watching a stock chart rocket skyward, and grinned, unable to contain his delight. This video-driven attention had birthed a torrent of diffuse devotion, curiosity, awe, anticipation, not as pure as fervent worship, yet overwhelming in sheer volume. His once withered godhead now emitted a gentle golden radiance. Excellent. Li Wei opened his eyes, sensing his divine power swell with newfound abundance. Since enthusiasm runs so high, generosity is only fitting. He glanced outward where the 15 alpha testers hacked relentlessly at trees in pursuit of land deeds, and then at the infinite soul signals flickering in the void, yearning for connection. Mia, meow. The cat-eared girl looked up from gnawing a dried fish. Issue a new quest, clear the ruins behind the temple. Li Wei bared the fangs of a capitalist. We are preparing to expand our congregation. On Earth, the internet world was like a deep-sea bomb being detonated. As the live demonstration video of What Can I Say continued to gain traction, the term Godforsaken Land surged to the top of global social media trending lists within just half a day. The official forum, which had just opened not long ago and had an extremely simplistic interface, was now experiencing an explosive influx of traffic. Countless netizens flooded into this only official channel, trying to find download links or registration qualifications, nearly overwhelming the server, which was actually Lee Weiss' mental link bandwidth. At the center of attention, a prominently highlighted sticky post quietly appeared in the forum's announcement section. The poster's ID was Godforsaken Land Official, and their avatar was a deep black vortex. To the first batch of pioneers who stepped into the abyss, your courage has illuminated the darkness. However, the abyss gaze never ceases. The revival of the temple requires more fuel. Godforsaken Land version 0.2, Echoes of the Ruins closed beta recruitment officially begins. Recruitment information test nature mixed closed beta data may be adjusted for version balance while retaining core assets. Recruitment quota 35 people combined with the first test's 15, making the total server capacity 50. Application requirements must be 18 or older, no history of heart disease, and possess a high psychological tolerance. Important. Possess a heart that craves real adventure. New content, open areas, ruins behind the temple edge of the withered forest. New monster types, acid slime, decayed rat, mutated thorn monster. Open basic life skills module, forging, simple cooking, dark building, wasteland style. Special reminder, this game pursues extreme physical realism and sensory experience. Be prepared for rolling in the mud and fighting in blood. At the very bottom of the announcement, the red apply for qualification button lit up. In an instant, Li Wei felt a tremendous vibration coming from that network cable crossing dimensions. Only 35 slots. The official is so stingy. Only 50 people in total. If I get in, wouldn't that make me an elite among the elite? Pick me. I'm a college student. My physical fitness is amazing. I'm a chemistry PhD. I can make gunpowder in another world. In another world inside the temple. Li Wei rubbed his temples, blocking out the noisy prayers in his mind, mainly the players' murmurs. If I recruit 35 more, that should be enough for a team of 50 for now. He looked at the surging faith power within the divine realm, calculating in his mind. Although the current energy was enough for him to pull in more people, he knew well that taking too large a step could lead to trouble. 50 people were still within his precise control. If hundreds came, merely managing their basic needs would drive this dark god to baldness. However, even with just 50 people, housing is a big issue. The current temple square was barely spacious enough for 15 people. If 35 more big guys came, it would definitely turn into a refugee camp. The ruins behind the mountain must be cleared up as a new living area. Li Wei cast his gaze toward the back of the temple. That place used to be the residence of the divine attendants, but now it was covered with thick humus and green slime, a paradise for low-level magical creatures. Mia, meow, go bring those madmen. The warriors back. It's time to get to work. Outside the temple, the players who were arguing about whose house looked uglier suddenly shuddered in unison. The familiar golden text reappeared in everyone's retina. Emergency mission, cleaner of the ruins. Mission description: new companions are about to arrive. 35-second test players will arrive in 24 hours. To welcome their arrival, the deity has decided to reclaim the ruins behind the temple. However, they are inhabited by a group of disgusting native creatures. Mission objective: clean out the acid slime in the ruins behind the temple. 050. Mission reward: contribution points 15 per distributed according to damage contribution. Unlock the exchange permission for slime gel, can be used to make adhesives, torch fuel. After the server's cleanup progress reaches 100, each participant will receive the title Chief Cleaner. Second test. Newcomers are coming tomorrow. Not a husky tossed aside the mud in his hand, his face filled with excitement. Only 35. It seems our status as firstest players is still quite secure. From now on, I'll be a veteran with the qualifications to show off. Stop talking nonsense, look at the mission rewards. Ding ding ding, the spirit of battle was high-spirited. 1 gives 15 points. Killing 1 is worth 3 black breads. Charge. The players shouted as they grabbed their tools. Some wielded sharpened sticks, while others simply picked up stones, marching toward the back mountain. Behind the temple was a damp and dark ruin. As soon as they got close, a foul acidic smell assaulted them. The ground was covered in translucent green slime, squelching underfoot, utterly disgusting. There, slimes. The sharp-eyed Edison reincarnate pointed at a broken wall. There in the corner, several jelly-like green creatures about the size of grinding wheels were slowly wriggling. They were filled with some undigested bones and debris, looking both bouncy and eerie. Monster acid slime LV. 3. Attributes: physical resistance, corrosive, mindless. Only level 3. Brothers charge. Let's bully the weak. A player named Is This Melon Ripe rushed forward, brandishing a simple wooden spiked club he had just made, and struck the nearest slime right on the head. Splat. This strike did not yield the expected impact. Instead, it felt like hitting strong glue. The spiked club sank directly into the slime's body, and that viscous fluid instantly enveloped the wooden stick. Hey, I can't. Pull it out. Is This Melon Ripe changed his expression and desperately tried to yank it back. Just then that slime was attacked, its body suddenly contracting, and then, splat. A jet of green liquid sprayed out like a water gun, hitting Is This Melon Ripe square in the face. Oh, my eyes. Hot. So hot. Although the pain was dulled, this acidic liquid clearly contained some sort of neurotoxin, and that player rolled on the ground, clutching his face, a red status of poison blinded floating above his head. Damn, this thing can attack from a distance. Don't use blunt weapons. Don't use brute force. Edison reincarnate yelled from behind. This is a non-Newtonian fluid. The harder you hit, the tougher it gets. You need to stab it. Or use fire. Fire. Where do we get fire? As the scene descended into chaos with players being chased by several limp slimes, I will teach you a lesson suddenly stepped forward with gleaming eyes. He held a still-burning torch borrowed from the campfire. Step back. Let a professional handle this. The chubby chef shouted, but instead of attacking directly, he pulled out a salt. Indeed, it was coarse salt he had exchanged for a hefty sum from the supply station yesterday, originally intended for meat curing. Since it's a soft-bodied creature, just like snails and slugs. The chubby guy tossed the coarse salt onto the slime. Sizzle. A loud chemical reaction ensued. The once formidable slime trembled violently upon contact with the salt, moisture rapidly seeping out of its body, causing its once plump form to quickly wither. Grr. The slime emitted a sound like a deflating balloon. Now, stab its core. The chubby guy was quick to act, thrusting the torch into the slime's softening body, accurately incinerating the green core floating within. Plop. The slime turned into a puddle of green water, leaving only a crystalline gel-like substance behind. Killed acid slime. Experience 5, contribution points 15. Silence fell over the crowd. Everyone looked at the chubby guy with awe. Amazing fat bro. A biochemistry weapon. Not just a chef, but an alchemist. I will teach you a lesson. Proudly wiped his nose, picked up the slime gel, sniffed it under his nose, and a chillingly obsessed expression appeared on his face. Sour, a bit like lemon-flavored jelly. Could this be made into jelly? Or slime sashimi? The surrounding players took a step back in unison. This truly was the true subordinate of a dark god. With the strategy in hand, the following battles turned into one-sided slaughter. Though not everyone had that much salt, they quickly discovered the weakness. As long as a sharp object pierced the core or a torch was used to roast it, this creature would be done for. The husky invented the brick pinch method, where 2 individuals raised a large stone slab to crush the slime. Gongzi discovered that he could bury the slime in dirt, suffocating it if slimes needed to breathe. Although it was inefficient, it was very relieving. In just 2 hours, the 50 slimes in the back mountain were completely cleared out. The players were covered in green slime, and while they looked disheveled, each face radiated joy from the harvest. Especially I will teach you a lesson who carried an entire sack of slime, gel, murmuring braised, steamed, fried, making pudding, making what can I say next to him feel a bit nauseous. At dawn, the air over the godforsaken lands still carried a strange, acrid blend of sulfur and brine. 15 alpha test players lingered in a state of restless, feverish anticipation, energized yet utterly idle. The slimes of the rear mountains had been hunted to extinction, the withered trees encircling the temple stripped bare of branches, even the earth itself had been dug up by bored players attempting, unsuccessfully, to fire crude pottery that yielded only blackened slag. Ugh, so boring. Not a husky lay sprawled like a starfish beside the central plaza's bonfire, a dry stalk of grass dangling from his lips as he stared blankly at the sky. No monsters left, no quests left. Doesn't this game have something? Something that makes your pulse race. Stop whining and conserve your stamina. What canned food said, sat cross-legged upon a smooth stone, meticulously reviewing footage shot the previous night using the heretic's heart mirror. He was the sole player in the entire server wielding this divine artifact, now repurposed as a high-end DSLR, hunting for the perfect angle to capture the temple ruins' desolate, haunting aesthetic. I'll take a stroll through those woods, see if any clueless rabbits wandered off alone. Husky brushed dust from his trousers, hoisted a rusted iron bar unearthed from the rubble, and sauntered lazily toward the temple's outer perimeter. Beyond the temple lay the edge of the withered forest, a realm perpetually shrouded in ashen mist. Just as Husky reached the treeline, preparing to practice horizontal slashes on a gnarled, crooked trunk, call! A shrill, guttural shriek tore through the air above him. A carrion crow, twisted necrotic, its feathers matted with decay, flapped wildly from the treetops in panic. But before it soared 3 meters, a crude spear screamed through the void, trailing wind. Thwip! The spear pierced the creature clean through, impaling it twitching onto a dead trunk barely 10 paces from Husky. Husky jolted violently, instinctively rolling sideways into a thicket of thorny undergrowth. Holy hell, someone's farming my mob. His heart hammered against his ribs as he cautiously raised half his head. The spear was crudely forged, its shaft warped, its tip honed from obsidian black stone and slicked with a viscous, nauseating black ichor. This was no beast's handiwork. It bore the unmistakable mark of intelligence. Humanoid mobs. Or NPCs. Husky swallowed hard. As an agility-focused player, his senses here felt unervingly sharper than in reality. He lowered his center of gravity, pressed himself flat against the damp soil, and began crawling forward, lizards low, toward the direction the spear had flown. The deeper he crept, the thicker the stench grew, a suffocating melange of wet dog hide, rotting mud, and fermented excrement. So vile it nearly forced him to vomit the half-loaf of black bread he'd eaten that morning. After some 50 meters of silent crawl, figures emerged through the haze, silhouettes shifting in a mist-draped clearing. Husky narrowed his eyes. What he saw didn't just startle him. It sent ice down his spine. They stood upright, barely 1.20 meters tall, with heads shaped like mangy terriers, their bodies mottled with scaly sores and coarse, greasy fur. In their clawed hands they gripped primitive spears, blow darts, and splintered wooden shields, roasting meat over crackling fires. Kobolds, classic low-tier fiends, staples of every fantasy RPG. Yet beneath the godforsaken land's hyper-realistic rendering, they were anything but endearing. Their jagged teeth dripped yellow saliva, their eyes burned with cruel, cunning crimson light. 1, 2, 3. Husky counted silently in his mind. 20, 30. Holy shit, over 30 of them. And their leader loomed larger still, wielding a rust-eaten iron axe, his neck strung with a grisly necklace of human vertebrae. An elite monster, beyond doubt. At that very moment, the kobold chieftain froze mid-tier, wrenching raw flesh from a haunch of meat. His wet, quivering nostrils flared, sniffing the air. Woof! Urlu. With a violent pivot, he locked his blood-red gaze directly upon Husky's hiding place, and unleashed a piercing feral howl. Spotted. Do these things have noses like bloodhounds? Husky abandoned all count, spun on his heel, and fled. Swoosh! Swoosh! Javelins and fist-sized stones slammed into the spot where he'd lain moments before, spattering dirt like shrapnel. Winds rising, scatter. Husky summoned every ounce of speed he possessed, sprinting blindly through the skeletal forest, refusing even to glance back. Fortune favored him. Years of parkour training in reality, amplified now by in-game agility bonuses, let him barely outpace the snarling, yelping horde snapping at his heels. Back at the Temple Plaza, what Can Food said was deep in discussion with Edison reincarnated about reinforcing the timber frame cottage, when a distant wailing cacophony shattered the calm. Disaster. Emergency. People are dying. Husky burst from the forest like a whirlwind, shoes flapping loose, iron bar brandished wildly overhead as he sprinted full tilt across the plaza. What happened? Got chased by a mob. Dang dang, XING gang. Ambled over, hefting a boulder onto one shoulder, grinning like a spectator at a circus. Weren't you hunting rabbits? Why do you look like you've been hunted by dogs? Husky skidded to a halt before the group, hands braced on trembling knees, gasping for breath. It was dogs. Giant ones. A whole pack. He straightened, pointing a shaking finger toward the withered forest, face pale as ash. Over there, in the woods, there's a massive tribe of kobolds. 30 strong. Fully armed. Wooden shields, spears, even archers. Their chief wields a battle axe and wears a necklace of human bones. Definitely an elite. What a 30. Armed to the teeth. A collective gasp rippled across the plaza. We're 15 and weaponless. How do we fight that? Are we just serving ourselves up on a platter? Gongzi slammed the boulder onto the ground, eyes blazing. Not with fear, but fierce predatory glee. Screw it. I'll haul those boulders to the main path right now. If any of them dare advance, I'll crush them. Hold on. Gongzi, don't rush. What canned food said, raised a hand halting the others mid-lunge. He adjusted invisible spectacles, his gaze alight with the sharp, calculating gleam of a master strategist. Think, what day is tomorrow? Tomorrow. Gongzi blinked. Payday? No, wait. Tomorrow's the beta test. Exactly. What can food said snapped his fingers. At dawn tomorrow, 35 fresh, wide-eyed newcomers will descend upon this world. If we slaughter these kobolds now, though more likely they'll slaughter us. What do the new players have left to experience tomorrow? More bricklaying. Silence fell. Then Husky's eyes widened. You mean, these kobolds aren't enemies. They're the system's welcome gift. What can food said grew animated voice quickening. We corral them, or lure them along a fixed path. Then when the rookies log in tomorrow, they walk straight into a siege. And we the veterans step in, commanding the battlefield or striking at the critical moment. Instant legend status. Whoa, Kaiga, you're vile. I mean, brilliant. Brilliant. Call it the onboarding dungeon. And, Kin Food added 30 mobs is exactly enough to split among the newcomers. Right now, we couldn't even contain them. Let them serve as first blood trials, and teach the rookies exactly how merciless this world truly is. Got it. Gongzi grinned. So our mission now is set design. Precisely. Not just staging, but reconnaissance. What Kin Food said, issued crisp commands. Listen up, everyone. This isn't retreat. It's preparation for tomorrow's grand raid. Gongzi, you lead a team to dig pits. Along the temple's primary approach. No need for depth, just enough to trip them. Slow them down. Give the rookies room to breathe and strike. Edison, use every drop of remaining slime gel you've got. Coat the temple steps. I want those kobolds tumbling head over heels the moment they charge. Fatso, forget cooking. Gather all your salt chili powder and whatever spices you've scavenged. Mix them into dust bombs. These are the rookies' first magic items. Husky, sir. Husky snapped to attention. Rest up, then deploy your speed. Your recon mission just upgraded map their patrol routes exactly. Ensure they discover us on schedule, tomorrow morning sharp. Roger. Time to go walk the dogs. Husky saluted with a wicked grin. High atop the temple's weathered platform Li Wei, having observed the entire exchange while cloaked in invisibility, nearly choked suppressing laughter. These players have already begun managing the game. He'd been pondering how to synchronize the kobolds' assault with the beta testers' arrival, only to find the veteran players had taken the initiative themselves. Since you've shown such initiative, this god shall grant your wish. Li Wei lifted a hand. Divine energy shimmered. In that instant, a crimson quest notification blazed across every player's vision. Urgent Zone Quest Temple Defense Prologue. Quest description: keen-nosed wasteland kobolds have detected the temple's reawakening. They gather their forces. As the temple's vanguard, you must pave the way for incoming reinforcements, the beta test players, and orchestrate a flawless debut battle. Phase 1 positioning containment active. Objectives: monitor kobold movements. Ensure they remain within designated bounds. Construct defenses and traps to weaken the vanguard. Hold until reinforcements arrive. Time remaining 10 hours. Special reward: all Alpha Test players who successfully guide and assist the reinforcements in repelling the kobolds will earn the title Wayfinder, granting a modest boost to authority and credibility among NPCs and new players. Authority. Now that's a reward worth fighting for. Eyes lit up. Motivation surged. A grand spectacle, dubbed Welcoming the Newcomers, had quietly begun unfolding beyond the temple walls. In truth, it was a meticulously staged ambush, designed not to welcome, but to annihilate kobolds. At the edge of the withered forest, the mist was thicker than usual, enveloping the ground like a layer of moldy cotton wool. I am not a husky, lay behind a rock that had risen due to tectonic shifts, breathing as softly as possible. Although he wore the only legendary equipment in the entire server, Evil God Heart Shield, which allowed him to see distant scenes, the monster status display function, essentially an extension of Li Wei's observational ability. Does this count as an infrared detector? The husky silently complained. He turned his head and signaled to a player hiding in the grass a few meters behind him. That player, ID'd as Shenong Tasting Herbs, was a master's student in botany in real life, originally intending to enter the game to study exotic plants, but was recruited by the husky to act as a human radio transmitter. The husky lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. Shenong, listen carefully. The coordinates are southwest, 800 meters away. The dog-headed men's squad has halted and is making a fire in place. They have no immediate intention to attack, seemingly waiting for nightfall. To reiterate, they plan to launch a night raid. Receive. Shenong Tasting Herbs nodded and then made an extremely bizarre motion. He rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the ground as if he had suddenly died. That was his choice to force log out. Earth, the real world. In the WeChat group, God-Forsaken Land Beta Test Strategy Group. Shenong Tasting Herbs Botanist, urgent report from the front. The husky has sent news the dog-headed men are resting 800 meters southwest of the temple, likely preparing for a night raid. They seem to be cautious about something. Just under a second after the message was sent, someone replied in the group. Wolf of Wall Street finance worker received. I will log on immediately to inform the commander. Also, by the way, can you ask the husky if he can see the material of those dog-headed men's equipment? If it's metal, it will be valuable. If it's wood, this wave is just for experience. Shenong Tasting Herbs. Wolf brother, you really are money-minded. He'll ask when I log on. In another world at the temple square. What the hell I'm saying, was anxiously pacing in front of the defenses. Beside him a player named Wolf of Wall Street was leaning against a pillar pretending to sleep. Suddenly Wolf of Wall Street jolted awake, his eyes shining with a keen light. Awake. The king said immediately, what's the situation at the front? Good news and bad news. Wolf of Wall Street brushed off the dust from his clothes, pushed up his non-existent gold-rimmed glasses, a habit from his profession. Shinon logged off and sent a message saying that the dog-headed men have stopped 800 meters away and plan to launch a night raid. This gives us more time to prepare, which is good news. What's the bad news? The bad news is that they are very cautious, not like mindless wild monsters. Wolf of Wall Street analyzed. Moreover, Shinon just said that although the Huskies saw that the dog-headed men's equipment was worn out, there were still quite a few iron items. This means they have high attack power, but the returns are also considerable. As a future logistics officer, I suggest we focus on the leader wielding the iron axe. That axe can forge quite a few nails. What time is it, and you're still thinking about nails? The king sighed in exasperation, but then his expression turned serious. Since it's a night raid, let's set some traps on their inevitable path. Wolf brother, you keep sleeping on standby, and stay in touch. I'll go arrange the traps. Understood. I'll log off to check the market. After Wolf of Wall Street finished speaking, his head drooped, and he died again. This type of cross-dimensional communication, though high latency and cumbersome, was currently the only means of remote command for players. At the frontline reconnaissance point, the Husky was unaware that discussions were underway in the back about how to forge the dog-headed men's axe. His attention was entirely on the dog-headed leader. Through the infrared vision of the heart shield, he clearly saw every movement of the elite monster named Bone Crusher Gru. Gru stood atop a large rock, the rusty iron axe in his hand still dripping with black blood. Unlike his subordinates, he wasn't fighting for rotten flesh, but was staring intently at the distant, decayed, yet grand black temple. It seemed to sense something. With deep wariness flickered in its murky, yet cunningly glowing red eyes. Boss, a small scout approached, speaking in a language that resembled barking. Why not charge? There's fresh meat inside. Fool. Gru swatted the scout away with a backhand, exposing his fangs, and pointed at the layer of black mist that hovered above the temple. With the passive skill of basic language comprehension from the heart shield, the Husky saw a series of fragmented translated subtitles. That place is the Forbidden Zone. Gru's voice trembled slightly, but then it twitched its nose, revealing a twisted grin that seemed to see through illusions. But that thing is dying. It could feel it. The once terrifying entity that made the entire wasteland tremble now flickered like a candle in the wind, its divine powers aura weakened to the extreme. As a seasoned survivor in the wasteland, Gru discovered a fatal secret. Gru greedily licked his lips, the iron axe in his hand striking the nearby dead tree hard. As long as we don't go in, it can't kill us. He pointed to an invisible boundary surrounding the temple. Its power cannot come out of that cage. This statement was like a thunderclap exploding in the ears of the eavesdropping Husky. The Husky was taken aback for a moment, then felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? Does this NPC have such high intelligence? Can it see that our divine master is imprisoned here? At the temple's high platform, Li Wei, who had been monitoring the entire situation through the Husky's heart shield from a god's perspective, slowly opened his eyes. A cold, killing intent flashed in his violet gold pupils, but more than that was a sense of helpless self-mockery. Sure enough, even this lowly wild dog can see through my illusions. Li Wei looked down at his pale palm. The dog-headed man was not wrong. Now, although he had absolute control within this temple, as long as this group of dog-headed men dared to step 1 foot into the Great Hall, he could crush them into dust with a mere flick of his finger. However, once he left the temple's area, his divine power would dissipate rapidly like a droplet of water losing gravity. The cost of his shattered divinity was that he lost the ability to expand his divine domain. The current temple was both his fortress and his prison. This was also why the dog-headed men dared to camp outside so brazenly. They knew a deity could not come out. This is why I need you, my fourth calamity. Li Wei glanced at the Husky hiding in the grass, then looked at the players outside the temple who were busy setting traps, and a smile returned to his lips. I cannot go out, but I can send these madmen out. While the divine power cannot escape, players can. Players can not only go out, but can also respawn infinitely, bringing back everything they see, whether it's resources, equipment, or enemy corpses. The scene returned to the front line. The dog-headed leader Gru seemed to have made a decision. It waved its hand, signaling its subordinates to rest in place and sharpen their weapons. Wait until night. Gru grinned. When the mist is thickest, we'll go in and kill all those soft-footed shrimp. It intended to use the cover of night to avoid the core area of the temple, only hunting down the weaker humans, players on the outskirts. The Husky saw the situation clearly and turned back to kick Shinon tasting herbs, who had just respawned online. Shinon, wake up. Quickly log off and send a message. They really are planning a night raid. And this boss seems to know that the deity cannot come out, trying to exploit the bug to kill us. Received. Shinon tasting herbs rubbed his eyes and skillfully died again. Inside the temple, Li Wei withdrew his gaze. The sky had completely darkened and the twin moons were about to rise. He could sense that the dozens of new soul links in the void were restless like athletes waiting for the starting gun. Mia. His deep voice echoed in the hall. The cat-eared girl who had been peeking from behind the throne immediately straightened up her tail, standing on end in nervousness. Here. Go open the big door. Li Wei adjusted the luxurious black robe he wore, enhancing the effects of deception and intimidation to the maximum. The dark mist behind him instantly surged, transforming into indescribable tentacles that danced in the void. Prepare your welcome speech, my little divine envoy. Li Wei watched the increasingly radiant teleportation array below his eyes shining with a light named Harvest. Our reinforcements arrive earlier than the night. Tell them the war has begun. As the light of the teleportation array faded, the plaza of the temple instantly became crowded. 35-second test players like huskies just released from their cage transformed the once grim atmosphere into an overwhelming din. Wow, this air, this earthy smell, it's really another world. My hand feels so real. I can feel the fingerprints. Where is this? A beginner's village. Why is it so shabby? Is that NPC sitting in the black mist? So cool. Li Wei sat upright on the high platform, watching the lively group of chives below, struggling to resist the urge to cover his ears. Though he had been mentally prepared, the decibel level of these people still exceeded his expectations. Just then a path suddenly opened up in the crowd. 3 uniquely styled individuals did not wander around like the others, but rushed towards the center of the plaza with a clear goal and a sense of urgency. Their IDs were highly unified in style. Even their character designs exuded an air of not just strong, but also quirky. On the left was a tall and thin figure with sharp eyes, ID Hakim, Nanbei Green Bean. In the middle was a short and stout individual with a face full of flesh, ID Axigaha Yiku Nylon. On the right was someone with a mohawk warming up in place, ID Omaji Li Ding Dong Ji. These 3 were evidently acquaintances in real life, even a fixed team that had coordinated for years. As soon as they stopped, the leader Hakim Nanbei Green Bean scanned the entire area, with sharp eyes accurately locking onto what can I say, who was clearly in a commanding position among the crowd. The 3 walked straight up to the can with no small talk. Hakim asked directly, "Boss, you look like the one in charge. Just tell us, what do we need to do now? Who are we cutting?" The simple opening line radiated an eager enthusiasm. What can I say? Squinted, pushing up his non-existent glasses. All right, a few hardcore ones have arrived. However, before he could respond, a flurry of piercing sounds suddenly came from the mist outside the temple. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of crude spears and stones carrying a nauseating stench howled through the darkness. Be careful. As an experienced player, he reacted instantly. Watch out, he shouted. His left arm, which had been bitten off and was now fully restored after resurrection, burst with astonishing strength. He instinctively raised the thick stone slab he used as a shield and blocked it in front of several new players who were still in shock. Bang, bang. The stone slab was struck, sending sparks flying. Enemy attack. The voice of what can I say instantly turned sharp and passionate. This is not a drill. Everyone grab your weapons. This is your new player mission. Accompanying his roar, a blood-red mission frame popped up in all players' views. Emergency mission, First Blood Beginner Dungeon. Mission objective, repel the probing attack of the Goblin Scouting Party. Mission description, the greedy goblins have discovered your arrival. They fear your numbers, but crave your flesh and blood. Show them who the true masters here are. Are there monsters? The hot trio, who were just motivating each other, suddenly changed their expressions. That kind of adolescent fervor instantly transformed into palpable killing intent. Hakim, flank left. Axie, hold the front. Omajili, free hunting. The trio, as if rehearsed countless times, immediately picked up some broken bricks from the ground and without hesitation charged towards the temple gates. Experience packs. All experience packs. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Goblin Chief Gru was lurking behind a tree, gloomily observing everything. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed the number of people in the temple plaza triple in an instant. From a meager dozen, it suddenly turned into 50. Damn it, the gods are summoning an army. Gru tightened his grip on the axe. His original plan was to use their numerical advantage, 30 against 15, to crush them, but now their numbers had surpassed his. However, as a seasoned hunter, he quickly identified the weaknesses of these newly arrived humans. No armor. No metal weapons. So chaotic. Gru let out a sinister laugh. In his eyes, these were nothing more than a bunch of newly hatched softshell shrimp. No matter how many there were, they were just fodder. Attack. Test them. Gru issued a low growl. Upon receiving the order, the Goblin Vanguard, 5 miscellaneous soldiers armed with spears and wooden shields immediately dashed out from the mist, howling as they charged towards the steps of the temple. Their speed was astonishing, like a pack of rabid dogs. However, just as they were about to charge up the steps, the leading goblin suddenly slipped. Gah! That was the slime super glue that Edison reincarnated had smeared yesterday, dried, and then moistened by the night dew. Slipping. The goblin leaped like a ballerina on ice, losing balance and crashing face first onto the steps, then sliding smoothly toward the player's feet. Then came the second third. 5 fierce vanguards instantly turned into 5 rolling gourds, tumbling into a heap. The scene became quite awkward. The leading hot trio stared at the goblin that had slid to their feet, momentarily stunned. Then the trio once again raised their bricks in unison, their eyes flickering with a cruel light. Is this a delivery right to our door? Axie, choke them. Omajili. Mambo. Bang, bang, bang. There was no order, no technique, only the most unadorned street brawl. 50 players faced 5 dazed goblins. This was not a war, this was bullying. Steal the kills. Hand slow, no rewards. That leg is mine. No one take it from me. I'm a newbie. Let me get the last hit. The new players under the leadership of the veterans unleashed astonishing combat power, primarily the desire to claim kills. In just half a minute, this vanguard squad was submerged in a sea of players, leaving behind not even a complete corpse. In the depths of the mist, Gru watched this scene, the red light in his eyes flickering violently. He had seen human armies before, but he had never encountered such reckless, crazy ones who, while fighting, were also cursing at each other for stealing kills. These guys are not soft-shell shrimp. Gru's instinct told him that these fragile-looking humans might be mentally disturbed. All troops, form ranks. Gru raised his rusty iron axe and let out a roar that echoed across the wasteland. The remaining goblins simultaneously let out a shout, a faint red hue appearing on their surfaces. That was not some inferior particle effect, but a racial talent activated under the leadership of the chief, Group Bloodlust. In this state, their pain sensitivity would be greatly diminished, strength increased by 20, and they would be completely immune to fear. A woo. With the synchronized roar, the remaining 25 goblins were no longer scattered troops. They lifted their tattered wooden shields to form a solid wall, spears poking out between the gaps like a bulldozer covered in spikes pressing towards the temple gates. What the hell? These monsters can spawn. The leading Hakim Nambe Green Bean hadn't even had time to retract his brick when a spear struck towards him like a viper. Thud. 100 fatal injury. Hakim felt a chill in his chest as he was lifted off the ground. Can't move. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and disappeared in a burst of white light. Next came Axigaha Yi Kunai Long and Oma Ji Li Ding Dong Ji. Though these two reacted quickly to block their resistance against the suddenly powerful and well-coordinated goblin shield formation, was as helpless as that of infants. Bang, bang. With two muffled sounds, the two were knocked away by the shield, and before they hit the ground, they were pierced by the spears of the goblins. The Ha trio was wiped out in 3 seconds. This brutal scene instantly doused the flames of enthusiasm among the eager newbies in the back. Isn't that damage outrageous? One-hit kill. How did they suddenly become stronger? Didn't they just slip? How do we break this shield wall? We only have stones. Seeing the goblin shield formation pressing closer, having already stepped onto the temple steps, the players' formation began to fall into chaos. Don't panic. Everyone stay calm. At a critical moment, what can I say, shouted from above using the amplification function of the evil god heart mirror. He had been observing. Through the inside ability of the heart mirror, he clearly saw the goblin status bar, showing the bloodlust remaining time 10 minutes buff. That's a buff. They've gone berserk, we can't clash Hedon. The brain of the kin quickly turned. This was just like playing an MMORPG. If you tried to tank the boss when it went berserk, wouldn't that be seeking death? But there was no safe zone here. If they didn't hold their ground, the temple gates would fall, and everyone would perish. Since we can't hold it, then we'll fill it with our lives. He looked at the players who were eager, yet fearful, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone listen up. I am what can I say, and those who don't want to die must follow my command. In the current situation, a Hedon fight would definitely lead to annihilation. But we have an advantage they don't. We can resurrect. They die for good. Gongzi, you lead all the strength-type players, and those with shield stone slabs form the first wave. We don't seek to kill just to block the steps, don't let them charge up. Husky, take those with high agility to flank and throw stones, mud, and chili powder. As long as you can interfere with their sight, use whatever dirty tricks you have. The remaining newbies. What can I say, pointed at the clueless second test players, his voice turning cold and frenzied. Take off all your gear. Leave nothing but your underwear. Grab 2 stones and rush up. What? Take off gear. Naked charge tactic. The newbies were shocked. Listen to me, the kin spoke rapidly. We have a 1-hour cooldown on death. That hour is long in the game, but in reality, it's just the time it takes to eat a meal. Moreover, dying will deplete the durability of the items you carry. So, to avoid losing out, leave the gear for those who survive. You are the first wave of the suicide squad. Your only task is to charge and grab the goblins' thighs, bite their ears, and shove sand into their eyes. Use your lives to exchange for their blood, to wear down their buff time. An hour later, you'll all be fine again. At that time, it'll be just in time for the next rotation. This is the 1-hour rotational resurrection flow strategy. The entire area fell silent for a second. Then it erupted into even more frenzied cheers. Wow, this tactic is so damn apocalyptic. Got it. It's just an infinite death flow. Since I just created my account, I won't feel bad about dying. Brother strip. In an instant, the temple plaza was filled with a sea of white. Dozens of men wearing only the system's gifted boxers howling as they threw their beginner gear on the ground, clutching stones, mud, and even some slime gel that Gongzi hadn't had time to use. For the Forsaken Land. For the Black Bread. Charge. The first wave of the naked suicide squad, about 15 people, charged towards the goblin shield wall like a pack of crazed zombies. Thud. Thud. The sound of spears piercing flesh rose and fell. But this time the players did not retreat. That brother called Yao Naiwa, he is amazing. Gongzi watched in disbelief as that newbie was pierced in the stomach by a spear, yet did not retreat, but instead held onto the spear shaft, making it stuck in his body, then bit onto the arm of the goblin across from him. A whoa! The goblin let out a pitiful scream, and the formation instantly fell into disarray. Opportunity. Flank. Throw chili powder. Husky led the group to throw the carefully prepared devil chili powder into the fray. Achoo! Achoo! The goblin's sense of smell was already keen, and this was a critical hit. The shield wall instantly collapsed, and the originally orderly formation was thrown into chaos by the reckless naked men. Gru swung his axe and knocked over 2 humans, but the red light in his eyes was gradually replaced by fear. He didn't understand. Why were these humans not wearing armor? Why were they laughing even when their intestines were spilling out? Why did they yell strange things before they died? This disregard for death, this madness of treating life as mere grass, even their own lives, filled this old hunter of the wasteland with a profound chill. Hold fast. The first wave is almost wiped out. The king glanced at the time. The first wave of the suicide squad had been nearly annihilated in 3 minutes, but they had successfully swapped out 5 goblins' berserk states and halted the enemy's advance. Prepare for the second wave. Put on the boxers left by the first wave. On the gear. Reel it. Brothers from the first wave log off for a meal. Set an alarm to be online an hour later, and we'll continue. As the last member of the suicide squad disappeared in a burst of white light, the temple plaza was left with bloodstains. The system is refreshing and a group of even more fervent reservists. The second wave move up. What can I say? Continued to direct. Though the goblins in their berserk state instinctively swung wildly, the players' reckless charge left them somewhat puzzled, and soon the second wave of the suicide squad was also exhausted. Hold on a second. What can I say? Wave to stop the players rushing into the third wave. We'll leave over 20 people to confront them, matching their numbers, and just keep an eye on them. This path has the traps we've set up. If they charge forward, we'll retreat. Gru watched the disappearing lights. His hand, gripping the axe, trembled slightly. He was hesitant to advance. Who knows how many more would be summoned by this evil god? Chief, they aren't meat. Why is it that after they die there's only some blood left? A goblin spoke reluctantly. Let's hold off for a bit, wait an hour, and see what these guys are up to with their evil magic. If something seems off, we'll run. It's too eerie. He knew that tonight would likely be a sleepless night. For the players, however, this was merely the beginning of a grand celebration. Time passed second by second. The air in the temple square seemed so thick it could drip water. It had been nearly 50 minutes since the first wave of the suicide squad was annihilated. What kind of food am I talking about? With the remaining 20 or so players, they relied on the terrain and simple traps firmly holding the steps of the temple's entrance. Most of them were injured, their wooden shields battered, yet each person's eyes sparkled with a strange excitement, a gaze fixated on the countdown of the system clock. On the opposite side, the Null leader Gru had exhausted all patience. The black mist of the temple continued to churn, but the legendary divine punishment had yet to descend. In contrast, those humans, though seemingly in a standoff, had their gazes flickering, actually distracted, muttering strange phrases like, 5 more minutes, and reviving soon. Lamentably, they could not understand Chinese. The night wind grew colder, and the injured gnolls began to tremble from blood loss and cold. Bluffing. Gru spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, greed, overcoming fear. It looked at the humans who, although lacked decent weapons, had some tools, wood, and even jars and bottles filled with spices and glue piled around the temple, valuable items in the barren wasteland. Especially the leading human canned food who held the iron axe, an axe just discarded by its soldier. A humiliation. An absolute disgrace. Even if there's no meat, we must seize everything. Gru raised the stone axe, no longer waiting, letting out a deafening roar. Kill them all. Seize everything. A woo. The Null army, though in a weakened state as the bloodthirst status had faded, still overpowered this group of untransformed players, being native monsters. More than 20 gnolls surged forward like a muddy landslide, crossing the remnants of traps, charging toward the last line of defense. They're coming. Last 5 minutes. Hold the line. Canned food shouted frantically, tagging everyone in the channel. Gongzi. Don't conserve durability. Throw your big stone slab. Come on, grandsons. Grandpa will crack your heads open. Holding the already cracked massive stone slab with one hand, Gongzi exerted all his strength and hurled it like a discus. Boom. The stone slab knocked over 2 gnolls charging at the front, but the remaining monsters instantaneously overwhelmed the defense. Traps. Where are the traps? They're gone. Okay. Used up during the first wave. Edison, is there any glue left? Only this little bit of spit in my mouth. I'm going in too. Though outnumbered, the remaining players, relying on the "I'll teach you a lesson" that had just sprinkled a mix of pepper and stove ash as a biochemical weapon, fought back fiercely against the gnolls. But this stalemate did not last long. The absolute disparity in power was apparent. As Gongzi was tackled by 3 gnolls, his throat torn apart by sharp teeth, the defense completely collapsed. We can't hold. Fight them to the death. 1 for 1. The sounds of screams, roars, and blades piercing flesh intertwined. The last 20 players fell like wheat being harvested. What kind of food am I talking about? Was the last to die. He was pinned to the ground by 2 gnolls, a spear stuck in his chest. Before dying, he looked at Gru, who was close at hand, with no fear on his face, but instead caught a glimpse of the countdown in the upper right corner of his vision, 0, revealing a strange smile. You will regret this. Big dog. Canned food transformed into white light and vanished. At this point in the temple square, aside from the debris and more than 20 panting injured gnolls, there was not a single living person left. We won. Gru leaned on his stone axe, panting heavily. Though brief, the previous battle was fierce, and that group of humans had fought back hard before dying, resulting in a bite on his left leg that still throbbed painfully. Chief, there are no corpses. Only these tattered supplies. A gnoll underling picked up a stone axe and wooden stick dropped by the players on the ground, looking bewildered. The ground was spotless, Not a single piece of meat left, not even a bone, only piles of tattered clothing and crude weapons. These monsters. Gru felt a shiver in his heart, but the loot before him temporarily suppressed his unease. Forget it. Search. Search behind the temple. Take away anything useful. However, just as they prepared to cross the square and delve deeper into the temple. Virum. In the center of the temple, the enormous teleportation stone slab suddenly erupted with dazzling white light without warning. The brilliance was so intense that the gnolls had to shield their eyes. Divine miracle. Divine punishment. Gru retreated in terror. Amidst the light, figures were rapidly solidifying. They were the first batch of the naked suicide squad, who had died along with the second batch of players who had just revived after the cooldown. A full 25 people. Some were still in their underwear, others had exchanged for new burlap clothes in the resurrection space, but without exception, everyone was at full health. Full status. Damn. Finally alive. I was dying in that little black room for an hour. Brothers. I saw in the group chat that food and the others were just wiped out. So now isn't there no one to steal the monsters? As the brilliance faded, the excited, curious, and energetic faces of the players appeared. Though their hands were empty because the equipment was all left for the previous batch of defenders now lying on the ground, their overwhelming momentum was even more terrifying than being armed to the teeth. In front of the group, 3 figures stood out. They had died the earliest, revived the fastest, and stood at the forefront. The tall and skinny one on the left, the short and chubby one in the middle, and the mohawk on the right. They were the Ha trio. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Gru covered in blood bending down to pick up equipment not far away. Seeing their enemy brought a surge of rage. Hakimin and Beludo pointed at Gru, exclaiming in delight, "Hey, isn't that the big dog that stabbed me just now? It's still holding my brick." Asigahei Cunalong rubbed his chest, chuckling, "Just right. I didn't get enough satisfaction from that shot earlier. My adrenaline is full again." Omajili Dingdongji directly struck a classic pose, focusing energy in his Dantianha. This powerful battle cry echoed across the silent temple square. Clang. The stone axe in Gruss' hand fell to the ground. It widened its eyes, pupils violently constricting, as if witnessing the most terrifying thing in the world. It recognized these 3 people. That tall and skinny one. That short and chubby one. That mohawk. Just an hour ago it had seen its subordinates spear pierce their hearts, watched them spit blood, and die, seen them vanish into light. But now, they stood there. Not a single wound on them. Not a hair missing. They were even more spirited than before they died. No. Impossible. Gru trembled backward, its worldview collapsing at that moment. They could not be killed. They simply could not be killed. This was a group of undead protected by an evil god. It finally understood why the human had shown such a smile before dying. This was not war, this was torment. Monsters. They are monsters. Gru let out a high-pitched scream, losing all authority as a leader, and turned to flee, not even caring about the loot on the ground. Fear is contagious. The other gnolls, already at the end of their ropes, exhausted and injured, saw the humans they had just killed all come back to life, and each one staring at them with glowing green eyes. Their psychological defenses instantly crumbled. Woof woof. Ghosts. More than 20 gnolls dropped their armor and fled, crying out to escape towards the temple's exit. Hey, the monsters ran away. Did the boss drop their weapons? Hakimin immediately reacted upon seeing this scene, picking up the stone axe and wooden stick dropped by the defenders Gongzi and others from the ground. Brothers, these dog things are out of stamina. The ground is full of equipment. That's the legacy left by our brothers just now. Pick them up and kill them. Counterattack. Leave none alive. Kill. The situation turned around in an instant. A group of energetic, fully revived players surged forward like hungry wolves, pouncing on the already terrified remnants of the gnolls. Huh, don't run. Leave your teeth behind. Hakimin charged the fastest, picking up a stone and throwing it forward. Asuga, block that limping one. Omajili, that's my experience pack. On the outskirts of the temple, an absurd and brutal chase unfolded. The original hunters had become the prey. The once soft-footed shrimp, transformed into a relentless nightmare, unyielding to exhaustion or death. Liwei stood on the high platform, watching the one-sided slaughter below, gently snapping his fingers. Server announcement: Temple Defense Battle Phase 1 concluded. Current situation: full counterattack. Triggered hidden reward: total annihilation of the Gnoll advance party will grant Gnoll camp coordinates. Initiate counterattack dungeon. Go my 4th calamity. Liwei looked at the iron axe picked up by the players, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. The first bucket of gold is in hand. As the last kobold disappeared into the depths of the misty forest, the clamor in the temple square gradually subsided, replaced by a more fervent restlessness. Standing on the square at this moment were all members of the first wave of daredevils who had just been resurrected, primarily composed of new players. Most of them were wearing only the large shorts given by the system, clutching bloody stones or wooden sticks, their eyes glowing green like wolves that had starved for 3 days, suddenly thrown into a sheepfold. We won. Damn, we really won. That boss ran faster than a rabbit. Who saw what it dropped just now? Stop talking. Hurry up and grab it. The gear on the ground is unclaimed. Although they couldn't catch up with the fleeing kobold forces, Gru and his subordinates abandoned their armor and weapons in their bid for survival. Rusty iron axes, tattered wooden shields, and even a few spears that were left behind lay scattered across the wasteland surrounding the temple. On the high platform, Liwei watched the group of players below, who were nearly ecstatic, glancing at the chaos on the ground. The hour-long tug-of-war earlier was brief, yet exceptionally brutal. The ground was littered with dark red bloodstains, and a few cobalt corpses lay dead from being crushed by falling rocks, their severed limbs mixed with dirt exuding a nauseating stench. This scene is still too stimulating for someone from Earth who lives in a peaceful era. Li Wei frowned slightly. While he needed the players to maintain their wildness, he didn't want to scare them into psychological trauma or make them log off. With a slight movement of his fingers, Li Wei activated the aspect of his divine authority related to mental interference covering the entire temple area. System prompt: strong physiological discomfort detected in the current scene. Post-battle sensory blur mode has been automatically activated. Note, in this mode visual realism is retained, but 90 of the bloody smell and physiological fear response will be blocked. Feel free to loot corpses. Buzz. The players felt a cool sensation wash over their minds. The once overwhelming stench of blood that assaulted their senses faded, instantly replaced by a faint odor reminiscent of rust and dirt. Though the corpses and blood before them remained vividly gruesome as they looked at these sights, they oddly felt no fear or nausea, instead experiencing a sense of detachment, as if viewing exquisite movie props. Damn, this game is amazing. Ken brother, squatted beside a pool of blood, reaching out to touch it. It's warm. The viscosity is perfect, but I don't feel like throwing up at all. Ooh, I even want to taste its saltiness. Stop being weird. Come help. Axie Gahe, Kuni Long shouted from not far away. There's a live one here. Its leg is broken and can't escape. The new players rushed over. It was a severely injured kobold minion curled up and trembling at the bottom of a trap pit. Seeing a group of naked men surround it, it let out a desperate whimper. Are we killing it? Isn't this a monster? Don't kill it. The mission said we get rewards for capturing. Who has rope? Bring over the belt that just now from Brother Gang. I know the vines. The new players hurriedly bound the unfortunate creature together like a zongzi and dragged it to the center of the temple square. This wave of cleaning the battlefield yielded results beyond imagination. Apart from the most precious rusty iron axe, which was snatched by Hakimi first and treated as a treasure, they also picked up 7 or 8 damaged but usable wooden shields, a dozen spears, and various teeth and bones dropped by the kobolds. Li Wei watched the rapidly rising divine power in the background, a crazy smile spreading across his face. The initial experience for this wave of new players was simply perfect. From the fear of being slaughtered to the counterattack after resurrection to the current harvest, this dramatic fluctuation of emotions provided him with a truly pure form of spiritual energy. 50 minutes later, the teleportation stone slab in the center of the temple lit up again. This time the ones resurrected were the last batch of veteran players who had perished, including What Can I Say and Dong 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 Heart Steel, who had been stuck in the little black room for nearly an hour. As the light faded away, more than 20 veteran players opened their eyes in confusion. What happened? Did someone steal my home? Where's my stone slab? Where's my gear? Gongzi immediately reached for his back, only to find it empty. Before they could react, the new players who had been waiting around burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Big guy. Amazing. Ken brother. That last look you gave was so cool. Even though you died, you went out in style. Gongzi, we want to have your kids. That moment when you held off 3 monsters has already been recorded and posted on the forum. The new players crowded around, and although they held the best loot, their gazes towards the empty-handed veteran players were full of admiration. After all, if it weren't for these veteran players sacrificing their lives to hold back the main force of the kobolds and devising that crazy resurrection strategy, this group of newbies would have been thoroughly bullied into quitting. Ahem. What Can I Say pushed up his non-existent glasses, feeling an immense sense of vanity from the admiring gazes around him. He cleared his throat and struck a calm demeanor of a big shot. Basic skills, don't overdo it. This is all part of the strategy. Looking at the scattered loot, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems you all executed it quite well. The battlefield has been cleaned up nicely. Of course. Hakimi rushed over with a beaming smile, presenting the still bloody rusty iron axe with both hands and a flattering look. Commander, this dropped from that big dog. We picked it up for you. This is the first iron item in our whole server. It must be distributed by you. The emotional intelligence of this wave was fully maxed out. Can brother received the iron axe, feeling its heavy weight and silently praising the new kid for being sensible. Good. Can brother surveyed the surroundings, looking at the 50 players, though covered in dirt, and some still in shorts, all full of vigor. Brothers. He raised the iron axe, voice passionate. Today we taught this group of natives a lesson. Let them know what the 4th catastrophe is. Though we died once, we earned gear contribution points, and most importantly, our dignity. The Forsaken Land is ours. Yura, for the black bread. Huh. The cheers of new and old players merged together, ringing through the skies. In that moment, the previously somewhat unfamiliar new and old player groups rapidly established a deep revolutionary friendship through this joint battle, albeit one of taking turns to die. Veteran players basked in the adoration of the newcomers, while new players enjoyed the experience and leadership of the veterans. An embryonic sense of a player guild was quietly awakening amidst the ruins. Li Wei sat high on his throne, observing the harmonious field of leaks below, feeling quite pleased. Enjoy this, otherworld comrades. In the plaza of the temple, the cheers gradually subsided as players began to tally their spoils. While everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, What Can I Say frowned, staring at his task panel with a serious expression. What's wrong, Ken brother? Wasn't that battle exhilarating? I'm not a husky, came a voice as I'm not a husky approached, playing with a tooth he had pulled from a dog-headed monster. This was my first time in a holographic game participating in a team battle. It was so thrilling. It was exhilarating, but there's a problem. Cand pointed to a line of gray text at the bottom of the taskbar. Hidden reward: annihilate the dog-headed monster, vanguard incomplete. Reward: coordinates of the dog-headed monster camp. The system's judgment of annihilation hasn't been fulfilled. Though the counterattack was impressive, we have short legs. Cand adjusted his virtual goggles and analyzed that elite monster named Gru led about 5 or 6 injured minions deep into the fog forest. So what if it ran away? We still got the loot. The husky shrugged. No, you don't understand. Cand shook his head, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. According to typical MMORPG mechanics, if we don't take out a wild boss in one go, there are 2 possibilities. First, it returns with stronger reinforcements and will be on the defensive. Second, it escapes with treasures, and we miss out on a major opportunity to profit early on. And the most critical point is, Cand pointed towards the distant fog. Without coordinates, this forest is so vast, and the fog so thick, how are we supposed to find its lair? Going in blindly will only lead us to get lost and die. The surrounding players fell silent upon hearing this. So what do? The duck we had in hand just flew away. I haven't had enough kills yet. I was too busy grabbing loot earlier. Just said, frustrated as he punched his thigh. Don't worry, there's still a way. Cand turned around, his gaze fixed on the center of the plaza. There's several new players were surrounding a dog-headed captive tied up, like a zongzi, grinning as they gestured about. We may not have a map, but we have a guide. In the center of the temple plaza, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. The unfortunate, severely wounded dog-headed monster was still unconscious, tossed on the ground in a tangle of ropes. Hakiman and North and South Green Bean held a dogtail grass, testing the captive's nostrils. Asigaha seemed to have found a still hot stone from somewhere, looking eager to experiment. I'll teach you a lesson was even more excessive, holding a bowl of freshly prepared dark red devils, chilly water, muttering, once this bowl goes down, even an Iron Man will have to call me daddy. Step aside. Everyone step aside. Cand led the husky and others over. Is this the living one? Cand glanced at the captive on the ground. Whether we can get the coordinates depends entirely on it. Don't worry, big shot. Hakiman patted his chest. In real life, I've watched 500 episodes of crime dramas. I can make this little monster confess about the time it peeked at the neighbor's daughter taking a bath in no time. All right, let's wake it up. Huh, watch me. Hakiman grinned, shouting into the dog-headed monster's ear while pinching its philtrum hard, though it was uncertain if dog-headed monsters had a philtrum. Ow! The dog-headed monster jolted, suddenly opening its eyes wide. It first looked around dazedly, and when it saw a circle of bare-chested humans players grinning at it, it instinctively wanted to scream. Shut up. Hakiman slammed his rusty iron axe onto the ground. Scream again, and I'll stew you. The dog-headed monster shrank into a ball, trembling in fear. Listen, little doggy. Hakiman squatted down, putting on a self-assuredly fierce expression. I know you understand me. Now I ask you, answer. If you dare to say a single word of refusal, He pointed at the bowl of chilly water in the hand of the fat guy next to him. You'll drink this bowl of hell special drink. The new players nearby also joined in the uproar. Speak quickly. Where is your lair located? If you don't say, we'll pluck all your fur. In the movies, they usually need to use torture first. Oh, why don't we beat it up first, and then ask? The dog-headed monster might not have understood the specifics of plucking fur or special drink, but it could sense the malicious intent behind the mental energy. It wanted to retort a few words or pretend to be dumb. However, just as it was about to speak, its gaze passed through the gaps in the crowd, inadvertently catching sight of its surroundings. Towering black stone pillars. The obsidian ground covered with ancient divine patterns. The air filled with a kind of supreme, soul-chilling terror. And above the high platform, the figure seated on the throne, shrouded in black mist, looking down at it with indifferent purple-golden eyes. Divinity. Divinity. The dog-headed monster's pupils instantly dilated to the extreme, its fur standing on end, and its pale face, which had been due to its injuries, turned ashen. It recognized this place. This was the forbidden ground passed down through generations of all creatures in the wasteland. This was the palace of the ancient calamity that once ruled the world and caused all things to wither. It certainly knew that these humans were the minions of that terrifying existence. Their leader Gru had sworn that the deity was already weak and trapped in the temple, unable to leave as long as they did not step into the temple. That deity would have no way to deal with them. But where was it now? The cold, divine patterned obsidian underfoot, the suffocating black mist overhead. It had been brought inside. It had been dragged into the absolute death domain by this group of madmen. In here, that great one was no longer a weak prisoner, but the ruler of life and death. It had laid down defenselessly on the dining table of that ancient calamity. A wave of despair and fear from the depths of its soul instantly shattered the poor psychological defenses of the dog-headed monster. This fear was 1,000 times more terrifying than any chilly water or torture device. Thud. In the stunned gazes of all the players, the dog-headed monster, which had just been preparing to act tough, suddenly began to smash its head against the ground, as if its bones had been pulled out. Oh, spare me. Please spare me. Bang, bang, bang. It knocked its head so hard against the obsidian ground that it resonated with blood instantly flowing from its forehead. I haven't even made a move yet. Hakiman's hand holding the iron axe froze in midair, a bewildered expression on his face. What's going on? Has it been intimidated by my kingly aura? No. Wait. Cand keenly sensed it's not afraid of us, it's afraid of Can followed the gaze of the dog-headed monster looking towards Li Wei on the high platform. On the high platform, Li Wei looked down at the terrified, dog-headed monster, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Although my divine power is currently depleted, and I cannot leave the pressure within this temple, is still a dimensional strike against such low-level magical creatures. Since the other party was so cooperative, Li Wei didn't mind playing along with it. Silence. Li Wei spoke indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated in the dog-headed monster's mind like thunder through the temple's amplification structure. The dog-headed monster froze instantly, lying flat on the ground, prostrating itself, not daring to breathe. Wretched ant, since you know my name, submit your loyalty. Li Wei's voice was filled with a sense of divine authority. Tell me, my minion, where is that fleeing wild dog hiding? The dog-headed monster dared not conceal anything now. It only wanted to finish speaking quickly and then flee from this terrifying place. Trembling, it raised its hand, pointing towards a direction in the fog forest, making urgent sounds while gesturing on the ground. Translating target language. Lines of light red text floated on the projection of the evil god's heart mirror in Can's hand. In the Black Rock Mine, there is an underground river. Leader Gru hides the treasure beneath the largest glowing mushroom. Don't kill me. I'm just a cook. Can focused on the heart mirror, relaying in real time to the players around him. Without even needing to press for more information, the monster revealed everything it had. Where Gru liked to wear red shorts, where he hid his secret stash, and even how many hidden passages were in the camp. What the hell? This is too cooperative, right? I prepared 100 types of torture, and this is the result. Isn't this better than soul searching? The players listened to Can's recounting, exchanging puzzled glances. Although they regretted not getting to experience the harsh interrogation, they were all overjoyed to see the detailed coordinates popping up on the task panel. Congratulations, players. Obtained crucial information. Map updated, marked dog-headed monster camp, Black Rock Mine location. Got it. Can suddenly raised his fist. We have the coordinates. We have the information. He turned to the eager players who couldn't wait to rush into the forest, a flicker of ambition flashing in his eyes before being quickly suppressed by reason. Brothers, don't rush yet. Can raised his hand to quiet the cheering crowd, calmly analyzing. Although we know the lair, look at your current state. Bare-chested, armed with stones, just died once and lost a level with our health, still not fully recovered. Charging into their base now would not be a counterattack, it would be delivering takeout. The players paused, glancing at their meager weapons, and instantly calmed down. So what now? Can brother, will follow your lead. Hackerman propped his axe on his shoulder. Just keep an eye on those captives, don't let them escape. They are all living maps. Can looked around and issued new orders. Since the meat is already in the pot, it doesn't matter if we take a little longer. They've been scared out of their wits and won't dare come back for a while. Tonight we will rest, build the house, fortify defenses, and most importantly, get our equipment and skill points sorted. As soon as he mentioned equipment and skill points, the atmosphere in the plaza shifted instantly from shouting and killing to careful calculations. After a round of first kills defending the city, plus the final counterattack and captive rewards, most of the veteran players had contribution points exceeding 300, while the new players, despite having lost some points due to death, still averaged around 200 points with the overall server rewards. In the current economic system of God-forsaken land, this was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Thus a happy dilemma was born: how to spend this money. I calculated it. Hackerman squatted on the ground, tracing in the sand with a stick. I want to exchange for a basic swordsmanship skill. That fight earlier was too frustrating, it was all random swinging. If I learn the skill, I feel like I could take on 3 by myself. Skill books are good, but weapons are important too. A Sigaha touched the tattered wooden shield in his hand. I want to exchange for a refined iron longsword. Although it's expensive, it's really worth it. I saw Can brother using that sword to chop monsters. It was like cutting vegetables. I think we should exchange for food instead. Said a player with the ID hungry delivery guy weekly. That black bread from earlier was hard, but really filled me up. I'm afraid it will be more expensive later. Debates like this rose and fell in the plaza. Everyone looked at the items in the redemption list, itching to poke through the screen, but with limited funds they could only budget carefully. Just as everyone was arguing, Can walked over. Big shot. Come help us strategize. Hackerman saw a glimmer of hope. With our few hundred contribution points, should we buy equipment to enhance hard power or skill books to improve soft power? Can scanned the surrounding, eager eyes, pushed up his non-existent glasses, and wore an expression that said, you are still too young. If you trust me, Can cleared his throat, raising his voice a few notches. My suggestion is buy neither weapons nor skill books. Huh, then what do we buy? Save it for interest. No. Can pointed to the heart mirror on his chest that shimmered with a strange red light in the firelight. Buy this, evil god's heart mirror. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Heart mirror. Isn't that 500 points? So expensive. And the attribute description says it only adds a little defense, with the main functions being recording and reconnaissance. What do we need that for? I don't want to be a streamer. Exactly, for 500 points I could buy 5 swords, enough to arm this squad. Facing the crowd's doubts, Can was well prepared. He found a slightly higher stone to stand on and adopted a speech-like stance. Brothers, let me do the math for you. First, about weapons. Can pointed to the rusty iron axe in Hackerman's hand. Where did that axe come from? Did you buy it? No, you stole it. It was given by the dog-headed monster. This game's mechanics are very hardcore and free. Weapons are consumables and also loot. All we need to do is grind monsters and dig into the dog-headed monster's lair. Iron swords, spears, shields, and even magic wands in the future will be everywhere. Why waste precious contribution points to buy those generic items from the system shop? The crowd nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, in that previous battle, the items in their hands had basically all been upgraded, all of which were earned without cost. Secondly, regarding skill books. Can continue to analyze basic swordsmanship is indeed useful, but it's static. You all saw it. In the chaos of a team battle, no swordsmanship is better than a brick to the back of the head. Moreover, this game features very realistic motion capture. If you've trained in martial arts in real life, you'll be a fighting master in the game. This kind of soft power can fully rely on our practical experience or offline exchanges. But Can shifted his tone, heavily pointing at the heart mirror. This thing is currently unique in the entire server, something that cannot be dropped from monsters, a true artifact. He extended 3 fingers, first intelligence capability. If it weren't for the heart mirror's reconnaissance function allowing me to see the attributes and status of the dog-headed monster in advance, we would have been overwhelmed by that wave of bloodthirst. During the initial phase, information is life. Second, communication ability. Can pointed to the dog-headed captive on the ground. You all saw it. I could understand its pleas and asked for coordinates thanks to the heart mirror's translation function. In the future, when we encounter higher-level NPCs or even other races without this, you'll be blind and mute. Third, and most importantly, tactical command. Ken looked at Hackerman earlier. When you charged ahead, I couldn't directly call you back, could I? Because it was too far to hear. But if you also have the heart mirror, we can establish a mental link network. That means real-time voice communication. That means a tactical channel. Imagine this, in the future, when we go into a dungeon, I shout, there are monsters on the left, and you can instantly react. Wouldn't this kind of cooperation enhance our combat power? Wouldn't it reduce the death rate? This argument was logical and persuasive. Especially the functions of real-time voice and translation hit the player's pain points. In this hardcore game, where even a mini-map is absent, relying merely on shouting to communicate was indeed too painful. But Hackerman scratched his head, looking troubled. Big shot, you're right about everything. But this thing costs 500 points. Even if we sold our underwear, we couldn't gather that much. Other new players nodded in agreement. For them who had just entered the game for a day, 500 points was indeed astronomical. You fools. Ken looked at them exasperated. Who said you had to buy it individually? Although this game doesn't allow direct transfer of contribution points, it allows proxy payments. More importantly, the heart mirror's functions can be shared among the team. Ken pointed to Hackerman's trio. Isn't your hot team 3 people? If you pool together, isn't 500 points easy to gather? Buy one and hang it on the captain. When fighting monsters, the captain will be responsible for reconnaissance and reporting, and when dividing loot, the captain will handle translation. Isn't that settled? This idea awakened many of the players. What the hell? Pooling up for the purchase. Shared artifact. What a clever thought. Exactly. Let's pool together. Each person contributes 100 points, and whoever leads, wears the mirror. The previously troubled players instantly erupted in excitement. Come on. I'm the defender. I need an output who wants to team up to share a mirror. Our dorm is short one. Need a grindmaster. Those who don't have enough contribution points can pay with labor helping out. Hackerman, quickly transfer your points to me. I'm the captain. I'll wear the mirror. A wave of group purchase enthusiasm surged through the temple plaza. Veteran players who had once been disheartened by the lack of contribution points were also pulled into the fold by the newcomers. After all, although the veteran players had more points, no one would turn down an extra mobile radar. In less than 10 minutes, the originally scattered 50 players quickly reformed into 7 or 8 well-equipped, meaning they pulled a mirror squads. Watching the red dots light up one by one in the plaza, Li Wei couldn't help but give Ken a thumbs up from the background. This kid, it's a shame he's not becoming a salesman. Originally, Li Wei was worried that this batch of heart mirrors, which he had actually crafted from leftover materials at a very low cost, wouldn't sell, leading to a player wipe in the upcoming Black Rock Mine dungeon due to lack of communication. Now, with the brilliant idea of group purchasing, the player's combat capabilities had directly increased a notch. Moreover, the most important thing, Li Wei observed the feedback of player emotions received in the divine realm, as well as the closer social links formed by the players in order to pool together, feeling quite pleased. After the surge of mass purchases, the atmosphere on the temple plaza finally shifted from frenzied consumption to sober planning. Although everyone had swapped into their coveted Heartguard mirrors or pooled money to buy skill tomes, they could not help feeling unsettled as they surveyed the ring of ramshackle wooden huts that looked like a refugee camp and the fragile makeshift fence that had already been breached once by dog-headed goblins. This won't do. It's far too unsafe. A player whose ID read Tomu Gongshingo stepped forward. In real life, he was a dust-streaked project manager on construction sites. As soon as he entered the game, his professional instincts carved into his DNA flared to life. Brandishing a stick, he drew a long curved line in the soil around the edge of the temple plaza. Brothers, listen to me for a moment. He pointed to the dark, undulating mountains in the distance. The previous defenses were child's play. With the temple at our back, the natural ridges on either side can be put to use. He carved several heavy lines into the ground. Follow the contours of the land and build a low wall to enclose the plaza and the living quarter behind it. We can form a sealed inner city. A low wall. A newbie still crunching on black bread asked, but we have no cement, no rebar. Stacking stones alone won't be sturdy. And that's an enormous workload. There are only 50 of us. When would we ever finish? Your vision's too small, isn't it? Tomu Gongshingo pushed up an imaginary safety helmet and broke into a grin that would make even a capitalist weep. Who said we'd be hauling it ourselves? He nodded toward 3 trembling, tightly bound, dog-headed goblin captives in the corner of the plaza, the only live catch from the earlier fight. Look at these creatures' thick forelimbs, sharp claws, low center of gravity, and a stable base. What does that mean? They are born miners and haulers. For now, there are only 3, but we can set them to the hardest labor first. As for the rest, Tumu Gongshingo glanced toward the misty forest. Didn't a few squads who bought Heartguard mirrors head out together to snare wild labor on the forest fringe just now? When they return, our construction crew will expand. Buoyed by an instinct for infrastructure, the players who remained sprang into action. Though short-handed, they followed Tumu Gongshingo's plan and began laying foundations and raising posts. In the space of an afternoon, rough but orderly wooden frames rose around the temple perimeter. Stone infill was still to come, but the embryonic shape of a fortress had already emerged. The 3 unlucky dog-headed goblin captives were now digging foundation trenches under the lash of vines, tears streaming down their faces. They could not fathom how humans could squeeze them harder than demons. Yet the players' inventiveness did not end there. While others feverishly drove stakes into the earth, a player named Adasheng Zhuanshi squatted among the ruins on the hill behind the temple, staring dreamily at an acid slime that had just spawned. He held a faintly glowing stone, a piece of fluorite he had stumbled across while clearing rubble. This thing glows, but its light is too dim and can't be fixed in place. Adasheng frowned, glancing at the translucent slime that was writhing as it digested a bone. Suddenly, a bold idea exploded in his mind. A slime is a translucent fluid body. If we stuffed a light source inside it, could it act like a lampshade, concentrating or diffusing light? He acted at once. Quick as lightning, he grabbed the bull's-eyed juvenile slime and shoved the fluorite into its body. The slime instinctively swallowed the foreign object. The next moment, a miracle occurred. The once faintly glowing fluorite trapped within the slime's bubble-filled viscous interior underwent countless refractions and diffuse reflections and erupted into a soft, bright wash of green light. The whole slime became a giant, springy green jelly lamp. Holy, it worked! A living electric bulb. Adasheng shouted with glee, but he soon discovered an even more remarkable trait. When he reached out to poke the bulb, the slime felt threatened and its core contracted. With a spit, a precise spray of acid doused his hand. A minor corrosion ticked in the system, but Adasheng, looking at the red mark on his hand, only laughed like a madman. It lights up, and it auto-retaliates. Cradling the glowing slime, he sprinted to the framework where Tumu Gongshingo was supervising construction. Old Tumu, don't seal everything tight. Leave holes in this prototype wall for me. Carve a circular recess every 5 meters. What are you raising, fish? Tumu Gongshingo looked baffled. In building defense towers. Adasheng hoisted the luminous jelly. Look at this. If we embed these fluorite-swallowed slimes into the wall with a hole facing outward at night, they'll be street lamps. If a monster tries to sneak in from the side or climb the wall, the slime will automatically spray acid at it. And they need no electricity or upkeep. Just feed them occasional scraps. A true biological automated defense system. The assembled players were awestruck. Brilliant. What a brainwave. They're using slimes as motion-triggered minds. And that green light, it looks downright eldritch, full in netherworld aesthetic. Although the walls were not yet ready for mass installation, the players could at least start making street lamps. They copied the idea, weaving vines into pouches or nailing together rickety cages, stuffing each with a fluorite-bearing slime or a glowing mushroom, and hanging them from the new wooden frames or from camp posts. Night fell. When Li Wei inspected his domain again, he was stunned by the sight before him. Around the temple plaza, though the wall was still little more than bare wooden scaffolding, lanterns of faint green light swung from the frames. The green glows trembled in the night breeze. Sometimes the slimes within writhed and painted the surrounding mist an eerie, sickly green. On a single test section of low wall a little over a meter high, Adasheng excitedly trialed his prototype defense tower. He poked the slime in its hole with a stick and was sprayed in the face with green goo, provoking peals of laughter from the nearby players. Under those green lights, the temple grounds took on an uncanny appearance. Both grotesque and strikingly beautiful, a violent aesthetic born of industrial wasteland and magical creatures. These fools. Li Wei watched the row of slime lanterns and couldn't help laughing. They've turned my temple into a netherworld amusement park. Yet seeing the 3 dog-headed goblins laboring beneath the green lights and the players bustling to harvest slimes and fluorite, Li Wei felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. With a sweep of his hand, he awarded the builders the title base builder and tossed Adasheng the tag novice inventor. Now that the foundations are laid, Li Wei said, looking toward the Black Forest, let us await word from those slave-hunting teams. This wall will need many more volunteers to be completed. While the camp reveled in biotech lighting and automated slime defenses, the hunting squads out in the misty forest trudged onward with heavy task. As the server's most agile player, Wabushir Hashiki led a squad with a clear objective, heading straight to the black rock mine they had interrogated earlier. They moved swiftly, having already knocked out 2 lone dog-headed goblin scouts along the way and were dragging them back by ropes. Another group, led by Hajime, Nanbei Lv-Do, and 2 hastily teamed-up newbies, presented a very different picture. Captain, are you sure it's this way? Axi Ga Ha Ku Nai Long shivered as the gray-white fog thickened and the dead roots at his feet looked like ghostly claws. I thought Hashiki went left just now. Huh, what do you know? Haji waved his rusty iron axe, the server's most famous rusted weapon, and pointed to the front right. A man's instinct tells me there's big spoil this way. Hashiki went to the mine for laborers. We are different. We're here to discover new lands. I have a hunch there's a hidden map ahead. Thus, under this directionally challenged leader, the five-man squad successfully went the wrong way. They strayed from the dog-headed goblins' territory and plunged deeper into the godforsaken. After roughly half an hour, the trees thinned, replaced by fields of rubble and shattered stone. Hey, there's a structure. Quickied Omaji Li Ding Dong pointed ahead. Looks like a village. Spirits lifted, they ran toward it. But when they took in the scene, the excitement of finding a new map was instantly drowned, as if poured over with ice water. It had been a village once, perhaps. Now it was a dead ruin, collapsed houses, walls scarred by massive claw marks and blackened by fire. Most harrowing of all was the sea of bones, not one or two, but hundreds, even thousands of skeletons piled in the streets, inside houses, and hanging from bare trees. Though the system applied a post-battle blur to the senses, the brutal atmosphere still slammed into them and took their breath away. The grin vanished from Hajis' face. He stepped into the center of what had once been a small square. There was a mountain of bones piled in the square, and atop the heap stood a broken half-statue. The statue had once worn a white robe, now foul and stained, and held a staff. Even in ruin, the craftsmanship was exquisite, and the figure had radiated sanctity. Now the statue lay smashed, its head gone, its chest gouged open by some sharp instrument, and smeared with black filth. Tattered banners lay scattered nearby, bearing a faded golden sun emblem, the mark of the true God Church. This is the true God's Church. Axie picked up a broken steel with blurred inscriptions. May the light bless forever. Blessing my foot. Omaji Li kicked the stone, and his voice dropped. There was a massacre here. The so-called true God did not stand. The place was razed to the ground. The players fell silent. Though they were here to play, 4 days into calamity, it was their first visceral encounter with the world's cruel backstory. The Godforsaken was not merely a name. This place had truly been abandoned by gods and by order. Damn these designers. Haji took a breath and cursed. Why make such a depressing scene? I'm in no mood for jokes now. Despite the grumble, his hands did not stop. He lifted the evil god heart mirror they'd all chipped in to buy and switched on recording mode. Everyone film this. We'll post it on the forums. This footage will blow up. Haji narrated as he panned the camera. This is environmental storytelling. The art in this game is insane. The brokenness, the despair. It seems our main quest is not only farming, but surviving in this hell. While the group somberly screen captured and recorded the ruins and the bones grumbling about the designer's dark minds, a newbie tugged at Haji's sleeve. Captain, what, you see a ghost? Haji snapped. No, not a ghost. The newbie pointed toward a mountain hollow several kilometers away, voice trembling, but threaded with disbelief and a hint of joy. Do you see, is that smoke? Huh. Haji, Axie, and Omaji Li all turned their heads and followed the finger. On the hazy horizon beneath the blackened mountains, a fine faint wisp of bluish smoke, so thin one could miss it, rose slowly into the air. Smoke meant fire. Fire meant civilization. Or perhaps survivors. Haji's eyes lit up. The sorrow that had weighed on them moments before was abruptly cast aside. Holy shit. People. Alive people. He slapped his thigh and shouted with excitement. Brothers. Live ones. That direction. There's definitely hidden plot here. Maybe even NPCs. Quick, mark the coordinates. Don't alert them, yet let's go recruit more people first. The frustration of having gone the wrong way vanished. In this wasteland of death and ruin, that thin wisp of smoke shone like a beacon to the players. The square of the temple was bustling with a scene of labor. The civil engineering dog was directing several new players, working together with 3 unfortunate goblin captives to raise a massive log into the excavated foundation. At that moment, noises came from both directions of the misty forest almost simultaneously. We're back. It's a bountiful harvest. The distinctive loud voice of him, not a husky, rang out first. He and several agile players emerged from the woods, dragging 3 unconscious goblins with vines filled with excitement. We caught 3 this time. All strong laborers. I almost got bitten on the butt by that man-eating flower over there while catching them. The husky boasted while wiping his sweat. Meanwhile, the lost squad led by Hakimi North and South Mung Bean also returned, panting heavily. Boss. Canister boss. As soon as Hakimi saw whatever canister I say coming out of the temple, he rushed over. Forget about the goblins. We found big news. A hidden map. There's smoke. Smoke. Canister's expression changed as he realized the seriousness of the situation. You mean besides us, there are living people? Yes. Just behind the abandoned village over there, about 3 kilometers in that hollow. Hakimi gestured. We didn't dare to disturb them, so we hurried back to gather people. The 2 squads quickly merged. Canister decisively ordered Husky, hand over the captives you caught to the civil engineering team and have them watched closely so they don't escape. All remaining combat-capable members, whether they bought heart mirrors or wielded iron tools, gather together. Target the hollow with the smoke. Remember, this might involve humanoid NPCs, so everyone put on your pants. Don't embarrass the gods. 20 minutes later, an exploration team of 15 elite players led by Haki, me silently approached the edge of the concealed hollow after crossing a desolate village filled with corpses. As soon as they peeked, everyone inhaled sharply. In the hollow there was indeed a village. But it couldn't be called a village, it resembled a refugee camp. A dozen rickety wooden houses were huddled together, surrounded by a pitiful wall made of thorns and rubble. At that moment, this small village was facing a catastrophic disaster. 7 or 8 large discovered mutated hyenas were frantically crashing against the village. In the center of the village, beside a broken stone pillar, sat an old man in tattered gray robes, his face lined with wrinkles. He tightly clutched a holy emblem, emitting a faint white light, blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled violently, as if he were convulsing. A thin paper-like white light curtain enveloped the village centered around him. With each crash from the hyenas, the light curtain flickered violently, and the old man's complexion grew paler. It's a temple cultivator. Canister, using the insight function of the heart mirror, saw the faint yellow name above the old man, the dying guardian of the temple. Inside the light curtain, dozens of ragged villagers were huddled together in despair. Most of them were elderly women and children wielding wooden sticks, and even stones, their eyes filled with fear. That old man is about to collapse, the husky whispered. That light curtain is going to shatter. As soon as he finished speaking, puff! The struggling cultivator suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the holy emblem in his hand shattered with a crack. May the glory forgive. He muttered one last phrase, his head tilted, and he passed away. Buzz! The light curtain that had protected the village for an unknown period instantly shattered like a soap bubble. A woo! The starving mutated hyenas let out excited howls as they charged into the village. It's over, Mom! The villagers screamed in despair, just as the first hyena opened its bloody maw ready to bite a fallen little girl. Act now! Save the NPC! Canister shouted angrily. Huh! Let go of that girl! The Ha trio, unable to hold back any longer, charged down the slope like 3 cannonballs. Hakimi North and South Mung Bean led the charge, swinging his rusty iron axe, which had been polished to a shine, down with the force of gravity right onto the hyena's waist. Swoosh! 89, a critical hit. A woo! The hyena howled in agony, sent flying by the blow. Following that, 15 players descended upon the scene like divine soldiers. Loot the kill. For the hidden quest. That one on the left is mine. Anyone who steals from me will face my wrath. The players charged into the battlefield shouting. Though most were only level 2 or 3 with rudimentary equipment, these hyenas were merely beasts, and there were only 7 or 8 of them. Faced with 15 reckless players working together, specifically competing for kills, they were instantly bewildered. Gongzi, hold that leader. Husky, flank the rear. Stab its backside. The chaotic battle only lasted 3 minutes. As the last hyena was bludgeoned to death by dozens of wooden sticks, and stone, silence returned to the village. Only the excited discussions of the players filled the air. Did we get anything? Just a few scraps of hide, so poor. But the experience points were quite generous. At this moment, the villagers huddled in the corner finally regained their senses. They looked at these sudden appearances, dressed oddly, some only in shorts, and behaving even more strangely, poking at the corpses. Their eyes were filled not only with gratitude, but also with fear and confusion. An elderly man with graying hair and a ghastly scar on his face, leaning on a cane, trembled as he stepped forward. He was the village chief of this broken village. Thank you for saving us, honored ones. The village chief attempted to kneel, but was supported by Canister as the players silently activated the translation function of their heart mirrors. Elder, no need to be polite. Canister showed a smile he thought was kind, but to the villagers this bloodied figure with an axe looked a bit creepy, and his voice was translated through the heart mirror. It was just a small effort on our part. We are passing adventurers. Adventurers? The village chief was taken aback, his eyes dimmed. In this forsaken land, what adventurers are left? Humans without divine protection will eventually become fodder for monsters. He looked at the corpse of the dead cultivator on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Elder Simon was our last hope. With his death, the gaze of the God of Glory has completely left here. Have all the young people run away? The husky asked curiously. I see how all you have here are the old and weak. They ran away. All those who could still move their legs have fled to the north. The village chief sighed. I heard that there's a dawn town over there with a cathedral and a bishop protecting it. Those of us who cannot run can only stay here and wait for death. At this point, the village chief seemed to remember something, looking up with a hint of final hope in his murky eyes, gazing at Canister. Honored ones. You are so powerful, you must be favored by some god, right? The villagers also gathered around, their eyes sparkling with desire. In this world, having no divine protection meant death. If these powerful beings could represent their god and accept this village. Canister and the surrounding players exchanged glances. How do we answer this? Should we say we're here to play a game? Ahem, Canister cleared his throat. That's right, we are indeed favored by the gods. Then, which true god do you serve? The village chief trembled with excitement. Is it the god of radiance? Or the god of nature? Or the king of storms? Or do you worship the Lord of Radiance from Whitestone City? Well, Hakimi quickly interjected, none of those. Our god is way cooler than those guys. As he gestured and described completely based on Li Weiss' image in the temple, our god resides in a huge dilapidated black temple. He is shrouded in black mist, his face is unclear, but his eyes are golden purple, super scary. And there are many shadowy tentacles dancing around him. His voice sounds like it comes from the depths of hell. As Hakimi described, the villagers' faces turned increasingly pale, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Black mist, tentacles, abyss. A woman holding a child screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground. It's an evil god. It's the legendary Abyss Catastrophe, the man-eating demon god. What? They are cultists. Just escaped the wolf's den and now into the tiger's mouth. The villagers erupted in panic, their gratitude replaced by extreme fear. They instinctively recoiled, huddling together, looking at the players as if they were a group of demons. The players were bewildered. "Hey, no, we just saved you," the husky complained. "Why are you still discriminating against our god? Though he does look a bit villainous, he pays on time contribution points." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, some villagers even picked up hoes ready to fight back. "Shut up," a powerful yet aged roar rang out. The village chief with a scarred face struck the ground sharply with his cane. He pushed aside the young person supporting him and stepped closer to Canister. He looked at the heart mirror on Canister's chest, which emitted a strange red light. With an eyeball embedded in the center, it was just a design that was undoubtedly a symbol of evil. The old village chief's body trembled, but his eyes were more resolute than ever. "Chief, they are the minions of the evil god. They will consume our souls," a villager cried out from behind. "So what?" The village chief suddenly turned around, roaring at his kin. "Did the true god save us?" Elder Simon begged for the god of glory for a lifetime. Did the god ever send down a ray of light when he died? The place fell silent. The village chief turned to Canister and then to the players. At this moment, these minions of the evil god had just slain the hyenas that were about to devour them, standing in a pool of blood, and despite their odd appearance, they had not harmed a single villager. "As long as we can save these children." The old village chief took a deep breath, trembling knees slowly and heavily kneeling before Canister. "As long as we can preserve the living. What does it matter if we believe in the evil god?" He raised his head, determination in his eyes. "Honored ones, if you and your god do not mind. Even if it means offering our souls, we are willing to follow." Ding. All server plot quest triggered the choice of faith. Detected the unnamed abandoned village expressing a willingness to convert. "Do you accept this village to become a subordinate force of the temple?" Huh. A group of players stared in confusion at the task prompt that appeared before them. Can we really decide the direction of this plot? At the desolate entrance of a ruined village, a biting wind howled. Elderly village chief knelt upon jagged stones while behind him stood dozens of villagers, ragged, hollow-eyed, trembling with terror, yet flickering with fragile hope. They waited for the divine verdict of these so-called god servants, and for the final judgment of the dread deity enthroned high above within the sanctum of the altar. Li Wei sat motionless upon his throne, his gaze piercing through the vaulted ceiling of the temple, not with eyes but through the fractured lenses of the abyssal heart mirrors scattered among players' hands, observing the scene below with crystalline clarity. Truth be told, he desired these natives deeply. Players were undeniably useful, battle-hardened, resilient, even resurrectable. But they remained an unstable, capricious force, the fourth cataclysm, vanishing without warning the moment they logged out. These natives, however, as indigenous souls bound to this world, offered faith energy, far less explosive than players, yet infinitely more enduring, steady, unbroken, and inseparable from their very survival, which now hinged entirely upon Li Wei himself. More crucially, the temple's daily operations, future cultivation of farmland, and even the delegation of mundane quests to players, all demanded the presence of such NPCs to fill the living architecture of the world. "But I must not decree it outright," Li Wei murmured, fingertips tapping lightly upon the armrest of his throne, a subtle, knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. "If I simply command them to bring the villagers back, players become mere instruments, obedient hollow tools. Yet if they debate, weigh consequences, and ultimately choose of their own volition, then they will internalize a profound sense of mission and responsibility as saviors who rescued these people. Just as cultural workers must possess culture, a game must possess gameplay, and nothing embodies gameplay more powerfully than the sovereign right to decide another's fate." With that thought, Li Wei summoned the lingering dominion of deceit and mental link embedded in his divine spark, wove a precise message, and transmitted it directly into the minds and onto the abyssal heart mirrors of those present players who bore the relics. A resonant hum vibrated through the air. The heart mirrors worn by players, Watkanda Singh, Hajime South North Green Bean, and others, flared crimson, projecting faint red glyphs onto the mist-laced air. Server-wide critical decision event activated. Current options. Accept refugees, escort them to the temple, bear initial food costs. Reward, unlock territory population system, gain reputation, acquire potential NPC life profession specialists. B. Reject, abandon them to fate, or seize their last possessions. Reward, obtain villagers' tattered satchel 1 contents, a splintered cane, moldy rye, to a hemp tunic riddled with holes. The divine gaze is upon you. Decide via battlefield democracy within 5 minutes. At the ruined village gate, the players read the words. "Brothers, what's the call?" Watkanda was saying did not issue orders. Instead, he gathered the 15 nearby players into an impromptu council, crouching together on the frost-rimed earth, forming a rough circle. "Do we even need to think?" "I'm not a husky," spoke first, glancing toward a shivering little girl huddled nearby. He drove his iron rod deep into the frozen ground. "Option A, no question. We're here to play, not to become murderers, letting these elders, children, and infirm perish before our eyes. I'd wake screaming every night." That's the emotional camp. I also vote A. But from pure pragmatism, Hajime South North Green Bean stroked his chin, analyzing aloud. Look at the lore backdrop. The Orthodox Church sounds noble and radiant. Yet when crisis struck, they fled without a trace, abandoning their faithful to starve. Meanwhile, our abyssal deity, though admittedly unsettling, has granted us gear, resurrection, tangible grace. And this is raw demographic dividend. Dozens of bodies brought home means logistics, labor, infrastructure, real support. That was the rational camp. As consensus swelled, Wat Kendo-sing pointed silently toward option B and adjusted invisible spectacles, his expression one of serene, all-seeing amusement. Now examine the reward contrast closely. Option A unlocks a system and grants NPCs. Option B offers what? A broken cane, rotten grain, a moth-eaten shirt. Wat Kendo-sing let out a dry chuckle. The game designer's intent couldn't be more transparent. He grants us choice, but simultaneously signals unmistakably that A is the intended path. Had he truly wished us to consider B, even a single contribution point, or a loaf of black bread, would have sufficed. This is not coercion, it's elegant guidance. Necessary even. Exactly like classic RPGs, Shin-nong tastes 100 herbs added. You can slaughter the village, but you'll earn 3 copper coins. Complete the quest, and you receive a legendary artifact. Even fools know the answer. Still, Shin-nong glanced back at the villagers, their eyes wide with terror, their limbs trembling with exhaustion, and sighed. It's too real. Look at that elder's gaze, despair carved into every wrinkle. Watch the tremor in that child's small frame. In any other world, we'd crush these villagers like overripe fruit, perhaps even cage them as breeding stock. Yet this game renders detail with such unbearable fidelity that anyone with a shred of conscience hesitates to look away, let alone abandon them. That damn designer, masterfully weaving moral obligation and material incentive into one seamless thread. So the conclusion is inevitable, Wat Kendo-sing concluded. Choose a, aligned with conscience, optimized for gain, and above all the version correct answer. Seconded. Save them, absolutely save them. Within 2 minutes unanimity was sealed. Elder, please rise. Wat Kendo-sing turned and strode forward, stopping before the kneeling elder. He extended his hand, this time gentle, deliberate. Our deity is named the bygone. He cares not for your past sins, nor your frailty. Meeting the elder's clouded, yearning eyes, his voice rang clear and unwavering. He looks only to the future. So long as you strive to survive, the temple gates stand open for you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Master of the bygone. Tears streamed down the elder's weathered cheeks. Behind him, the entire village collapsed to their knees, bowing low before these strange, grotesque figures, players whose forms defied mortal logic. Enough, enough. No more kowtowing. Let's move. I'm not a husky unable to endure the raw emotion, scooped up the little girl who'd nearly been dragged down by hyenas moments earlier and lifted her onto his shoulders. Hold on tight, little sister. We're off to ride the slide. He gestured grandly toward the temple's entrance, a staircase slick with viscous amber glue. Thus, through the mist-choked forests of the godforsaken lands marched an improbable procession. A band of ragged, weapon-wielding abyssal devotees, yet behaving as fervent, selfless volunteers, carrying elders on their backs, cradling infants, supporting the wounded, laughing and bantering all the way toward the temple. When the column finally reached the temple plaza, night had long since fallen. Players from the construction team left behind to maintain infrastructure stared dumbfounded. Timber engineering dog lowered his log, blinking in disbelief. Holy hell, weren't you sent to capture slaves? Why did you bring back grandparents? No time for chatter, lend a hand. Wat Kendo-sing barked. These are future NPCs, treat them with respect. High atop the dais. The moment the villagers crossed the temple's threshold, Li Wei, who had sat in silent repose, snapped his eyes open. No cold system chime sounded. No digital interface flickered into view. Yet deep within his divine core, a warm rhythmic pulse surged, a sensation long absent, profoundly nourishing, like the first trickle of water returning to a parched, cracked riverbed. These few dozen souls, having entered the sacred precinct driven by desperate hunger for survival and overwhelming gratitude for divine asylum, immediately kindled faint, fragile, yet utterly pure threads of faith. Their collective devotion coalesced into a tangible current, so potent that the pallor receded slightly from Li Wei's translucent fingertips, restoring the faintest flush of life to his skin. Li Wei gazed downward upon the tender tableau. A slime lamp, suspended on a wooden rack by the reincarnated Edison, glowed with a soft, eerie emerald light. To the villagers, such luminescence should have reeked of abyssal corruption. Yet beneath the frigid black sky, its green radiance felt inexplicably warm, profoundly comforting. Because it was the light of home. Well done. Li Wei invoked his dominion, once more transmitting a final message, not only to their heart mirrors, but directly into each player's consciousness. Event completed, the faithful choice. Outcome acceptance. Faction alignment shift, chaotic, neutral, lawful, evil, leaning toward order building. Title acquired, merciful heart of the wasteland, minor reputation boost with NPCs. Players examined the title, odd-sounding given their abyssal allegiance, yet each felt a quiet, swelling pride. That irreplaceable, visceral satisfaction of having changed this world transcended any legendary artifact. All right, Wat Kendo-sing clapped sharply, breaking the tender silence. Refugees secured. Now comes resettlement. He pointed to several players standing out in the crowd, clearly specialists by bearing, Timber Dog, Edison. You two take charge of planning. Roof over those newly erected racks immediately and allocate rooms for elders and children. From this day forth, you are the twin pillars of infrastructure. Shin-nong tastes 100 herbs, raised his hand. Present. You understand, Flora. Examine the villagers' satchels for viable seeds. Or ask the elder where arable land lies nearby. Food security rests with you. Understood. And Fat Chef, Where's my mentorship session? Coming. Fat Chef sprinted forward, cradling a massive black cauldron seized from Knoll raiders. I've stewed the remaining hyena meat with wild greens, Shin Nong foraged. It may look questionable, but it's non-lethal guaranteed. Serve it hot to the NPCs. The temple plaza erupted anew, not with bloodshed but with the vibrant, chaotic warmth of hearth and home. Watching his players, rowdy, purposeful, tirelessly coordinated, Li Wei leaned back upon his throne, savoring the steady, strengthening flow of power within his divine form. He smiled, not as a distant god, but as a patriarch watching his children flourish. Or perhaps as a meticulous farmer observing his carefully tended crop thrive. The morning at the temple is no longer as silent as before. With the addition of dozens of villagers, the living area around the temple square has become filled with the warmth of life. The construction workers worked overnight to erect several large longhouses. Although they still leak air, they at least provide shelter from the deadly fog in the night. However, sitting on the throne, Li Wei looked at the resource reports from the back office, his brow furrowing tighter. The population is a blessing, but it is also a burden. Li Wei sighed. Now with players and villagers combined, the total population of the temple has approached 80. These 80 mouths demand food as soon as they open their eyes each day. Although Li Wei can use the authority of material manifestation to conjure black bread out of thin air, it is an extremely unprofitable endeavor. A bit of divine power spent on making bread yields far less than using it to strengthen his divine status or conjuring more players. I am an evil god with authorities of deception and mind, not harvest. I must find a stable source of food as soon as possible. Just as Li Wei was troubled over his livelihood, a sudden hurried footstep broke the tranquility of the temple. Big news. Big news. Am not a husky, rushed into the square like a whirlwind, not even bothering to return for the half tube of blood he had dropped after falling from the tree. Big shots. Over there. About 10 kilometers away. They're fighting. Who is fighting? Did the goblins counterattack? Asked. What can food? I said immediately, who was explaining tactics to the new players. No. The goblins are besieging a human caravan. The husky panted heavily, but his eyes shone with excitement. I saw it clearly. That caravan had several large carts filled to the brim with bags. One of the bags had torn, spilling out golden wheat. It's all food. Food. As soon as these two words were uttered, everyone's eyes in the square turned green. Whether it was players who had gnawed on black bread until they wanted to vomit or villagers with hollow stomachs, at this moment, they seemed to have caught a whiff of the fragrance of white bread. How many monsters? The canned food asked calmly. About 40 to 50 goblins. The caravan is struggling to hold on. Hakimi North and South green beans grabbed an axe. What are we waiting for? When we see injustice, we should shout and take action. I know we should save them. Wait. Canned food grabbed the people who were ready to charge, recklessly adjusted his glasses, and revealed a smile characteristic of a shrewd merchant. We must save them, after all. That's food, and also NPCs. However, we cannot save them for free. Moreover, the most critical issue is that we cannot trade with them in the wild, as divine power does not extend that far. So, canned food pointed in the direction of the temple. We need to invite them back. Invite them back to kill? Hakimi asked. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a foolish strategy. Do you understand the concept of sustainable resource management? We need to make them willingly hand over the food. At the edge of the misty forest, a fierce battle was taking place. The caravan, named Golden Spike Merchant Association, had now fallen into despair. Hold on. For the goods. For the master. The caravan's head guard swung his longsword, cutting down a goblin that pounced on him, but his arm was also pierced by a spear, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone. Damn. Why has the guardian statue failed? The head guard looked despairingly at the already cracked and dimmed statue of the god of radiance in the center of the cart. Without the protection of the statue, they became lost in the fog and crashed into the hungry goblins' encirclement. Just then, a uniform and powerful battle cry, filled with inexplicable energy, suddenly came from the hillside. Dozens of figures rushed out of the mist. Some wore tattered hemp clothes, while others were only shorts, holding rusty iron axes, wooden sticks, and bricks. But each of them appeared as if they were on steroids, their faces adorned with terrifying manic grins. That's mine. No one else can take it. Experience pack. Incoming. For white bread. Charge. The players' involvement instantly disrupted the battle. Although their equipment was lacking, they were fearless and unafraid of pain, coordinating extremely well in terms of competing for kills. Gongzi, hold off that elite. Gang Ji shouted, muscles bulging as he held a newly acquired wooden shield, standing firm against the charge of a goblin squad leader. Hakimi, flank. Annihilate them. Mage squad, lime throwers. Scatter it. In just 10 minutes, 40 to 50 goblins dropped several corpses and fled shrieking. As the battle concluded and the battlefield was cleared, the head guard looked at the group skillfully looting corpses and stripping equipment, his heart pounding. This group of people looked nothing like a regular army. They seemed more like a pack of starving bandits. Thank you, brave warriors, for your assistance. The head guard held his sword warily. May I ask who you are? We are nearby. Settlers. Canned food stepped forward with a friendly but in the head guard's eyes hypocritical smile. It seems you have encountered some trouble. The statue is broken. In this godforsaken place, without a statue to guide you, you won't make it 10 miles before being devoured by monsters. This? The head guard's face turned pale. Indeed, with the statue broken, they were blind. Meeting here is fate. Canned food pointed towards the temple. Our camp is nearby. There is divine protection there, absolutely safe. Moreover, our priest, actually made up by the players, might be able to help you repair the statue. How about we go to our fortress to rest? The head guard exchanged glances with the plump merchant. Go. This group looks just like bandits. Not going. Wait here to die? Then. He'll take my leave. The merchant gritted his teeth. On the way back to the temple, the atmosphere was unusually eerie. The merchant's cart was in the center, surrounded by players, as if escorting prisoners. Boss, a young guard whispered to the head guard, these people are not right. Look at that one with the axe hockey me. He's been drooling over our food cart the whole way, his gaze more greedy than that of a goblin. And that big guy Gonzi has been staring at my sword, murmuring some weird phrases like drop rate and quality. The head guard was drenched in cold sweat. Don't speak, keep your hands off the sword hilt. I suspect this is a case of black eating black. This group may be cannibalistic tribes or exiles from the wasteland. When we arrive, if things don't seem right, we abandon the cart to save our lives. The caravan's members were trembling, imagining themselves being turned into meat buns. However, when they passed through the last layer of mist and saw the black walls built against the mountain adorned with slime green light lamps, their hearts sank completely. This hellish color scheme, this strange green light, this is not a human camp at all. It is clearly a lair of monsters. Welcome to the only sanctuary in the forsaken land of the gods, the old temple. Canned Food smiled and gestured for them to enter. The cart drove into the square. The first thing that caught their eyes were the ragged villagers diligently moving bricks along, with several goblin slaves tied up to work. Next, they looked up and saw the grand dilapidated black temple towering dozens of meters high. And above, seated on the throne, shrouded in an indescribable black mist, and tentacle shadows gazing down at them with indifferent purple golden eyes. An evil god. The plump merchant rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. The head guard felt even colder, his sword clattering to the ground. It's over. Just out of the tiger's mouth, now into the wolf's den. This is not a cannibalistic tribe camp. This is the lair of the legendary evil god. Welcome guests from afar. Canned Food looked at the terrified caravan members, smiling even brighter. Don't be afraid, our god is very easy to talk to. As long as you can pay the price. He pointed at the broken statue of the god of radiance. Now we can discuss the business of repairing the statue. Of course, it will be under the watchful eyes of our god. On the high platform, Li Wei watched this scene, almost unable to contain his laughter. This group of players had truly mastered the art of coercion and inducement. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Since you've entered my temple, don't think about leaving easily. Li Wei extended a pale finger and pointed at the broken statue. Repair? No, it's a reshaping. To repair a statue of a proper god requires corresponding divine power, which Li Wei as an evil god certainly cannot provide. But he can occupy the nest of the magpie, forcibly filling and transforming it with his own power. Buzz. In the center of the square, the originally dim goddess statue began to tremble violently. A miracle has descended. The unaware merchants were still exclaiming, but the next second their exclamations turned into terrified screams. A thick black mist surged out of the cracks in the statue, enveloping the entire sculpture like a living thing. Accompanied by the sickening crack sounds, the statue began to twist into a bizarre shape. The once kind and gentle visage of the goddess gradually became blurred, finally transforming into an abstract mask with a single, i.e. the staff representing light, in her hand, twisted into intertwined tentacle-like torches. Seconds later, the black mist dissipated. A version of the evil god guardian statue, entirely black, exuding a faint purple light, and possessing a bizarre, yet alluring beauty, appeared before everyone. Although it looked a bit hellish, and staring at it for too long would cause dizziness, the oppressive cold aura it emanated indeed forced the surrounding mist back for dozens of meters. Is it fixed? The head guard swallowed hard, feeling that staring at this statue might lower his sanity. Not only is it fixed, but it's also an enhanced version. Canned Food patted the statue, radiating coldness. Bonus feature, it has a strong deterrent effect on low-level monsters. Of course, the side effect may involve some nightmares, but that's a blessing from the god, you'll get used to it. Seeing the merchants still trembling, Canned Food realized the timing was about right, but he did not stop there. In addition to the statue, we have another specialty that you must buy. Canned Food snapped his fingers. Nearby, Edison immediately approached with several glass bottles radiating a faint green light. Inside the bottles, slimes filled with fluorite were slowly wriggling, emitting a steady and bright glow. Look at this slime magic lamp. Canned Food held up a bottle and shook it in front of the merchants. In this damned forsaken land, light is life. Ordinary torches are afraid of wind and rain, and they need oil. But this thing is different. It doesn't need oil, it doesn't need electricity. As long as you occasionally feed it some garbage rotten meat, or even the mud on the ground, it can keep shining forever. True biological energy, environmentally friendly, and infinite duration. The eyes of the merchant and head guard instantly widened. As a caravan that had long traveled through the wasteland, they understood the value of such a stable light source all too well. This is simply a divine artifact in the dark. If brought to the noble circles of a large city, it could definitely fetch a sky-high price as an alchemical product. Is this for us? The merchant asked, his greed temporarily overcoming his fear. Of course. Canned Food revealed a devilish smile. The cost of repairing the statue plus these 10 magic lamps. In exchange, we need those 2 carts of food from you. This? 2 carts of food. The merchant felt a pang of pain. What? Do you think it's too expensive? Canned Food's face darkened. Then shall we smash the statue, and take back the lamps, and you can walk out on your own. The surrounding players cooperatively raised their axes and bricks, letting out sinister laughter. It's not expensive. Not at all. The plump merchant nearly jumped up, shouting with a choked voice, let's trade. Well, trade. As long as we can leave alive these 2 carts of food, will all be offered to you, my lords. This lamp is simply a miracle. The deal was struck. Li Wei satisfactorily retracted his finger. Though it consumed a fair amount of divine power, he gained 2 carts of urgently needed food and conveniently promoted the slime lamp concocted by this group of players. This was a win. His gaze scanned the 2 carts of food, finally settling on the cart at the end of the caravan that was covered in sealing talismans. There he sensed a faint yet pure life force. It was a natural power that seemed out of place in this desolate wasteland. It seems in addition to food there is an unexpected gain. Li Wei's lips curled slightly, revealing the smile of a farmer who had just discovered a premium seed. A living. Tran. Pongzi tossed a large lump of kneaded dough onto the board. Do you know how to roll the wrappers? How to fold dumplings? If not, I'll teach you. Roll the dough into a long rope, cut it into small pieces, flatten them, then roll into circles. Under Pangzi's guidance, several village women who had been at a loss quickly found their rhythm. Though they had never seen dumplings like this before, years of labor had made their fingers nimble. Before long, plump, snowy white dumplings lay on the board like rows of ingots. Into the pot. The large black cauldron seized from the dog-headed raiders' camp finally proved useful. As the water boiled, the pale dumplings plunged in and bobbed amid the scalding spray. Minutes later, ready. Pongzi ladled a steaming bowl full of dumplings and handed the first one to the old village chief. Try it, old sir. This is the taste of our homeland. The old chief took the chipped earthen bowl with trembling hands. The skins were thin and the filling generous, the meat's color faintly visible through the dough. A warm breath of wheat and meat rose up and stung his eyes. He bit cautiously. Scalding broth burst in his mouth. It was the glutinous softness of well-made dough, the savory freshness of the meat, and the thrilling bite of spices he had never known before. For an instant, the old chief felt transported back 60 years to his childhood, to a world that had not yet slipped into such despair when his mother once made him a meat soup. He chewed and tears slipped into the bowl. So good. So very good. He wanted to praise it, but his sparse vocabulary failed him. He could only bow his head and swallow greedily, as if he wanted to devour that moment of happiness and keep it inside. The other villagers received their portions as well. For a time, the square was filled only with the rhythmic sounds of slurping and chewing. The little girl once rescued by a husky held half a dumpling, her mouth glistening with grease. She looked up with bright eyes and asked Pongzi in a baby voice, Uncle Pang, is this food eaten by the gods? Pongzi paused, then laughed loudly and ruffled the girl's straw-colored hair. This is not food for gods. This is food for people. As long as you work hard from now on, you'll be able to eat this every day. In that instant, the villagers saw the broad-faced, cleaver-wielding Pongzi as more radiant than any lofty statue. If these are the followers of an evil god, they could happily remain such worshippers for life. Yet the surprises were not over. While everyone was wiping sweat from their brows, Pongzi brought out a huge platter piled with trembling, translucent green cubes, some kind of jelly. Dessert after the meal, Pongzi announced proudly. This is my special pudding made from slime gel and the sweet berry juice Shinong found, refined through 3 processes, slime pudding. When the players heard the word slime, their faces turned a little green. After all, they had slain those things with their own hands. They were like giant slug creatures. Don't worry, it's been sterilized at high heat. Pongzi scooped a piece and popped it into his mouth. Springy. Silky. And it smells of fruit. Amazing. A few brave players try to bite. Whoa, this is actually impressive. The texture. Like zizzalong. Tastes like green apple. This is really food. Slimes are full of treasure. The villagers, seeing this, sampled the pudding cautiously. That cool, sweet, tender texture was, for those who had never tasted sugar in their lives, nothing short of a heavenly delicacy. Shinong chewed and took notes. Slime gel solidifies when heated, denatures in acid. Its main components seem to be polysaccharides and proteins. Isn't this natural gelatin? We can mass-produce jelly. While the square celebrated, and everyone ate until they were sweating. A commotion rose from the last wagon placed in a corner and long ignored. The creature inside had stirred awake. Someone yelled, "Hey everyone, look. It's come to life." The player who had been dismantling the wagon for firewood gave an astonished cry, as if discovering a new world. There's something top tier in that cage. His shout drew everyone's attention. Top tier. Purple gear. Make way, make way. Let me see. Players with bowls in hand surged toward the wagon. They lifted the heavy black cloth covering the carriage to reveal an iron cage etched with runes. Curled inside was a figure, a fragile forest elf maiden. Though she wore a tattered hemp dress, it could not mask her breathtaking beauty. Her silver hair flowed like moonlight disheveled across her shoulders, a few strands falling against her pale, near-transparent cheeks, lending her a heartbreakingly fragile air. Her pointed ears drooped slightly in fear, while her eyes, pure emeralds even in despair, watched the crowd with wary alertness. Especially striking were her long, slender neck and the faint green sigils near her collarbone that in the dim temple light gave off a strange charm mixing sanctity and corruption. For 3 perfectly synchronized seconds the players fell silent, then erupted into even wilder cries and howls. No way. An elf. The modeling, the skin texture. Am done for. Wife. This is my unseen wife. The designers are killing me. Who can resist this battle-damaged elf? Pongzi, quick serve my goddess a bowl of dumplings. Thin skins lots of filling. Locked in the cage, Eileen was terrified by the frenzied gazes and the incoherent shouts of these humans. She instinctively drew back, hugging her knees like a startled fawn. On the dais, Li Wei sat on the throne, watching the players' reactions with a satisfied nod. It was worth the money. Her looks alone will raise retention among these lecherous players. He had planned to descend and display divine favor himself, but as he rose he sat back down. No, I am now the ineffable supreme ruler. If I personally carry a bowl of dumplings to feed an elf, my image would be ruined. How would I lead my followers afterward? His gaze fell on the cat-eared girl at the edge of the square who was secretly licking the bottom of a pudding bowl while peering curiously at the cage. Mia, the stern voice thundered in the cat girl's mind. Meowie. Mia trembled, nearly dropping her bowl. She straightened at attention, tail erect. Gee God. I'm here. Bring a bowl of dumplings to that cage, Li Wei instructed calmly. She is the gardener I purchased. Tell her the rules. Okay. Though Mia was a little afraid of the elf inside. After all the legends said the pointed-eared folk were proud, she obeyed the god's order and forced herself forward. Before the cage, the crowd watched the spectacle, but without a quest marker, no one dared tamper with the rune locks. Make way, meow. Mia pushed through the people carrying a steaming bowl, putting on a stern face as she squeezed forward. It's my can. The god's envoy has arrived. The players graciously made a path for her. Mia stood before the cage, and looking at the elf, who was both more beautiful and more pitiable than herself, felt her fear ebb. A few days earlier she had been curled in a corner starving. It was the god who had given her a dried fish and a reason to keep living. Now it was her turn to pass on that hope. Mia drew a key from her waist, stood on tiptoe, and with a click opened the cage door. Eileen watched the cat-eared girl with terror muscles taut and ready to fight. Yet the anticipated attack never came. The steaming bowl of dumplings was carefully pushed toward her. Eat meow. Mia crouched at the cage door, her heterochromatic eyes blinking. Her voice was soft and syrupy as she tried to imitate Li Wei's inscrutable tone. The god says no idlers here. But this meal is an employment benefit. Employment. Eileen stared at the dumplings, their aroma driving a shameful rumble from her empty stomach. It means work. Mia pointed to the frantic Shinnong not far away. See that madman? He understands plants, but not how to care for them. We need a true gardener. I heard your forest elf songs can make seeds sprout. If you can grow food, the god says dumplings will be provided without end. Eileen looked into Mia's clear eyes, then toward the dark mist on the dais. This was the domain of an evil god steeped in the scent of death. These humans seemed terrifyingly mad. Yet she lowered her head and stared at the warm broth. Tears fell unexpectedly. During the months of capture, she had heard only curses and eaten only sour water. Those who proclaimed themselves righteous treated her like cargo. Yet here this god sent a half-human girl with a bowl of hot food. Trembling, she reached for a scalding dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth, without ceremony. It was delicious. After one, she lifted her head, her emerald eyes still shone with tears, but also a new resolve. In a hoarse but steady voice, she told Mia, I can farm. I can sing. She wiped the grime from her face and gave a beautiful, bleak, yet hopeful smile. As long as I am fed, he'll plant anything. Server announcement, congratulations. Special NPC Wandering Forest Elf Eileen has joined the faction. Life profession system updated, plant cultivation unlocked. Current temple population 81 people including players. Seeing the new notice on the protective mirror and watching the exquisite elf devour her food, the players' faces softened with a proud fatherly satisfaction. This is set. From now on we'll have not only dumplings, but an elf girl to sing for us. This game was worth it. At dawn, before the mist over the godforsaken lands had lifted, a shrill roar shattered the camp's tranquility. Stop. All of you, cease at once. Not there. That's solid rock. Erin Munchant, freshly awakened, stood beside a newly tilled furrow. Her silvery hair crackled with static fury, its usual elegance and poise utterly abandoned. She had believed today's task, guiding these chosen ones in farming, would be sacred and effortless. After all, humanity was a race long familiar with cultivation. Moreover, last night the Divine Lord had granted her fluency in their tongue. She'd assumed her duty would be light. Reality struck her with a resounding slap. That one, civil engineering dog. Erin pointed frantically at a deep pit in the center of the field, her voice breaking with despair. What in the name of nature are you doing? Why have you carved the irrigation channel into this bizarre square-and-square pattern? Water cannot flow uphill. From the pit's depths, civil engineering dog emerged, wiping sweat from his brow with an air of bewildered innocence, clutching a hand-forged entrenching tool. Sister Erin, you wouldn't understand. I'm exploiting a glitch. No, I mean I'm attempting to create infinite water. According to my calculations, pouring 2 buckets of water along this diagonal will cause the central pool to replenish endlessly. That's perpetual motion, don't you see? Infinite water. Water flows. It's a fundamental law. Erin felt her grasp of natural principles violently upended. And who authorized you to mix that viscous green slime into the soil? Nearby, Shinnong tastes 100 herbs, adjusted a pair of non-existent spectacles with solemn gravity. This is experimental fertilizer now. 1. Shinnong formula. Slime gel rich in magical vitality, serves theoretically as a slow-release arcane fertilizer. If successful, wheat may mature once per week. Gazing upon these singularly unorthodox individuals, Erin felt her obsessive-compulsive tendencies spiraling toward terminal severity. Just as she prepared to calm their frenzy with a soothing nature spell, calamity erupted. VVVVRRR. Every player's chest bore a palm-sized obsidian mirror, the demonic god talisman also known as the heart-protecting mirror, and all of them simultaneously vibrated, emitting a faint, eerie luminescence. Whoa, what's happening? Is it ringing? My talisman's heating up. Players dropped their tools and stared down in astonishment. The obsidian surface, once flawlessly polished, lit up like a smartphone screen. Lines of softly golden divine script shimmered into existence directly upon its face, even projecting holographically into midair. Global Announcement Version Update 1. 1. Cultivation and Guardianship. Issued by the Supreme Sovereign. To my beloved devotees. In recognition of your extraordinary contributions during Phase 1 of the Origin Trial, and given that your collective average level has surpassed LV3, the Divine Temple shall now enter a new stage of development. Deep within the temple, Livy sat upon his throne, fingers coiling delicate strands of divine power, broadcasting through these distributed terminals. Ah, the true brilliance of the heart-protecting mirror, Livy murmured, observing players' reactions through his divine sight, nodding in quiet satisfaction. It is not merely a resurrection artifact, but also a communication conduit, and a channel for power transmission. The script continued scrolling. 1. Divine Favor Emporium Adjustment. The Emporium is permanently closed. Henceforth, all provisions shall be supplied exclusively by Aaron Munchant, Sylvan Elf, and fellow life-skilled players at the communal mess hall. He who does not labor shall not eat. Craving finer fare. Till the fields. Hunt the wilds. 2. Equipment Skills Distribution. Detection confirms that the vast majority of players have attained LV3 Soul Resonance threshold met. Effective immediately, all newly registered players reaching level 3 shall automatically receive the demonic god heart-protecting mirror. All prior bearers of the mirror shall receive compensation: Standard Iron Longsword 1, Standard Leather Armor 1. Skill Infusion Foundational Swordsmanship Introductory, automatically embedded into muscle memory. 3. Power System Reconstruction. Previously accumulated contribution points shall no longer redeem basic supplies, but instead convert directly into Divine Grace experience points. Death penalties shall now deduct a portion of experience. Cherish your lives. Boom. At the very instant the announcement appeared, a warm current surged from each heart-protecting mirror into its bearer's body. This was no metaphor. It was tangible energy infusion. In the square, I'll teach you how to live. Midway through chopping vegetables, jolted violently. His arms flooded with raw strength. His senses sharpened, he could discern individual motes of dust dancing in sunlit air. This sensation. I've leveled up. Instinctively he flicked his wrist, and a gleaming iron sword materialized in his grip. No awkwardness, no hesitation. As if he had trained with blade in hand for 10 years. Fwoosh, fwoosh fwoosh. He traced 3 flawless flourishes, movements fluid as wind and water, ending with perfect stillness, blade suspended midair. Level 4. The portly man glanced at his status panel and shouted in delight. With my save contribution points, I've jumped straight to level 4, and my XP bar is nearly full. Level 5 is imminent. Nearby Shinong tastes 100 herbs shimmered with emerald light, perhaps tinted by whatever strange herb he'd just consumed, his vitality radiant and invigorated. I'm level 4 too. Shinong exclaimed, executing a flawless Thomas spin on the ground. With this physique, I could win Olympic gold in gymnastics right now. Civil Engineering Dog swung his shovel with ecstatic force, digging a crater in a single strike. My strength stat has at least doubled. He roared euphoric. With this might I'll carve canals across the entire wasteland. Sister Aaron, wait and witness my hydraulic masterpiece. Aaron stared dumbfounded at these humans who had just undergone explosive ascension. A second ago they were merely slightly sturdier commoners. Now each exuded an aura rivaling that of a first-tier professional soldier, especially the leaders among them whose power edged perilously close to seasoned adventurers. This is the power of a demonic god. Aaron gazed at the pulsing talismans over their hearts, awe rising like incense smoke, unspoken, profound, ineffable. Within the temple, Livy exhaled slowly, watching the spectacle unfold. As players ascended, he sensed his dormant divine core stir, awakening ever so slightly. My current strategy is sound. Leaning back in his throne, Livy's eyes gleamed with sharp, calculating light. The previous divine war claimed countless deities. This world instinctively rejects any concentration of power at the divine tier. Were I to forcibly restore my full divine form, I'd invite cosmic rejection and the relentless pursuit of those rabid starbound hunters. But his gaze lingered upon the jubilant faces in the divine vision. By dispersing my power, transforming them into my vessels and extensions, I circumvent celestial edicts. With every level they gain, I erode this accursed land's resistance, even reverse its corruption. The stronger my players grow, the stronger I become. This also ensures that when I fully awaken, I won't be cast out into the star realms. I have no intention of facing those predators alone. Livy tapped lightly upon the armrest, then transmitted a private message, visible only to the Vanguard players Husky and XING gang via the heart-protecting mirrors. Hidden quest activated: survey the 5-kilometer radius surrounding the Divine Temple, chart a detailed map, and locate untapped resource nodes. Reward: unlock level 5 advanced class promotion. Very well, my brave warriors. Go forth and expand our dominion. Deep within the Mistwood forest before the Blackrock mine outpost. A crude mountain-anchored camp, once rigorously guarded, now exuded an air of decay. Rough-hewn log barricades leaned askew, tattered beast hides littered the ground. Halt! What canned goods, I said, raised a hand signaling his 20-strong squad to take cover. They flattened themselves behind a moss-blackened earthen slope, exposing only half their heads. The situation differs slightly from what Husky reported during reconnaissance. Canned goods gently pressed his palm against the demon god's heart mirror strapped to his chest. With a subtle shift of will, its rim shimmered with eerie light, and a faint crimson tactical overlay bloomed across his vision. Within this streamlined interface, stripped of cluttering health bars and numeric readouts, he perceived not cold data, but visceral intuitive states. Before them, the camp pulsed with over 30 thermal signatures. Augmented by the heart mirror's analysis, most of the cobalt figures bore labels weakened, terrified, or packing up. Looks like they've been utterly broken, preparing to flee. Canned goods murmured, voice low and analytical, most of their main force has likely withdrawn deep into the mine, or already vanished entirely. What remains are expendable rear guards, or the infirm and elderly, between 30 and 40 in total. Then what are we waiting for? Hakimi North-South Mung Bean tightened his grip on a battle-worn iron axe, eyes gleaming with fierce anticipation. Even if they're remnants, they're still legitimate monsters. Every monster means experience points and loot. Don't underestimate them. A cornered beast fights hardest, and right now we're all glass cannons. Canned goods adjusted non-existent spectacles, his gaze sweeping over the players behind him. Though prior skirmishes had armed them with rudimentary gear, true iron weapons, those bartered from merchant caravans or seized in battle, remained scarce. Of the 20, only the frontline 10 wore full kits, the rest clutched wooden clubs and sharpened stones. A frontal assault guarantees casualties. This outpost lies far from the resurrection point. Reviving would cost precious time, and losing equipment would be catastrophic. His gaze hardened, crystallizing a ruthlessly efficient player-crafted tactic. Listen well. The operation code name is Gear Relay. Team A, fully armed vanguard, advances with me. Your sole directive: press forward relentlessly. Trade wounds for kills. Team B, reserves. Maintain position exactly 2 meters behind each Team A member. Canned goods gestured toward their hard-won iron armor, and Blade's voice grave. Remember, no logistical support exists at this range. Men may fall, but gear must never stop moving. If a comrade falls, the next man does not mourn, not even to finish off the enemy. He snatches up the fallen one's sword and shield, strips the armor off the body, if time allows, or grabs the weapon alone, and immediately steps into that void to keep swinging. We must make these natives believe we are unkillable. Our blade formation has no gaps, no weakness, no end. The players exchanged glances, then bared grins known only to veterans. Understood. Assembly line warfare. As long as the sword remains, the damage flows. This blade is the baton. Dang dang dang. Heart of Steel slid his shield onto his forearm and grinned. I love this tactic. Brutal, brilliant. Move out. Inside the outpost, Cobalt Centurion Split Tooth stood atop the watchtower, kicking a dozing guard in frustration. Left behind by Grull to hold the line, he seethed with resentment, while an oppressive, soul-deep dread emanating from the temple direction compelled him to flee this land at every breath. Pack faster. Abandon any rotten meat you can't carry. Split Tooth roared, just as shhhshhhhhh. Footsteps echoed through the mist. No war cries. No battle shouts. Only the heavy, restrained breaths of men suppressing exhilaration. Intruders. Humans. Split Tooth's pupils contracted. He blew the alarm horn with desperate force. Over 30 kobolds scrambled for weapons. Though morale had crumbled, the primal instinct to survive ignited feral aggression, even against ragged, seemingly vulnerable humans. Slaughter them all. Thwip. Thwip. A few bow and arrows and thrown spears arced lazily. Clang. Dang dang dang. Heart of Steel raised his wooden shield, stopping one arrow dead. The impact numbed his arm. The heart mirror flashed yellow across his vision. Minor bone fracture. Left arm. He did not pause. Without health bars to distract him, his focus sharpened. Adrenaline drowning pain. For the tribe. No, for the temple. With a guttural roar, Heart of Steel charged forward, dragging his injured arm like a battering ram, and shattered the crumbling log barricade at the gate. Woof! 2 kobolds lunged with spears. He did not dodge. Per the relay protocol, evasion wasted momentum and left teammates stranded. Thwack! Thwack! Both spears plunged deep into his abdomen and chest. Agony flared. The heart mirror erupted in crimson, warning critical injury. Vital signs collapsing. Blood welled at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes burned with an emerald glare sharper than ghost fire. Grimacing, he dropped his shield and seized both spear shafts embedded in his flesh, yanking backward with savage strength. Come here, you bastards. The kobolds staggered, unprepared for a dying man whose strength surged beyond reason. Hakimi, relay. Heart of Steel's final shout dissolved into white light as his body began to fade. Received. A shadow burst from the space where he'd stood. It was Hakimi North-South Mung Bean. Without hesitation, without even glancing at the fading form. Midair, he caught the falling high-carbon steel longsword, and riding the momentum brought it down in a horizontal cleave across the 2 off-balance kobolds. Shink. Frostlight flashed. 2 kobold heads soared skyward. That's teamwork. Hakimi laughed, stepping onto the spot where Heart of Steel had vanished. and charging onward. This pattern repeated across the battlefield. A player fell, yet locked his arms around an enemy's leg in death's grip. Before the foe could wrench free, the reserve behind him snatched up the fallen weapon and drove it straight through the enemy's throat. This was no battle. It was cold, mechanical, relentless, a grinding advance like a meat grinder fed with iron teeth. The kobolds realized with mounting horror that these humans moved as one entity. Kill one, and another stepped seamlessly into his place, wielding the same blade, radiating identical lethal intent. Those gleaming iron swords never touched the earth. They hovered eternal and merciless above every kobold head. Monsters, madmen. Centurion Splittooth swung his looted steel battle-axe, shattering a player's shield and cleaving man and timber alike. Yet the dying player offered no plea, only spat blood into Splittooth's face, then hurled his own axe backward with his last strength. Catch it. First axe in the server, don't lose it. Player voice, what can goods, I said, caught the blood-slicked weapon midair and adjusted his phantom spectacles. Through the heart mirror, he saw Splittooth's status, clearly extreme terror, right arm muscle strain, exhaustion. He's afraid. Canned Goods spoke calmly into the channel he spent. Team B, full advance. Deny him breath. Deny him time. The remaining 10 players surged forward like starved wolves. You don't fear deaths. Splittooth screamed, driving back 2 foes with a single swing, only to feel a blade pierce his back. He whirled, receiving a gash across his thigh. These humans refused to defend. They sought only to carve one final wound into him before their own deaths. Death. Husky darted behind him, delivering a crushing blow to the Centurion's skull with a blunt club, and smirked. We've got resurrection snacks waiting. Boom. With the final strike, the massive Centurion collapsed, defeated, unwilling, unmoving. Silence swallowed the outpost. The surviving kobolds, seeing their leader fall, broke completely, dropping weapons and shrieking as they fled into fissures deep within the mine. The players did not pursue. They were spent. Of the original 20, only 8 remained standing. Kobold corpses lay everywhere. Though player bodies had already respawned, the blood-soaked ground bore mute witness to the battle's ferocity. Huff, huff. Hakimi collapsed onto the earth, his sword trembling in his hand. Damn, that was real. Real battlefield grit. That bone-jarring recoil, my hand's still numb. Loot the field now. Though exhausted himself, Canned Goods kept command, collect every usable piece, especially what Heart of Steel and the others dropped. Not one item left behind. Those aren't just tools, they're our brothers' lifelines. The players set to work methodically, stripping the dead. No system notifications declared, item acquired. Instead, they scavenged like survivors, peeling leather armor from kobold torsos, gathering straighter spears, even hauling away the large iron cauldron used for cooking meat. Canned Goods, look at this. Husky pulled a black stone tablet, etched with arcane runes, from Splittooth's corpse. Canned Goods took the slab. The heart mirror vibrated softly, projecting golden script across its surface. Item: Blackrock mine access, token lower tier description, likely a key to mechanisms deep within the mine, bearing residual aura of Grull, its former commander. Canned Goods lifted his gaze toward the mine's yawning lightless maw. There lay the true nest, and the hiding place of Grull, who'd fled with the treasure. The outpost is secured. Wiping blood from his face, he smiled, satisfied, resolute. But this is only the beginning. Signal the revived comrades, bring supplies, and move swiftly. Tell them, the dungeon entrance is open. Time to enter the instance. The battle at the forward outpost had ended, but there was no cheer. What remained for the 8 survivors was a field of corpses and a mountain of scattered debris. What time is it? Quintins glanced at the chronometer embedded in his breastplate and frowned. Gongzi and the others won't respawn for another hour. And even after that, it'll take at least 20 minutes to sprint here from the temple. We can't wait idly here. That boss named Grull escaped. If he's given time to reset his traps or relocate his horde, we'll suffer a catastrophic loss. Then shall we scout ahead first? Husky wiped blood from his dagger and eyed the pitch-black entrance to the mine shaft. Might as well clear the path. Agreed, but stay cautious. Quintins bundled several fine iron longswords together with frayed cloth strips and slung them across his back. Our current objective is obstacle clearance and waymarking. Husky, you lead. Disarm traps only. Do not engage monsters. Understood. The interior of the Blackrock mine proved far more labyrinthine than anticipated. This was no mere excavation pit. It was a colossal subterranean maze. Countless branching tunnels spread like a spider's web, while the air hung thick with damp mildew and sulfurous fumes. The 8 surviving players advanced with agonizing difficulty, not only because they had to constantly watch for tripwires beneath their feet and falling rocks overhead, but because they were unbearably heavy. To ensure their fallen comrades' gear wouldn't be lost, each player bore an impossible burden. Quintins carried 3 swords, 2 shields, and a battle-axe strapped to his waist, his every step clanging like a peripatetic blacksmith's forge. The others fared little better. Some hauled bundles of spears, the others staggered under sacks of leather armor, stripped from goblin corpses. I can't. I just can't. One player leaned against the wall, gasping. This is absurdly hardcore. Is the encumbrance system deliberately designed to break us? My stamina bars flashing crimson. Let's talk. Save your breath for walking. Husky halted before a fork and marked the wall with a luminous stone, drawing a bold arrow. Leave clear markers. Don't let Gongzi, the cartographic disaster, get lost again. Their progress was anything but peaceful. Though the main force had fled, Gruul had left behind numerous vile parting gifts, spiked barricades, choked certain passages, crude bear traps lay buried beneath loose earth. Clack! With practiced ease, Husky triggered a pendulum trap using a spear. The massive log plummeted with a howl of wind, slamming into empty ground and making every onlooker's scalp crawl. If that had landed squarely, we'd all be teleporting back to town for free. Thus, inch by wary inch, over an hour passed. At last they wound through the serpentine corridors and arrived before a colossal gate, a barred portcullis sealed tight with thick timber beams and iron chains. The air here grew unnervingly still, the chill so penetrating it gnawed at the bone. No way forward. Kintins dropped his heavy gear sack and collapsed onto the floor, breathing hard. This must be the core zone. Husky, scout ahead. Before Husky could move, rapid, heavy footsteps echoed down the tunnel behind them, followed by Gongzi's unmistakable booming voice. Brother Can. Husky, where are you? Follow the arrows and avoid the marks I drew. Minutes later, a dozen figures burst from the darkness, clad only in flimsy novice loincloths, yet brimming with raw energy. It was the main party resurrected and racing to join them. Holy hell, we finally caught up. Dang Dongxin charged ahead, stared at the exhausted group slumped on the ground, and then at the towering heap of gear beside them. He froze, then nearly wept with gratitude. Brothers, my sword, my shield, you actually carried them in. Of course. Kintins gestured weakly toward the pile and rolled his eyes. You're finally here. Take your things. These iron monstrosities are crushing us. A nearby player, utterly spent, groaned. That game designer is truly unhinged. Even a basic backpack would have been merciful. No storage space at all. Seriously, every point of weight has movement speed and double stamina drain. How realistic can this get? Gongzi chuckled sheepishly as he snatched up his beloved fine iron longsword and shield, refitting himself in full regalia. Thanks, brothers. I'll treat you all to black bread. Plenty for everyone. With fresh reinforcements, the party's combat readiness surged anew. As they re-equipped, laughter and good-natured grumbling about the game's inhuman design filled the air, briefly joyfully. Enough jesting. Kintins rose, drank deeply from his waterskin, and turned grave. He raised his slime mana lamp, its eerie green light illuminating the sealed portcullis. Gruul is almost certainly behind that door, and I have a dreadful premonition. He pointed to the narrow gap beneath the gate. Do you smell it? What is that? Smells foul. Did those goblins relieve themselves inside? Unlikely. Fatso, whose in-game title was I'll Teach You Life, shook his head, his face pale. I'm a chef. I know this scent intimately. It's rotting meat. Massive-scale decomposition. All levity vanished. Open the gate. Kintins commanded. Gongzi and Hakimi stepped forward, axes and shields raised, and slammed them against the rusted iron lock. Clang, clang, clang. With a sharp crack, the chain snapped. The heavy wooden gate groaned, a grating, teeth-rattling screech, as it slowly toppled inward. Boom. The portal yawned open. Kintins lifted his mana lamp and strode in first. Yet when the sickly green light spilled into the chamber, the players, who moments earlier had bantered about what purple tire loot the boss might drop, were struck mute as if throttled mid-breath. An absolute silence descended, broken only by the slow, hollow plink, plink, plink of water dripping from the cavern's ceiling, each drop echoing like a hammer blow upon their hearts. It was a vast natural cavern, converted into a warehouse, but it held no grain, no gold, no treasure, only bones. Thousands upon thousands of bleached, white skeletons carelessly piled like refuse into a ghastly pallid hill. Some belonged to beasts, but most were unmistakably humanoid, human skulls, slender elven leg bones, stout dwarven ribs, all intermingled, bearing deep bite marks and brutal axe wounds. Strips of uncut flesh still clung to some bones, grotesquely illuminated by the green glow. Beside the bone mound hung rows of rusted iron hooks. Inside, several empty iron cages, dried black blood and frantic claw scratches stained the floor. Deeper still lay a series of bottomless dungeon pits. Ugh! A faint, barely audible moan drifted up from the muck within one pit. By lamplight, the players saw a dozen emaciated figures, mere skin stretched over brittle bone, huddled naked in filth and stagnant sewage. Iron collars locked around their necks. When the light touched their faces, they didn't beg. They flinched, hugged their heads, and shuddered violently, emitting guttural whimpers of utter despair. In that immense, echoing dungeon, only these dozen souls remained. What did that mean? That all the rest had become the pale mountain outside. And atop a butcher's block near the dungeon entrance lay half a corpse, still unprocessed. A little girl no older than 7 clutched a ragged cloth doll in her tiny fist, her thigh slashed bare, most of the flesh already carved away. Ugh! A new player, who moments before had joked about eating Gongzi, broke, staggered to the wall, and retched violently. His chestplate interface flashed crimson, psychological stress critical, desperately intensifying blur filters. But it was useless. This visceral, soul-shattering horror, this cruelty that shattered every boundary of gaming decorum, could not be masked by pixelation. This was the truth of the godforsaken lands. There were no fairy tales here, no heroic quests. Here weakness was sin itself. Goblins, the cartoonish chattering nuisances of other games, were here the cruelest, greediest cannibals imaginable. They saw humans as bipedal sheep, sentient beings as living larders. Gongzi's knuckles whitened around his shield, the veins bulged, creaking audibly. He remembered back at the temple feeling a pang of guilt watching captured goblins labor under exhaustion. Thinking fleetingly, was that too harsh? Now he wanted nothing more than to strike himself twice across the face. These beasts. Hakimi bowed his head, his voice a raw, shattered rasp. The very axe he'd flaunted moments ago was now gripped with lethal tension, the blade scraping sparks off the stone floor with a shriek. I retract everything I said before. This isn't XP fodder. Husky removed the ever-present mask of irreverence, his chest plates filter dissolving, to reveal bloodshot, burning eyes. He strode to the dungeon gate and swung a rusted iron bar like a madman battering the corroded lock that bound the living prisoners. Clang, clang, clang. Each blow was thrown with desperate full-body force, sparks flying like dying stars. No one spoke. No one intervened. Silently, every player surged forward, slashing with blades, smashing with stones, even tearing at wooden posts with bare hands. Moments ago they complained about cramped inventories, unbearable weight, impossible terrain. Now they only cursed their own tardiness. Rescue them. Quintins uttered only 2 words, cold, final, like a death sentence. The gate splintered under sheer violence. They rushed into that stinking hellscape, stripping off their newly acquired still-warm leathers to drape over the dozen shivering survivors. Some pulled out precious black bread from their packs, dissolved it in water from their flasks, and fed it drop by painstaking drop to slaves too weak even to swallow. Don't be afraid. We're here. Gongzi cradled an elderly man covered in weeping sores. The towering man, 6'3" of solid muscle, had tears streaming down his scarred cheeks. It's over. No one will ever eat you again. Deep within the temple, Li Wei sat motionless upon his obsidian throne, observing all through the lens of the players' chest plates. He felt it, the violent seismic shift in their spiritual resonance. A transformation, from casual amusement to incandescent, all-consuming rage. A moral realignment, from chaotic neutral to lawful evil forged in the crucible of righteous vengeance. Rage then. A glacial gleam flickered in Li Wei's violet gold eyes. Only by confronting true darkness will you comprehend how fragile, how luxurious morality and mercy truly are, in this world abandoned by gods. To survive, to impose order, there remains but one path, to be crueler, stronger, and more absolute than the monsters themselves. Hidden server-wide achievement unlocked, awakened arbiter. Description: you witnessed the wasteland's brutality. Your soul was tempered in wrath. Within the mind, Gongzi lifted his gaze toward the abyssal darkness of the tunnel, Grull's escape route. Brother Can. His voice was low-edged with a lethality that chilled the blood. Bring out the map. I don't care if he flees to the ends of the earth. I will drag Grull back alive. And hang him from the lantern post at the temple gates, lit ablaze for all to see. Late at night, the temple plaza did not fall silent with the return of the main force. Instead, specks of green light shimmered, the slime mana lamps invented by Adashang. As the players, stained with blood and bearing heavy gear, and survivors stepped over the crude wooden palisade, the villagers who had been waiting there surged forward. They're back. Our benefactors are back. No one needed to organize them. Those village women who had once been refugees wept as they carefully lifted the survivors, thin as skeletons, off the players' backs. My God, is that even a person? The old village chief stared at the elder cradled in Gangzi's arms. The man had almost no flesh left, sores and lash scars crisscrossing his body, exuding a nauseating stench. But Gangzi did not turn away. He gently set the old man on a bed of soft grass, his voice low. He came back alive. The rest is up to you. Make way, let me through. A clear, gentle voice rose. The forest elf Eileen Uega pushed through the crowd. She looked at these fellow sufferers, different races perhaps, but all victims on the wasteland, and a touch of pity flickered in her emerald eyes. She did not recoil from the stench. She knelt and placed both hands lightly upon the wounded men's foreheads. Great spirit of nature, hear the whispering wind. She closed her eyes and began to hum. The chant was ancient and uncanny, as if it could wash the soul. As she sang, the withered weeds around the temple miraculously flushed with the faintest green. Pale green motes of light gathered from the air like fireflies and drifted down onto the wounds. There was no domineering holy light that mended instantly. This was a quiet, nourishing balm. The furrowed brows of the injured slowly smoothed, putrefied skin began to scab, and the once shallow breath steadied. The players stood aside watching. There was no system chime of quest complete, but the sensation of a great weight lifting from the heart felt truer than any reward. Hashiki wiped the grime from his face and leaned on Gangzi's shoulder. This game. It's brutal and grim, but moments like this are strangely healing. On the high platform deep within the temple, Li Wei watched the tender scene below, feeling within his divinity a small yet unyielding pure current of belief, gratitude from the rescued, and the player's own sense of accomplishment. That should do it. Li Wei rose slowly. The figure beneath his black robe did not look as frail as when he first crossed over. From the recent mind battle, the players had harvested vast quantities of fear toward the dog people and anger toward the atrocities. Those emotional energies had been converted by the Heartguard mirror and now flowed into him. Divinity restoration progress. 1. Though only 1% for a dying dark god, this marked a qualitative leap from 0 to 1. Since you achieved this as a deity, I ought to keep my promise and expand a home for my warriors. Li Wei raised his right hand, a violet gold divine power condensed in his palm, then he pressed downward. Divine domain. Unfurl. A deep hum rolled out. A low resonant drone filled the air. The crowd on the plaza lifted their heads in alarm. The perennial black mist above the temple churned as if boiling. It shattered the limits that had confined it to the hall and began to spread outward in a dizzying rush. The black mist surged across the plaza, spilled over the simple palisades, swallowed the ruins of the rear hill, and only eased when it had covered a radius of 2 kilometers. But this black mist no longer felt suffocating. Those who stood within it felt their bodies grow light. The exhaustion accumulated from long marches and battles, the reduction of stamina cap, was swept away the moment the mist enveloped them. Gongzi clenched his fist in surprise. His wounds itched, the first sign of cells repairing with heightened vigor. Hashiki tried a leap and found himself half a head higher than usual, buoyant, as if in low gravity. A system-wide announcement sounded: Divine Domain expansion complete. Current divine power coverage: the Temple Plaza, the rear hill ruins, and the outlying living quarters. Divine Domain blessing passive: all dependents within the area recover stamina far more rapidly, wounds heal faster, and mental resilience is enhanced. No longer easily terrified nor prone to sudden sanity collapse. No way. Home field advantage. This buff is insane. Fighting at home means we're unbeatable now. Before the players could finish exclaiming, an even more astonishing change occurred. Every player who had reached the level 4 peak, their experience full and waiting to break through, felt the Heartguard mirror on their chests erupt with blinding light. Soul strength has reached threshold. The mortal shell can no longer contain your will. Ascension begins. There was no pop-up asking whether to be warrior or mage, no tedious stat screen. Under the divine domain, each player's consciousness was drawn into a mysterious space. There they beheld 4 utterly different paths forged from ancient runes and phantasmal silhouettes. The first was a massive sword lodged in stone. It radiated weight and ferocity. To choose it was to embrace extreme corporeal fortification, skin like rock, strength capable of shattering steel. This was the path of the destroyer's strength. The second was a black dagger half hidden in shadow. It stood for speed, precision, and lethality. To choose it would sharpen your senses to the keenness of a beast and meld your form with darkness to strike from impossible angles. This was the path of the stalker, agility. The third was an eye suspended in midair, burning with violet flame. It symbolized mind control and attunement to energy. To take it would grant command over manifested divine fire, the sight to pierce an enemy's weakness, and the power to manipulate matter with thought. This was the path of the arcanist intellect. The fourth was a chunk of fetid, bloodstained flesh. It represented the aberration of the flesh. To embrace, it would suffuse your body with unparalleled vitality, grant superlative resistance to negative effects, and set you on a gradual ascent toward undeath. This was the path of the calamity bringer constitution. Do we even need to choose? Hey. In the consciousness space, Gongzi grinned at the great sword and seized it without hesitation. Real men must be hard. Boom. A rush of heat washed over him, muscle fibers seemed to recombine, and his bones grew denser. When he opened his eyes again, he looked the same, but felt he could fell a bull with a single punch. Elsewhere, Hashiki's fingers brushed the dagger. I will be a man like the wind. And Guanto moved toward the eye. Wisdom is the ultimate power. On the plaza, a dozen pillars of light shot skyward. When the radiance faded, the players had not grown extra limbs, but each bore a changed temperament. They had shed mortal frailty and truly stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. There were no explicit numbers, but they all knew they had grown stronger. Strong enough that if they met that Centurion Liao again, they might be able to single-handedly pin it to the ground. Is this a level 5 vocation change? Guanto watched a faint wisp of violet flame dance on his fingertip, pushed up his non-existent glasses, and smiled with fervor. No, this is awakening. Sunlight forced its way through the gap in the curtains and stabbed into the dim bedroom, striking the cluttered computer desk. Wang Kai slowly removed the sleek, cool black helmet that hummed with technology. By his experience, a nearly 30-year-old wage slave who had pulled an all-nighter, more than 10 hours, should be aching with a splitting headache, bloodshot eyes, a pounding heart teetering on the edge of collapse. But Wang Kai rose from his chair with light, unlabored movements, no creaks of stiff joints. He drew a deep breath. The morning air filled his lungs, and instead of fatigue, he felt invigorated, his mind clearer than ever. The sensation was like emerging from 10 hours of dreamless, infant deep sleep. Even the habitual neck and lower back soreness from long hours at the desk now felt warm and soothed, as if after a top-tier Thai massage. Though he had woken like this many times, he looked at the helmet with suspicion and checked the clock on the wall. It was indeed 7:30. In the world called Shinchijidi, he had honestly been grinding, killing, marching, and rescuing from 8 the previous evening until now. In the game, he had been exhausted, his stamina bar bleeding red countless times. In reality, he felt like he had just been fully recharged. What kind of console is this? Wang Kai stroked the dark golden logo on the helmet with feverish eyes. This must be medical equipment, repairing brain fatigue through neural linkage. What alien tech is this? Before he had played games to escape reality. Now this game seemed to let him face reality in better shape. If word got out, insomnia-ridden plutocrats, anxious students cramming for exams, and overworked programmers would surely crowd the servers. I have to post this. I must tell more people. He barely washed his face and lunged for his computer. His fingers flew over the keys as he recounted the harrowing hell trip of the night before. Anger, emotion, fervor, and the stunned awe of returning to reality coalesced into lines of burning prose. 10 minutes later, a richly illustrated long post went live on the game's official forum and across multiple online platforms. Title: If you don't play this game, you will never know what you're missing. A deep review by alpha tester Guanto. Graphic warning: Brothers in Guanto. Before I wrote this, I had just finished an 11-hour opening run in Shinchi GD. I am sitting at my computer now, and instead of feeling spent as if after cultivation, I feel so energetic I could run a marathon. He declined to overhype the game's sleek black technology. Those who knew would understand. This was a human technological singularity. Today I want to talk about this world. Many think it's just a hack-and-level thrill. They are wrong. Look at these images. Image 1: deep within the obsidian mine, a ghastly mound of human and demi-human bones. Under the green slime light, the atmosphere is suffocating even through the screen. This was the dungeon we cleared last night. There are no treasure chests here, only those dog people are not cute trash mobs. They are cannibals, they are marauders. They corral humans and hang them on iron hooks like cured meat. Image 2: the moment the dungeon gate was breached. Gongzi strips off his leather armor and drapes it over an emaciated elder covered in pus. The towering man of 1.90 m had tears in his eyes in the game. Image 3: by the temple's bonfire, the forest elf Eileen Uega chants as green motes heal the wounded. The little girl Hashiki rescued holds half a black loaf of bread, sobbing as she eats. The game does not force you to be good. You can even kill those NPCs to steal their clothes. But when you smell the stench of corpses, when you see the light of hope flare in eyes that had only known despair, you discover that the sword in your hand is no longer just for loot. We are the fourth calamity, we are the chaotic revelers. But in that godforsaken world, to those desperate natives, we became their only salvation. This is Shinchi GD. It is merciless hardcore, and it refuses to quantify your virtue with numbers. Yet it delivers the highest degree of empathy for what it means to be human. One last thing: the dog people must die. Gru must die. More brothers wanting to join CU in the third test. The moment the post went live, it detonated like a bomb across a placid lake. Those who had only watched the forum from the sidelines erupted in a frenzy. First reply: holy. The first image made me sick to my stomach. Is this really a game? Can such art pass censorship? Second reply: Gongzi is a true man. That photo of him draping his armor. Such warmth amid the wasteland. Third reply: I thought this was a farming sim, not a redemption saga. The little girl's eyes broke me. Seventh reply: the sleep black tech is the point. All night gaming equals deep sleep. If true, I'll pay a fortune for a helmet. Even if I don't play, I could just go in and sleep. 12th reply: stop talking and open payments. Start the third test now. My greatsword is hungry. I'm going to hack those dog people to pieces. Top reaction: if the gods will not act, then we shall be the new gods. Fourth calamity assembled. Within an hour, 3 key phrases. Shinchi GD redemption, electronic elixir, dog people must die. Surged to the top of searches. Countless people who had not cared for games were drawn by the narrative's humanistic concern and violent aesthetics. The game's pre-orders shot upward like a rocket. The first light of dawn pierced the thin mist hovering above the temple, gilding the black wasteland with a delicate rim of gold. For the native inhabitants of the godforsaken lands, it was merely an ordinary morning shrouded in mystery. For the handful of alpha test players who had just undergone awakening, reaching level 5 and completing their class advancement, it was an acutely awkward one. In a corner of the plaza, Dang Zinzigang stared blankly at a host snapped cleanly in two, questioning his very existence. All I wanted was to help loosen some soil. Gongzi stood there, eyes brimming with unshed tears, surrounded by a crowd of amused onlookers. Moments earlier, eager to demonstrate veteran poise, he had attempted to till virgin land for newly arrived comrades. Yet with a single swing, no extraordinary force exerted, the wooden handle shattered with a sharp crack, crumbling like brittle biscuit beneath his grip. Brother Gongzi is your destroyer class, specially designed to annihilate farming tools. Beside him, Hajime Nambe Ludo munched on black bread with undisguised glee. Your strength is immense, but your control, abysmal. Right now you resemble the Hulk afflicted with Parkinson's. Gongzi gazed down at his own hands, pale gray in hue, muscles coiled like granite, and sighed bitterly. Don't even mention it. The system notified me I am currently in the physiological overload adaptation phase. Raw strength has surged dramatically, yet neural response lags far behind. I fear crushing even a teacup in my grip. I feel like an overinflated balloon brimming with energy, yet utterly directionless. Precisely so. Divine power does not descend in a single effortless leap. This newly awakened body, rather than transforming him into a battlefield deity, instead rendered everyday life fraught with unintended consequences. This endearing clumsiness of the muscle-bound giant made the novice players feel unexpectedly at ease. Meanwhile, in the shadows not far away, Wabushi Hashiki fared no better. He had chosen the Shadow Walker class. He imagined himself slipping seamlessly into darkness like an Assassin's Creed protagonist, striking unseen, vanishing without trace. Reality, however, proved otherwise. Ow, who stepped on my hand? Hashiki leapt wildly from the corner's gloom, cradling his injured hand, grimacing in pain. Hey, what are you doing crouching here, Hashiki? A passing laborer startled, nearly dropping his stone load onto his own feet. If you stay still, you look exactly like a patch of moldy rock, blending perfectly with the surroundings. That's called visual deception, don't you know? Hashiki retorted defiantly, rubbing his hand, while desperately salvaging dignity. Granted, I'm not invisible yet, but my perception of light has already shifted. If I hold my breath and suppress my presence, wouldn't you easily overlook me? Unless you look very closely. Indeed, the laborer nodded earnestly. Just now I almost mistook you for a pile of trash, and nearly dumped rubble right on top of you. Hashiki retreated inward speechless. Meanwhile, Shinmi Guanto was Shuo. The Arcanist sat cross-legged upon the temple steps, drenched in sweat, face ashen, a faint trickle of blood escaping his nostrils, locked in silent, desperate combat, with a stone levitating 3 centimeters above his palm. Those who had selected constitutional paths fared somewhat better. No public blunders certainly, but neither did they exhibit any remarkable aptitude. They simply seemed harder to kill. Thicker health bars, greater resilience. Though all were stumbling, their shared hunger for power and thirst for discovery infused the entire camp with vibrant, irrepressible energy. Yet beneath this seemingly hopeful morning, an unsettling rumor rippled through the village dwellers of the residential district. Have you heard? A basket-weaving auntie lowered her voice, leaning toward the elder village chief. That divine-favored Lord Edison. Well, he appears to have lost his wits. Shoo, speak not so rashly. The elder recoiled in alarm. Can mortal minds presume to fathom the wisdom of a divine favorite? But elder, truly. The auntie insisted, distressed. I saw it with my own eyes. He escorted Lord Shinnong, the god of agriculture, ordering people everywhere to gather that thing. Which thing? The excrement. The auntie struggled to utter the word. Not only livestock waste, but human too. And yes, fresh. The elder froze stunned. Collecting such filth. Could this be a dark rite peculiar to some eldritch deity? A sacrifice steeped in impurity? At the thought, the elder shuddered involuntarily. Though this god had bestowed sustenance upon them, he was after all known as the eldritch calamity. Behind the temple, in a sheltered hollow on the mountainside, the area had been cordoned off as a biohazard exclusion zone. 3 heads leaned intently over a freshly dug pit, deep in fervent discussion. The pit is complete, 2 meters deep with waterproof lining. Tomu Gonshingo plunged his shovel into the earth and wiped mud, hopefully just mud, from his brow. Per the schematics, this is the embryonic form of a standard biogas fermenter. Though we cannot harvest biogas, yet it will serve admirably for composting. Brilliant work. Shinnong Chong Baichao gazed upon the pit, as if beholding a trove of gold. He gestured toward towering mounds of wood ash and buckets brimming with formidable raw materials, his eyes alight with scientific fervor. This land has lain fallow for centuries. The soil itself is dead. Lady Eileen's magical cultivation may yield swift growth, but it drains mana rapidly and lacks longevity. For true sustainability, we must embrace farmyard manure. Shinnong picked up a twig and sketched reaction equations upon the ground. We shall employ high-temperature composting. Mix human and animal excrement, nitrogen, with wood ash, potassium, and decaying leaves and mud, organic matter, in precise proportions, then seal them within this pit. This is termed high-temperature anaerobic fermentation, added Aishingdi and Zhuanshi, holding several salvaged stone slabs destined to serve as lid. It eradicates parasitic eggs and pathogens while breaking down complex organic molecules into readily absorbable nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, the very nutrients plants crave. This is a miracle achievable without divine power. Though the aroma is somewhat intense, Tomugo sniffed, then dry-heaved. It hits hard. For grain. For black bread that won't shatter teeth. Such fragrance is a trifling price. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions radiating the quiet, unshakable resolve known only to those schooled in the exact sciences. Commence operations. Seal the pit. Just as they prepared to deposit their indescribable substances into the chasm, a flash of white appeared nearby. It was the Sylvan elf Eileen. She had merely passed by, intending to search the mountainside for a clean water source. Yet as she neared the zone, an indescribable stench, fermenting decay layered upon putrid rot, assaulted her senses like a physical blow. Ugh! The elegant elf nearly lost composure. Clutching her nose, her emerald green eyes widened with horror and revulsion. What on earth are you doing? Eileen staggered backward several paces, staring at the 3 grime-smeared humans ecstatically circling the foul pit, her worldview trembling under the weight of cognitive dissonance. Were these not divine favorites? Why would they collect such filth, substances even the lowest goblins and slimes might relish? Ah, Eileen's sister. Shinnong spotted the elf and brightened, even waving enthusiastically, still gripping his long, stirring rod. Come see. This is our secret weapon for the wheat field. With this, germination is assured, and yields of 1,000 gene per mu are no fantasy. I won't look. I won't listen. Don't come near me. Eileen paled, her ears flattened against her skull as she fled like one pursued by a primordial horror. Too terrifying, too revolting. Humans are truly incomprehensible beings. As she ran, she swore inwardly never again to approach the temple's rear mountain, or accept anything offered by these 3 individuals. Hey, why run? Shinnong scratched his head, bewildered. I hadn't even explained the principle of transforming into spring soil to nurture flowers yet. Enough explanation. Aishingdian slammed the stone lid shut, then sealed it thickly with yellow clay. Summer insects cannot discourse on ice. Wait a few days. When this pit's contents fully ferment and enrich the soil, when golden waves of wheat rise tall and proud. Aishingdian smiled, a subtle self-effacing smile rich with quiet triumph. Then she shall understand the immutable law of true aroma. Upon the high dais deep within the temple, Li Wei observed it all through divine sight. Watching the elf flee in terror, then glancing at the three players eagerly tending their pit of excellence, Li Wei's lips twitched, then broke into unrestrained laughter. Fascinating. Though the scene carried a certain pungency, it was undeniably the most efficient, lowest-cost agricultural solution available. These players never ceased to surprise him, conjuring novelty precisely where he least expected it. Though the method is rustic, it remains in essence the cornerstone of civilization. Mew. A soft, delicate, barely suppressed purr of excitement emanated from the shadows of the throne. Li Wei tilted his head slightly, the violet-gold radiance in his eyes softening perceptibly. There at the foot of the dais lay Miaoya, the divine messenger, normally solemn and reverent, now sprawled prone, hindquarters raised, high tail, swaying like a frantic pendulum. Before her rested a rough, dusty yarn ball, likely spun by some deft-handed player, perhaps the basket weaver from gathered beast fur accidentally left within the temple, now elevated in Miaoya's eyes to sacred artifact status. With lightning precision, Miaoya lunged, tiny paws clamping down upon the yarn ball. It rolled away instantly. Her heterochromatic pupils contracted into razor-thin slits, her body coiled and sprang like a released spring. She seized the ball, tumbled onto her back, and scrabbled frantically at it with all four limbs. Mew. Bad thing. Don't run. Mew. So absorbed was she that she forgot entirely she was in the temple, and forgot too the sovereign deity seated silently behind her. Li Wei watched a gentle smile rising to his lips. He flexed a finger. A thread of spiritual energy, so faint as to be imperceptible, coiled subtly around the yarn ball. Just as Miaoya prepared another pounce, the ball defied physics, leaping sharply leftward. Mew. She crashed, empty-handed, stunned, ears twitching, wearing an expression of pure bewilderment. Did this ball just awaken? Heh. Li Wei chuckled inwardly. Another flick of his fingers sent the ball rolling smoothly to his own feet. Miaoya cautiously lifted her head, glanced at Li Wei, and seeing the deity apparently still meditating, concluded her lapse had gone unnoticed. Thus emboldened, she crept forward like a covert operative, inching painstakingly toward his feet, then extended a tiny paw, tentatively reaching for the ball. Nearer, nearer still. At the instant her claw tip brushed its surface, Li Wei opened one eye, gazing at her with a knowing, half-amused smile. Mew. She rocketed upright, tail fluffing into a startled duster, hastily straightening, hands clasped behind her back, stammering, "Divine Lord. Two wasn't playing. I was inspecting this ball for hazards on your behalf." Oh. Li Wei settled more comfortably, fingertips tapping lightly upon the armrest. "And what is your assessment?" "Our report, Divine Lord." Miaoya flushed, gaze darting sideways. "This ball possesses exceptional elasticity, extremely hazardous, requires vigilant oversight by this divine messenger." Li Wei stifled a laugh, just as hurried, aggrieved footsteps echoed sharply from the temple entrance. Unacceptable, utterly irrational. Sylvan elf Eileen Yuesong practically burst into the temple. She appeared disheveled, silver hair, askew, exquisite features contorted in anguish, clutching a handkerchief tightly over her nose. She sprinted to the base of the dais, evidently deeming it the sole pocket of fresh air in the entire encampment, and gasped deeply. "What is it?" Li Wei asked, feigning ignorance, his tone laced with playful irony. "Divine Lord." Eileen lifted her face, emerald eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Please intervene with those humans. They are absolute lunatics. Perverts." At this, Miaoya instantly perked up. Abandoning the yarn ball, she assumed what she believed to be the dignified bearing of a divine messenger, puffing out her small chest and stepping protectively before Li Wei. Eyes narrowed at Eileen. "What's wrong? Have the divine favorites bullied you again, or withheld your meals?" "Far worse than starvation." Eileen pointed shakily toward the mountainside. "They're collecting excrement and dumping it into a pit, claiming to ferment some treasure. They even asked me to sing to the pit. I am a child of nature. I hear the whispers of the wind. How dare they? How dare they command me to cast spells upon a pit of that?" Eileen's voice trembled with mounting distress. To a race defined by fastidious purity, the preceding spectacle had struck her psyche with the force of a direct communion with an ancient god. Hearing this, Miaoya's initial hostility melted instantly into profound empathy and understanding. "Oh." Sighing like a seasoned veteran, she approached Eileen, who towered over her, and gently patted the elf's shoulder. "You'll grow accustomed, Mew." Her expression was world-weary. "These humans truly possess unconventional intellects. Just yesterday one insisted on asking my favorite sack color. How peculiar. And that Hashiki." Eileen joined in opening the floodgates. "He spent last night lying motionless in a tree, claiming to practice stealth, and terrified me so badly I nearly plummeted from my treetop dwelling." "Exactly. And that Guanto. He constantly mutters to empty air about recording and loyal viewers. It's deeply unsettling." There before the throne of the eldritch deity, cat and elf found unexpected common ground, bonding over the shared exasperated theme of how profoundly bizarre are humans, and launched into a spirited, cathartic venting session. Previous tensions, racial divides, dissolved instantly in the warm glow of mutual grievance. Li Wei observed from his lofty perch, his smile deepening. Sunlight bathed the scene, gentle and golden. Outside the temple, the players busied themselves with their pungent technological endeavors, the unmistakable resonant sound of civilization reawakening. Within, the once timid stray cat and the once proud fallen elf sat side by side, sharing gossip like confidants. Such a moment is not unwelcome. Li Wei closed his eyes, savoring this rare, tender tranquility. At the edge of the godforsaken land north of the gray spine mountains, the sky remained dim, but the suffocating scent of sulfur had faded, replaced by a dry, biting wind carrying the dust. A large, disheveled troop was winding its way across the wasteland. They were the horde of goblins retreating from the Black Rock mine. There were at least 200 to 300 goblins dragging their families along, burdened with tattered belongings, pushing unicycles loaded with moldy jerky and odds and ends resembling a swarm of locusts passing through. The leader rode atop a massive mutated lizard. Although he had lost the iron axe of power and his leather armor was torn, a hint of defiance still flickered across his face as the overlord of the wasteland. "Hurry up, you lazy bones." Gru waved his whip, striking one of the minions nearby. "Now that we've left that cursed place, this wasteland is ours again." He glanced back at the mist-covered forest to the south, a flicker of lingering fear in his eyes, but more so a deep-seated resentment. Those undead humans. Those lunatics. Gru gritted his teeth. He admitted that he was terrified of those bare-chested humans who came back from the dead and even fought over monsters among themselves. Such chaos and madness were more sinister than the abyss. Of course, the most important thing was that sinister god. Damn the righteous god, they can't even kill a god properly. Are they blind? But as long as we reach the north and seek refuge in the tribe of the green-skinned orcs, we will be safe. Gru thought confidently. There was still a long way to go before reaching the boundaries of human civilization, and those hypocritical humans who worshipped the righteous god rarely ventured into this barren land. For now, they remained the predators of this land. "Boss, there are people ahead," a scout suddenly shrieked. "People? How many?" Gru scoffed. "If it's a merchant caravan, we'll rob them. If it's wanderers, we'll eat them." "No, not a merchant caravan." The scout's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. It's iron. All iron." "What?" Gru froze for a moment. In the next second, he felt the lizard beneath him begin to stir uneasily. The stones on the ground trembled, and a low thunderous rumble rolled in from the horizon. Gru suddenly raised his head. His pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. At the end of his sight was not the plump prey he had imagined, but a silver-white, orderly steel defense line. Hundreds of heavily armed knights riding armored moose advanced slowly towards them like a moving iron wall. The lances in their hands stood tall like a forest, and their massive white cloaks flapped in the wind, adorned with a golden sun emblem entwined in thorns. "Dawn, Holy See, Judgment Knight, order the knights." "How is this possible?" Gru screamed, nearly falling off the lizard in fright. Why would they come to this godforsaken place? But the knight order did not give him time to think. At the front of the troop, Knight Captain Gerald reined in his horse. He looked at the dense, filthy, subhuman creatures ahead, his eyes beneath the visor, showing no sign of emotion, only a cold indifference to life. Filthy creatures, quite a number of them. Gerald slowly drew his longsword, the radiant runes on the blade lighting up. "For the glory, purify them. Kill." With a command, the iron tide surged forward. There was no tactical probing, no rallying cries before the battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Hundreds of armored moose charged forward, shaking the earth. "Run, run." Gru let out a desperate howl. The previously intimidating goblin army crumbled like a sandcastle before a tsunami in the face of this iron tide. Boom. The knight order crashed into the goblins' formation. It was not a battle, but a slaughter. Lances pierced flesh, iron hoofs crushed bones. The goblins' makeshift spears struck against the knight's plate armor, leaving no mark, and were effortlessly deflected with a sword that severed their heads. Blood stained the wasteland. In just 10 minutes, nearly all of the 200 to 300 goblins were slaughtered. Gru lay amidst the heap of corpses, trembling all over. The survival instinct he prided himself on was meaningless in the face of absolute power. A heavy steel boot stepped on his back. "Is this the leader?" Gerald made no extra movements. He simply stood there like an immovable mountain of iron. Under the gray sky, his silver plate armor engraved with runes gleamed coldly and solemnly, while the white cloak embroidered with a golden thorny sun fluttered in the bloody wind, untouched by a speck of dust. He did not need anger, nor did he need to roar. Merely the grandeur and oppressive aura emanating from his very being, belonging to order and judgment, seemed to solidify the air around him. In Gru's fearful gaze, the man looking down at him was not a mere mortal, but a representation of absolute justice, the Silver Reaper walking through the wasteland. Gerald looked down at the pretending goblin with disdain. "Take the rescued civilians. Burn the rest. No, don't kill me." Gru sensed the palpable killing intent, and his will to survive sparked in astonishing eloquence even in the face of his nemesis. He clung desperately to Gerald's steel boots, screaming in broken common tongue. "I have intelligence. Big intelligence. I know the secret over there. The Black Temple. The undead monsters. The ancient evil has awakened." Upon hearing the words, "ancient evil awakened," the sword that Gerald was about to swing paused. He took out a golden detection crystal. As the crystal neared Gru, the originally clear light within instantly became murky, even showing hints of black flocculent matter. That was the residue of a high-ranking evil god's aura. Gerald's expression changed. "Lock it up, take it back to Whitestone City." Captain Gerald's voice was cold as iron, his gaze turning towards the misty southern region. "The Cardinal is inspecting there. He must know about this immediately." Days later, at the border stronghold of the human kingdom, Whitestone City. Unlike the bloody winds of the wasteland, this place was a world of civilization where prosperity and decadence coexisted. In the upper city, the Lord's mansion. To host the visiting Cardinal, the Lord held an extravagant banquet. In the resplendent hall, the melodious sound of the harp flowed, and elegantly dressed nobles were toasting and exchanging drinks. In this entertainment-lacking border, a recent batch of Eastern treasures that had flowed out from the black market became the hottest topic of the night. Oh, darling, look at this luster. A marquis's daughter held a slime magic lamp in her hands where a mass of green gelatinous substance was gently wriggling, emitting a soft and dreamy glow. How beautiful this glow is, far wilder than those tacky magic crystals. The lamp is just an ornament, this is the real treasure. Nearby, a young count's son scoffed, pulling out a black object from his pocket with an air of mystery. It was a palm-sized obsidian talisman, its edges sharpened and irregular with a dark red gem in the center resembling an eyeball. This is no ordinary ornament. He lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of reverence rather than fanaticism. I wore it to sleep last night, and the whispers of the wasteland that always tangled in my dreams disappeared. It felt like a block of ice, bringing unprecedented tranquility to my mind. It is said, this thing can provide some shelter in this place filled with the breath of magical creatures. Not a curse, but a sanctuary. This was the true reason these nobles were flocking to it. In the hundreds of years after the divine war, the radiance of the righteous god gradually dimmed, while the shadows of the wasteland drew ever closer. Something that could bring tangible security, even if it came from an evil god, was a lifeline. Oh my, I want one too. I heard the black market has already inflated it to 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins is nothing. The thrill of this taboo cannot be provided by the tedious prayers in the temple of the righteous god. The nobles shared a knowing chuckle. They certainly understood this was contraband, but all present were one of their own, and no one would report anyone else. At that moment, bang! The heavy doors of the banquet hall were rudely pushed open. The cold wind mixed with the dust and blood of the wasteland surged into the warm hall. Fully armed, Gerald strode in. His armor was covered with scratches, remnants of the recent slaughter of hundreds of goblins. Behind him, 2 soldiers dragged Gru, who was battered and barely clinging to life. Captain Gerald. The Lord frowned, slightly displeased as he set down his wine glass. This is a banquet. What are you doing here? Gerald ignored the Lord. He reported directly to the Holy See and couldn't be bothered to converse with these officials. His keen battlefield senses were immediately pierced by the thick, chaotic darkness pervading the hall. He looked around in shock, taking in the colorful, strange lights filling the room and the ominous red glow emanating from the obsidian talismans being played with by the nobles. Heresy. Gerald's voice trembled with extreme anger. What are you doing? He strode forward and snatched the eye of the abyss from the Count's son. The moment his fingers touched it, a cold, brutal aura surged up his hand. This was undoubtedly a creation of the evil god. A curse strong enough to corrupt ordinary people. Have you all gone mad? Gerald forcefully slammed the talisman to the ground, drawing his sword and pointing it at the pale-faced nobles. This is a curse from the abyss. How could you treat it as a toy to wear? This goblin just confessed that the evil god has awakened. An undead army is gathering there. And you are playing with its tokens in the Lord's mansion. Gerald, an elderly yet gentle voice interrupted the knight's fury. The crowd parted, revealing Cardinal Orban clad in a scarlet robe and holding a golden scepter, slowly stepping forward. He glanced at the filthy goblin on the ground and the talisman that Gerald had thrown down, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Your Eminence. Gerald knelt on one knee, his voice urgent. Please order a lockdown of the entire city. Confiscate all evil artifacts. These things are coordinate seeds of plague. We must act immediately. Calm down, my child. Orban smiled, bending down to pick up the talisman. There's no need for panic. It's just some little trinkets with a special magnetic field. They don't corrode the mind, or rather, they have a calming effect. But confiscate all items and turn them over to the church for safekeeping. Orban interrupted the knight, his tone leaving no room for debate. As for this goblin, take it away for interrogation. Gerald, don't let your neuroticism ruin this banquet. These wayward lambs were merely blinded by curiosity and do not need harsh judgment. He then looked at the trembling nobles around. These were the financial backers for the church's renovation of the cathedral next year. Confiscate all related items for the church to safeguard, Orban declared. We will conduct proper purification research. As for this goblin, Orban glanced disdainfully at Gru on the ground. Take it down for strict interrogation. Don't let its filthy blood stain the carpet here. But sir, this is a prelude to war. Gerald stood up in disbelief. We are bleeding on the front lines while here you indulge. Gerald. Orban's voice deepened, carrying undeniable authority. He stepped closer to the knight and whispered in a tone only the two could hear. This is Whitestone City, not your battlefield. Don't let your recklessness ruin the tacit understanding between the church and the nobility. Some things only in the hands of the church are safe. Do you understand? After saying this, Orban straightened up, restoring his benevolent smile, waving to everyone. Let the banquet continue. May the radiance bless you all. The music resumed. The nobles, relieved, cast grateful glances at the cardinal. They surrendered the talismans in their hands, but there was no remorse on their faces, only a sense of relief that the cardinal understands us better. Gerald stood alone in place. He watched the cardinal walk away, tightly clutching the evil talisman, observed the hypocritical smiles of the nobles, and the flickering green light that had not been shattered. A profound sense of absurdity welled up within him. The evil god awakening in the wasteland had already corroded the soul of this city without sending a single soldier. Let's go. Gerald took a deep breath, donning his helmet to shield the utterly disappointed light in his eyes. he dragged grew outward. As the goblin was being dragged past the nobles, it suddenly let out a hoarse, hideously ugly laugh staring at their greedy eyes. That laughter echoed in the luxurious hall, as if mocking this civilized world. In the deep night, the clamor subsided. In the deepest prayer room of the white stone cathedral, there were no resplendent decorations, only suffocating coldness. Cardinal Orban walked alone through the long corridor. His footsteps echoed in the empty hall. He reached the altar where a massive statue of the radiant god stood, but at this moment the statue appeared unusually dim under the candlelight. At the feet of the statue lay a crystal box containing a feather that had mostly turned yellow and black, an artifact left behind by an angel 300 years ago. This was also the last reliance of this border city with a population of 100,000. The radiance is growing weaker. Orban reached out with his withered hand to touch the cold crystal box. He could feel that the holy power within that feather was like a candle in the wind ready to extinguish at any moment. After the divine war, the gates of heaven had been tightly shut. For hundreds of years, there had been no miracles, no response. These clergy members guarded the meager legacy left by their ancestors struggling in this increasingly perilous land. Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps sounded behind him. Orban did not turn around. The banquet has ended, my lord. The tall lord of Whitestone City with graying temples walked in. He did not wear the luxurious attire, but instead donned a heavy black robe. He approached the cardinal looking at the withered angel feather and remained silent for a long time. Then he pulled something out of his pocket. It was a black talisman embedded with rubies, an evil god talisman. You kept a piece as well. Orban was not surprised. He also slipped out the talisman he had confiscated at the banquet. The two old foxes exchanged glances. The two tokens from the evil god emitted a faint glow beneath the statue of the righteous god. That goblin was not lying. The lord rubbed the cold surface of the talisman, his voice low. I tried it. As long as I held it, even when facing the abyss, that feeling of dread disappeared. That thing has truly awakened. But it is very weak, Orban interjected. If it were at its peak, the power contained in this talisman would be enough to turn this city into ruins. But now it can only provide this meager protection. At least it is alive. The lord suddenly raised his head, a chilling madness and despair flickering in his eyes. Orban, do you know? News has come from the south. The cardinal's hand trembled. The city of radiance. It has fallen. The lord chuckled grimly. It happened 3 days ago. That was a holy city guarded by 3 saints. It was swallowed by the black tide without even a ripple. God did not descend. A deathly silence enveloped the prayer room. The fall of the city of radiance meant the complete collapse of humanity's southern defense line. Next could very well be Whitestone City. God has forsaken this land. The lord tightly gripped the evil god talisman, his knuckles turning white from the force. We are pawns, Orban. We guard these ashes and feathers of the dead and cannot stop the next black tide. He turned his head, staring intensely into the cardinal's eyes, and uttered words that could very well lead to the stake. If that old one truly awakens. Even if it is an evil god. Perhaps it can protect us. As long as it allows these 100,000 people to survive, what does it matter who we worship? This was in fact the true reason they tolerated the influx of evil artifacts and even suppressed Gerald. They were seeking a way out. This was a gamble. If the righteous god was dead, then seeking refuge with a newly awakened evil god in desperate need of followers might be the only way to save this city. Orban remained silent for a long time. He slowly turned around, looking at the tall, silent statue of the radiant god. The statue's face was hidden in the shadows, as if coldly observing these two traitors. Don't say such things before the god. Orban glanced at the sun emblem on his chest, representing a lifetime of faith, his voice hoarse, carrying a hint of endless fatigue. He did not refute or reprimand. He merely solemnly placed the evil god talisman into his pocket, right next to his heart. Let's go find another place to talk. As the cardinal turned, he walked towards the dark corridor, and with a creak, the last bit of light and murmurs that had leaked in were cut off outside the prayer room. Darkness enveloped once more, with only that feather emitting a negligible glow. The divine abandoned land, the temple plaza. Morning sunlight bathed the newly constructed residential zone. If just days ago this place had been a wasteland and refugee camp, it now bore the nascent form of a novice village. Thanks to players' steadily increasing attributes, especially strength and endurance, the efficiency of infrastructure construction was nothing short of miraculous. 1, 2, 3 lift. In unison, a timber beam, so heavy that 4 or 5 grown men could barely hoist it, was effortlessly raised into place by 2 players. The foreman, nicknamed Civil Engineering Dog, clapped his hands with satisfaction, brushing wood shavings from his palms. Perfect. A flawless fit. He gestured proudly toward the row upon row of identical log cabins and explained to the newcomers, behold, the wisdom of our ancestors' mortisiant and joinery. Not a single nail is used, yet the structures withstand earthquakes and gales. And in every cabin I've built an earthen Kong. Though coal is scarce, burning dry twigs and fallen leaves keeps the nights warm and cozy. These infrastructure zealots had against all odds recreated in this alien world the snug comfort of Shanbei cave dwellings, leaving the villagers who once slept on straw piles moved to tears. Several alpha test players who had just broken past level 5 were undergoing final intensive training. Huff. What can food said, sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression solemn and focused. He extended his right hand palm upward, brow furrowed as though straining against immense pressure. At last a wisp of black flame flickered into existence at his fingertip, puffing forth like a sudden breath. Unlike ordinary orange-earth fire, this blaze shimmered with a deep violet-black hue, the devouring flame born of a fallen god's divine spark, though for now no larger than a cigarette lighter. Go! With a flick of his wrist, canned food sent the tiny ember fluttering through the air, striking a rotten log 5 meters away. SSSSS. A wisp of pale smoke rose as the wood darkened, a coin's eyes charm mark blooming upon its surface. That's it. A novice bystander blurted out incredulous. My 2-yuan windproof lighter packs more punch than that. You wouldn't know true power if it bit you. Canned food wiped a trickle of blood from his nose, his gaze inscrutable. This is the embryonic form of dark arcanum. Low damage now, yes, but it carries spiritual erosion. When my level rises, this will become a forbidden incantation. Meanwhile, across the plaza, the scene grew far more visceral. Huh. Dang, 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 Xing Gang stood bare-chested, his physique chiseled like granite. Swinging a gleaming razor-sharp axe, he descended upon a dead oak tree with furious rhythmic blows. 80, 80, 80. Splinters flew like rain. A trunk thick enough for 2 men to embrace crumbled before him as though carved from soft tofu, toppling with a thunderous crash after only a few strikes. Brother Gang, you're unstoppable. Gang wiped sweat from his brow, beaming with pure unadulterated delight. As a real-world fitness trainer, he was utterly captivated by the tangible sensation, the tearing and re-knitting of muscle fibers, with each swing the palpable surge of raw growing strength. Master Gang, here's water. A cluster of village women hurried over bearing clay cups, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection. In this post-apocalyptic realm that revered sheer might, Gang, both formidable in combat and tirelessly generous in helping villagers lift boulders, repair roofs, and haul heavy sacks, had become nothing less than a national icon. Thanks, Andy. Gang downed the cool water in one gulp, slung his axe over his shoulder, and grinned. Off to fix old man Lee's pigsty. See you later. Of course, among any player cohort, a few inevitably veer wildly off the skill tree path. Take, for instance, Shinong tastes all herbs. A real-world botany master's degree holder, everyone assumed he'd pursue an intellect-based mage path, or perhaps a perception-driven druidic route. Instead, he chose the constitution path. Now Shinong crouched amid the wild herbs behind the temple, clutching a fistful of vivid purple roots that exuded a pungent, acrid scent, and unhesitatingly shoved them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Intense numbing sensation, tongue gone numb, mild gastric burning. Shinong drooled while scribbling in his notebook. Assessment complete, mildly toxic. When boiled, likely edible. Taste reminiscent of wasabi. Beside him, Edison paled. Shinong, are you certain you won't die doing that? Precisely why I chose Constitution. Shinong thumped his broad chest with pride. My health pool now exceeds even Gang's. So long as it's not an instantly lethal toxin, I'll endure it. How else could one embody Shinong? How else could one vet edible flora for our colony? Edison raised a thumb in awe. Now that's true scientific devotion. Thanks to you, our foraged vegetable repertoire has expanded to 20 varieties. Just as players reveled in this rich, joyful life of otherworldly cultivation, a gray blur shot forth from the direction of the mistwood forest. It was, I am not a husky. He now wore the full regalia of a seasoned scout, a hand-woven camouflage cloak of dried grasses, twin daggers at his waist, and custom-made soft-soled boots crafted from monster hide. After days of relentless map exploration, his senses had sharpened to a preternatural edge. Over half the surrounding 5-kilometer terrain had been charted solely by him and a handful of agility-focused players. Report. His voice, a rusty, grating shout, preceded him by several strides. Major news. A cutscene is incoming. He slid to a halt before canned food, gasping for breath, and pointed westward. They're coming. Again. Who's coming? Did the Knoll forces counterattack? Gang rushed over, axe in hand. Not monsters, it's sheep. I mean that caravan. Husky swallowed hard, gesturing wildly. The Golden Ear Trading Consortium we rescued last time. That portly merchant has returned. And something's off this time. He's not leading a mere caravan, but a procession. From the look of it, he didn't just bring goods. He brought his entire household. I counted dozens of massive wagons stacked high with crates, plus women and children. Even several ornate carriages surrounded by armored guards. A full relocation. Canned food adjusted imaginary spectacles, his gaze sharpening. He only left a few days ago. Why return with his whole family? Has humanity's city fallen? Unclear, but judging by their panic, they're fleeing. Not from monsters, but from guilt. Like fugitives running from their own sins. Husky analyzed. Canned food swept his arm wide, calling out across the plaza. To those hauling bricks, felling trees, or simply daydreaming. Everyone. Put the bricks down. Our old friend, the walking vault, is back. And this time he brings fresh narrative. To the village gate, now. Get ready to greet guests. Trigger the story. Whoa, new storyline. The fat guy who bought the slime lamps. At the mention of a cutscene, player enthusiasm surged instantly. Over 50 people, some gripping axes, others brandishing staves or wooden rods, a few still holding steaming dumplings, rushed en masse toward the defensive wall encircling the temple. Players gathered early outside the temple plaza, all having activated the translation function embedded in their heart-protecting mirrors. If you ask me, the game designers are overly fastidious. Husky muttered into his mirror. Why can't NPCs just speak Chinese? It heightens immersion. That's deliberate craftsmanship. Credit where it's due. Here they come. Look, over there. Husky, blessed with the sharpest eyes, spotted the dust cloud rising miles away as the caravan galloped forward. When the plump guildmaster of the Golden Ear Trading Consortium glimpsed the iconic Black Temple again, its silhouette emerging from the mist, his emotions spiraled from utter despair into euphoric relief. Oh, divine favored ones, save us. The guildmaster tumbled headlong from his carriage, his once luxurious silk robes now rumpled and grimy with dust. He lunged toward canned food, seizing his hand with desperate trembling fingers, as if clinging to salvation itself. What happened, brother? Was your city breached by monsters? Canned food asked, concern etched across his face. Worse than monsters, the church, the Inquisition. The guildmaster shuddered, glancing back into the mist as though a nightly host pursued him. Those lamps, and those amulets. He lowered his voice, face twisted between remorse and grim relief. They've caused catastrophe. All of them. That very night during the Lord Mayor's banquet, Captain Gerard of the Knights stormed in, claiming these items carried the taint of a fallen god, marking heretics. Though the High Bishop did not arrest anyone on the spot, word reached me. They intend to trace the black market's source. I was terrified. I knew conviction meant the pyre. He swallowed hard, his merchant's cunning blazing anew with reckless resolve. So I acted without hesitation. I converted every gold coin I'd earned that day, dozens of them, into grain iron ingots and bolts of cloth. Then I took my wife, my children, and fled northward under cover of night. Whitestone City is no longer safe for me. Better to gamble everything here than burn in the Inquisition's flames. He gestured emphatically toward the long train of heavily laden wagons behind him. This is my entire fortune, and every illicit artifact I procured at great cost from the black market. Divine favored one, if you grant us sanctuary within your temple walls, a place merely to rest our heads, I offer half, no 70% of all this, as tribute for your protection. Silence fell over the players, stunned, then exchanged knowing, peculiar smiles. His words hung in the air for 2 breathless seconds. Then the player group erupted, not in alarm, but in fervent speculation. Whoa, did you hear that? Whitestone City. Husky leapt up, pointing westward. New region. Absolutely. I knew this game couldn't revolve around just one mine dungeon. And what about this Dawn Ecclesiarchy, an inquisitorial tribunal? Hakimi's eyes gleamed, the unmistakable light of a hunter spotting a legendary boss. That name screams elite, arrogant antagonists. Does this mean our main quest line is evolving, from wilderness survival to factional warfare? Brilliant. The narrative logic is impeccable. Gang snapped his fingers. The merchandise we sold triggered a butterfly effect, spawning new factions, which in turn triggered this NPC defection event. This AI simulation is astonishing. This isn't a refugee. He's delivering a world-building patch update. Players stared at the guildmaster, not as easy prey, but as a living, breathing version update manual. Seeing players grow ever more animated. Even some shouting questions about monster levels in Whitestone City, or whether the Knightly Order dropped purple gear. Hold on. Let's first escort him inside the temple to uncover hidden storylines. What Canned Food said, strode forward, stepping between the excited crowd and the trembling merchant. He adjusted his non-existent spectacles, his expression shifting to one of profound gravity, the hallmark of a pivotal narrative moment. Turning back toward the guildmaster, who still trembled, convinced these divine favored ones intended robbery or worse. Canned Food offered no smirk, no merchant's guile. Instead, he wore the deep, unwavering composure reserved only for cinematic cutscenes, calm, authoritative, and profoundly reassuring. He gently placed a hand on the guildmaster's quaking shoulder, activated the heart-protecting mirror's translation function, and spoke, low, resonant, and steady. Friend, fear not. If the Ecclesiarchy offers you no refuge, then make your home here. Canned Food stepped aside, extending a formal gesture toward the newly erected council hall, essentially a large, sturdy log pavilion in the temple plaza. Come, let us sit and speak at length. A flash of sharp intelligence lit Canned Food's eyes. Regarding Whitestone City and that cardinal in crimson, we find ourselves deeply intrigued. Inside the rough-hewn log council chamber, the air hung thick with the scent of freshly sawn timber and the distant, tantalizing aroma of cooked food. Several slime mana lamps hung from the rafters, casting an eerie emerald glow that lent a sinister pallor to the crude, elongated wooden table. Rolf, the portly former guild master of the Golden Ear Commerce Guild, now a fugitive, sat trembling upon a wooden stump. Opposite him sat the so-called core leadership of the temple. What can food I say? I am not a husky, dang, Heart of Steel and Hakimi North-South Mung Bean. Though some wore ill-fitting leather armor, and others idly scratched their feet, Rolf dared not show the slightest disrespect. He had witnessed firsthand how this band fought without fatigue or fear, slaughtering kobolds with relentless, unflinching ferocity. Brother Rolf. Canned Food broke the silence, adjusting his spectacles. Now that we're family, let's speak plainly and without pretense. You mentioned a place called Whitestone City, and the wider situation beyond these woods. Could you elaborate? Of course. Rolf wiped the cold sweat from his brow and withdrew a long oilcloth-wrapped cylinder from an inner pocket. With reverent care, he unwound the cloth and unfurled a yellowed, worn sheepskin scroll. This is a map. Husky's eyes lit up as he leaned forward, and it's fully revealed. I purchased it at great expense from a northern explorer. Rolf pointed to the parchment, his voice quavering. Esteemed lords, our current location lies here, within the ancient forest, a land long forbidden to mortals. As his finger traced the vellum, a shattered, desolate, yet vast and awe-inspiring worldview unfolded for the first time before the player's eyes. This world has already broken. Rolf offered a bitter smile, his finger gliding across the black expanse at the map's center. Legends tell of a fabled land far to the west, beyond the tempestuous Black Sea, called the Origin Continent. There elves, dwarves, and even humankind once dwelled beneath unclouded sunlight, free of the ever-present miasma. Yet such tales are now mere myth. None have survived the Black Sea's storms and centuries. The land beneath our feet is but a splinter, a fractured remnant of the Pantheon continent shattered during the War of Gods. His finger shifted eastward toward the map's right edge. This fragment, our home, is an island adrift upon the Black Sea. The western reaches, where we stand, are the ancient forest site of the Lord's Temple. Scattered villages, its depths, formerly priests from Whitestone City maintained outposts here, but now most lie abandoned. To the northwest lies the Silverleaf Forest, the last refuge of the long-jeered Sylvan Elves. Rolf paused, stealing a glance toward the door, where Eileen taught villagers to till the soil. Lowering his voice, he added, I hear their plight grows dire. The world tree nears death. His finger then settled upon a large white castle insignia drawn at the map's heart. Here lies the Whitestone Alliance, the realm from which I fled. Its dominion encompasses Whitestone City, Greyrock, Keep, Anvil Town, and countless surrounding hamlets. The city regularly dispatches knightly orders and clerics to purge monsters and reinforce village strongholds. It serves as the continent's vital crossroads, and now as a meat grinder. A meat grinder. Canned food seized upon the term with sharp intuition. Yes. Terror contorted Rolf's face as his trembling finger stabbed southward toward a region painted in vivid arterial crimson. Because the radiant sun citadel has fallen. Once the holiest sanctuary of the Lord of Blazing Suns. Its walls impregnable, its paladins peerless. But days ago its divine barrier shattered, and an endless tide of darkness consumed it. That ruin is now a domain of abomination. Countless abyssal horrors, hundreds thousands of times more dreadful than cobalts, crawl forth ceaselessly from the rubble, surging northward in frenzied assault. Whitestone City stands as the final bulwark against them. The players exchanged glances, eyes alight with fierce, exhilarated anticipation. Understood. Hakimi stroked his chin. The south is a high-level monster zone, currently under siege. Whitestone City, that's the one taking the beating. And the east. Gongzi pointed to the far right of the map, where a long wall-like line stretched across the parchment. This looks peaceful, flat plains even. At the word east, fury twisted Rolf's features. The Dawnlight Federation, a pack of selfish, bloodless wretches. The portly merchant erupted in furious invective, momentarily forgetting even his awe of the god-touched. They seized the richest lands on this fragment. Then the moment the radiant sun citadel fell, they sealed the sole passage linking east and west, the death corridor. They erected the iron wall, cutting off all aid, withdrawing every priest and knight, watching coldly as the west and center crumbled, solely to preserve their own holdings. Finally, Rolf's finger rose to the map's northernmost tip. The Northland Freehold. No king, no law. Only guilds, pirates, and mercenaries. Chaos reigns there. Yet so does freedom. For coin one may acquire anything, even contraband washed ashore from other continental fragments. Silence followed Rolf's account, a brief heavy hush within the council chamber. Yet theirs was no silence born of dread, but of feverish cognition, of raw data being swiftly parsed into game mechanics and strategic lexicon. Minutes later, Canned Food adjusted his spectacles, his gaze gleaming with the unmistakable fire of a strategist. Brothers, the situation is clear. He sketched a swift diagram upon the table. Our home, the temple, lies farthest west, a nascent starting village still in its infancy. Whitestone City occupies the center, a neutral stronghold on the verge of collapse, yet our greatest potential source of population and resources. The south is an infinitely spawning high-difficulty dungeon, the Abyssal Domain. The east is a hostile faction hoarding resources, the Dawnlight Federation, perhaps even a future raid boss. The north is the black market and trade hub. Canned Food lifted his head, meeting the fervent gazes of his companions. This scenario is flawless. Since Whitestone City teeters on the brink and nobles and clergy scramble for escape routes, Canned Food turned to Rolf, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. Brother, you haven't merely brought grain. You've delivered a path straight to the gold mine. If Whitestone's people learn a true god has awakened here, offering sanctuary, even if said god appears, well, rather unconventional. Husky added, and Rolf blinked. Then comprehension dawned. He gazed upon these god-touched, ragged yet burning with the fierce, untamable flame of ambition. And a wild, absurd thought seized him. Perhaps these madmen truly could reshape this broken world. Enough. Canned Food rose and clapped Rolf's shoulder. You're among kin now. From this day forth you are chief quartermaster of our temple. See those players outside? Or rather, those god-touched. He gestured toward the courtyard, where figures labored frantically for meager black bread. They haul away cobalt loot. Junk now, yes, but soon spoils of every kind. Your task: organize it all. Then leverage your contacts and caravans to transport it north, to trade for everything we need: iron, grain, arcane materials, even indentured labor. Rolf's eyes blazed with sudden, incandescent understanding. As a merchant, he grasped the magnitude instantly: no taxes, no laws. And these God-touched were tireless engines of production. By your command, my lord. Rolf surged to bow, when Gongzi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly pointed to a spot on the map. One more thing. You said Whitestone City is now the front line of the anti-monster war, and currently besieged. Yes, it is horrifically brutal. Rolf nodded gravely. Then doesn't that mean? Gongzi licked his lips, muscles rippling with excitement. There are elite monsters there, and they never stop spawning. And chaos reigns. Loot lies unclaimed everywhere. Armor, weapons, relics, abandoned by the fallen. Hakimi's eyes shone with avaricious light. And the populace lives in utter despair, desperate for righteous saviors like us. And perhaps a modest protection fee. Husky grinned, a low wolfish chuckle escaping him. Watching their expressions twist into ever more unnerving grins, Rolf felt a chilling certainty settle upon him. Compared to the southern abyssals, these beings, dubbed the Fourth Cataclysm, might well become the greatest destabilizing force this world would ever know. Upon the dais above, Livy withdrew his gaze from the council chamber. Chaos, division, despair, a perfect incubator for both eldritch gods and the Fourth Cataclysm. It seems it is time to unveil a new map for the players. Livy murmured softly, his violet gold eyes piercing eastward, through veils of mist, to behold the solitary white citadel swaying like a candle flame in the gathering storm. President Rolf was still wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, trying to explain the details of the map to the divine favored ones. Just then the air in the center of the hall suddenly froze. Without any warning, a chilling sensation from the depths of the soul descended unexpectedly. All the slime magical energy lamps hanging from the beams instantly dimmed and shrank, as if even these mindless creatures were bowing to some supreme existence. Levi on the high platform spoke, his voice booming through divine power in the hall. That voice was no longer the casual talk of a player, but carried an ancient deity's unique suffocating majesty and coldness. A fine map, Rolf. But isn't it time for that mouse you brought to come out and kneel? Rolf trembled all over, and the parchment in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He looked around in terror, his teeth chattering. Mouse. Great deity, I swear everyone I brought is loyal. No need to act, Rolf. A hoarse yet trembling voice emerged from the pile of attendants behind Rolf. A middle-aged attendant dressed in an unremarkable gray robe and responsible for carrying the map boxes slowly stepped forward. With each step he took, the disguise he wore peeled away. By the time he reached the center of the hall, despite still wearing coarse clothing, the authority of someone who had long held a high position revealed itself like a drawn sword. It was the aura of a powerful being who had undergone countless life and death trials, even having basked in divine grace incomparable to the ordinary soldiers outside. Yet this powerful figure made a move that astonished all the players when confronting the surging black mist on the high platform. Thud. There was no hesitation, nor any semblance of noble demeanor. The middle-aged man knelt heavily on both knees, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, performing the five-body prostration typically reserved for the main deity during the most solemn sacrificial rites. Humble mortal envoy of the Bishop of Berserk City, Crow pays homage to the Great Old One. Cross voice was filled with reverence, even tinged with a hint of nausea in the face of indescribable horror, yet he held on without breaking down. As you said, even through the black mist of the temple, a mortal's disguise is as transparent in your eyes. You are. Rolf's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Crow. Steward Crow. How could you be among my attendants? Crow did not look back, maintaining his kneeling posture, speaking humbly, in the presence of the true God, I have no right to stand. The players instantly became excited, flooding the chat. What the hell? This NPC's AI is amazing. This kneeling is too standard. This aura, clearly a big boss-level elite monster. Wait, don't be impulsive, that guy's name is Yellow, he's a neutral unit. Step back. Levi's voice echoed again, stopping several players who were trying to approach and touch the NPC's equipment. Was it that old fox Albin who sent you? Levi said lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. As the shepherd of the glorious god, yet you send a confidant to kneel before the evil god. It seems your situation is worse than I imagined. Crossbody trembled slightly as he took out the evil god's amulet that had been confiscated by the bishop at the banquet, lifting it high above his head. Great Old One, please see. Cross voice was bitter because the lamps are about to extinguish. In the long years after the divine war, the true gods have not responded. The sacred relics maintaining the defensive barrier beneath Berserk City are now like a candle in the wind. The priests pray until their throats bleed but cannot elicit even a shred of divine power. Winter is coming. The southern black tide has already swallowed the holy city of Yaoyang. If new power does not intervene, Berserk City, this human island, will soon become a paradise for monsters. Having said that, Crow once again knocked his head heavily on the ground, blood seeping from his forehead. The bishop sent me not for trade. Mortals have no right to trade with gods. We are here to beg for a way to survive. Even if this path leads to the abyss, even if we must betray our former oaths. As long as we can allow the citizens in the city to survive, we are willing to seek refuge in the darkness. The hall fell into dead silence. Rolf was already dumbfounded. What did he just hear? The red-robed bishop, representing the glorious god, actually out of despair wanted to lead the entire city to rely on the evil god. Levi remained silent for a moment. He looked at the humble figure below. This was the cruel reality of the world. In the face of survival, faith was as fragile as paper. This was simply fantastic. An interesting request. Levi's voice carried a hint of amusement, but I am trapped here. My main body cannot leave the temple for the time being. Crow suddenly raised his head, the light in his eyes dimming instantly, as if he had heard the pronouncement of a death sentence. Even you cannot break this prison. But I have an army. Levi changed his tone. My favored ones, the so-called divine favored ones you speak of. They are immortal, greedy, and fearless. Levi's intent swept over the players present. I can send a vanguard team to follow you back to Berserk City. They will represent my will to take a look at the soon-to-collapse city. Oh, perhaps they can bring some hope to your city. Crow turned his head, looking at the group next to him, who were commenting on him, ragged, some picking their feet, others brandishing axes at their necks. Cross expression fell apart a bit. He had thought the army of the evil god would be some sort of dignified, terrifying dark knights, yet it turned out to be a group of seemingly mentally unstable vagrants. With all due respect, noble ruler, Crow said carefully, though this group of favored ones has a fierce aura, they appear filled with chaos and madness. If they enter the city, they might be judged by the tribunal for defiling the divine or strange behavior before even seeing the bishop. Moreover, to avoid drawing attention, our connection must absolutely remain secret. On the surface, we must still be the most devout followers of the glorious god. Let them pretend to be devout followers. This is probably harder than making monsters become vegetarians, right? Upon hearing this, Levi hadn't spoken yet, but the players burst into laughter. Pretend to be believers. I am not a husky slammed a dagger onto the table, clasping his hands together, his face instantly switching to a look more sacred than a virgin and more compassionate than an ascetic, even a tear squeezed from the corner of his eye. May the glory guide you. Oh no, may the glory always protect the lost lambs. Old friend, do you think my expression is devout enough? If not, I can add a bit more acting. Whatever I say. Also pushed his imaginary glasses, seriously adjusting his tattered collar, speaking in a tone that was both sacred and solemn. As long as the task rewards are in place, don't say to believe in the glorious god. Even if you want me to sing hymns to that slime at the door, I can do it. Faith. Gongzi chuckled, patting his chest. Can that thing add attributes? Can it give equipment? If it can, I would tattoo the glorious god on my back right now and offer incense to him every day. Looking at this group, who changed their faces instantly devoid of any principles and treating faith like a transaction cross worldview, was greatly impacted. He stared blankly at the high platform. Is this really your favored ones? Rest assured, Levi's voice was filled with confidence in the face of interest. They are more devout than any fanatic you have ever seen. Moreover, they are immortal. Even if discovered, no one will know their origins. Crow looked at the group of madmen with fervent eyes, ultimately having to lower his head helplessly. I will follow your will. As long as they don't shout your name in public, the bishop will have a way to arrange it. Since the initial intention was confirmed, the next step was the most exciting part, selecting people. Server-wide announcement: a limited-time quest has been activated. The Infiltrator of Berserk City quest description: follow the merchant caravan into the human city, establish an intelligence network, and meet with the red-robed bishop. Quota limit: an elite team must have high intelligence, strong combat power, or special expertise. Rewards: unlock Berserk City faction reputation, receive human disguise set, and gain a large amount of experience points. As soon as the quest was announced, the discussion hall exploded. Pick me. I can even recite the Bible. I can do a backflip. Take me. I am strong. I can carry bags. In the chaotic self-recommendation, Quan was unanimously recognized as the brains, securing a spot without question. His ability to organize and persuade was the core of this mission. Husky, as the #1 scout in the server, ran the fastest and had the strongest reconnaissance ability, also secured a spot. As for the third spot, step aside. Step aside. When it comes to money, I must be the one. Wall Street Wolf squeezed in. He was wearing a somewhat worn but clean long robe, holding a homemade abacus made from polished bones. Esteemed leaders, this time going to Berserk City. Besides gathering intelligence, we also need to engage in trade, right? That fat Rolf may kneel quickly now, but deep down he's still a shrewd merchant. If we don't have someone who understands the trade watching over the magical energy lamps we painstakingly crafted, we'll surely be undervalued by him. In reality, I work in finance, specializing in negotiations and bookkeeping. Bring me along, and I guarantee that fat guy will cough up every copper penny he swallowed, and we can make a fortune off the price differences over there. Quan's eyes lit up. This specialization is perfect. We need someone talented in making money. The selection came to an end. Quan, Husky, and Wall Street Wolf stood at the front of the team. Crow looked at these three, who would delve deep into the tiger's den as favored ones of the evil god. Though he still had doubts about their mental state, he had no choice but to press on. Since the candidates are determined, we must depart immediately. Crow turned around, pointing at the few robust black horses in Rolf's caravan, and seriously instructed to avoid drawing attention. We cannot move slowly with the large merchant caravan. The bishop is still waiting for my news. Every second is related to the life and death of Berserk City. He took out 3 sets of high-quality, yet understated gray robes from his bag and tossed them to the 3. Change into these. From now on, you are no longer divine favored ones, but my trusted subordinates recruited in the countryside. We need to travel light, ride fast, and strive to return to Berserk City within 3 days. No problem. Husky took the robe, draped it over himself, and grinned. Cosplay. I'm familiar with this. Steward, shall we set off? Crow nodded, swiftly mounting his horse, displaying his elite prowess. He pulled the reins, looking down at the 3 mount. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The three players who had been eager to go to the new map and make a big impact now stood before the tall black horses like they had been cast under a spell, glancing at each other. The situation became quite awkward. The cold wind blew, stirring a few dry leaves. Crow furrowed his brows looking at the three who stood like wooden stakes, and wondered, what is it? Are you unsatisfied with the horses? These are already the best horses Rolf could provide. Well, steward. Ultimately, it was Quan who pushed up his non-existent glasses, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Is there a possibility that we are, from a special school from the Far Eastern region? We mainly rely on, mechanical flying boats or teleportation arrays, referring to subways and buses. Husky nodded vigorously beside him, adding with a pained expression, yes, yes. We are infantry. Pure infantry. These things don't even have a steering wheel and brakes. Oh, we can't. Oh no, we can't ride. Crow, who had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, finally showed a crack. He looked at the three supposedly immortal elites and guardians of the evil god in disbelief. They could tear dog-headed men apart with their bare hands, handle the creations of the evil god without flinching, and even dared to gaze into the indescribable black mist. Yet, they couldn't ride a horse. It was as absurd as a fully armed legendary knight suddenly telling you he couldn't tie his shoelaces before going to battle. Crow took a deep breath, feeling his temples throbbing. As warriors, you can't even master the most basic riding skills. No one taught us. Wall Street Wolf mumbled, this game doesn't even provide a riding skill book. On the high platform, Levi, who had maintained a high, cold, godly persona and silently observed everything, nearly burst out laughing. He had forgotten about this. These players, though they were the fourth calamity, were essentially a bunch of modern-day shootins and wage slaves. Forget riding, a half of them probably had never even touched a live horse. It seems we will have to delay our departure, Levi thought silently, casually sending Crow a divine decree with just 2 short words, teach them. Crow trembled all over and had no choice but to dismount. He looked at these 3 innocent newbies, sighed deeply, and the high, cold demeanor of the elite envoy instantly crumbled, replaced by the fatigue of a father with a foolish son. Forget it. Crow rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, we still have some time. In the next 3 days, I will personally teach you. His gaze sharpened. The whip in his hand made a crisp sound in the air, startling the 3. Don't think this is easy. Since it is the will of the master, even if you break your legs, you must learn how to not fall off the horse. Mount up. Don't dilly-dally like a woman. In the open space of the temple square, the once solemn expedition ceremony had now completely transformed into a grotesque circus performance. Center of gravity. How many times have I said it? Lower your center of gravity. Squeeze your thighs tight. Crow was fuming, his usually stoic face now flushed with rage. He brandished his whip and roared at what can I say, who was writhing on the horse's back like a maggot. What are you doing? Are you dancing? This is a war horse, not a rocking chair underneath you. I want to squeeze too. What can I say was drenched in sweat, nearly losing his shoes, clutching the horse's mane with all his might, but this beast's back is too slippery. And it's shaking all the time. Is this because my dark arcane aura is repelling it? Repel your head. Crow was so angry he almost drew his sword. It dislikes you. Sit up straight. Meanwhile, the situation with him, not a husky, was even more perilous. As a player who chose the road path and had agility far exceeding the norm, Husky was not clumsy like what can I say, but he swung to the other extreme. His movements were too exaggerated. Hey, watch me. Superhero-style mount. Husky took a few steps back, made a run for it, and with astonishing springiness leaped into the air like a spring. Whoosh, he jumped too high? He flew over the horse's back, tracing a beautiful parabola in the air, and then landed heavily on the other side in a standard dog-eating poop position. Bang! The black horse was startled, turning its head with a bewildered look at the twitching Husky on the ground, even snorting disdainfully and stepping aside. Miscalculation. Husky lay on the ground, bravely raising one hand. That last one doesn't count. It might have been server lag. As for Wall Street Wolf, he chose a more capitalistic approach. He carefully held a piece of black bread stolen from the cafeteria up to the horse's mouth, trying to negotiate friendly terms with the towering beast. Be good, listen to me, let me ride for a bit, and this piece of bread is yours. Wall Street Wolf's face was filled with ingratiating smiles. We're all just trying to make a living here. Give me some face. This is a premium acquisition. Sigh. The black horse clearly was not buying it, and not only did it not eat the bread, but it also tossed its head, nearly knocking Wall Street Wolf off his feet. If one didn't look at the indomitable resilience they possessed, who could believe that these 3 clowns had just recently wiped out the dog-headed people outpost as elites? On the edge of the square, Rolf, the president of the Gold Spike Chamber of Commerce, was holding his chest with both hands, his rolls of fat twisting together, as if each time a player fell it landed on his heart. Ouch. Be gentle. Be gentle. Watching Husky once again try to grab the horse's tail to mount, Rolf stomped his feet in pain, pleading with a cry, that's a purebred northern Blackwind horse. Each one is worth 50 gold coins. Honored divine favorites, that's a horse, not a wooden stake. Don't pull its hair. It'll lose value. ITLL lose value. He turned to Jiang Zai, who was also watching, seeking some resonance. Jiang, aren't you going to say something? If this continues, these horses will be ruined before they even run out of the forest. Jiang was carrying an axe, munching on a raw carrot while watching the show. Hearing this, he chuckled, don't worry, fat brother, this is called breaking in. We have an old saying, man and horse in harmony. If you don't rough it up a bit, how can feelings develop? But Rolf looked at the horse, which was being firmly squeezed by what can I say's legs, rolling its eyes and foaming at the mouth, tears welling up. This isn't developing feelings, it's murder. However, this seemingly endless farce did not last too long. After all, these characters were no longer just ordinary people who had just entered the game. After experiencing the initial clumsiness, their enhanced attributes of level 5 began to take effect. By the next morning, just one night later, when Crow returned to the square, he was astonished to find that these three could now steadily sit on the horse and walk slowly. Not because they had mastered any profound riding techniques, but purely because their strength and reflexes were too great. The horse wanted to throw them off. Sorry, what can I say? Legs clamped around the horse's belly like iron pincers, remaining completely still no matter how the horse bucked. Husky's balance was even more of a glitch, his body sticking to the horse's back like glue. By the third day, the scene changed dramatically. Giddy up! Dust billowed in the temple square. The three had begun to gallop wildly, even able to perform a few high-difficulty moves on horseback. This is the beauty of stats. Husky laughed on the galloping horse. As long as my agility is high enough, I don't need any skills. I can control it purely with muscle memory. Crow watched this scene from initial rage, turning to silence, finally transforming into a deep sigh. A bunch of monsters. Crow shook his head, although they look as awkward as a monkey riding a dog lacking all knightly grace. I have to admit, the learning speed they achieve through physical prowess is simply outrageous. Fourth day morning. The mist still enveloped the forest, but it was somewhat thinner than before. At the temple gate, the three players had already changed into the gray linen robes provided by Crow. This low-key outfit concealed their leather armor and weapons, making them appear like three ordinary travelers or attendants. Only the evil god heart shield hidden close to their chests was slightly warm, the only link keeping them connected to the master. Are you ready? Crow mounted his horse with a graceful motion. He turned to the three, his gaze stern. Once we leave this forest, there will be no divine protection. Don't worry, steward. Although what can I say's way of getting onto the horse was still not elegant. Once seated, he straightened his back, exuding a confident demeanor. We are the most professional actors. As long as I don't speak, no one will see through that I'm a mage. Exactly. Husky jumped up precisely this time, and we've brought enough funds. If necessary, we can force a path with money. Wall Street Wolf patted the bag on the saddle filled with carefully packaged samples of slime magic energy lamps, which were his bargaining chips to open up Whitestone City. Let's go. Crow ceased the chatter, flicked the reins. Whinny. Four swift horses dashed out of the temple square. The sound of their hooves echoed sharply in the morning silence. Rolf stood at the door, gazing at the retreating figures, clutching a piece of rag which he used to wipe his tears, murmuring to himself, "You must bring the horses back. They are my lifeline." Zhang and the other players who saw them off stood on the city wall waving their weapons. Earth, the real world. Official forum of the abandoned land. While countless players who did not secure a spot in the second test were still fervently discussing the post titled "The Doghead Must Die," a new post prefixed with live update ignited the homepage once again. Title: Frontline Report Stepping Out of the Novice Village. 72 hours through the Old Forest. If this isn't a AAA masterpiece, I will livestream eating my keyboard. Continuously updated. Poster: What can I say? Brothers, this is canned food. It is the evening of the third day since we set out. Taking advantage of our camping time in the wild, I've edited a compilation of the footage from these days and posted it. No more nonsense, just watch the video. The video began to play. The scene shook violently, showcasing a first-person perspective of riding a horse. The howling wind rushed past as the twisted, dead black trees flew back like ghosts. The background music consisted of the whistling wind and the heavy sound of hooves. The scene shifted to a combat scenario. A gigantic, mutated wild boar covered in black tentacles roared as it charged towards the camera. Husky, cut it off. Voice of canned food, a gray shadow flashed from the side. I am not a husky, performing an impossible leap on horseback, the dagger in hand, accurately piercing the boar's eye socket. At the same time, the camera shook as a purple-black fireball, though only the size of a fist, shot out and exploded into a strange black smoke upon hitting the wild boar. The scene shifted again to a chilling static close-up. It depicted an abandoned village. The camera swept over the collapsed wooden houses, their roofs covered in black moss as the wind whistled through the broken windows, producing a mournful sound. There were no corpses in the streets, only scattered shoes, broken toys, and those dried dark claw marks on the walls, as if someone had scratched them with their nails. At the end of the video, it froze beside a campfire. In the darkness, countless pairs of green, glimmering eyes flickered around the camp's perimeter. In the center of the camp, a silver badge emitting a faint white light and three black talismans glowing with a soft red light intertwined to create an eerie halo of coexisting holiness and evil. The comments section below the post exploded. First floor: wow, this outdoor map is too vast. It's been 3 days, and we haven't reached the end. Fifth floor: that abandoned village gave me chills. The game's details are simply unbeatable. The sense of despair from the vacant buildings spills out of the screen. 12th floor: am I the only one who noticed that last halo? Mixing holy light with dark energy. This team configuration is something else. 23rd floor: I am crying with envy. I also want to ride a horse. I also want to go on an adventure. When is the official going to start the third test? In-game deep within the old forest. Phew. Finally finished posting. Canned food disconnected from the forum link, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Maintaining the high-frequency data transmission of the protective mirror for an extended period had drained even his current mental strength. Ken, brother, we've been running for 3 days. How much longer? The husky riding on horseback boredly twirled his dagger. This forest is full of trees, not a single living person to talk to, only monsters. I'm about to throw up from boredom. Almost there. Krell leading the way reined in his horse, pointing towards the thinning mist at the edge of the forest. Once we pass through that white birch forest, we will reach the Whitestone Beach. Beyond the Whitestone Beach, we will enter the control area of the Whitestone Alliance. For Krell, these 3 days had also been a journey of reshaping his worldview. He had initially thought these 3 blessed by the evil gods would be causing trouble like rabid dogs. But it turned out that as long as someone named Food was leading them, they were more professional than the most elite scouts. The Husky was responsible for scouting. His sharp eyes could detect any movement. Wall Street Wolf was in charge of logistics, even neatly packaging the potion herbs collected along the way, while Food was responsible for recording and decision-making. What shocked Krell the most was that they genuinely did not fear death. On the first night, they were ambushed by a group of ghouls. To test the monster's attack patterns, the Husky even voluntarily extended his arm to let a monster bite him, shouting record data. The biting force is about 200 pounds. This indifference towards life and death chilled even Krell, a veteran. In these 3 days we have passed through 7 villages. Wall Street Wolf rode up beside Krell, his voice somewhat somber. All of them were empty. Not a single ghostly shadow was present. They all fled. Krell's voice was hoarse. Some fled to Whitestone City, some died on the road, and others have become fertilizer for this place. He touched the already warm, radiant, holy emblem on his chest. In these 3 days, whenever night fell, the monsters in the forest would become exceedingly violent. At first, Krell habitually activated the holy power within the emblem, creating a divine barrier. But in the abandoned land, that little holy light was like a lighthouse in the night, not only failing to disperse much darkness, but instead attracting more monsters that craved to devour light. Until the first night, when he was nearly overwhelmed by the monsters, Food stepped forward. He instructed Krell to put away the holy emblem, then had the 3 of them simultaneously activate the evil god protective mirror on their chests. Buzz. At that moment, a presence more profound than darkness and more greedy than monsters emanated from the protective mirror. It was the pressure of a superior predator. The ghouls and spirits that had originally been attacking wildly upon sensing this aura retreated, like mice encountering a natural enemy, whimpering as they scampered away. That night Krell suffered from insomnia. He stared at the faint holy emblem in his hand, then at the 3 red glowing talismans beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. What protected them was no longer the brilliance they had believed in their whole lives, but the gaze of the abyss. Get ready. Krell collected his thoughts, his gaze sharpening. Ahead is the Whitestone Beach. There are no trees blocking the view. It is open, but that also means we might encounter the patrols of Whitestone City. Remember your identities, followers from the countryside. Do not speak out of turn. Do not look around, especially do not show that kind of look of seeing prey, actually monsters towards those knights. Krell sternly warned, mainly targeting the Husky. Don't worry, we are professionals. Food adjusted his gray robe, tucking the protective mirror into his clothing. The 4 of them spurred their horses, charging out of the last dark thicket. Whoosh! The view suddenly opened up. The long-lost wind, no longer carrying the scent of decay, was mixed with moist air. What appeared before the players was no longer the oppressive black forest, but a vast and breathtaking stony beach. Countless white and gray pebbles covered the ground like a dry, gigantic river extending to the horizon. And amidst the gaps in the stony beach, some pale reeds grew tenaciously, swaying in the wind. So this is the Whitestone Beach. The Husky's eyes widened. What a large open area. Perfect for team battles. Don't just think about fighting. Wall Street Wolf pointed to the distance. Look over there. Following his finger at the end of the Whitestone Beach, at the junction of the horizon, a majestic white silhouette could be faintly seen. The towering city walls were built against the mountain, and the spire towers shot into the clouds. Although it was far away, one could still feel the city's enormity and sturdiness. That was the largest fortress in the central part of this continent, Whitestone City. We've finally arrived. Food took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. New map loaded. He said softly, brothers, bring your A game. The upcoming battlefield will not be won by mere hacking. Krell glanced back at the 3, confirming there were no flaws, and with a flick of his whip, he commanded, let's go. Enter the city before dark. The 4 horses stepped on the white stones, racing towards the white giant city that represented civilization, yet was also filled with conspiracy and danger. By Sure City, the side gate passageway, dim, damp, and far removed from the bustle of the main thoroughfare. Crow reined in his horse and turned to glance at the 3 figures behind him. Our paths part here. Crow pointed toward a narrow alley branching off toward the lower district. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Husky, we've secured rooms for you both at the Broken Blade Inn. He then turned to Can. As for you, Mr. Can, you'll accompany me. The High Bishop wishes to speak with you. At these words, Husky, who had not been named, immediately bristled. In the party channel which they used, even while standing face-to-face, he blurted out, what the hell? What's this NPC implying? Why only Can? Is this some private dungeon quest with exclusive story content? Don't make a scene. Ken adjusted his ash-gray robe and murmured quietly, this is a diplomatic engagement. If you open your mouth with a vulgar exclamation, you'll instantly shatter any goodwill we've built. TCH. Looks like stealth class discrimination to me. Husky scoffed, twirling his dagger between his fingers. Fine. If you won't let us join Wolf, and I will scout the map instead. Such a vast territory would be wasted without undertaking side quests. Beside him, Wall Street Wolf nodded, eyes gleaming with sharp calculation. Perfect. I'll assess local market prices and trade conditions. I glanced around upon entering. The monster resource prices here are absurdly high. Agreed. Let's split up. Ken issued one final reminder. Remember, this isn't the wastelands. Don't casually expose your health bar. If anything unexpected occurs, log out immediately. We'll coordinate solutions via our group chat. Got it. See you later. With a brief firm fist bump, the three parted swiftly, under Crow's bemused gaze. The prayer chamber of Berserk Cathedral, its air thick with the stale scent of aged candle wax and suffocating silence. There was no grand spectacle awaiting him, no phalanx of holy knights. When Ken pushed open the heavy oak door, all he saw was a slightly stooped back. High Bishop Alban knelt before a dim, tarnished statue of the God of Radiance. He wore no crimson ceremonial robes, the symbol of ecclesiastical authority, but rather a coarse patched sackcloth tunic, the garb of an ascetic. Crow wrote in his letter that he witnessed a divine miracle. Alban did not turn. His voice was ancient, hoarse, devoid of discernible emotion. He claimed that within that accursed forest the ancient forbidden one has awakened. Not only that, he bestowed divine power upon a host of undead, shielding those very people we abandoned as unworthy. Ken remained motionless at the threshold, silent, observing only that hunched silhouette. His heart-protecting mirror interface displayed no hostile red name, but he felt a palpable pressure, dense and unyielding, filling the entire chamber. It was the aura of a high-ranking divine servant. Tell me, foreigner, Alban said slowly, turning at last. His face was skeletal, sunken cheeks hollow eye sockets. Yet within those clouded eyes burned two flickering flames teetering on the edge of madness. Is it truly him seated upon that obsidian throne? This was no interview. It was the desperate confirmation of a man long stripped of hope. Ken adjusted his spectacles, a graceful, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Unfazed by the bishop's oppressive presence, he stepped forward, his tone laced with the melancholy compassion of a seasoned charlatan. Your Eminence, what precisely do you fear? Do you fear he has not awakened, that this is merely a lie? Or do you fear he has, and now you must beg salvation from a former enemy? Blasphemy. Alban slammed his crozier onto the stone floor. A low, resonant hum filled the chamber. A test. If Ken were but a fraud, a charlatan, or a low-tier fiend masquerading as human, this pure surge of sacred light would have torn his disguise asunder, reducing him to ash. Yet Ken did not flinch. His level 5 mystic scholar's mental fortitude surged fully awake, and the eldritch god amulet at his chest instantly sensed its master's peril. A deep ink-black barrier erupted before him in an instant. Sacred light and abyssal mist collided violently. No cataclysmic explosion followed. Only a grating, teeth-rattling hiss like white-hot iron plunged into icy water. The amulet greedily drained the sacred energy, its black mists roiling fiercely, until impossibly it consumed the entire beam of light. Then crack. A brittle, piercing sound sliced through the chamber's silence. Ken withdrew the amulet from his robe. Once pulsing with eerie crimson radiance, the obsidian pendant now lay dull and gray-webbed with fine hairline fractures. A gentle breeze stirred, and in Ken's palm it crumbled into a fine black powder, sifting silently to the floor. Humph. He brushed his hands clean with practiced nonchalance, though his back was drenched in cold sweat. That was dangerously close. That old bastard struck hard. If not for the amulet, I'd have respawned for free. Though panic churned within, outwardly he remained as unshakable as an ancient mountain. Gazing at the dust at his feet, he wore an expression both wistful and faintly disdainful, a pity. Mortal vessels, after all, cannot withstand the collision of the eldritch and the radiant. He lifted his eyes to meet Alban's stunned gaze, and began his performance. Your Eminence, did you see? A mere trinket casually granted by our great deity deflected a single strike from a high bishop of your stature. Such artifacts are abundant among us. How much sacred light do you possess? Negotiation above all demanded bravado, and Ken understood this instinctively. In truth, Li Wei had been mute for days, exhausted from crafting protective talismans for the expedition team, but the bishop had no way of knowing. Alban staggered backward, gripping the base of the statue for support, his voice trembling. It's true. Crow did not deceive me. That being has truly returned. After centuries of silence from the orthodox gods, he had just witnessed a divine-level resonance, not from a saint, but from a self-proclaimed heretic. Now you believe. Ken dispelled the black mist and smoothed his collar, reverting to his disarmingly benign demeanor. We are not the evil you accuse us of being. Your light abandoned its faithful, but our divine sovereign endures eternal. Alban fell into a long, heavy silence. He studied Ken's calm, unruffled face, then watched as the feverish fire in his own eyes cooled, replaced by the glacial, transactional clarity of a seasoned diplomat. If he has returned, why does he not descend directly? Alban cut straight to the heart of it. You were sent because he remains too weak, trapped within his sanctum, unable to emerge. Correct. Divine beings operate beyond mortal comprehension. Ken evaded the question, instead offering an irrefutable proposition. But we may walk freely among you. Your Eminence, so long as divine power can be projected, does the method truly matter? What we seek is simple resources, intelligence, and legitimate status within Berserk City. And what you shall receive in return is an undying legion, and an ally who, when the black tide surges, will stand unwaveringly at your back. Alban drew a slow, shuddering breath. He turned once more toward the silent statue of the God of Radiance. The Radiance is dead, the old bishop whispered, as if persuading himself or uttering his final confession. Your Eminence can tap dash from his fingertips, his voice serene, yet edged with quiet steel. I have proven his return. Now, it is time to discuss terms. Albin turned again, his clouded eyes still heavy with loathing and vigilance. I can grant you official status. From a drawer, the bishop retrieved several ordinary rust-flecked copper badges and dropped them onto the table with a dull hollow clink. I will assign you to the clerical order as 5th rank deacons. His voice carried profound weariness. The lowest tier of ordained clergy. You'll handle sanitation, corpse transport, and sewer maintenance. No right to preach. No judicial authority. Not even entry into the inner sanctum, where these and the city guard will not arrest you as heretics. But should you provoke trouble or reveal your powers, the church will instantly brand you corrupted apostates and consign you to the pyre. This was subcontractor labor at its most expendable. The designated scapegoats stared at the tarnished copper discs, inwardly cursing the bishop's stinginess, yet outwardly feigned hesitation. 5th rank deacons. This seems rather. This is non-negotiable. Albin cut him off. I cannot elevate you further. Should others, especially the knights, suspect our arrangement, by sure city will fracture beyond repair. Then all is lost. The negotiation reached an impasse. On the surface, Can appeared cornered. Yet just as Albin believed he held the upper hand, Can sighed deeply and reached for the copper badge. Very well. 5th rank deacons it is. He tossed the badge lightly in his palm as though accepting his fate. Then, his tone shifted, delivering the carefully concealed poison pill. However, Your Eminence, since we are assigned to sanitation duties, might we request one additional administrative privilege? Surely that is reasonable. What privilege? Albin frowned. Restoration. Can gestured toward a small, dust-covered angelic statue in the corner of the prayer chamber, its arms severed, and then outward toward the faded, tarnished, holy emblems adorning the plaza outside. All along my journey here, I observed numerous damaged divine statues and defensive wards whose nodes have long since failed due to neglect. He spoke with earnest, almost priestly sincerity. We carry rare materials from the northern reaches and possess certain, unique restoration techniques. After all, we are novice clerics. Dirty, laborious tasks fall naturally to us. Let us mend what is broken, I'll reignite what has grown dim. Even if only for appearances, to soothe the people's spirits, wouldn't you agree? Albin paused, startled. He had expected demands for wealth, weapons, or pardons, not a voluntary offer to restore statues. He knew full well what this schemer intended. Under the guise of restoration, he would subtly implant features of the deceiver god, perhaps even reshape the very visage of divinity itself. Yet, granted, Albin sounded utterly spent. But tread carefully. Should you overreach, I lack the strength, or the will, to shield you. His gaze drifted to the dying feather of an angel, and to the warehouse where countless sacred relics lay inert, their divine essence long depleted. The church's predicament was stark. Orthodox priests possessed no divine power to activate relics, while those who did wield such power were heretics. If these outsiders could reactivate dormant ward nodes, even if their energy ran impure, so long as it repelled monsters, did it truly matter whether the light shone white or violet? After all, it was mere craftsmanship. Granting it posed little risk. Still, Albin added a caveat. Only outer city statues and sewer nodes. The cathedral's sacred relics are strictly forbidden. Agreed. Can's smile widened until his eyes crinkled shut, a grin so disarmingly genuine it sent chills down the spine. We shall restore those statues to radiant new life. Go forth. Albin waved wearily. I must attend a council meeting. Your deacon robes will be delivered to your inn. As Your Eminence commands. Can bowed cheerfully, and stepping out discreetly uploaded the full negotiation transcript to the forum. Brothers, Can has done it. In the lower district of Byshire City, a husky stood on the bustling streets, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him. Let me walk properly. That doesn't exist. The husky glanced up at the uneven rooftops and the distant steeple of the clock tower, and the assassin DNA within him instantly stirred. As a fully agile spect roamed the buildings all around were not mere houses to him, but massive interactive climbing points. With such a great physics engine, not parkouring would be a waste. The husky looked around, and noticing that the patrolling guards had just moved away, he took a couple of running steps, stepped onto a wooden crate by the roadside, and in a flash he sprung up onto the second-floor awning of a tavern. Spacebar grab pull up. Here we go. With a roll, the husky stood firmly on the roof tiles. His field of vision suddenly widened. The originally crowded and sweaty street lay beneath his feet. The biting wind lifted his dull gray cleric robe, giving him an unexpected aura reminiscent of a Brotherhood master. Now this feels right. The husky took a deep breath and activated the recording function of his heart-protecting mirror. Brothers, welcome to the first Byshire City rooftop parkour competition in the Forsaken Land. I am your commentator and participant, Husky. He lowered his center of gravity, darting across the uneven rooftops like a nimble black cat. Warning of high energy ahead. The distance between the two buildings is about 4 meters. If I misjudge this jump, I'll have to queue at the resurrection point. The husky spoke of danger, yet his feet did not slow down at all. He suddenly exerted force at the edge of the eaves, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The wind howled past his ears. Whoa! Thud! He landed crouching to absorb the impact. The motion was fluid and perfect. If a passerby had looked up at that moment, they would have only seen a gray shadow flash overhead, leaving them puzzled as they scratched their heads. Did a big rat just fly by? The husky was having a blast. He even treated this parkour as a kind of exploration game. At every high point, he would stop crouch on the dripping beast statue's head and use the heart-protecting mirror to scan the surrounding terrain. So this is the upper district. It's so luxurious. He stood atop a tall tower overlooking the city center where pristine marble streets, fountain gardens, and noble mansions protected by magical arrays lay. On the other side of the city, however, was a dreary, crowded, and somewhat dilapidated slum. The stark contrast of wealth and poverty was particularly glaring from this vantage point. This city is too large. The husky remarked, preparing to return the way he came, when suddenly his gaze locked onto a corner at the edge of the slum below. There was a huge cart piled high with dry grass and discarded cloth. That spot, that height. A surge of impulse from the depths of his soul surged forth. Is that a pile of grass? The husky swallowed hard. Although this game doesn't have the leap of faith no damage feature, with my current agility stats, I should survive the fall right. The husky stood at the edge of the roof, spread his arms, closed his eyes, and a classic eagle's cry played automatically in his mind. Leap of faith. He leaped. The sensation of free fall enveloped him instantly. The wind shrieked past his ears as the grass pile on the ground rapidly enlarged. Bang! It was not the light splash he had imagined, but a dull thud. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. The husky found himself sunk into the grass pile. He soon realized he had acted rashly. This was not a soft haystack at all. This was a garbage truck transporting the refuse and rotten vegetables of the slum. It was only covered with a thin layer of grass. I was careless. Didn't dodge. The husky clutched his back, which nearly broke from the fall, struggling to crawl out of the garbage heap with half a piece of rotten vegetable still on his head. This physics engine is too realistic. Is this the price of faith? However, before he could clean off the rotten vegetables from his body, the surrounding environment left him dumbfounded. For this jump had directly crossed the dividing wall of the lower district, inadvertently landing him in the dirtiest and most chaotic area of Berserk City, the depths of the slum. Surroundings no longer consisted of neat stone pathways, but rather muddy sewage ditches. Low shanties were crammed together like tumors, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. A few ragged beggars huddled in a corner picking lice, and upon seeing the husky suddenly drop from the sky into the garbage truck, they all widened their murky eyes, staring at him as if he were a fool. Hi. The husky awkwardly waved his hand. I'm just a passing angel who fell face first. Do you believe me? The beggars ignored him, merely shrinking back slightly. In their eyes, this person who had fallen from the sky into the garbage truck must be a bit off. So cold-hearted. The husky crawled out of the garbage truck, reeking of sour smells, standing somewhat disheveled in the muddy alley of the slum. This place felt like two worlds apart from the upper district. If the Berserk City above was a beacon of civilization, then this was the shadow beneath the lighthouse. Sewage flowed freely, and the wooden shanties looked like they could collapse at any moment. Barefoot children ran through the black water, while emaciated elderly folks curled up in corners awaiting death. This scene. Did the art team really visit a real slum for inspiration? It's so oppressive. Although the husky was a jokester, seeing this scene dampened his excitement. Just then a cacophony of curses and cries echoed from the alleyway. No money. If you don't have money for treatment, you might as well die early to save your family some food. The husky frowned, activating stealth, silently creeping along the base of the wall. At the alley's entrance, a crowd had gathered. A bald, muscular man with a face full of blubber and a black rat tattoo on his arm was kicking over a small stall set up by the roadside. The stall owner was a gray-haired old woman who clutched a bundle of herbs tightly in her arms, crying heart-wrenchingly. This is medicine that could save my grandson. Please just give me 2 more days. 2 more days. I'll give you time. Who gives me time? The thug leader, known as Rat Brother, scoffed, turning to look at the side. There stood a patrol team leader in standard Berserk City armor. He did not stop the violence. Instead, he crossed his arms, impatiently tapping the hilt of his sword with his iron-gloved hand. Hurry up. Don't let this old woman wail and affect the city's appearance. The bishop has been cracking down lately. If we don't collect this month's public security management fee, we'll all be left out in the cold. Did you hear that? The captain has spoken. Rat Brother grabbed the old woman's hair and viciously snatched the bundle of herbs from her. This medicine is confiscated. Just what I need. I've been feeling a bit under the weather. I'll take it home to brew some wine. No, that's a lifesaver. The old woman desperately lunged to bite his leg, but was kicked away by the team leader, rolling several meters. You dare assault a peacekeeper? The team leader spat, resting his hand on the sword hilt, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The husky's eyes turned red in an instant. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. He looked at the 2 NPCs marked with yellow names neutral in his heart-protecting mirror, his dagger already charged. Even if they're yellow names, I'm going to turn red today. The husky took a deep breath, his leg muscles tensed, ready to launch a backstab at the team leader for a refreshing surprise. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Don't move. A familiar voice reached his ears. The husky turned around to see What Can I Say had appeared behind him. At this moment, What Can I Say had changed into a flashy white and silver-decorated clerical robe, wearing a pair of silver-framed glasses without lenses. Though the hem of his robe was a bit stained, his expression, raised at a 45-degree angle, was more priestly than a real priest. Brotherkin, why are you here? Why are you dressed so flamboyantly? Where did you get that? I saw your dot on the map drop into a garbage heap and came to see if you were dead. This outfit was issued by the church, and the glasses were custom-made for me. Cantu adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the scene at the alley entrance. These low-level monsters provide little experience when killed and would only draw the whole city's bounty on us. Not worth it. Then what, just stand by and do nothing? The husky asked, anxious. Who said we wouldn't intervene? Cantu straightened his collar, a cold smirk forming on his lips. We now have status. Killing this kind of trash with a knife is too low-level. Learn from me, this is called dimensional strike. At the alley entrance, the team leader was about to draw his sword to teach that oblivious old woman a lesson when he suddenly heard leisurely footsteps approaching from behind. Who is it? Didn't you see the peacekeepers at work? Get lost. The team leader cursed without turning around. Oh, the peacekeepers at work. A calm voice with an undertone of coldness rang out. Why does it look to me like a robber is robbing? The team leader turned around in anger. You're looking for death. Aye. His curse caught in his throat. A young man dressed in pristine white robes with a silver cross emblem on his chest stood quietly in the muddy alley staring at him. That outfit looked almost blindingly white against the dark backdrop of the slum. Was that the Church's robe? Moreover, given the silver trim style and that emblem, the team leader's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Having spent over a decade in Berserk City, he knew all too well what that uniform represented. It stood for true privilege, the Church's cleric. And master. The team leader began to sweat profusely, and with a clang the sword dropped from his hand. His knees buckled, and before all the watching pour he fell into the muddy water with a thud, his posture so standard it was almost pitiful. I did not realize the esteemed cleric had arrived. My humble self deserves to die. The scene fell silent. Just moments ago the arrogant bully was now huddled like a drenched dog on the ground, trembling. Cantu did not rush to speak. He approached, leisurely, boots splashing in the mud, making a squelching sound. He walked up to the stunned rat brother, extended his hand, and gently took the bundle of herbs from him. Is this your stuff? Yes. No. It's this lady's. Rat brother looked at the kneeling support, his calves cramping. I was just helping her hold it. Really? Cantu nodded, handing the herbs to the old woman, who was already dumbfounded. Then he turned, looking down at the kneeling team leader. Which squad are you from? I am the captain of the West City Patrol Squad, 3 Buck. The team leader did not dare to raise his head. Captain Buck, you are quite skilled in your duties. Cantu bent down, lightly tapping the team leader's iron helmet with his silver cleric badge, producing a crisp ding-ding sound. Each tap felt like a hammer striking Buck's heart. The bishop has just established a special investigation department to specifically rectify the order in the city. I was just worried about not having any achievements, and here you come to me. Cantu sighed, his tone regretful. Tell me, if I were to write your behavior into a report and submit it to the Inquisition, how do you think they would decide? Is it dereliction of duty? Or seduced by demons? Hearing the words Inquisition, Buck nearly wet his pants. Anyone who entered there would be lucky to leave with just ashes. Master, spare me. Please spare me. Buck dropped to the ground, banging his head, madly splattering mud onto his face. I was just momentarily confused. I am willing to atone. The husky watched in stunned silence. He furiously typed in the team chat, damn. Cantu, your authority is too great. Where did you get this skin? The game's interactions are too realistic, even NPCs can read the room. It's so exhilarating. Cantu replied in the chat, learn from me, we all have clerical robes, and we're probably at the inn right now. Then Cantu put aside his smile, coldly looking at Buck. Want to save your life? Sure. We need to fix up the statues in the streets, soon. It requires a lot of manpower. Cantu pointed at Rat Brother and his thugs nearby. These men look quite sturdy, they are perfect for offering themselves to the God of Radiance. Captain Buck, what do you think? Upon hearing he wouldn't have to die, Buck immediately jumped up, drawing his sword to point at the thugs he had just been friendly with. Master is wise. These scum have been bullying others for too long. They should have been purified long ago. I will take them to the street corner right now. Yes, we are willing to offer ourselves to the God of Radiance. Rat Brother and the others repeatedly bowed their heads. Yet no one felt sympathy for him. The surrounding poor looked on at this scene with unprecedented delight. Moreover, Cantu pointed at the old woman on the ground. If I hear of anyone collecting management fees in this neighborhood again, I won't dare. Buck pounded his chest thunderously. From now on, if anyone dares to cause trouble here, I, Buck, will be the first to chop him down. Cantu nodded with satisfaction, waved his sleeve, and turned to leave. Let's go, Husky. The Husky sprang out from the shadows, following Cantu, glancing back at the captain still cowering in the mud, and then at the nearby impoverished people who looked at them with awe and admiration. Awesome. The Husky gave a thumbs up. I only knew how to kill red names before. I didn't expect this white name play to feel even better. Killing is a last resort. Cantu adjusted his pristine clerical robe, hands behind his back, humbly concealing his contributions. We are civilized people, clergy. Why draw a knife when we can crush them with our status? By the way, Cantu glanced at him. Have you seen Wolf? I didn't spot him when I returned to the inn. He wasn't around. The Husky scratched his head. He was still there when I left, but it seemed he said he wanted to check out the black market. In Berserk City, in the lower district, lies the Black Book Alley. This is the most crowded and dimmest part of the city, yet it is also where the flow of capital is most frenzied. Due to the Morning Light Federation cutting off the supply route of the Death Corridor, and the fall of the southern city of Yaoyang, Berserk City has effectively become an isolated island. The Wolf of Wall Street wrapped himself in a gray cloak, moving through the crowd like an inconspicuous ghost. Yet his eyes, hidden beneath the hood, were sharper than radar, quickly scanning every item at the stalls. Inferior iron, or price up by 200. Low-grade beast furs out of stock. Whale oil for lighting limited purchase. The wolf calculated in his mind as he walked. The inflation here had reached an outrageous level, but what he saw was not disaster, but rather a huge profit margin. He stopped in front of a shop named Darkfire Workshop. The store was discreet with a few dried beast bones hanging at the entrance exuding a stale formaldehyde scent. Boss, do you buy goods? The wolf walked in. Behind the counter, a thin old man with a monocle fiddled with a scale glanced at the wolf and replied coldly, "Don't bring out ordinary trash. The whole city is gearing up for battle. I only buy fine iron and magical materials. I don't sell iron, I sell fresh little trinkets." The wolf smiled slightly, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a glass jar, placing it casually on the counter. Clang. The wolf lifted the black cloth. A green glow illuminated the dim counter. The old man's originally indifferent gaze paused for a moment before he leaned in for a closer look. Inside the jar lay a fist-sized green slime lazily resting its body enveloping a glowing piece of fluorite. Because its body was translucent, the glow of the fluorite was softened and diffused by its gelatinous form, turning into a soft, non-dazzling light. A slime. The old man frowned, a bit disappointed. What kind of goods are these? There are plenty of them in the sewers. Those in the sewers are too dirty and toxic. They explode upon contact. The wolf pointed at the jar. This is a species good we caught in the northern forest, clean and docile. I've stuffed a piece of fluorite inside. As long as it stays alive, this light won't go out. So it's just a living lamp. The old man chuckled. What technical value does this have? It may not have technical value, but it saves fuel. The wolf hit the nail on the head. You know better than I how expensive whale oil is in the city. This thing just needs a bit of rotten vegetable leaves or wood shavings to survive every day. Moreover, the wolf lowered his voice, revealing a merchant smile. Just think about those noble ladies in the upper district. They rarely encounter magical creatures, so they are both fearful and curious. Such a soft, green, glowing little creature placed in the bedroom as a night light, wouldn't it be both quirky and stylish? The old man was taken aback for a moment, then stroked his chin. He indeed found this reasoning valid. Nobles were currently fond of a morbid aesthetic, and the trend of keeping magical creatures in jars as decorations would definitely resonate with those bored noble lords. The cost is nearly zero, but with some packaging it becomes magical creatures from the wilderness. Interesting. The old man nodded, but this thing isn't worth much. Do you have anything else? Of course. The wolf took off his backpack and with a clatter dumped its contents onto the counter. A strong stench of blood and guts instantly wafted through the air. This time the old man's eyes truly widened. There were a dozen sharp teeth coated in blood, several pieces of beast hide that, although not completely skinned, were extremely tough, a few still hard tusks of mutated wild boars, and 2 jars of bloody liquid. This. The old man picked up a tooth belonging to a dog-headed person still dripping with blood, his hand trembling slightly. Ah, it's that kind of fresh meat before corruption. Not dried goods. My God, this is the freshest meat we've seen in the past 3 months. Even if it's slightly spoiled, those mages would be fighting for it. It was just skinned a couple of days ago. It hasn't completely spoiled yet, the wolf said nonchalantly. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. The old man's voice changed with excitement. Since the south has been filled with undead and the east is blocked off, we haven't seen any biological materials with blood in them for 3 months. Those mercenaries don't dare leave the city, and all the materials on the market have gone rancid. The mage apprentices in the city can't even find fresh blood for experiments. In this lockdown city, what was lacking was not gold or silver, but fresh biological resources. Where did you get these? The old man looked at the wolf with reverence. Now, there are magical creature armies outside, and you actually managed to bring back so much fresh goods. Commercial secret. The wolf put away his smile, leaning forward with a commanding presence. Now, let's talk about the price. Forget about gold coins. They are depreciating severely right now. The wolf pointed at the dust-covered shelves at the back of the shop, his eyes sparkling with the fire of the Industrial Revolution. I want food, medicine, and those. The wolf pointed at a pile of discarded magical wands in the corner. To the natives, these were unwanted stocks, but to a broke player, these were urgently needed starter supplies. Old wands. The old man thought he misheard. You want those broken pieces of wood? I want them all. At scrap prices, the wolf replied firmly. Deal. All of it. 20 minutes later, the wolf walked out of the shop satisfied. His backpack was empty. All the trash dropped from monsters had been cleared, but he now carried several heavy contracts. This is a dimensional strike, the wolf sighed. What we see as garbage here is a hot commodity, and what they see as scrap is our tech tree material. This profit margin is faster than robbing a bank. He adjusted his cloak, preparing to head towards the Broken Blade Inn to meet his teammates. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead in the street. Move aside. Move aside. Unrelated persons retreat. The deacon of the Special Investigation Department is on duty. A fully armed city guard was roughly pushing through the crowd, forcibly clearing a path. Among them, a man in a luxurious robe with a white base and silver edges, wearing a bronze badge on his chest, walked with his hands behind his back, striding with an air of indifference. He wore a compassionate smile, occasionally waving at the civilians by the roadside. Behind him followed a similarly robed attendant, spinning a dagger and casting furtive glances. The wolf was taken aback. The one with the I am a saint expression looked more and more like a canned. The one walking in a disheveled manner, whistling at the girls by the roadside, looked more and more like a husky. What the hell? The wolf rubbed his eyes. Here he was haggling over a few dog teeth in the black market, and these two had suddenly transformed into part of the system. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they seemed even more imposing than ordinary nobles. Just then, the Khan also spotted the wolf standing by the roadside, holding a bag of junk, looking utterly bewildered. The Khan stopped in his tracks. Instead of greeting as usual, he smiled slightly at the wolf in front of the awestruck crowd, extending his hand with a booming voice full of sanctity. This lost scholar, I see your eyes are clear. You seem to be searching for the truth. Our special investigation department is recruiting a financial priest who understands alchemy and trade. I wonder if you would be interested in returning to the embrace of glory. The wolf looked at the pristine cloak representing privilege in the Khan's hand, and then at the bag of freshly earned hard-earned money in his own. He suddenly felt that his title of business genius seemed a bit inadequate in front of a player like the Khan who could directly navigate through politics. Is this the legendary? As long as one is bold, one can become a priest. Thank you for your grace, my lord. The wolf twitched his mouth, cooperatively stepping forward to receive the robe. In the old forest, the temple. Li Wei kept an eye on the movements of the three pioneer players. Although his divine power couldn't monitor that far, the three players loved to update the forum, so he watched with great interest. The Khan did remarkably well. He actually took the initiative to take on the task of repairing the statue. Li Wei's lips curled up slightly. As the god of deceit, as long as the objects of worship of his believers bore certain traits of his, he could find ways to siphon off some faith power from them. This is why, despite his previous incarnation being so difficult to kill, the gods still had to team up to kill him. This ability, to steal the incense of others, was too disgusting. The previous god of deceit was publicly known as the god of fate, and he often appeared in the scriptures of other sects, yet the bishops and others below still failed to realize it. Ultimately, this behavior angered quite a few righteous gods. However, even so, the god of deceit is still hard to kill completely. Li Wei chuckled, returning his thoughts to the forum. It's not easy to push tasks to them from this distance. Li Wei mused, modifying the forum interface through divine authority and the soul channel. He just copy some stuff and then tweak the existing features a bit. A new announcement was quickly released. Forum functionality and game experience synchronized upgrade. Announcement 1. Players can now view in-game tasks and character levels on the forum page and submit task reports. 2. Fully enhance the channel and communication features. Within the divine power range of God of Deceit, players can communicate without distance through the Heart Shield Mirror. Outside the range, players can use the Heart Shield Mirror for short-distance communication within 5 kilometers. Players can communicate with locals through the Heart Shield Mirror, but for immersion, perhaps everyone might try to learn some foreign languages. 3. A series of new monsters has been added. 4. Fixed numerous bugs. 5. Improve the map of Baishur City. The internal modeling of Baishur City has now fully loaded. 6. Open the third batch of reservation links. That's right, Li Wei is recruiting again, but this time he included a series of user terms in the reservation content. The terms were naturally directly copied from the internet, but under the guise of deceitful authority, this clause essentially allowed him to view souls. By reading souls in this manner, he could quickly filter out suitable candidates for the fourth catastrophe, though those fortunate players might have to dream of a shadow in black mist at night. Earth Deep Night. Lin Xiaoya jolted awake in bed, her sleepwear drenched in cold sweat clinging tightly to her back. A fine arts student who had repeated the entrance examination for 2 years, she had ultimately failed, deemed too unconventional in style, failing to conform to mainstream aesthetics. Lately, her mental state had teetered on the edge of collapse. At her friend's enthusiastic recommendation, she casually reserved a spot for the recently trending game, filled out the questionnaire, and promptly forgot all about it. But that dream just now had been unnervingly real. There had been no suffocating examination hall, no monotonous plaster statues. She floated within an endless expanse of ashen mist, surrounded by warped geometric forms and lines perpetually collapsing and reassembling. An indescribable sense of oppression nearly choked her. Yet, driven by the instinct of an artist, she gazed rapt and trembling at those unspeakable compositions, her very soul quivering. Sketch it. A deep, resonant voice, echoing as though from the heart of the cosmos, exploded within her mind. Lin Xiaoya instinctively extended her hand and traced shapes upon the void, her finger serving as brush and pen. She could not render any concrete form, only capture through pure instinct the order within chaos. At the instant her final stroke was complete, the mist dissolved. A colossal violet golden eye, filling her entire field of vision, slowly opened. Within it dwelled no morality, only a serene, transcendent indifference, so profound it made her soul shiver. It gazed upon her in silent appraisal, as if inspecting a newly fired porcelain vessel. Qualified. Admitted. With those 2 words, the dream shattered. Lin Xiaoya awoke. Gasping for air, she snatched her phone from the nightstand. There, quietly awaiting her, lay a new text message. Official notification from the Godforsaken Lands. Congratulations, player, failed art student. You have passed the qualification review for Batch 3 closed beta testing. Your designated login device has shipped. Prepare your inspiration, and go forth to depict that fractured world. I passed the reservation. The Godforsaken Lands Temple Plaza. As the intricate patterns of the teleportation array flared with light, a blinding flash heralded the arrival of 10 Batch 3 players upon this desolate wasteland. Wow, this lighting, these textures. The moment her feet touched ground, Lin Xiaoya ID failed art student burst into awestruck exclamation. She crouched down in rapture, tracing her fingers over the ancient fragmented engravings etched into the obsidian floor. Each tactile sensation startlingly vivid. This sense of time-worn grandeur, this post-apocalyptic aesthetic, is the modeler a deity? Scissors, scissors, another female player standing beside her stared blankly at her own attire. In reality, she was a fashion designer. She tugged at the coarse system-issued hemp robe draped over her shoulders, her eyes gleaming with professional fervor. This rough weaving technique, though primitive, offers exceptional breathability. If we incorporate patches of monster hide and dye it with botanical pigments, this would become the pinnacle of haute couture post-apocalyptic fashion. Whoa, dude, how are you so short? A startled cry shattered the artistic reverie. One player pointed incredulously at a stocky figure beside him. That player, whose ID read, "This hammer is a hammer," stood barely 1 meters tall. He was no dwarf, yet built like a pressurized gas cylinder. His limbs were thick and powerful, his beard unshaven, his skin a stony gray-brown. How the hell should I know? "This hammer is a hammer," stared helplessly at his stubby legs. "All I did was select passionate about forging and metals on the questionnaire, and list mechanical engineering as my major. I never said I wanted to be Wu Dalong." Does this game force racial transformation? System alert, congratulations player, this hammer is a hammer. You have triggered the hidden bloodline black iron dwarf subspecies. Talent mastery of smithing, heat resistance, strength enhancement. A dwarf? Eyes around him lit up instantly. Perfect timing, we need a blacksmith. Brother, our gear maintenance and upgrades are now in your hands. This is a legendary hidden profession. Hearing he'd be forging steel hammers, frustration vanished. He clenched his fist, already feeling the explosive power thrumming through his thick arms. Damn, if I'm swinging the heaven-striking hammer, it better be real hammering. The kind where you swing, strike, clang, again and again. Guaranteed authentic. Meanwhile, across the crowd, a player named, by phone, observed his surroundings with calm, measured scrutiny. He spoke little, but his upright bearing and the quiet gravity in his gaze set him apart from the rest. Their welcome party was none other than the game's mascot, Mia the cat girl. She had grown quite proficient at these orientation duties. "Hello, and welcome to the godforsaken lands, meow." "Ooh, a cat girl." Failed art student. S eyes sparkled, her aesthetic instincts flared. She lunged forward, scooped Mia into her arms, and buried her face into the cat girl's soft fur with unrestrained delight. Mia's tiny face vanished into her chest, turning beach red from sheer suffocation. Wait, why isn't the dev team punishing her? A veteran player watching nearby erupted in righteous indignation. Back in our day, even joking about her got us struck by lightning. Is this beauty privilege? "Let me go, please." Meow. Mia finally wriggled free and smoothed her disheveled hair. Clearly her customer service training still needed refinement. After playful banter and the completion of the opening cinematic, the 10 newcomers received their first quest, reach level 3 as swiftly as possible. Li Wei had deliberately kept the leveling threshold low, designed merely to immerse them in core gameplay mechanics. A few simple quests and monster skirmishes would suffice. And with experienced class-transcended veterans guiding them like rockets, progress was inevitable. Chaos reigned outside Temple Plaza. Chickens flew, dogs barked, excitement surged. Yet behind the plaza, beside the newly cultivated farmland, bloomed a sight of staggering abundance. A miracle, truly divine. Aaron Moonsong, a sylvan elf, stood motionless on the earthen ridge, gazing upon a sea of lush, vibrant wheat shoots. An experience so profoundly disorienting it felt like her entire worldview had collapsed and was now being painstakingly rebuilt. Just days earlier, when those 3 madmen, the civil engineers Shin Nong and Edison, had uncorked their foul-smelling fermentation pit and scattered its viscous black sludge across the soil, she'd nearly retched, and seriously considered purifying the tainted land with natural magic. Yet now, only 3 days had passed. Under the dual effects of slime arcane fertilizer, Shin Nong's proprietary blend, and high-temperature composting, and amplified by the realm's innate ambient energy, the once feeble wheat stalks shot upward like living things injected with vitality. Not only did the wheat thrive, experimental plots nearby bore mutant potatoes and vile-food turnips, each grotesquely oversized. "Well, Aaron, how does it look?" Shin Nong, pioneer of 100 herbs, strode over triumphantly, notebook in hand. "Told you, fallen petals. No manure is not without purpose. It transforms into nourishing soil, nurturing blossoms anew. This is the power of scientific agriculture." Aaron flushed faintly. Though the raw materials still unsettled her, the verdant vitality before her stirred the deepest instincts of her elven nature, compelling reluctant acknowledgement. "You humans do possess strange wisdom," she murmured softly. "At this pace, the first harvest will be ready within 1 week." 1 week? Shin Nong shook his head. Too slow. He gestured toward the distant newcomers slaughtering monsters with frenzied zeal. "Our population grows steadily, but the food deficit remains critical. So phase 2 begins." He pointed farther still toward vast tracts of barren land, his eyes blazing with visionary fire. "We build greenhouse complexes. We smelt glass. We install geothermal heating. On this wasteland we shall grow off-season vegetables." Upon the high dais, Li Wei observed it all. The newcomers wondered the dwarf blacksmith's emergence, the fertile promise of the fields. Art, industry, military, agriculture. His fingers tapped lightly upon the armrest of his throne. The puzzle pieces are falling into place. Once these newcomers obtain Heartguard mirrors, we'll dispatch reinforcements to Whitestone City. I hope those 3 players don't disappoint me. A violet golden eye, spanning vast distances, once more turned its gaze toward the forum page. Whitestone City Broken Blade Inn. Hey Ken Lord, what's this quest even mean? Husky stared eagerly at what Ken said. Ken held a neatly compiled notebook, the latest mission briefing they'd gathered from the forum after logging off. We're forbidden from altering faction relations, but must somehow implant faith in the god of fate. Adjusting his glasses, Ken analyzed. It fits the game's tone perfectly. Though canonically we belong to the evil god's faction, our deeds amount to world salvation. In essence, we must make the locals unknowingly worship our temple's sovereign. But that sounds impossible, interjected Wall Street Wolf. Though faith no longer shields many here, the populace is inherently born as devotees of the true gods. How could they switch allegiance so easily? No, not switch. Ken picked up his pen and circled the word implant, twice, his gaze sharpening with cunning. Implant. We'll embed our faction's boss deep within their existing belief system. Execute a classic shell acquisition. I've studied ancient church records, Ken said, pulling out his self-compiled journal. Before the deceiver god's fall, he operated precisely thus, lurking unnamed in other sacred texts and legends, possessing no fixed diocese, yet siphoning devotion from countless altars. It was precisely this parasitic divinity that compelled the pantheon to expend irreplaceable resources to erase him utterly. Whoa, how underhanded can you get? Husky blinked, stunned. Is our boss really that unscrupulous? So, is the god of fate just a pseudonym? A euphemism perhaps, since he governs the domain of deception. Renaming himself is trivial. Ken closed his notebook. Here's my provisional plan. I'll operate primarily within churches, leveraging our renovation rights to begin with the idols themselves. Husky, you'll infiltrate the slums, seeding nascent devotion under the banner of the god of fate. Wolf, you'll map the city's commercial networks. Later I'll approach the high priest to open trade corridors between our factions. Got it, boss. What else is there to say? Let's move. No time to waste. I'll update the forum first or those folks will start squabbling again. Ken shut his eyes, evidently diving into a post. The Elderwood forest deep within the temple. May events unfold smoothly. Li Wei gazed distantly toward Whitestone City. Its 100,000 souls a feast for his ambition. Though converting them all was implausible, stealing fragments of faith through deception posed no challenge. Moreover, once 500 stable native believers gather there and sufficiently refined idols are completed, I may establish a second resurrection node for players. Li Wei's gaze drifted toward the bustling players below. After all, player behavior remained notoriously difficult to constrain. Were it not for the exhausting corpse run required upon death outside the sanctuary, and Li Wei's deliberate withholding of further evil god talismans, they'd have flooded Whitestone City long ago. This grand game has only just begun. In Baishur City, in the lower district on Copper Street, the afternoon sun was somewhat languid, filtering through the eaves to illuminate the small square at the end of the street. There were no tense confrontations nor noisy commotion, only a peculiar tranquility belonging to a marketplace afternoon. There weren't many pedestrians on the street. A few ragged children were playing in the mud by the roadside sewage ditch. Occasionally a passerby would glance at the wooden scaffolding propped at the street corner, but would quickly lose interest. In the lower district, repairs and maintenance were commonplace. Fixing roofs, mending roads, and restoring statues were tasks once handled by the church's junior priests, nothing extraordinary about it. Shu Gus sandpaper. What can I say? He stood on the rickety scaffolding, rolling up the pristine sleeves of his clerical robe. He wasn't using any flashy magic, but was instead behaving like a proper mason, patiently cleaning the years of accumulated grime and bird droppings from the statue's cheek with a small trowel. Here you go, sir. The former street bully Shu Gu was now like the most obedient apprentice, handing over a piece of coarse sandpaper while wiping the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't quite understand this new clerical master, someone of high status capable of making the captain of the guards kneel. Why did he have to do this dirty work himself? Receiving the sandpaper, he focused intently on smoothing a jagged crack on the statue's cheek. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Fine dust fell lightly, settling on his robe's hem, but he paid it no mind. Once the debris was cleared, he extended his hand. Shu Gu immediately handed him a clay jar that had been prepared earlier. Using a delicate scraper, he lifted a bit of grayish paste, the slime magical adhesive developed jointly by the civil engineering dogs and Edison back at the headquarters. This material, a blend of slime gel, lime powder, and trace amounts of magical dust, was pure white and fine, far superior to the coarse yellow clay typically used by the church. With a steady wrist, he gently filled the crack with the paste. There was no miraculous glowing effect, nor was there any visible healing. This was the most ordinary physical repair. The paste filled the gap, concealed the blemish, and that was all. After about 20 minutes with the final polishing complete, the crack on the statue's face was finally unnoticeable. Under the sunlight, the repaired area exhibited a jade-like smoothness, creating a subtle contrast with the surrounding rough stone. Huff. He straightened up, stretched his sore neck, and nodded in satisfaction at the now smooth statue before him. That's more like it. When putting on a show, it has to be the full package. He muttered inwardly, keeping a straight face. Sir, is this done? Shu Gu tilted his head up, asking. It looks smoother than the ones before, just like new. Not yet, it still needs touch-ups. He pulled out a paintbrush and a palette from his robe. The statue of the radiant deity, due to its age, had long lost its original colors, especially in the eye area where only 2 hollow sockets remained, looking eerily unsettling in the shadows. He prepared gold paint, first carefully laying a base color on the statue's pupils. The pure golden pupils were the standard depiction by the church, representing the sun's selflessness and brilliance. After finishing, he examined it for a moment, slightly furrowing his brow, as if scrutinizing an unfinished artwork. Too rigid. He murmured softly, then switched to an extremely fine liner brush, dipping it into a deep, mysterious purplish-golden paint. Made from the juice of the ghost purple grass he had brought from the Forsaken Lands mixed with gold powder. He didn't make any grand changes. Instead, he delicately traced a purple outline around the depths of the pure golden pupil and added a deep purple in the very center. With that stroke, the statue, once only embodying light, suddenly gained an indescribable sense of depth and majesty. It was like adding a highlight to the previously vacant gaze, infusing it with a soul. Sir. Shugu, who had been holding the ladder below, noticed the hint of purple and couldn't help but scratch his head. Why does it have a bit of purple? Didn't the priests paint it all yellow? The scriptures say the radiant deity is the sun god. The all-yellow ones are copper coins, not eyes. Without turning back, he casually replied, while taking off his apron in a tone as nonchalant as discussing what to have for dinner. Shugu, when you look at the sun in the sky, doesn't it have a bit of purple when it sets? Doesn't it also have a bit of purple when it rises? Shugu paused, instinctively looking up at the horizon. It seems to have a bit. Then that's right. He climbed down from the scaffolding, dusting off his hands and adjusting his slightly wrinkled robe. Pure gold represents the midday sun, too harsh, blinding, making it hard to see clearly from high above. But this hint of purple represents the light of dawn and dusk, gentle and profound, allowing us who live in the gutters to see clearly. After finishing, he took off the dirty gloves and tossed them into a bucket, casually placing the small jar containing the special purplish gold paint in Shugu's hands. Take care of this, don't spill it. Shugu held the exquisite little jar, feeling a bit flustered. Sir, this. Did you see how I painted it? He casually asked while untying his apron. I saw it clearly, Shugu recalled. First apply the gold base, then outline with the purple, and finally dot the center. Remember, this is called a new painting method specifically promoted by our special investigation department to distinguish from those old-fashioned, decayed styles. He patted Shugu's shoulder, his tone carrying a unique encouragement and pressure from superior to subordinate. From now on, the statues in this district, even the remaining ones in the entire lower district, must be repaired according to this standard. He paused, pushing up his glasses, a glint of shrewdness flashing behind the lenses. Shugu, this is a technical job. Do it well, and it shows devotion to the deity. I can help commend you to the bishop. This counts as achievements. Remember, the most important thing is to get those eyes right. He didn't continue, just lightly brushed off the dust from his sleeves. Shugu shivered all over, quickly clutching the paint jar tightly in his hands, nodding his head vigorously. Understood. So rest assured. From now on, every statue in this area must have a hint of purple in its eyes. If there's less, you'll have to answer to me. When Shugu looked at the statue again, he wasn't sure if it was psychological, but after adding that hint of purple, the originally lifeless stone seemed less fierce, even its gaze. Despite the darkness of the lower district, exuded an indescribable depth. Not bad, good intuition. He nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, his ears suddenly perked up. Not just him, everyone present, Shugu, the thugs, and the surrounding onlookers who had been numb, all heard a strange commotion coming from the other end of the street. It wasn't the orderly footsteps of the patrol, nor the drunken brawling. It was the heavy sound of wooden wheels grinding over the bluestone slabs, producing a jarring creak, accompanied by the laborers' heavy shouts and a sense of something massive approaching. Clear the way. Clear the way. Don't block the road. A somewhat arrogant, yet vigorous voice boomed in the twilight. All eyes turned toward the alley. At the end of the narrow street, two heavy flatbed carts, originally used for transporting, or were being pushed by four burly hired porters, laboriously breaking through the dusk, slowly making their way. On top of the cargo of the first cart sat a figure clad in a gray robe. I am not a husky, twirling a glinting dagger in hand, squatting like a vigilant monkey atop, with eyes scanning the dark corners around, emanating an aura of keep your distance. Beside the cart, another figure also dressed in gray robes. The Wall Street Wolf walked with an indifference, as if he recognized no one. He cradled a self-made abacus of bone beads, his face wearing that characteristic merchant grin, holding a glowing green slime magic lamp, like a navigator. Brother Quan, I knew you were still slacking off here. The husky's sharp eyes spotted Quan standing under the statue from afar, excitedly waving the dagger, tracing a silver line in the air. We're heading to the slums. Yesterday, Wolf Brother changed out several warehouses grain. What? The surrounding poor people were stunned. Several warehouses. Before they could react, the two mountain-like carts thundered to a halt at the edge of the small square in front of the statue. The Wall Street Wolf stopped, patting the bulging sack beside him, producing a dull, yet satisfying sound. That was the distinct sound of grain. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Although Wolf Brother said to keep it low-key, his expression practically screamed, I have money. He casually loosened the mouth of a sack, grabbing a handful of contents and letting them slip through his fingers. Whoosh! Rough rye flour and aged rice mixed together under the green light of the slime lamp kicked up a cloud of dusty mist. But in the eyes of the residents of the lower district, this dust was more dazzling than gold dust. A fragrance unique to grain instantly spread in the air, thick with mold, sourness, and despair. The wind stopped. The entire square fell into a dead silence. All eyes, whether it was the ant mending clothes, the children rolling in the mud, or the elderly curled up in corners waiting for death, were now fixated on the two carts. They were two mountains. Two mountains made of carbohydrates named Survival. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed first, but the sound echoed clearly in the silence. Immediately after, a chorus of rumbling stomachs ensued like thunder. Is that grain? Oh God. How much is in that cart? Who is it for? Is it a merchant convoy passing through? Or? The crowd began to unconsciously inch forward. It was a biological instinct to move toward light, a frenzied craving for food after extreme hunger. Even the huskies' sharp dagger couldn't fend off the burning sensation originating from their stomachs. Hundreds of green eyes lit up in the twilight like a pack of hungry wolves, catching the scent of blood gradually surrounding the two carts and the three players standing beside. The air was tense, as if ready to snap at any moment. At this moment, if one person led the charge, it would immediately devolve into a chaotic scramble. Tisk, what a scene. Quan adjusted his glasses while standing under the statue, looking at the densely packed crowd that could explode at any moment. Instead of fear, a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. He turned around, facing away from the freshly repaired statue, arms wide open. Behind him, the statue's purplish-golden eyes quietly observed everything, as if examining the most naked desires of humanity. Husky wolf brother. Quan quietly spoke in the team channel. Open all the sacks. Let this fragrance spread a little further. The air in the square seemed to solidify. Hundreds of green eyes stared intently at the two carts piled high with grain, the sound of swallowed saliva emerging into a chilling low hum. The man known as Can Brother remarked, the hatred value is a bit high, isn't it? What can goods are you talking about? He waved his hand lightly. He adjusted his pristine white robe as a steward and pulled out a purple gold coin inscribed with Eye of Fate, though it is fake, that he had not yet had the chance to stow away. Ding. He flicked the coin with his finger. The coin traced a crisp parabolic arc in the air, producing a melodious sound, the most beautiful sound the residents of the lower district had ever heard, the sound of money. The coin landed precisely on a protruding piece of bluestone, spinning before coming to a stop. Quiet. Can Brother did not shout loudly, but the clerical robe he wore commanded the impoverished to instinctively obey his instruction. The crowd instinctively fell silent. I know you are all very hungry. Can Brother looked down at the crowd from above, a signature inscrutable smile on his face. This grain is indeed for you. However, Can Brother's tone shifted abruptly, his voice growing cold. My teachings instruct us fate never favors the maggots that expect to gain without effort. He pointed to his companion, the Wolf of Wall Street. This is my financial officer. Here we do not distribute porridge, we are hiring. 5 minutes later, a unique otherworldly job fair was held in the small square of the slums. What could have been a riot was replaced by an even more fervent emotion, the desire to change their fate. Anyone with strength, line up. The Wolf of Wall Street stood on a cart holding a bone abacus, making a clattering sound that radiated the aura of a capitalist, stunning a group of emaciated refugees. We need to grind this coarse grain into flour. Someone needs to sift out the sand and stones mixed in. We also need people to repair the broken walls and roads here. Work half a day and you'll get a bag of rye flour. Are there any skilled artisans? Carpenters, blacksmiths, even cobblers will do. As long as you pass the test, you'll get paid daily. 2 meals provided. In a place where life was worth little, the terms daily pay and meals provided held the explosive power of a nuclear bomb. In an instant, the formerly lifeless slums came alive. Men rushed to carry the stone mill, women gathered to sort the grain, and even those elderly who usually awaited death raised their trembling hands, indicating they could weave straw sandals or twist hemp ropes. This is the demographic dividend. The wolf gazed at the bustling scene before him, reflecting at the base. We still have to chop trees and twist ropes ourselves. Here, just 2 bags of old grain can hire hundreds of people for such low-level repetitive labor. The efficiency is simply astounding. This is called industrial upgrading. Can Brother added, outsourcing the low-end industry chain to NPCs, while we players only handle high-end combat and core technology. This is how the 4th disaster should be. But why are we having them do these things? Repairing walls and roads, isn't that just giving the nobles of Bishur City a free ride? Husky asked in confusion. Haha, this place isn't really our territory right now. The Wolf of Wall Street grinned mischievously, but sooner or later Bishur City will need us players to help defend it. If we build this place up in advance, when the time comes, we'll take over directly. I don't think the noble lords will care about a slum. As the Wolf of Wall Street and Can Brother busied themselves assigning tasks, Husky moved to a more secluded corner. In front of him were a group of children ranging from 7 to their teens. They were so filthy that their skin color was indiscernible, but their eyes held a sharpness and fierceness beyond their years. These were the mice of the lower district, pickpockets and future informants. Do you want to eat? Husky bit into an apple, the crisp sound causing the children's throats to move in unison. If you want to eat, you can, but you are too small to do hard labor. Husky chuckled, pulling out a handful of colored cloth strips tied to stones and casually tossed them into the complex alley behind him. Did you see those cloth strips? I threw them out. Whoever can find them within a minute and tell me what that widow ate tonight will get this apple. Before he finished speaking, the group of children darted out like a swarm of startled monkeys. Their agile movements as they climbed walls and squeezed through dog holes made Husky nod in approval. Their agility is impressive. They are good candidates for becoming thieves. In less than a minute, a little boy skinny as a stick and with only one eye was the first to rush back. He tightly clutched the red cloth strip, panting heavily as he said, Mister, I found it. The widow had boiled potatoes for dinner because I smelled the burnt scent of potato skins. Also, there's a man hiding in her house. He coughed just now. What the hell? How did you know that? Husky was astonished this kid was a natural paparazzo. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the apple, which he had only taken one bite from, to the little boy, and handed him a piece of hard candy wrapped in oiled paper. From now on you are the captain. Husky patted the boy's head. Remember, starting today, you are no longer thieves. You are the eyes of the god of fate. Keep track of where strangers come from, which nobles are throwing tantrums, and where the sewers are blocked, and report everything to me. As long as the information is accurate, don't mention apples. There will be plenty of meat. The boy held onto the candy tightly, an unprecedented light bursting forth from his remaining eye. He didn't know what the god of fate was, but he knew that following this strange man meant survival. As night fell, the porridge stalls in the square began to emit thin wisps of smoke. The impoverished people who had labored all afternoon held warm porridge they hadn't tasted in a long time, their faces revealing a dazed expression. At this moment, the sorcerer made his appearance. Can Brother did not stand on a platform like a traditional priest to preach the mercy of the divine. He took the opposite approach. He placed a black wooden box at the end of the line for porridge. After everyone receives their porridge, there will be a chance for each person. Can Brother pointed at the box, his voice filled with temptation. Inside the box are two types of coins. Those who touch the ordinary copper coins can keep them as extra rewards returning to work tomorrow for the same rations. But if you touch the purple gold coin, he lifted the coin painted with special purple lacquer adorned with an abstract I symbol. Congratulations, you have been chosen by fate. Tomorrow your wages will double and you will receive a winter coat, but each person can only draw once. The crowd erupted in excitement. Double wages? A coat? In winter, that's like a second life. Why? Mr. Why is that? Someone asked, confused. Because luck is also a form of strength. Can Brother said meaningfully, our great god of radiance does not care about your origins. He only cares about whether you dare to gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance in this despairing world. But the god of radiance. A poor man instinctively wanted to say something, but someone nearby quickly pulled him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Don't you value your life? He is a steward, but don't say everything. Someone in the crowd warned the man in a hushed voice, but Can Brother still heard clearly thanks to his high-level attributes. I know some of you have opinions about him. Can Brother tossed the special purple gold coin in his hand, flicked it, and it landed in the wooden box. Now he has sent his assistant, the god of fate, to bring you salvation. Was there ever a preaching by the god of fate before? I don't know, I haven't heard of it, but can a church steward lie? Cough, cough. Can Brother cleared his throat, and everyone instinctively quieted down. You may not know, but the god of fate was originally an angel under the divine throne, serving for a long time, hence his name was not well known. In recent years, he has achieved a breakthrough and thus became a deity. I see now. I thought so. The crowd echoed, actually indifferent. Who cared whether that ethereal deity was real or not? After all, it had been hundreds of years since they had seen any activity from them. When you say hundreds of years ago, their grandfathers might not have even been born. It was just that people would instinctively rebut a couple of statements when encountering something outside their common sense. Can Brother shook the wooden box a bit more. Come on. Thus, every hand that reached into the box trembled with prayer. When the first lucky one pulled out the purple coin, a cry of joy erupted, infecting everyone. They no longer passively accepted alms, but began to anticipate the unknown good fortune. They started to quietly murmur the newly heard name, God of Fate. No complex doctrines were needed, no forced brainwashing. In this uncertain apocalypse, as long as they were given a little hope of I might hit the jackpot, this belief would grow wildly like weeds. In the shadows, Butler Crow looked on at this fervent and orderly scene, feeling a chill run down his back. He watched Can Brother, clad in a pristine robe, preside over the lottery ceremony with a face full of holiness, murmuring to himself, is this the method of the evil god? He did not offer mercy. He gave these desperate people a hope named Gambler. The night in Bishur City was deeper than usual, yet that corner of the lower district shone with an almost blinding light. A ghostly green glow, seemingly from the underworld slime magic light, illuminated the originally dark alleyways of the slums, casting eerie shadows. Accompanying it were the untimely sounds of cheers and the crisp clinking of coins against wooden boxes. On top of the castle tower, a young knight responsible for monitoring the lower district lowered his monocular, his face pale, as if he had seen the gates of hell. He stumbled down the stairs, rushing towards the Night Order's headquarters. Bang! The heavy oak door to the commander's office was violently slammed open. Commander Gerald, who was wiping his sword, frowned and looked discontentedly at his panicked subordinate. What's the hurry? The sky won't fall with the castle walls standing. As a knight, maintaining composure at all times is your fundamental lesson. Commander, it's a grave matter. The young knight completely ignored the formalities, his voice trembling with fear and anger in the lower district. Those new stewards, they are preaching. Preaching? Gerald snorted coldly, continuing to polish the blade. It is the bishop's duty to calm the people and explain the teachings of the radiant god. No, not the radiant god. The young knight was so agitated that his face turned red, and he shouted, they are spreading a name that has never been heard before. What those poor people spoke of was the god of destiny. They claimed it was a new deity that could change the fate of the impoverished. Clang. Gerald's movements abruptly halted, the steel blades screeching against the scabbard. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. What did you say? A new god? Absolutely. I heard it with my own ears. The steward named Cand is using food to lure the poor into a wicked ritual called lottery, and claims it is a gift from destiny. The young knight gritted his teeth. Commander, this is blatant heresy. Under the bishop's nose they dare to preach a false god. Damn it. Gerald stood up abruptly, his tall figure emanating a chilling aura of killing intent. As the most loyal follower of the radiant god and the city's staunchest protector, he could tolerate that group of foreigners being greedy, rude, or even acting strangely. But he could never tolerate the malignant tumor of heretical beliefs taking root in the city. This was his bottom line. Mobilize the 1st Battalion. Gerald grabbed his helmet and strode out, his silver cloak billowing behind him. Follow me to the cathedral. I want to confront the bishop directly and ask what kind of devils he has let in. At Berserk Cathedral in the bishop's study. The soundproofing here was excellent, completely isolating the noise from the outside world. Cardinal Orban was seated behind a large redwood desk, holding a steaming cup of black tea, while across from him sat Butler Crow, who had just returned from the lower district looking somewhat pale. So they have done well. Orban gently blew on the leaves floating on the surface of the tea. You could say, beyond expectations, but it is also extremely dangerous. Cross expression was somewhat conflicted. That steward named Can has initiated something called work for food and destiny lottery. Now those poor people in the lower district are not only not robbing food, but instead behaving docilely like sheep. It's just, Crow hesitated, the term god of destiny. Orban set down his teacup. Just as he was about to say something, the study's large door was forcefully pushed open. Your Excellency, the bishop. Gerald burst in radiating coldness and murderous intent, and the servants outside could not stop this silver knight on the edge of fury. Gerald. Orban frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he maintained his elegance and composure. As the commander of the night order, you seem to have forgotten to knock before entering. This is not the time for etiquette. Gerald marched to the desk, placing his hands on the surface, leaning forward like an angry lion staring at Orban. Do you know what has happened in the lower district? Those 3 stewards you personally appointed are openly spreading heretical teachings. They are making the poor worship a fictional evil god of destiny. This is blasphemy. This is the most shameless betrayal of the radiant god. Gerald's voice echoed in the hall. Please issue an immediate order to revoke their clerical status. Let me take people to dismantle that illegal gathering. Burn those spreading the name of the false god at the stake. Facing the knight's fury, Orban remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. He leisurely took out a silk handkerchief from his drawer, wiped his mouth, and then slowly raised his head, looking at Gerald with a pitying gaze, as if he were looking at an ignorant child. Gerald, how old are you this year? 35. What does that have to do with the current matter? Gerald roared. 35 is the prime of a knight's life. Orban sighed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, while your swordsmanship has improved, your theological understanding seems to still be at the apprentice squire stage. What? Gerald was taken aback, his rage momentarily stifled by this bewildering evaluation. You say the god of destiny is fictional. Is it heresy? Orban stood up, walking to a row of massive bookshelves that reached the ceiling. His fingers traced over the heavy, dusty tomes, finally stopping at a black-covered, seemingly crumbling leather-bound volume. He pulled out the book, casually flipped through a few pages, and then with a loud thud, he dropped it heavily in front of Gerald. The Radiant Era Acts of the Saints, Volume 7 excerpts. Orban's voice turned serious and sacred, as if proclaiming a divine edict. Turn to page 304, Titwo, second to last line. Gerald was intimidated by the bishop's presence, instinctively picking up the book. The pages were yellowed, emitting a musty smell, and the text was written in an obscure ancient divine language filled with complex declensions and metaphors. He grit his teeth, stumbling to decipher the twisted letters. Beside the glorious throne stands the angel who governs variables. Gerald read with sweat beading on his forehead. Thus named. The latter part of the text was illegible, as if marred by something or worn away by time. Thus named the destiny fatum. Orban completed the latter half of the sentence for him, his tone becoming profound and inscrutable. That is the most mysterious archangel beneath the radiant god, responsible for guiding lost lambs through dark ages as a subgod. He rarely reveals miracles, only granting a glimmer of hope in moments of despair. This, Gerald's eyes widened, staring at the blurred text. He indeed saw words like variables and stands, but the term destiny, did it really exist? Gerald. Orban approached the knight, his tone softening, a mix of affection and helplessness in his gaze. He walked around the large desk, coming to stand before the knight, extending a frail hand to straighten the slightly askew collar of Gerald's cloak. I still remember when you were 6 years old, sent to the cathedral for the first time as an apprentice knight, you were just like this. Orban's voice turned gentle and nostalgic, as if lost in memories. At that time you sneaked a drink of the holy water on the altar. When I asked you why, you boldly said it was to gain more strength to defeat the demons. Gerald's face instantly flushed. That was a childhood embarrassment and a unique bond between him and the bishop. Your Excellency, that was. You have always been like this, unable to tolerate even a grain of sand in your eye, believing that as long as your sword is fast enough and your heart sincere enough, you can cut down all evil. Orban chuckled lightly, then gently patted Gerald's cold armor, his tone becoming earnest and tinged with a sense of melancholy. However, child, this world has changed. Sometimes to protect this city, relying solely on swords and fervor is not enough. As a mentor and elder who has watched you grow, when have I ever harmed you? When have I ever acted against Berserk City? Orban gazed directly into Gerald's eyes filled with trust and weariness. Those stewards, though their methods are eccentric and unconventional, are indeed alleviating the Church's burdens. They are using unfamiliar yet effective means to fill the stomachs of those refugees and stabilize this crumbling city. You want to arrest them? Are you trying to incite the refugees who have just begun to see a glimmer of hope from despair to riot? Gerald opened his mouth to retort, but found his throat blocked, as if something was lodged in it. He looked at the bishop, who bore a face full of concern yet disappointment, and at the hefty, ancient tone the flames of his anger finally turned into a deep sense of helplessness. Perhaps it really is my lack of understanding. Perhaps I am too reckless, misinterpreting the bishop's good intentions. Go back. Orban gently pushed him as if sending an ignorant child home. Read the scriptures more and calm your heart. Don't let anger blind your eyes, and don't let the sword in your hand strike those who are building walls for us. Gerald lowered his head, his grip on the sword's hilt tightening and then relaxing. In the end, he reluctantly yet respectfully performed a knightly salute. Yes, Gerald has learned. He left the study holding his sword like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but glance back, seeing the aged bishop wearily rubbing his brow. At that moment, Gerald's guilt peaked. With the door closing, silence returned to the study. Butler Crow, who had been standing in the shadow without daring to make a sound, now looked at Orban with an extremely complex gaze, as if he were seeing this long-serving master in a new light. Your Excellency, Bishop. Crow swallowed. Is that book really written like that? I remember that chapter talks about cases of heretical trials. Orban walked back to the desk, took a sip from his teacup, and the expression of sacred inviolability instantly vanished, replaced by the cunning of an old fox. How the book is written is not important. Orban said indifferently. What matters is who holds the interpretive power. Gerald is a good knight, but he is too rigid. At times like this, rigidity cannot save Berserk City. Orban walked to the window, looking at the distant green glow of the lower district, his gaze becoming profound and cold. As long as those foreigners can keep the 100,000 refugees from rebelling, can fend off the monsters from the south. Don't even mention the angel of destiny. Even if they offer that slime to the altar, I can still find evidence in the scriptures that the slime is the pet of the radiant god. This is politics, Crow. Send the order down. Tell the patrols not to cause trouble in the lower district. As long as they don't commit murder or arson in public, they can dance their rituals there without interference. Yes. Crow bowed his head and turned to leave. Gerald returned to the night order. Commander, his subordinates gathered around. Lift the surveillance on them. Rinda, you stay behind. Gerald said little, and the knights dispersed, leaving only the most capable one. Commander, those guys must be up to something. Why? Rinda was very anxious. You personally keep an eye on them. At this moment, Gerald no longer exhibited the respectful demeanor he had before the bishop. The bishop is protecting them. I suspect he is also allied with the evil god. What? Rinda exclaimed, almost in shock. The bishop. Chill. Get to it. Gerald silenced him with a look, watching as Rinda slowly withdrew from the night order. Rinda, are you loyal to me? The ancient forest, the temple square. In the past, players at this time were mostly busy scrambling for a few pieces of black bread, but today the atmosphere in the center of the square felt exceptionally serious, perhaps filled with a kind of fervor unique to science students. A gigantic smooth stone slab was set up in the open space with several pieces of parchment covered in charcoal sketches laid atop it. No, this needs to be changed. A player named Civil Engineering Dog squatted on the stone slab, holding a twig in his hand, pointing at a corner of the blueprint, with spittle flying. Brothers, the layout is opening up. Do you understand what opening up the layout means? We almost have 100 inhabitants now, and as long as the 3 big shots at the Berserk City office do their part, we might have a steady stream of refugees pouring in later. Relying solely on these few shabby wooden houses and fences, we can't even be considered a village-level administrative unit. Surrounding him were players named Edison, reincarnated Shinnong, tasting herbs, and a few new players who claimed to be planners and designers in real life. So what do you mean? Edison fiddled with a freshly made high-brightness slime bulb, the slime comfortably squinting its eyes as he squeezed it. Build a city. Relying on the temple, let's construct a real fortress. Civil Engineering Dog jabbed the twig at the blueprint, his eyes shimmering with the unique light of a construction fanatic. He drew a massive semicircle on the blueprint encompassing the temple square, the ruins of the back mountain, and the empty space in front. Backed by the Black Mountain, this is a natural windbreak and rear support. We need to build a real stone wall at the front, at least 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, reserving space for arrow towers and possibly magic artillery in the future. Here on the left near the ore storage point, let's designate it as the heavy industrial zone. In the future, blacksmith shops, woodworking workshops, and alchemy laboratories will all move there, and we might even try to implement assembly line operations. On the right, close to the water source, designate it as the agricultural and residential area. Shinnong, you need to hurry up and build your greenhouses, and make sure to construct brick houses with heated kangs for the NPCs. We need to treat them as sustainable labor resources and improve their happiness. The most crucial thing is, Civil Engineering Dog banged the stone slab with his twig, the sewage system. It must be designed for wet and dry separation. And we need to reserve connections for biogas tanks. I don't want our city to stink of waste. That kind of medieval experience is absolutely unacceptable. The surrounding players felt their blood boiling, as if they could already see a grand city rising from the ground. But this construction workload, isn't it a bit too much? A timid newbie raised his hand. We have no cement, no cranes, just relying on our hands. That's called hardcore gameplay. Edison slapped his thigh and excitedly replied, cement. We have plenty of formulas. Are you afraid we can't produce cement? Moreover, this place is filled with monster materials. I estimate the strength might even be higher. As for cranes, a guy like Gongzi with his strength can lift a forklift all by himself. Besides, we're not trying to build the city in a day or two. What are we afraid of? Let's do it. What should we name the city? Dawn Fortress. Too cliche, an old player complained. In my opinion, we go through this land like locusts leaving nothing behind. How about calling it Disaster City? Although the name was not yet determined, this group of construction fanatics had already begun to rub their hands together with the rudimentary tools, preparing to leave their mark of the fourth disaster on this wasteland. Meanwhile, at the southern edge of the ancient forest, this place was far from the bustling construction site, shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. Dense, withered trees obscured the light, and grayish-white mist flowed through the forest, making visibility extremely low. Over there at 11 o'clock, the assassin player crouching on the treetops signaled in the team channel. Below in the bushes, Gongzi tightened his grip on the fine iron shield, a new piece of equipment. He had exchanged all his contribution points for heavy and solid, giving him a strong sense of security. Behind him was the damage-dealing team, led by Hakimi North-South Green Bean. Prepare to engage. Gongzi spoke in a low voice. As a series of light footfalls approached, the mist parted. A patrol team consisting of 5 creatures appeared in the player's line of sight. They were not the previous kind of goblins that only howled. These creatures walked upright, covered in hard black scales, dragging a thick and powerful tail behind them. They wielded sharp bone blades, and some even held captured human iron swords, their vertical pupils glinting with cold and cunning light. Black-scaled lizard men. Is this the new monster? Hakimi licked his lips. They look stronger than goblins. No matter what they are daring to enter this forest makes them walking experience bags. Gongzi snorted coldly. But, Ding Dong Machine hesitated a bit. These guys also look like intelligent beings. Oh, won't it be inappropriate to attack them directly? Oh, inappropriate. What do you see hanging from their waists? Hakimi's keen eyes spotted the food bags hanging from the lizard man's waist. The bag opened with violent movements, revealing a half-dried human finger with a copper ring along with a few strands of bloodied hair, carelessly woven into their bone ornaments, appearing grotesque and terrifying. That was their proud trophy, evidence that they regarded humans as toe-legged sheep. Additionally, in those cold vertical pupils, the players could read no empathy for fellow intelligent beings, only mockery and greed. In the dietary habits of these cold-blooded creatures, humans were not just competitors, but also tender prey. Damn, they have human hands hanging from their waists. Ding Dong Machine's earlier hesitation about attacking intelligent beings instantly vanished, replaced by a visceral nausea and rage. These beasts really eat humans. Brothers, don't hold back, send them to hell. Roar. Gongzi let out a battle cry, charging towards the foremost lizard man like a tank. Hissy. The lizard man reacted extremely quickly, not panicking like a wild beast, but swiftly scattering. The leading lizard man even knew how to dodge to the side, thrusting the bone blade viciously towards Gongzi's underarm soft spot. Ding. Gongzi had already anticipated this, and the shield dropped heavily, accurately blocking the strike. The tremendous impact coursed through his arm, yet he stood firm. The power attribute from his job change granted him an absolute advantage in this struggle. Now, attack. As Gongzi drew the aggro, the players lying in ambush on both sides surged forth. Hakimi appeared like a phantom behind one lizardman, swinging his iron axe, now polished to a shine, with a whoosh striking hard at the back of its neck. Mambwa. Splat. Black blood splattered. The battle did not last long. Although these lizardmen coordinated well, and even swept their tails at the players' lower bodies, the players outsmarted them, and with a life-for-life strategy, the few lizardmen were quickly dealt with. Phew. This monster has some power. Gongzi shook the blood off his shield, looking at the corpses on the ground. If I hadn't changed jobs, I reckon that one hit would have taken half my health. This monster had high attack power. At this moment, Rolf, who had been following at the back of the team responsible for treasure appraisal and collecting loot, walked up. The chubby merchant glanced at the lizardman corpse on the ground, his face turning a bit pale, eyes filled with deep apprehension. Black-scaled lizardmen. I didn't expect their vanguard to have infiltrated here. Old Rolf, give us the lowdown. Gongzi handed him a jug of water. Are these things very powerful? How do they compare to goblins? Goblins. Rolf sighed wryly and shook his head in front of them. Goblins can only be considered noisy reserve food. He sat down on a rock, looking at the curious players, skillfully examining the corpses, and slowly said, in your eyes are monsters, just those beasts corrupted by dark forces, madly biting anything that moves. Aren't they? Hakimi countered in games. On Noan Legends, isn't it always said so? Dark creatures must be purified or something. That's a narrative concocted by the church to fool the common people, to make everyone believe this is a simple battle between good and evil. Rolf sighed, pointing at the lizard man on the ground. Look at its equipment, see the water bag and food it carries. They are very aware, even more astute than many humans. The so-called monsters are actually other intelligent races struggling to survive on this land apart from humans. Orcs, trolls, lizardmen, gnolls. Rolf counted on his fingers. In the divine wars hundreds of years ago, this land was shattered, filled with violent divine power. Humans with their frail bodies could only hide in cities using holy artifacts and barriers. But these races, Rolf's eyes revealed a hint of undeniable emotion, they did not hide. They endured the radiation of divine power on the wasteland. Many died, but those who survived mutated. Their skin grew thicker, their strength increased, and they even learned to harness that violent energy. They are not inherently evil, they are merely. Rolf glanced to the south towards the ruins of the holy city of Radiance. The southernmost territory on this fragment was swallowed by the raging tides of the Black Sea. They could not survive, so they had to move north. Humans block their way, occupying slightly better land, so they kill all humans and seize territory. This is war, the most primal a struggle for survival space among races. They are not foolish, on the contrary, some high-level monsters are even more cunning than human generals. After hearing Rolf's explanation, the players fell silent for a moment. A heavy, indescribable feeling filled the air. If these were not monsters, but intelligent races fighting for survival, then this slaughter seemed to carry a more complex meaning. Understood. Hakimi suddenly stood up, inserting the newly acquired bone blade into his waist, his eyes filled not with fear or moral burden, but with a stronger battle intent. This is what the version update is about, he excitedly said in the team channel. That's more like it. If it were just mindless zombies, how boring would that be? Having brains is good. With brains they know fear, no pain, know about gear drops. Gongzi chuckled and raised his axe. No matter if it's for survival or whatever, this forest is now our territory. Want to pass through? That will cost you extra. Just then the assassin player on lookout duty in the treetops suddenly issued an urgent alert in the channel. Gongzi, stop chatting. The heart mirror shows that a big guy is approaching from behind. It's not large, only a few, but it seems like there's a magic unit. Magic unit. Those two words struck like an adrenaline shot, piercing into the hearts of all players. Brothers. Gongzi shouted, his expression more affectionate than seeing a loved one, directly switching back to the greedy mode of the fourth disaster. Big loot is coming. Prepare to receive guests. Lay out the traps. The air in the jungle seemed to solidify. Everyone stay quiet, it's coming. Gongzi lay hidden behind a patch of withered bushes, his gaze fixed through the gap in his shield. From deep within the mist, heavy footsteps accompanied by the faint sound of scales scraping against each other could be heard. This small lizardman detachment was evidently much more elite than the previous scouting team. They formed a tight combat formation with 4 warriors wielding bone shields and iron swords on the periphery, and in the center was a distinctive figure. It was a lizardman, relatively hunched, dressed in a deep blue robe made from some unknown beast's hide. Its scales were not pure black, but instead bore an eerie bluish tint. In its hand it grasped a bone staff embedded with blue crystals, and as the mist passed by it, it seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, condensing into tiny droplets of water. Monster Black-Scaled Tidecaller Elite Level LV. 7 Danger Level Extremely High Skull. Marked the instant they saw this line of red text through the heart shield, everyone's breath halted for a moment. A Level 7 Elite Monster. Hakim gulped in the team channel. Isn't this the highest level we've encountered so far? And it's a spellcaster. What's the big deal about a spellcaster? They're just soft targets. A new player with the ID Yao where he clearly hadn't faced the harsh realities of society, he shouted in the channel, brothers, the usual rule. Gongzi, draw its aggro well, flank from the sides, and hit the back line. As long as we get close, the mage will be a lamb to the slaughter. Wait, don't act impulsively. Gongzi felt something was off. This monster gives me a different sense of pressure. But it was already too late. For the gear, for the skill book. 5 or 6 players, unable to hold back any longer, lunged out from behind the trees like hungry wolves, swinging their iron swords and axes as they charged towards the robed lizard man. Hiss! The black-scaled Tidecaller raised its cold, slit eyes, observing the sudden onrush of humans. There was no panic in its gaze, only a hint of disdain, as if looking at ants. It did not retreat, it merely lifted its bone staff lightly and emitted a rapid, obscure hiss. Buzz. The moisture in the air instantly condensed. Watch out! Gongzi shouted. In the next second, 3 fist-sized, rapidly spinning water bullets materialized out of thin air, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Puff, puff, puff. This was not the kind of water ball technique the players had imagined. This was a high-pressure water blade. The player known as Yao Naiwahi, who was at the forefront, didn't even have time to see what happened before his head exploded like a watermelon. The 2 players following closely behind him faced horrific fates as well. One had a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest, while the other's thigh was cleanly severed. In just a second, 3 players were instantly killed. Blood sprayed onto the faces of the surrounding players, the warmth and metallic scent leaving the remaining ones dazed. What the hell? Instant cast. 1-hit kill. Isn't this damage value incorrect? Before they could react, the Tidecaller swung its staff again. This time the mire beneath it suddenly bubbled, and a murky wave shot out like a whip. Bang! The remaining ambushers were swept away like kites, with broken strings crashing into tree trunks, their health bars plummeting. Though they were not dead, they were left severely injured, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Is this magic? Gongzi, hiding in the shadows, felt his scalp tingle. Is this what mages in this world are like? No casting time, no wind-up, just raising a hand and taking lives. This was not playing a game, this was a death wish. Defense. Everyone defend. Gongzi could no longer afford to be reckless. He abruptly jumped out, slamming his heavy iron shield into the ground to protect his injured teammates. Hakim, scatter. Don't group up and take AoE damage. The Tidecaller spotted the burly man with the large shield, a hint of cruelty flickering in its eyes. It pointed its staff, and the previously soft ground suddenly surged with streams of water, transforming into hard ice spikes that viciously stabbed at Gongzi's lower body. Clang! Gongzi reacted, quickly pressing down his shield to block the blow. However, the tremendous impact caused his palms to split. Damn, this monster is too intelligent. It knows to target the lower body. Gongzi gritted his teeth, holding firm. Brothers, this thing's firepower is too fierce, we can't get close. At this moment, over 20 black-scaled warriors also reacted, howling as they charged forward, surrounding the remaining players. The situation collapsed in an instant. This was the first major loss the fourth calamity faced when confronted with genuine, extraordinary power. In the face of absolute level suppression and magic, ordinary players seemed utterly powerless. Are we going to be wiped out? Hakim, hiding behind a tree, watched the beleaguered Gongzi, feeling a chill in his heart. Don't panic. Gongzi, report the casting frequency of that mage. About every 2 seconds for a water bullet. Every 5 seconds for an ice spike. It just cast an AoE skill once and hasn't used it a second time. Gongzi shouted. It has a mana bar and cooldowns. Most importantly, it's made of flesh too. Husky gritted his teeth. Gongzi used that strategy. Damn, it's going to cast again. Gongzi bit his teeth. From now on, everyone abandon defense, abandon repositioning. Warriors push the mage while assassins and intellect units take care of those 4 smaller ones. We'll overwhelm them with our lives and meet back in an hour. Charge. Block its line of sight with our bodies. Use our corpses to obstruct its staff. These words sounded extremely cruel, but to the players it felt like a switch had been flipped. Hakim wiped the blood from his face. Got it. This is our racial talent. He discarded the broken sword he had been using to block, pulled out 2 daggers from his waist, and shouted loudly in the channel, charge. In the next second, a scene unfolded in the jungle that would be etched in the memories of lizardmen for a lifetime. The humans who had originally been retreating with their heads down suddenly went wild, no longer avoiding the magic, and instead charged headlong into the water bullets and ice spikes in a suicidal assault. Puff. A player was pierced through the chest by a water bullet, but he did not fall. Instead, using his momentum, he dashed to the Tidecollar's front, grabbing the hem of its robe tightly and biting into its thigh. Hissy. The Tidecollar screamed in terror, kicking the human away. But before it could lift its staff, the second and third players were already upon it. Grab its legs. Lock its throat. Poke its eyes. Don't let it chant spells. One player was pierced in the stomach by an ice spike, but he bore through the pain, gripping the Tidecollar's bone staff with both hands, shouting, Gongzi, I've got its weapon. Quick attack. Good brother. Go well. Although he was responding, Gongzi did not hesitate. As the #1 strength player in the entire server, his attack power was significantly higher than others. Gongzi unleashed all his strength, and the rage value of the destroyer reached its peak at this moment. He charged forward like an out-of-control heavy truck, barreling through the obstructing black-scaled warriors, leaping high into the air. His iron battle axe, fueled by the fire of vengeance, came crashing down. The disdain in the Tidecollar's eyes finally turned to fear. It wanted to cast a spell, but its staff was firmly gripped by the dying human. It wanted to retreat, but was hindered by the 2 corpses hanging from its legs. It did not understand. Puff. The battle axe fell. The bluish shield flickered and shattered like glass, but the axe stopped just above its head as a staff with its top encased in solid ice pierced through Gongzi's heart. His human, what does it matter if you broke my magic shield? The lizard man grinned, though the smile appeared more like a terrifying grimace. But then came the sound of flesh being severed as the hand holding the staff was chopped off, along with the entire shoulder, spraying blood everywhere. Ah! The chilling scream echoed through the jungle. Hey, Gongzi is casting, now on the temporary #1 strength. Hakim pulled out the axe that had just accomplished a great feat, smiling proudly. You dare to lose focus at a time like this. He kicked over the wailing lizard man and shouted, finish it. All of you alive. Chop it to pieces. The remaining players surged forward. Without magic, the mage was merely meat in the face of melee. Under the chaotic blades, this once mighty level 7 elite monster didn't even have time to cast its prepared ultimate spell before being torn apart by the players. The area was a mess. A few lizard men were annihilated, while on the players' side, almost everyone lost their fighting capability except for Hakim. Damn, I can't go back. Hakim, heal us, we'll meet at the base. Ding Dong lay on the ground, feeling hopeless. All right. Hakim swung his axe and a few players turned into white light. Then, he turned to look at the corpse of the lizard man mage. Among the pile of bodies, the staff, radiating blue ethereal light, lay quietly. We won. Hakim picked up the bloodstained staff, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if gazing at a stunning beauty. Damn, I got a divine item. As the last black-scaled lizard man collapsed, the suffocating magical resonance that had gripped the jungle finally subsided. The air hung thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and the heavy coppery tang of blood. Hakimi sat beside a mound of pulped flesh, idly twirling a bone staff that shimmered with an eerie cerulean glow, struggling to decipher how it functioned. Hey, you there, Rolf, Hakimi called without turning, his voice slicing through the underbrush behind him. No point hiding anymore. The monsters are gone. Come out and clean up. The thicket rustled violently. Rolf, head of the Golden Ear Trading Consortium, cautiously poked half his head out, gripping a short ceremonial dagger tightly in trembling hands. His beady eyes darted wildly, scanning, verifying, before finally settling on the dismembered corpse of the Tidecollar. Only then did he exhale sharply, his face instantly blooming into its trademark obsequious grin as he scrambled forward, limbs flailing comically. Oh, divine chosen one, your majesty is unmatched. Wiping sweat from his brow, Rolf carefully sidestepped severed limbs and torsos, his exaggerated caution absurdly theatrical. That thunderous magic. I watched from behind, knees shaking. Yet you charged straight into the maelstrom. Such courage. Such audacity. Truly the war god walks among mortals. Enough flattery. Hakimi slid the staff into his belt and gestured dismissively at the carnage sprawled across the forest floor, his nose wrinkling in distaste. These things look too human. Makes my stomach turn. Leave the meat, it's revolting. But their armor, scales and claws. Those are hard currency. He kicked a corpse contemptuously. Take them all. Just bury the bodies deep far from here. Yes, yes. Understood. Materials only. No corpses. Though a merchant by trade, Rolf knew his limits. He immediately drew a whistle from his vest and blew a sharp, piercing note. Moments later, over a dozen caravan hands, hiding farther still, came sprinting forward, pushing wooden carts. At the sight of the slaughter, especially the decapitated elite Tide Caller, their faces paled. Yet the surviving players stood nearby like overseers, urging the NPCs onward with crisp commands. Careful with those scales, they're natural chainmail material. Don't snap that bone blade. It looks brittle, but its hardness exceeds iron. We'll study it back at base. The party returned to the temple in triumph, laden with spoils. By the time they reached the temple plaza, noon had arrived. At the plaza's center, the teleportation slab pulsed softly, its light ebbing and flowing like breath. A low hum resonated, VVVRRR, as white light erupted and particles reassembled. The members of the suicide squad who had perished gloriously in battle now reappeared, having endured 1 full hour of real-world limbo before logging back in. Phew, finally online. Dang dang dang, XING Gang stepped first from the luminous circle, rubbing his chest absently, the phantom ache lingering from reality's afterimage. That hour was pure torture, Gongzi grumbled to a freshly resurrected teammate. I stared at my dorm ceiling, checked my phone. 2 minutes had crawled by. Knowing loot was being stripped right then while I sat helpless in reality. Unbearable. Same. I ran 2 laps downstairs just to calm down. Another player nodded emphatically. Next time, no way am I charging first. That black room penalty feels worse than losing experience points. Rolf, standing quietly aside, shivered despite the midday warmth. Though he'd witnessed this spectacle countless times, each reappearance sent icy dread coiling through his soul. Death marked the absolute end for every living thing in this world. Yet for these divine chosen, death seemed little more than a jest. Watching men who moments ago writhed in pools of blood now stand upright, animatedly debating whose demise looked most heroic, Rolf instinctively recoiled a step. What were they? Not human, not truly. Merely flesh-wrapped entities beyond naming. Enough philosophizing. Hakimi tossed the Tidecaller's staff toward Gongzi. Here, this dropped from the elite. Gongzi's eyes lit up as he snatched it up, then frowned deeply, turning it over in his hands. No manual. No instructions. He squinted at its azure glow. Does it require a special incantation? Swinging it twice, he bellowed, Avada Kedavra. Fireball. Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. The staff remained utterly inert, its sapphire tip dimming faintly, as if scoffing at the warrior's folly. This game is brutally hardcore. No stat panel. High above, Li Wei, observing from his godlike vantage, pressed a palm to his forehead in weary resignation, watching players wield a legendary artifact like a fire poker. These reckless fools. Li Wei sighed. The staff bore potent enchantments, basic hydro-elemental mastery, and accelerated casting. On the black market of Whitestone City, it would fetch hundreds of gold coins. Without guidance, they might well use it to unclog drains or hang laundry. Li Wei extended a finger, channeled a thread of divine power, and tapped lightly upon several floating mirrors in the air. A resonant hum vibrated through the plaza. Players wearing Heartguard mirrors suddenly felt warmth bloom across their chests, their mirrors shimmering with translucent divine script. Item: Tidecaller's Beacon, quality rare magical artifact, and description: a bone staff infused with a water elemental core. Drastically reduces casting time for hydra-based spells and stores 3 charges of water bolt impact. N. Usage threshold: exceptionally high mental acuity and mana capacity, requires intelligence-based class level 7 or higher. Gongzi blinked, then his face crumpled sour as a bitter gourd. Exceptionally high mental acuity, level 7 or higher. He jabbed a finger at the mirrored inscription, roaring in despair, brothers, none of us can use this. The threshold is impossible. Silence fell like stone. Glances flickered between them. Gongzi, pure strength build. His intelligence likely matched that of an average person. Hakimi, also strength-focused. The rest, either bricklaying strength tanks, nimble agility scouts, or pure constitution blood buffers, devoted to simulation management or frontline endurance. The most intelligent among them, what can food am I saying, was still posing as a charlatan priest in Whitestone City, and hadn't even reached level 7. So, Hakimi swallowed hard. This legendary gear is useless to us, pure ornament. Being unable to wield a god-tier artifact hurt more than death itself. As the group lamented over the fire poker, Hakimi's narrow eyes gleamed, shifting toward Rolf, who stood nearby, drooling openly at the staff. Heh. A signature 4th Cataclysm grin, pragmatic and scrupulous, utterly utilitarian, spread across Hakimi's face. Leaning close to Gongzi's ear, he murmured, Brother Gongzi, if we can't use it, why not? Gongzi paused, then grinned back, fully understanding. Makes sense. Letting it gather dust is wasteful. Let's liquidate it. What we need isn't artifacts. We need iron. Basic arms and armor. Flanking Rolf like two sinister bodyguards they closed in. Ahem. Master Rolf. Gongzi dangled the staff before the plump merchant, its cerulean light casting an unnatural emerald pallor over his covetous face. See this? The Divine One just revealed it. A rare magical relic. You saw how fearsome the Tide Caller was. That was its core weapon. Yes, exquisite. Absolutely peerless. Rolf knew true value when he sensed it. The staff's magical resonance was unmistakable. Even at Whitestone City's auction house, it would headline the sale, perhaps igniting a bidding war among royal court mages. We're straightforward folk, no games. Hakimi rubbed his palms together. It's too light for us, no heft, no grip. But in your hands, a masterstroke of commerce. Here's the deal, we won't take gold. It's meaningless to us right now. Gongzi swept a broad arm toward the camp where novice players still wielded wooden spears and stone axes, his tone booming with authority. We need iron. Massive quantities. And ready-made longswords, shields, leather armor. The more the better. Edison chimed in eagerly. Iron, ore, and coal work too. We'll see about building a dwarven forge. We'll leave the staff with you. Next time you trade, bring back what we asked for, and you'll keep a generous share. Agreed. Rolf's mental abacus clattered furiously. This staff was priceless, unobtainable on any market. If he brokered it in Whitestone City, or better yet the Northern Free States, the profit margin would quintuple. Agreed. Done. Rolf's jowls quivered with excitement. On my next caravan run, I'll deliver exactly what you require. Gongzi thrust the staff into Rolf's arms. We trust you. Gongzi didn't finish the threat, only clenched his fist, the sickening crackle of grinding bone echoing sharply. Never. I swear it on the Golden Ear Consortium's honor. The portly merchant clutched the staff to his chest like a newborn child nearly swooning with ecstasy. Upon the high terrace, Li Wei observed the transaction, unmoved, unopposed. Though selling a rare artifact to an NPC seemed short-sighted in the long term. For the temple's current state, a staff usable by only one person, or by no one, held less practical value than arming dozens with iron swords and sturdy shields. This was player wisdom, ruthlessly efficient, relentlessly pragmatic, all for growth, all for strength. Indeed, Li Wei murmured, a quiet smile playing upon his lips, his gaze immeasurably deep. The divine spark has begun receiving faith energy from distant lands. He mused, his eyes drifting toward Whitestone City. They've done well. It is time to deepen the bonds between our realms. The dawn in Whitestone City always carried an inescapable musty odor, especially in the lower district. Gerard stood atop the watchtower of the knight's garrison, gripping a monocular telescope tightly in his hand. Through the lens, a man clad in a whitened silver-edged acolyte's robe, the one who called himself what Candace said, stood upon a hastily erected platform, waving his arms like a circus clown. Beneath him, the paupers, who ought to have been struggling in mud, their faces ashen with despair, now formed festive queues, each bearing a feverish flush of either greed or desperate hope. Report. Gerard's voice was as cold as late autumn frost. His deputy Linda snapped upright, but fury flickered unmasked across his features. Captain, they call it the Fate Mystery Box. Those heretics, no, those newly arrived acolytes, purchased coarse black rye flour, dried strips of meat, and even dubious copper coins from the black market, then stuffed them into crude wooden boxes. They claim that anyone who prays to the god of fate and offers a small labor, clearing a stinking ditch hauling stones, earns a single draw from destiny's wheel. Linda clenched his jaw. Captain, this is gambling. They're baiting the common folk with food into shameless speculation. And not once did they utter the name of the luminous god, only gratitude for fate's bounty. Gerard lowered the telescope, his knuckles whitened with strain. He saw it clearly. This was no charity, it was soul buying. That man, whose name sounded absurdly like Cand, was eroding the luminous god's foundations among the downtrodden, using a vile seductive method. More terrifying still, it worked. The paupers who cheered for a wooden box containing dried meat now burned with a fervor brighter than any Gerard had witnessed during High Mass in the Grand Cathedral. Where is the bishop? The bishop said, this is a measure for extraordinary times, and ordered us not to interfere. Linda's voice dropped low. He said, so long as no riots erupt, we are to let them be. Let them be. Gerard gave a bitter laugh and strode toward the weapon rack, seizing his sword. By the time every citizen knows only fate and forgets the luminous, it will be too late. Captain, are you arresting them? But just days ago, the bishop. I swore to the bishop I would not arrest them. Gerard donned his helmet. The visor concealed his blazing eyes, leaving only a muffled, resolute voice. Yet Whitestone's law explicitly forbids unauthorized mass gatherings for gambling, an unlicensed large-scale distribution of goods. Since they delight in playing fate's game, I shall show them what true knighthood means by order. Assemble the first company. Gather round. Don't miss your chance. Today's grand prize, a loaf of refined white bread and a strip of smoked meat. Husky stood on the platform, brandishing a wooden box painted with a purple-eyed sigil, hawking like a clumsy peddler. His lines were crude, but devastatingly effective. A chorus of audible swallowing rose from the dense crowd below. One at a time, no pushing. Today's fate. Before he could finish, a rhythmic, thunderous march echoed from the street's mouth. Clang, clang, clang. Iron-shod boots shattered puddles of sludge. The tightly packed throng parted like butter beneath a knife, retreating in terror to both sides. Two columns of fully armored knights clad in gleaming silver-white plate and bearing lances marched into the square, expressionless and placable. At their head rode Gerard himself astride a towering warhorse radiating palpable dread. Is that the captain? Husky narrowed his eyes, instinctively reaching for the dagger hidden at his waist. Yellow name. No, Yellow Leningrad. Can brother, this one means trouble. What do we do? Don't move. Can snapped, halting him. This is plot-driven conflict. Don't act. If we strike first, we lose moral ground, and our lawful alignment collapses. Can smoothed his robes and summoned his signature professional smile, warm, polished, effortlessly disarming, as he stepped forward with calm composure. Ah, Captain Gerard, what wind has brought you to this grim, disorderly lower district? Kent offered a precise ecclesiastical bow. Shall I guide you? Gerard reined in his mount and gazed down upon the foreigner's practiced grin, his revulsion naked like staring at a maggot wearing human skin. What Kent I said, fifth-rank acolyte. Gerard's voice rang like forged steel. Per Article 17 of Whitestone's Public Order Regulations, you stand accused of organizing illegal gambling, inciting public unrest, and distributing unregistered provisions. Gambling? Can feigned wide-eyed innocence. Captain, you misunderstand. This is labor incentive. We simply wish to inspire diligence. That is your interpretation. Gerard dismissed it with a sharp gesture. Knights, seize the site. Confiscate all mystery boxes and undistributed rations. Disperse the crowd. Yes, sir. The knights surged forward. They shoved aside paupers clinging desperately to their boxes, taking full control of the flour sacks, dried meat, and wooden crates piled on the cart. Hey, that's my wages. A frail child wailed, lunging for his box, only to be blocked by a knight's lance haft. How dare you? Husky flared. What self-respecting fourth cataclysm could endure such insult? He leapt from the platform, a dagger slid silently into his palm. These goods were traded, hard-won, hauled all the way from the north. You're committing daylight robbery. Husky, Can barked, seizing Husky's wrist and pinning it down with iron grip. Can brother? Husky stared stunned. They've seized our entire stock. Endure. Can's voice in the private channel was icy, but his face remained smiling, though now edged with something unsettlingly sardonic. He turned back to Gerard, not resisting but deliberately stepping aside and offering a graceful open-palm gesture. After all, Captain, if this is your command, we comply, without reservation. Can spoke softly, yet loud enough for the surrounding paupers to hear. These supplies were always intended for the destitute, since the knights assumed stewardship. Surely Captain Gerard's renowned integrity ensures fairer, more efficient distribution than ours ever could. Gerard studied Can deeply. He'd expected violence, drawn blades resistance, giving him cause to execute these heretics on the spot. But this man smiled. That smile unsettled him. A punch sinking into cotton, a slow descent into a trap already laid. Humph. Gerard snorted coldly. The knights require no justification for you. Take them away. The cart rolled off. Box after box, each holding a pauper's fragile hope, departed the square under armed escort. Can remained rooted, still holding his deferential posture. Only when the knights vanished around the corner did he slowly straighten, his smile vanishing like smoke. Can brother, we just back down. Husky kicked a stone in fury. Back down. Can adjusted his spectacles, watching the pauper's eyes dim into hollow grayness. This is letting the bullet fly first. He murmured, Husky, remember, sometimes loss etches deeper than gain. We gave them grain, but Gerard stole their very breath. Tonight the lower district will burn with noise. Night fell. Winter came early to Whitestone City, the wind slicing like knives across crumbling eaves. In past years, though cold, the lower district held warmth, scattered bonfires, the scent of simmering black rye porridge, laughter echoing from those who'd drawn a mystery box. But tonight, silence thick and suffocating. No, not silence. A low choked moan rising like tide through shadowed alleys. Mother, I'm hungry. In a draft-ridden shack, a little girl shivered in her mother's arms, clutching an empty wooden box, the last remnant of yesterday's draw. Today's replacement had been seized by the knights. Tears streamed down the mother's face as she fed the child cold water, scant and useless against hunger. Sleep, sleep, and hunger fades. People like us shouldn't expect full bellies daily. One meal, one fast. That's the luminous God's vision of hope. The same scene unfolded in 1,000 homes. They'd labored all day, cleaning sewers, repairing walls, full of joyous anticipation for fate's draw. And now, nothing remained. The Night Lords called it illicit goods. A legless veteran sat by his doorway, moonlight glinting on his hollow bowl, voice raw. But it was food. Does legality change how it fills the belly? They feast on roasted meat, sip wine. Of course black rye cakes seem illicit to them. A voice drifted from the darkness, unseen, untraceable. That bitterness fermented by hunger curdled into poison, named hatred. Upper District Knights Garrison. Gerard sat in his office listening to distant muffled sobs carried on the wind, needles piercing his eardrums. His dinner lay untouched. Captain. Linda entered, face taut with unease. Distributed yet? Gerard sprang up, urgent. The confiscated supplies. I instructed you to log and dispatch them immediately to the lower district relief. Distribute them through the relief stations. Gilade was rigid by nature, but not a villain. He seized the supplies to strike at the so-called heretics, yet he would never willingly starve the populace. His plan was simple: let the Night Order hand out the grain, so the people would see that the Knights of the God of Radiance were their true guardians, not that supposed God of Fate. Lunda bowed her head, unable to meet Gilade's eyes, and stammered, "Commander, the supplies were not distributed." "What?" Gilade flew into a rage. "Why were they not distributed? Those wagons held enough rations for the lower district for tonight. What are you doing?" "It is not that I refused." Lunda clenched her teeth and then jerked her head up, humiliation and helplessness filling her eyes. "When I went to fetch them, the warehouse was empty." "Empty?" Gilade froze. How could several wagons of grain vanish into thin air? "It was Priest Bas from the Church Logistics Division." Lunda's voice trembled. "He came with a writ from the bishop saying that to prepare for the coming war, all goods seized through extraordinary channels must be placed first into the strategic reserve." The strategic reserve? A cold hum ran through Gilade's mind. He knew only too well what that euphemism meant. It was a private slush fund reserved for the inner city's nobility, high clergy, and senior officers. When war came, it mattered little if the commoners perished, so long as the great could still sip their wine and bite their white bread, that storehouse would be kept full. Bastards. With a thunderous motion, Gilade drew his sword and slammed it into the heavy oak table. The corner sheared off and splinters flew. That was food taken from the mouths of the people. How dare they? How dare they stuff it into the bellies of those fat swine? Gilade's chest heaved, red veins visible in his eyes. He had believed himself a guardian of justice, convinced that he was severing the tentacles of an evil god. And yet what had he become? An accomplice. He had wrested the people's sustenance away and with bowed deference delivered it to the tables of those worms. And those he had labeled heretics, those who smiled as they handed over the grain. Gilade suddenly recalled Guantis' inscrutable smile. "With Commander Gilade's lofty virtue, surely you will distribute more fairly and efficiently." That sentence landed like a resounding slap, burning across his face. "Saddle the horses," Gilade roared. "To the cathedral. I will see the bishop." Deep into the night, the cathedral blazed with light. But that radiance brought him no warmth. He strode through the cloisters, clergy crossed to the other side of the corridor at the sight of his murderous mien. "Where is the bishop?" Gilade seized an acolyte by the collar and bellowed. "In the scripture chamber." The acolyte stammered. Gilade shoved him aside and barreled toward the scripture chamber. The door stood open. Bishop Albin was on a ladder, a quill in hand, writing upon a vast gilded tome spread across the lectern. Hearing footsteps, Albin did not turn. He remained absorbed in his task. "I knew you would come, Gilade." Aabin's voice was terrifyingly calm, like still water. "Is this about the grain? If you knew, why did you not stop it?" Gilade rushed to the lectern and confronted the man he had once revered. "Priest Bas hauled that grain into the nobles' stores. The lower district is full of weeping. Do you not hear them?" "I heard them." Albin set down his pen and turned. The daytime kindness had fallen away from his face, replaced by a cold, calculated intellect. "That fool Bas has been punished. Do I sent him to the confessional to copy scriptures?" "Copy scriptures?" Gilade gaped incredulous. "He tried to embezzle the rations of thousands. Is that the punishment he deserves? Have the supplies been recovered?" "They have been recovered," Albin said lightly as he washed his hands in a bronze basin, as if rinsing away some grim stain. "And I have had those goods returned." "Returned?" Gilade was momentarily stunned. "Returned where?" "The royal granary. The warehouses." "Returned to the lower district, to the acolyte called Guanto." Albin dried his hands and spoke of it, as if mentioning a trifle. "If they acquired that grain, let them distribute it themselves. Bas trying to swallow it into the nobles' private reserve was sheer folly. With the lower district inflamed, do you wish the starving to storm the inner city tonight? Rather than fuss over those mundane things, look at this, Gilade. This is the true matter." Gilade glanced reflexively. Upon the newly added page of the codex that symbolized the Church's highest authority, a line of golden letters gleamed. "Fate, angel Fatum, the shadow beside the radiance, who governs chance through the long night, walking the mortal world in that name. I have drafted the ecclesiastical decree." Aabin's eyes glittered with a light called politics as he regarded the inscription. "In a few days I shall formally announce to the city that the God of Fate is a subordinate of the God of Radiance, incorporated into the Orthodox faith. Thus those who bear the God's favor will no longer be heretics, but allies. The unrest in the lower district will subside, and the grain problem. They will find a way to resolve it. You see, problem solved. All will rejoice." Albin smiled, plainly pleased with his maneuver of conciliation. Gilade did not smile. He showed no outward fury, hither, he merely closed his eyes slowly. The weathered face before the bishop carried a profound, ineffable weariness. After a moment he opened his eyes. The gaze that had once brimmed with admiration now held only unfamiliar coldness. "The nobles have their grain, the church has its allies, the heretics gain a name. Even this precarious city gains hope to endure. Indeed, a perfect bargain." Gilade's voice was low and rough, squeezed from his chest. "But bishop," Gilade produced a battered, dust-soiled booklet from his breast. He set it down beside the blasphemous gold lettering, not with a slam of anger, but with a calm, deliberate motion. "Do you truly think I am a mere swordsman who knows nothing else?" Aabin's pupils contracted as his eyes fell upon the booklet. It was a scrap from the Night Order's discarded archives, the lowest record, the chronicles of the previous heresy trials. "In these past days I have scoured the old papers without sleep," Gilade said to Albin, a last ember of hope winking out of his gaze. "I have investigated. 300 years ago, the bard who was burned at the stake invented a counterfeit deity of luck to swindle people. He called it fate. There never was any fate angel. Gilead's words were eerily calm, yet each one hammered into Albin like a nail. You deceive the people, and you deceive yourself. Aoben's face finally shifted. He opened his mouth to wrap the matter in grander narrative. Gilead Bishar City is the hope of 10,000 souls for them. I know. Gilead cut him off. The interruption carried no rage, only the hollow resignation of one who has seen the end. I understand your choice, and I understand your reasons. You do it for the city to keep the spark alive. Gilead looked at the man who had been like father and teacher. Politically, you are right. Even in the face of survival, you are right. He stepped back, widening the distance between them. That step carved out an uncrossable gulf. But I am a knight. Gilead turned toward the great door. Each step made his armor clank like a judgment. The sound was heavy as iron. Where are you going? For the first time, Aoben's voice showed a threat of panic. Leaving now, will you betray the church? Gilead stopped at the threshold. He did not look back. His hand clutched the knightly badge at his chest, so hard his nails bit into its contours, knuckles whitening. The badge bore the 8 knightly tenets: mercy, honor, sacrifice, justice. An evil god remains evil, he declared. Even if you write him into the codex, even if you gild him, even if he truly saves this city. In my eyes, he is still a darkness to be watched and cleansed. You may soil your hands, even soil your faith for the greater good. A cold wind, laced with snow, gusted in and billowed his cloak. Gilead stood alone in the storm, solitary as a rock, yet unyielding. But I cannot do it. I will endure those who must be endured for the people of Bishar City. Oh, I will not seek conflict. That does not mean I accept them. I have no parents. I was raised by the church, and once saw you as my father, Bishop Albin. The intimacy of that address was broken and replaced by formal steel. I will guard this city with my sword to the last moment. He went on, voice steady and unflinching, but I will watch the heretics with unwavering eyes. If they bear fangs or harm the innocent, my sword will fall without hesitation. That is the core of my being and the commandment I will never betray. Farewell. The great door slammed shut. Its heavy echo sealed off the wind and the snow, and with it the 30 years of teacher and pupil ties. Albin stood alone in the empty scripture chamber, looking from the newly pinned golden line to the battered little booklet on the table. The candlelight trembled and cast his stooped shadow long across the floor, long and monstrous, as if his spine had been taken from him. The bell of the white stone cathedral tolled 12 times in the piercing cold of the morning wind. Unlike the usual melodic call for the faithful to pray this time, the bell rang heavy and urgent, carrying a sense of determination, as if it were about to shatter something. This was the holy sound reserved for announcing significant decrees or in times of national calamity. The white stone square in front of the cathedral was already crowded with people. Although the turmoil in the lower city was forcefully suppressed last night, rumors about food being confiscated and then returned flew across the city like wings. Nobles clad in silk, merchants covered in grease, and ragged refugees with fear and hope in their eyes all gazed upward, fixated on the slowly opening ornate bronze door. Cardinal Orban, donned in the scarlet and gold vestments reserved for coronation ceremonies, held the golden scepter, symbolizing the highest authority in religion, and slowly emerged amidst 12 high-ranking priests. Sunlight bathed him, reflecting a dazzling glow, yet there was not a trace of joy on his aged face. His sunken eyes, lined with deep wrinkles, hid profound fatigue, as if an invisible burden had bent the spine of this old man overnight. Yet he stood tall and straight, for he was the pillar of this city. Even if the pillar was rotting within, it must appear resplendent on the outside. Lost lambs, Orban's voice resonated through the square, amplified by a spell carrying an undeniable authority. Night is falling. The shadows from the south are devouring our land, and fear is spreading within us like a plague. I know you are afraid, you are questioning. Has the Radiance abandoned us? A wave of restless murmurs surged through the crowd. The news of the fall of Radiant Sun City was no longer a secret. Fear was the best catalyst. No. Orban abruptly raised his voice, striking his staff heavily, producing a crisp sound. The Radiance has never left us. The merciful Lord has foreseen this darkest hour. His light is too radiant to penetrate the deepest trenches. Thus, he has sent forth his shadow, his messenger. Orban took a deep breath. At this moment it felt as if he had swallowed a piece of glowing coal, but he had to turn that coal into a spark of hope. He unfurled the parchment in his hands and loudly proclaimed the name that had pierced his heart last night, the Angel of Fate, Fatum. He is the lamp-bearer beneath the radiance, the master of uncertainties, the guide in the long night of despair. He does not dwell in the high heavens, but walks upon the earth. He will serve as the from God of the radiance, and this winter he shall be with us. From today on, all who believe in the fated shall believe in the radiance. All who are sheltered by fate shall be sheltered by the church. The square erupted in a cacophony, the sound nearly overturning the cathedral's dome. Angel of Fate. Is this figure in the scriptures? Who cares if it is or not? It's that god from the lower city distributing food, right? Turns out it's the regular army. I knew it. Those deacons may act a bit strangely, but they really do give out meat. Turns out it's an angel descended. For the vast majority of commoners, theological theories mattered little. What mattered was that the church acknowledged the god who could feed them. That was enough. Just as people were discussing and hesitating, a figure who had long been mingling among the crowd as a plant began today's award-winning performance. Dressed in a pristine deacon's robe, tears had already formed in the corners of his eyes. The moment Orban's words fell, he dropped to his knees like a child who had seen a long-lost relative, raising his hands high, his voice trembling and fervent. Praise the radiance. Praise fate. We have finally received guidance in the darkness. Thud. The husky beside him and the Wall Street wolf also kneeled in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, clearly rehearsed countless times. May fate guide our path. With these few individuals dressed as clergy leading the way and bolstered by the previously established support, the commoners in the square no longer hesitated and knelt down like waves of grain. Praise fate. As he looked at the black mass of kneeling figures below, listening to the deafening cheers, Orban's hand, gripping the scepter, trembled slightly. At that moment, he felt a profound absurdity. He had devoted his life's faith to protect this city, yet there was no turning back now. He gazed at the distant figure of Gerald on the city wall and closed his eyes. If this is the price, then let me descend into hell alone. After the ceremony in the side hall of the cathedral, the outside clamor had vanished, replaced by a suffocating silence. This is the special repair permit you wanted. Orban slumped wearily in his chair, as if all his strength had been drained. He tossed a scroll sealed with a bright red wax stamp to the figure. With this permit, you may carry out doctrine-compliant repairs on damaged statues throughout the city. You may also establish an auxiliary altar of the Angel of Fate in the designated area of the lower city. Thank you for your generosity and wisdom, my Lord Bishop. The figure smiled as he received the scroll, caressing the wax seal as if it were a lover. There was no hint of reverence in his eyes, only a cunning satisfaction. Rest assured, our people are quite artistic. We will surely make these statues come to life, preserving the holiness of the radiance while highlighting the uniqueness of fate. You better do so. Orban glared at him coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Though Gerald is gone, he has not left Whitestone City. His sword remains sharp. If you dare to turn the statues into some grotesque form or engage in blood sacrifices, the knights will be the first to turn you into meat paste, and I won't be able to protect you. Relax, relax. The figure waved his hand, looking completely at ease. We are civilized people advocating subtle influences. We won't resort to such primitive scare tactics. Now that we have obtained the legal god-making permit, the next question is how to perform this play well. In the stronghold of the Forsaken Lands in the Temple Square. What? You want me to design the statue? The failed art student helping with the city map was so excited by the news that the charcoal pencil in her hand broke. She was a new player who had just started in the game with the ID failed art student. In reality, she was a freak rejected by mainstream art schools for her obsession with Cthulhu and dark Gothic styles. But in Forsaken Lands, in this world filled with wastelands, black mist, and eerie aesthetics, she felt as if she had returned home. That's right. The one delivering the message was Hakamai North and South Mung Beans, who had just rushed back to the stronghold to recruit people. Hakamai scratched his head. The boss is offline asking for help. We can build a statue in Whitestone City now. He means it should be like, but not like. This is a technical job. First, we need to ensure that the Church's old fossils can't find major faults, believing this is some artistic variant of the radiance. Second, we must ensure that our god of fate can smoothly receive signals of faith. Simply put, it needs to subtly carry some sinister energy. You understand? I understand. I understand too well. The art student's eyes sparkled with an eerie light as she grabbed a new piece of parchment, her pen dancing across it, as if possessed by some indescribable entity. You see, we will retain the holy aura of the radiance with the robe and hood design. After all, it has to pass inspection. However, her pen traced strange and fluid lines on the paper. In the shadow of the hood, we can omit specific facial features. We will use a spiraling pattern as if it were sucking people in to replace the face. This is the mystery of unbeholdable divine visage. At the hem of the robe, we can make those folds look like tentacles. No, that's too obvious. It would get chopped up. Make it look like flowing mist. That entwined, almost alive smoke. And this gesture. The art student excitedly gestured, as if envisioning the final product. Let's not make it a traditional praying position. That's too cliché. Well, create it with a palm facing up, cradling a gem symbolizing fate. And for that gem, we'll use a slime lamp to make it glow green at night. Just imagine, by day it is the holy guide. By night, it becomes the night watchman holding a ghostly lantern. That contrast is incredible. Hakamai looked at the sketch on the paper, which was both sacred and eerie, and after staring at it for a while, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling a chill down his spine. Impressive. This design will leave the bishop speechless and bring tears to Gerald's eyes. This is it. It practically screams evil god while leaving no incriminating evidence. Speaking of which, how's the situation in Whitestone City? I haven't logged in to check the forums today. According to what I've heard, it's not good. The figure making clothes came over. She was a third batch player, a technical talent specifically recruited by Li Wei. Of course, the other players had no idea. Although they have obtained a considerable permit, they are now running low on supplies again. The church won't help us with funding. However, we are now qualified to send out merchant caravans. In a corner of the temple plaza, a makeshift open-air kitchen steamed with warmth. A massive black cauldron, seized from a kobold camp and large enough to serve as a bathtub, sat over roaring flames, its broth bubbling vigorously and exuding a rich meaty aroma. Let me teach you how to be human, said the stout man, gripping a freshly honed boning knife as he gestured toward a colossal rib rack laid across the chopping block. It belonged to an ironhide demon yak, a hulking beast hunted deep in the forest by Gongzi's team and brought back as prized spoils. Its hide was harder than tempered iron armor, yet under the stout man's masterful blade, sliding effortlessly along the grain, bone and flesh parted cleanly within moments. TCH, the cattle of this world are extraordinary pure lean muscle myoglobin levels off the charts. As he sliced with swift precision, he chatted idly with a fellow player assisting beside him. Lately Hamami's and Gongzi's squads have been on an absolute rampage. Though the monsters haunting these woods appear fearsome and possess immense strength, their wits are decidedly wanting. With proper coordination, they're little more than easy prey. Even if a few comrades fall now and then, resurrection restores them whole, ready once more to stand tall as valiant warriors. With a flourish, he dumped the cut meat into the cauldron with a loud splash, sending up a spray of fragrant broth. The construction crew, Toma Dog and his lot, are bottomless pits. They'd barely laid the foundation for one wall before clamoring for food. Today's braised yak belly must pack serious nourishment, for their sake. He wiped sweat from his brow and glanced over at a young player seated quietly on a wooden stump nearby, lost in thought. His in-game ID was by phone. He wore a crisp, close-cropped haircut and sat with rigid, unwavering posture, not slouched nor relaxed, but upright as a spear spine, straight hands resting naturally upon his knees, radiating disciplined stillness even in repose. Brother by phone, the stout man called out. You've been sitting there a while. Could you fetch that water bucket over there? The pot's running low on water. By phone. Amid the plaza's din, he instinctively raised his voice. Yes, sir. It was pure reflex. In an instant, by phone, previously motionless, sprang upright as if coiled springs had launched him from the stump. Feet snapped together, chest thrust forward, gaze locked ahead, hands rigidly aligned with his seams. He bellowed a thunderous, resonant command that pierced the entire plaza. The shout startled the stout man so badly he jerked his hand, nearly flinging the knife into the cauldron. Nearby villagers midbite nearly dropped their bowls. Whoa. The stout man gaped at by phone. Brother, I just asked you to carry a bucket. No need for that level of ceremony. Nearly gave me a heart attack. By phone froze, then slowly relaxed, his taut frame softening as a faint flush rose across his cheeks under the bewildered stares of those around him and the stout man's utterly dumbfounded expression. My apologies, my sincere apologies. He scratched his head, then strode briskly to the water cistern and hoisted both heavy full wooden buckets, one in each hand. Though they weighed well over 50 kilograms combined, he lifted them with the effortless ease of carrying 2 bottles of mineral water. Weeks of relentless trial had brought even the third wave of players to the cusp of class advancement. He poured the water into the cauldron with flawless accuracy, not a single drop spilled. Impressive, brother, trained in combat, the stout man remarked, eyeing his steady, practiced movements with genuine admiration. Served 2 years in the military. By phone offered no further explanation, simply stepping back and picking up a rag to silently wipe down a nearby table. In the real world, his name was also by phone. When registering his in-game ID, staring at the prompt, enter nickname, he hadn't indulged in flamboyant monikers like My Arrogance Defies Heaven or Hamami, unlike most others. He saw no need. He'd entered this world not to play act, but to live, truly live, once more. Without this game, even such a simple act as lifting water would remain a distant, impossible dream. 2 years ago, a catastrophic flood marked the end of his military service. That night, torrential rain lashed the earth, the dam burst. Murky floodwaters churning with uprooted trees and jagged boulders surged toward the village like a ravenous beast. In the final moments of evacuation, a child, too slow to flee, was swept into the vortex. Without hesitation, by phone plunged into the icy, raging current. He seized the child and clutched him tightly against his chest. Then, without warning, a massive log borne on the flood's fury struck his lower back with crushing force. Crack. In that split second, he heard his own vertebrae shatter. Agony seared through him, threatening to drown his consciousness. But he refused to loosen his grip until his comrades dragged both him and the child onto solid ground. The child survived, unharmed. By phone, however, suffered a comminuted fracture of the lumbar spine and permanent nerve damage. Though not fully paralyzed, the injury was irreversible. He could no longer endure weighted marches. Even prolonged standing in damp weather sent sharp stabbing pain through his lower back. Reluctantly, he removed the uniform he cherished and returned to civilian life. His post-military days were bleak. As the pillar of his family, he couldn't even lift a sack of rice. On sleepless nights, when pain crept in like cold mist, he'd stare at the city's neon glow beyond his window and long for the man who once crawled through mud, whose shoulders bore responsibility without trembling. Until he donned his helmet. By phone looked down at his hands, strong, steady, unshaking in this world, and touched his lower back. Here no steel rods anchored shattered bone, no pain gnawed at his nerves, only boundless, unburdened vitality. That long-lost sensation of complete sovereign command over his own body made him yearn right then and there to run 5 kilometers cross-country with full combat load across this wasteland. He watched players and villagers alike laboring earnestly to build their new home, and for the first time in years a quiet, genuine smile softened his lips. In reality, he was a wounded veteran. Here, though, he could still fight, still protect others, even if it wasn't real. Just then, urgent bells pealed from the council hall. Global announcement: trade route activation quest. Form the first divine abandoned caravan. Quest description: the Whitestone City outpost has been established. A reliable caravan must deliver accumulated supplies and return with urgently needed ironware and intelligence. Recruiting: Captain Combat Specialist Deputy Logistics Records Escorts multiple. Rolf the portly merchant stood anxiously beside a cargo-laden cart, wringing his hands. The cart brimmed with monster pelts and fangs harvested by Gongzi's team, and a batch of premium slime energy lamps hastily crafted overnight by Edison. We need people. The finest warriors we have. Rolf cried. I know safe routes, but no guarantee we'll avoid reckless bandits. I'll go. I'm signing up. A figure clad in leather armor and wielding a captured battle axe charged forward. Hamamai North-South Mung Bean pounded his chest, eyes gleaming. This is the kind of expedition, to explore new territories, not to show off. I mean to pioneer. How could I possibly miss it? I'm officially ranked second strongest in the server. I'll lead. No objections, right? Fine. You're in, Rolf conceded, knowing the man truly could fight, though his logic occasionally defied reason. Count me in too. A petite figure raised her hand. It was the art school dropout, her back bearing a massive self-made sketchboard, her eyes alight with artistic fervor. I'm going to Whitestone City. I hear the architecture there is uniquely striking, and masterkin food plans to erect divine statues. I must be on site to oversee aesthetic integrity. We can't let the locals carve our deity into something grotesque. Rolf hesitated. Well, bringing an artist. Take her, Hamamai grinned, slinging an arm around Baifeng's shoulder. She's our cultural export ambassador. Besides, she'll sketch us during dull stretches of the road. Then we still need a quartermaster, Rolf announced, scanning the crowd. Lord Hamamai excels in valor, but Ahem possesses rather unrestrained temperament. We require someone meticulous, steady, skilled in accounting, and capable in combat. A murmur rippled through the assembly. Most players preferred hunting monsters or building infrastructure. Few welcomed the tedious dual burden of ledger keeping and cargo oversight. Then a calm, steady voice cut through the noise. I'll go. The crowd parted. Baifeng stepped forward, still upright as a spear, his novice's linen tunic worn with the crisp authority of a uniform. I can drive a carriage, read maps, and navigate wilderness survival and sentry duty. He approached Rolf, his gaze steady and incisive. And I excel at executing orders. Hamamai studied the quiet newcomer, someone he'd scarcely heard speak before, but found himself inexplicably trusting that sturdy frame and austere presence. All right, brother. You look sharp. Hamamai clapped Baifeng's shoulder familiarly. So it's settled. I handle threats, you manage logistics, and the artist handles aesthetics. We are the Divine Abandoned Land's inaugural journey to the West Squad. Baifeng didn't shrug off Hamamai's arm, merely nodded once, then moved seamlessly to the cart to inspect the ropes securing the cargo. This knot is flawed, it will loosen, and the center of gravity leans left. The cart risks overturning on uneven terrain. The load requires repositioning. As he spoke, he deftly untied the rope and refastened it with a textbook-perfect non-slip hitch. Watching his fluid, expert motions, Rolf's anxious expression vanished, replaced by sudden, brilliant hope. A treasure, he thought, elated. A true master caravan guard. Are these people really from the same server as those eccentrics? High atop the dais, Li Wei observed the scene and nodded approvingly, marking Baifeng's name with a firm check on the roster. Hamamai's might, the artist's vision, Baifeng's discipline. This caravan is secure. With a sharp cry, the heavily laden cart rolled out of the temple gates, its wheels grinding over the wasteland's gravel as it headed east toward Whitestone City, carrying mostly monster-derived resources hunted by players. These goods commanded high prices in Whitestone City now, but once the city dispatched its own forces to cull local monsters, that advantage would vanish. Timing was everything. Baifeng walked at the rear of the column. He paused, turned, and gazed back at the grand, crumbling black temple. His hand rested briefly on the hilt of the newly issued refined iron longsword at his waist, as he drew a deep breath of the world's sharp alien air. A new journey had begun. The ancient path leading from the old forest to Baishur City had long been submerged by overgrown weeds and rubble, with only the crisp sound of the merchant caravan's cart wheels grinding over dry bones echoing in the dead silence. After leaving the warm shelter of the divine temple, divine realm, the unique chill and oppressive feeling of the wilderness returned. Grayish-white mist swirled among the twisted barren trees, visibility reduced to less than 50 meters, while the air was filled with a faint earthy smell and a stench of decay. Is this what running a trade feels like? Why does it seem so eerie? The failed art student sat atop a cart filled with thick furs, the evil god's protective mirror on her chest flickering with a faint red light, indicating that the recording mode was activated. Cradling a self-made large drawing board, she spoke of eeriness, yet her charcoal pencil did not cease sketching an old tree that resembled a dead, gnarled hand. But this atmosphere is absolutely stunning, with a fragmented beauty reminiscent of Silent Hill, and the way the natural light plays. Tisk, this grayscale, this texture. Once I get back, I'll post this video material on the site. It's bound to go viral. Quiet down, don't attract any monsters. Riding at the front of the group, Hakimi fiddled with the iron battle axe in his hand, looking rather bored. He seemed casual, yet his gaze was constantly shifting. There hasn't been a single ghostly shadow on this journey. I thought we might witness one of those classic moments where this road is mine to tread. His hands itched. Meanwhile, Baifeng, who was in charge of leading the front cart, remained silent. As a scout, in reality, some instincts were ingrained in his very bones. Since entering this open area, he felt something was amiss. A faint foul smell wafted with the wind, and it was too quiet. Even the usual calls of carrion birds in the wilderness were absent. Such deathly silence often indicated the approach of a predator. Suddenly, Baifeng stopped in his tracks, raised his right hand, and clenched his fist to signal a halt. What's wrong, brother Bai? Hakimi immediately reined in his horse. Although he was the nominal leader, he had developed a deep respect for Bai Feng's expertise throughout the journey. Something's approaching downwind, and it's moving fast. Bai Feng pointed to several not so obvious depressions in the grass by the roadside along with the increasingly pungent stench in the air. They aren't organized bandits, it's a pack of beasts. About 20 or 30 of them are surrounding us. Before he finished speaking, pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly lit up within the surrounding mist. A woo, accompanied by a chilling howl, dozens of gray figures sprang out from the grass. They were a pack of mutated wilderness wolves, large in size, with sparse bristles on their backs and drool dripping from their mouths, clearly driven mad by hunger. I thought it was some big monster. Turns out it's just a bunch of wild dogs. Hakimi relaxed upon recognizing the creatures, even feeling a bit disappointed. Such low-level monsters were nothing more than a single axe's work for him, who had maxed out his strength stats. But beside him, Rolf's eyes lit up, unlike before. He was not afraid, but rather excited, rubbing his hands together. My lord, the Blessed One. This is a good catch. Although the meat of these wilderness wolves is a bit sour with enough spices, it makes great jerky. And while their fur is rough, it can fetch a good price in the Undercity where clothing is scarce. So this is a delivery right to our door. Hakimi laughed, jumping down from his horse, his muscles tensing instantly. Brother, by guard the cart. I'll go collect the bounty. Stay coordinated, don't startle the horses. Bai Feng calmly took down the self-made hard-wood recurve bow from his back. Whipped. The string twanged, and an arrow flew. A wooden arrow, as if guided by an unseen force, accurately pierced the eye socket of a wilderness wolf attempting to sneak up from the side. The creature didn't even have time to scream before it rolled on the ground twice and lay still. Nice shot. Hakimi laughed heartily like a tiger entering a sheepfold. The iron battle axe in his hand swung with unyielding ferocity, each strike spraying a mist of blood. These level 3 small monsters couldn't break through his defenses, and he harvested them like chopping vegetables. At this moment, the failed art student sitting atop the cart fell into a frenzied creative state. Don't move. Maintain that pose. So fantastic. Instead of panicking like an ordinary person, she quickly adjusted the angle of her protective mirror to ensure the camera captured the fray below perfectly. Meanwhile, her charcoal pencil danced wildly across the paper, making a scratching sound. Yes, that's the arc of blood splatters. This isn't merely violence, it's tension. It's the burst of life at the moment of decay. The dynamic blur of Hakimi swinging his axe. Bai Feng's composed posture while shooting. This is the wasteland aesthetic I want. This primal wildness, this contrast of light and shadow, this is called art. She was like a war correspondent feverishly capturing material in this small-scale skirmish. Even when a stray wilderness wolf attempted to climb onto the cart, lunging at her with its gaping maw, it was nailed to the wheel hub by Bai Feng's arrow, without him looking back, not interrupting her inspiration in the slightest. The battle ended even quicker than expected. In less than 5 minutes, over 20 wilderness wolves had turned into corpses. We're rich, we're rich. Rolf directed the others to skillfully skin and butcher the beasts, which were all good goods heading to Baishar City. However, Bai Feng did not join in the cheer. He walked over to the corpse of a wilderness wolf, nudging its shriveled abdomen with his boot, then carefully examining the chaotic footprints on the ground. Then he stood up, his gaze piercing through the mist, looking toward the direction from which the beasts had charged out. The depths of the wilderness to the southwest. Something's off. Bai Feng frowned. What's wrong, brother Bai? Not satisfied with the kills. Hakimi walked over, wiping the blood from his axe. These wolves are too thin, and they don't seem to be here to hunt. It's more like they're on the move. On the move? Yeah. Their goal is very clear. Even when they attacked us earlier, it was merely a stop to scavenge. Once obstructed, they showed no intention of fighting and were desperately running south. The reason why the monsters have diminished here is that the ecological balance originally residing here has been disrupted. Bai Feng pointed to the traces on the ground, his voice low. The monster tribes in the southwest are abandoning their territory, as if responding to some kind of call, rushing towards Baishar Beach. Baishar Beach. Hakimi was taken aback. Isn't that the direction we're heading? To be precise, it's towards the defensive line of the Baishar Alliance. Bai Feng gazed at the overcast sky in the distance, delivering a precise judgment. Rogue soldiers are gathering into a regular army. A real beast tide may be forming in places we cannot see. The wind howled through the wilderness, carrying with it a scent of blood and unease, blowing all the way towards the towering white giant city in the east. Meanwhile, at Baishar City atop the mighty main city wall, the cold wind howled as Commander Gerard, holding a monocular, did not gaze toward the bustling city within, but instead fixed his eyes on the southern sky, a place perpetually shrouded in gloom, the direction of the fallen holy city of radiance. Commander. The adjutant Lunda quickly ascended the city wall, the sound of his iron boots striking the stone bricks resonating heavily. His expression was more serious than usual. The urgent report from the frontline scouts has been confirmed. Recite it. Gerard lowered the monocular, his voice cold and hard as iron. Yes. Lunda unfurled the sheepskin scroll in his hand, speaking rapidly. 30 kilometers southwest in the Grey Ridge Wilderness, signs of large-scale monster migration have been detected. The wolfmen, lizardmen tribes, and even ogres emerging from beneath the earth that were once scattered all over the wilderness are abandoning their nests. They are crazily advancing northward. Lunda's finger heavily pointed on the city defense map, indicating the southernmost defensive line of the Baishar Alliance. the outskirts of Grey Rock Fortress. They are not just aimlessly wandering like headless flies, they have a clear tactical purpose. These monsters are gathering outside the southern gate of the outer city walls of the Berserk Alliance. They're trying to establish an outpost there, right under our noses. Gerard turned abruptly, the anger in his eyes instantly replaced by cold, killing intent. If these rogue soldiers pouring in from all corners of the wilderness complete their assembly outside the south wall, they would become a malignant tumor lodged in the throat of Berserk City, coordinating with the impending main force of the Black Tide from the south to form a pincer attack against Berserk City. Indeed, Gerard snorted coldly, his fist striking heavily against the parapet of the city wall, shaking off a layer of dust. The advanced monsters from the south have begun to command. These beasts dared to treat our doorstep as their barracks. He turned to look at the bustling yet fragile city behind him. At this moment the bells of the cathedral were ringing. Bishop Orban was perhaps using lies and the so-called god of fate to placate the hearts of the people, trying to dress the peace with false hope. The bishop thinks he can defend the city with prayers and compromises, but I, Gerard. He yanked off his cloak, revealing silver shoulder armor, his voice ringing like metal clashing. I only believe in the sword in my hand. We must sever this artery supplying the monsters before they gather into a tide. Relay the order. Assemble all members of the Judgment Knights. Open the West City Gate. The adjutant Lunda stood at attention, his eyes also burning with fighting spirit. Commander, are we going to the south wall for support? No. Gerard drew the steel long sword at his waist, pointing the blade directly at the misty gray ridge wilderness to the southwest. This was the route the monsters would take to gather at the south wall, and also their flank. Going to the south wall would only lead to a stalemate or a futile fight. We must take the initiative and directly strike into the Gray Ridge wilderness. We will crush these beasts heading north into the wilderness before they reach their gathering point. Set off. For Berserk City. Kill. With the heavy sound of gears turning, the west gate of Berserk City swung open with a thunderous roar. 300 fully armored knights surged forth like a torrent of steel, the sound of hooves shattering the morning tranquility, the earth trembling beneath their iron steeds. Wow, this is truly spectacular. On the city wall, the canner was happily recording this armored torrent. Once this video is posted, I'm sure to gain a ton of followers again. The wind of the wasteland carried a dry, gritty sensation, causing the banners of the merchant caravan to ripple vigorously. After several days of travel, they finally left the forest behind. I said. Old Luo Hakimi, riding on horseback, asked casually, while surveying the surroundings, isn't our route a bit roundabout? I remember that Can brother and Wolf brother went to Berserk City last time, and they didn't seem to have gone to this limestone fortress, did they? Rolf, riding a short-legged horse and wiping the sweat from his brow, paused for a moment, his green bean-like eyes suspiciously glancing at Hakimi. Sir, how do you know the route of the Can steward? Rolf thought to himself. They weren't even on that journey with them, and this group of blessed ones had clearly been staying in the forest all along. How did they seem to have a divine insight? Ahem, that is the guidance of fate, you understand. Hakimi realized he had let something slip, quickly blustering, seriously, the gods told me. I see, praise fate. Rolf immediately stopped asking questions. In this group, it was never wrong to praise the gods when faced with uncertainty. He pointed to the gray outline on the horizon and explained the Can steward went to lie low, so naturally they need to avoid attention. They are taking the northern hunter's path, directly bypassing the defense line, sneaking into Berserk City along the wall's edge. But we are different. We are a proper merchant caravan carrying so much cargo that small path cannot accommodate this many carts. Rolf patted the mountain of wasteland wolf corpses piled on the cart behind him, revealing a merchant's shrewdness. Moreover, I suggest we stop at the limestone fortress up ahead. The monster meat was freshly killed and in prime condition. Although Berserk City had many wealthy people, the limestone fortress was filled with rough soldiers, and their demand for such invigorating monster meat was greater, and they paid promptly. We can first unload a portion here, exchanging the easily perishable for money or more easily preserved goods. That makes sense. Bai Feng, who was in charge of the accounts, nodded. Traveling light is safer. Moreover, a few of you gentlemen may not understand. Rolf pointed to the distant undulating buildings and began to educate this group of players about the world. What we commonly refer to as Berserk City is actually just the core main city. The true Berserk Alliance is a defensive cluster composed of Berserk City, this limestone fortress, the southern Iron Anvil town, and a dozen large villages along the way. He gestured in the air, drawing a large circle. On the outermost edge of the alliance, there is a continuous outer wall that encloses these strongholds. Within these strongholds, there are divine power nodes. As long as the holy relic in the cathedral of Berserk City is still shining, these nodes can connect, forming a massive barrier capable of suppressing high-level abyssal auras. Of course, this requires the priests of various sects to maintain day and night. Rolf sighed. Unfortunately, in recent years, the holy relic has been dimming, and the outer nodes often fail. Otherwise, how could the monsters in the south be so arrogant? Got it. Sitting on top of the cart, the failed art student paused his drawing, sketching a complex geometric figure on paper. This is a wide-area defense tower matrix with a central processor right. Now the CPU is overheating and throttling. The outer subtowers can't keep up. Although I don't understand what you said, it must make sense. Rolf wiped the sweat from his brow. As they spoke, the caravan was already approaching the limestone fortress. If Berserk City represented elegant nobility, then the limestone fortress was a battle-hardened tough guy. This fortress was built entirely of gray-black granite, its walls covered in scars from swords and axes, as well as dried dark brown blood. There were no exquisite carvings here, only menacing crossbows and wooden spikes jutting out from the walls. This atmosphere is just right. The art student's eyes sparkled. This is what we call the aesthetics of war. As they spoke, the caravan was already approaching the limestone fortress. If Berserk City represented elegant nobility, then the limestone fortress was a battle-hardened tough guy. This fortress was built entirely of gray-black granite, like a nail firmly embedded in the throat of the wasteland. However, today the limestone fortress appeared exceptionally grim. Before they even got close to the city gate, Baifeng keenly noticed that the air around the fortress was filled with a lingering smell of horse manure and a restless aura. The number of guards on the city wall had doubled, and each looked tense. Something's off. Baifeng squinted, observing the ground. The hoof prints on the ground are very dense and fresh, and it's too chaotic. There had clearly been a large gathering of cavalry here. Cavalry. Hakimi froze for a moment. Could it be? Just as the caravan was preparing to approach the west gate for entry inspection. Woo! A dull and prolonged horn sounded suddenly from within the limestone fortress, followed by the roaring sound of mechanical winches. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Hakimi halted his startled warhorse, looking ahead in surprise. No, it's the army mobilizing. Baifeng's pupils constricted sharply. The familiar sense of pressure akin to thousands of galloping soldiers made him instantly draw a conclusion. It's cavalry. Heavy cavalry. All to the side. Don't block the way. Quick, get the carts to the roadside. The caravan hurriedly herded the carts and horses into the wild grass by the roadside. In the next moment, the heavy ironclad west gate of the limestone fortress burst open. A torrent of steel infused with a suffocating aura surged forth from the gateway. This was not an ordinary patrol team. It was the fully armed Judgment Knights. 300 knights, all armored. The silver-white plate armor reflected a chilling light under the sun, and every warhorse exhaled white mist from its nostrils, the sound of horseshoes striking the ground coalescing into a deadly war drum. This was the troop led by Gerald. They had arrived at the limestone fortress 2 days prior, quickly dispatching scouts to ascertain the movements of surrounding monsters and improving the defenses at the western gate of the Alliance. Now was the best moment for them to march southward, directly striking at the monster assembly point. While these are the guys updated on the forum. Hakimi gaped, watching the steel army sweep past before him. He glanced down at the broken axe he had snatched from a dog-headed man, then looked at the 3-meter-long spear in the hands of a knight, shimmering with runic light. This is so cool. I want that equipment too. Hakimi drooled with envy. If I could get a full set of this, how strong would I have to be? Don't even think about it. That's a max-level character. Baifeng fixed his gaze on the unhelmeted, stern-faced knight commander at the front of the troop. Their eyes crossed in the air for a moment. Gerald, riding on his warhorse, cast a cold glance at this somewhat peculiar merchant caravan on the roadside. His gaze lingered for a moment on the players' faces, which expressed, even though the equipment is shabby, the eyes show no fear and even greed. Especially when he saw the woman on top of the cart furiously drawing something with a charcoal pencil, and the man standing like a spear despite wearing simple clothes. Gerald's brow furrowed slightly. A strange merchant caravan. But he did not stop. The military situation was urgent. The monsters in the south were gathering, and he had to reach the planned battle site before nightfall. Full speed ahead. Gerald shouted loudly, no longer paying attention to the onlookers, spurring his horse onward. Rumble. The torrent of steel kicked up a cloud of dust, instantly engulfing the merchant caravan, then roaring southwest, the place where the players had just encountered the wasteland wolves. Cough, cough, cough. Rolf choked on the dust, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. It's Commander Gerald. That is the sharpest sword of Berserk City. It seems he is going to clean up the wasteland. Great. Now the trade route will be much safer. However, Baifeng, watching the knight's retreating figures, did not relax. Instead, his expression grew more serious. He took out a simple map and gestured on it. The knight squad rested at the limestone fortress, which means they have already thoroughly understood the situation in this area. Their departure clearly indicates they have locked onto a target. According to the forum, their target is the Grey Ridge Wasteland. If they proceed unimpeded at full speed. Baifeng looked up at Hakimi, his voice deep. They will intercept the tide of beasts heading north within a few hours. That will be a real meat grinder battle. Hakimi chuckled, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his eyes gleaming with greed. Who cares? We've already brought out our goods. Let's go, let's sell the meat in the city. While these knights haven't brought back the new haul of spoils, we should unload this batch of wasteland wolves first. After they finish fighting, we might even be able to come back and clean up the battlefield. Baifeng glanced towards the direction the knights had left, then turned to Rolf. That is a full 300 heavy armored knights. Baifeng's gaze did not linger on the splendor of their gear as Hakimi's did, rather it held the scrutiny and confusion of a professional soldier. He furrowed his brow slightly. Fully equipped, even the warhorses are adorned with reneged plate armor. This organized torrent of steel is nearly invincible when charging across the plains. If humanity possesses such armed strength, why has the southern city of Yaoyang fallen? Although the monsters are numerous, they should not pose a threat in the face of such absolute quality suppression. In Baifeng's view, this was not merely equipment suppression, but a tactical system crushing. Unless the monsters had counter-tactics against heavy armor. Rolf chuckled bitterly, a hint of helplessness showing on his plump face. He pointed towards the direction of the knight squad's departure, then at his own dilapidated cart, his voice dropping. Lord Baifeng, you only see the hardness of that armor, but not the cost behind it. Cost. Those are not ordinary iron. Rolf explained the knight's armor is mixed with precious anti-magic metals like mithril and must be tempered with the Church's holy water. Without doing this, they wouldn't be able to withstand the magic of those powerful monsters. The fat merchant sighed, casting his gaze towards the eastern direction of Berserk City, as if looking at that grand cathedral. Every battle wears down the runes on the armor. Every time they are scratched by monsters, the sacred power on them gets eroded. To repair them, simply relying on blacksmiths won't do. It requires consuming the divine power of the holy relic for charging. Rolf shrugged. The holy relic is our lifeline. But for hundreds of years the gods have stopped responding, only taking and not giving. Every time the night squad strikes, it burns the already dwindling lifespan of human cities. As for the south, that is the origin of the monsters, and human cities are like lonely islands in a tsunami. Moreover, the fall of Yaoyang City was never a matter of a day or two. Rolf shook his head, his tone turning heavy. That was a full 300 years of seesaw battles. Every day was a bloodbath, every day was a drain, until the light of the holy relic was completely extinguished, until the last night fell. They have held on for long enough. Bai Feng fell silent. So it was a war of attrition due to logistics and energy being cut off. Bai Feng nodded, thoughtfully understanding the despair of running out of bullets. I see. Let's go into the city. All right, into the city. Let's sell this batch of goods first. Hakimi shouted, breaking the heavy atmosphere. The merchant caravan rolled over the deep hoof prints left by the night squad, slowly driving into the grim limestone fortress. Inside the limestone fortress, there was no bustling commercial atmosphere like in Berserk City. It felt more like a massive military camp. The streets were narrow, lined with low, sturdy stone houses. The people walking on the road were not aristocrats dressed in red and green, but mercenaries reeking of sweat, hunters carrying quivers and hurried logistical aids. The air was filled with a mixture of rust, sweat, and low-quality beer. This smell is so pungent. The art student covered his nose, but did not stop his brush. But this architectural style is really hardcore, completely designed for urban warfare. Look at those windows, they are all shooting holes. Where should we sell? Hakimi looked at the soldiers around, who seemed to be as poor as church mice. Can these guys afford our monster materials? Don't underestimate the soldiers. Rolf, familiar with the area, led the group into a slightly wider main road, pointing to a large courtyard with a sign that read military supplies. The night squad has mobilized, and the logistics personnel and the garrison of the limestone fortress are in urgent need of supplies right now. Dried meat and pelts are definitely hard currency here. In the rear yard of the Huyanbao military supply depot, the air hung heavy with a suffocating tang of blood and rust. It was the busiest quarter of the fortress, and yet the most oppressive. Is this the cargo you brought? The quartermaster was a middle-aged man in half-plate leather, stubbled and hollow-eyed. He looked at the cart piled with dozens of freshly flayed wasteland jackals, their flesh still vividly red. The clouded eyes suddenly brightened. Good stuff. Truly good stuff, the quartermaster murmured as he pressed the meat, feeling residual warmth beneath his fingertips. Since the southern war supply lines have tightened, the lads have been gnawing on hard black bean cakes for half a month. This batch, though, from sour jackals is so fresh it could give those wounded soldiers coming off the line a sip of hot broth. Lewarfew hurried forward, the shrewd mask of a tradesman settling over his round face. About the price. The quartermaster waved a broad hand, voice booming with bravado. 2 tenths above market. It's wartime. Everything's scarce, but life-taking coin is not. If it raises morale, even a little, it must be spent. A heavy pouch of coin thudded into Lewarfew's arms, the clink of metal intoxicating. We're rich, we're rich. Hajime watched, eyes nearly popping. By the exchange rate, the pilfered beasts in that cart would fetch enough gold to outfit a 20-man elite squad for the temple side. Artists, stop drawing and help haul the money, Hajime called to the girl still sketching the battered armor. While the men fussed over the delivery and counted coins, Bifeng, posted on the perimeter, let his gaze drift past the clamor to a quiet corner. An old man sat there. He wore a well-maintained but age-worn set of traditional plate armor. His left knee guard was missing, replaced by a rough wooden prosthetic leg. He sat by a whetstone holding a breastplate smeared with dark blood and methodically wiping it. The plate had been torn by claws, dried stains rimmed the rift. Bifeng watched. The old man sensed the stare and looked up. His eyes were as keen as an eagle's, weathered by many seasons. They regarded one another in silence for a moment. Then Bifeng moved forward. Aren't you going to count the money, young man? The old knight's voice was hoarse like iron grinding on iron. You itinerant merchants, did you come here just for the coin tied at your waist? Money is the merchant's concern. Bifeng stopped 3 paces away, not bowing like a civilian, but standing with feet slightly apart, spine straight, and hands relaxed at his sides, the ready posture of a soldier always prepared to spring. I am in charge of security, Bifeng said calmly. And you are not a mere gatekeeper either. The old knight narrowed his eyes, his gaze slicing over Bifeng's stance and the mountain-like steadiness about him. Interesting. He set the breastplate down, the wooden leg tapped the ground. That stance, that look. Have you served? Which regiment? You don't move like those from Beishishing. I am retired, Bifeng offered without elaboration. From my homeland's unit. Retired. The old knight tasted the word and offered a wry, bitter smile. An enviable word indeed. In Huyanbao there is no retirement, only the dead, he said, gesturing to the mountains of battered armor and broken swords behind him. See these? This is the junk left behind when Gilade took his men to refit half a day ago. Each piece bears the blood of at least one knight. Bifeng studied the twisted metal, Some breastplates hammered flat, others corroded through by some strong acid. Equipment attrition is severe. That's a disaster for logistics, Baifeng assessed. Such intensity of combat is catastrophic for supply. The old knight sighed and produced a flattened wineskin, taking a swig of cheap spirit. I'm Hank, former garrison commander of Huyanbao. I lost a leg down south that year. I can no longer charge on horseback. So I stay here patching and mending for these brats. Hank looked at Baifeng with a glint of comradeship. Young man, I take to you. You're not like that fat one over there, all greed. There is an alert line in your eyes. He handed Baifeng the half-cleaned breastplate. Look at this. Can you tell what wounded it? Baifeng traced the terrifying gouge that had almost torn the steel. A claw 3 inches deep, the edges bear traces of high-temperature melting. He paused. Not an ordinary beast. Immense strength with fire tribute damage. I lack the experience to identify the exact monster. Good eye, Hank said with a flash of approval. Liahuat Dixinglong, the blazing land dragon. That was killed 3 days ago by G-Lade on patrol. But to fell that creature, we ruined 2 enchanted longswords and left a squad severely wounded. The old knight pointed west, the direction G-Lade had marched, and his voice lowered. Where they go now is more dangerous than that day. The southern monsters are assembling. It's not a mere gathering of beasts, but an army. When monsters gain command, they spread like wildfire with wind. We know that, Baifeng replied calmly. We've met many fleeing soldiers on the road. They were hurrying. Hank scoffed. G-Lade is hot-headed. He led 300 into a beast tide. I fear this time he will crash headlong into iron. He fell silent, staring at the nicked, broken sword in his hands, the blade he once wore. Young man, Hank looked up at Baifeng suddenly. I don't know the origins of your Mingyan caravan, but I can see you lot are peculiar. You do not fear death, or perhaps you lack reverence for it. He unfastened a black iron tag from his belt and tossed it to Baifeng. If you find trouble on the wastes, or if you see those tin-clad fools in battle, lend a hand, the old knight pleaded, an old soldier's concern for his juniors and comrades. Even sell them a bowl of hot water, a few dull blades. Don't let them think there's truly no one behind them. Baifeng took the iron tag. It was a Huyanbao wartime pass granting free access to the supply stores and the right to procure controlled arms. It was a weighty trust. Baifeng regarded the crippled elder. In another life, he had bid farewell to comrades the same way and given counsel to young soldiers on embankments. A soldier's soul is the same in any world. Rest assured, Baifeng said as he gripped the pass and returned a crisp salute, not of this place. He stood straight as a pine, eyes resolute as a blade. So long as the price is right. Whether hot water or steel well supply enough. And we never abandon. Allies. Hank paused at the unfamiliar yet forceful gesture, then cracked a grin that revealed yellowed teeth and a measure of relief. Good. Like a soldier. They'll have the quartermaster add another 10th to your payment for this load. Half an hour later, the caravan rolled out laden with coin and some exchanged iron ingots and leather, old but urgently needed. Brother Bai, you're incredible. Hajime hugged a pouch of coin, face flushed. What did you say to that old man? Why did the quartermaster look at you like his own son at settlement, and why did he throw in an extra crate of nails? Nothing much, Baifeng replied, glancing back at the one-legged elder polishing armor in shadow. Just 2 old soldiers talking about watchfulness. Luorfu wiped sweat and pointed down the road. This is the Baishilianming Interior Supply Road. Patrols usually run it. There aren't so many monsters. Tonight at latest we'll be drinking in Beishishing's taverns. Brilliant. I want to see what that grand cathedral actually looks like. The failed art student atop the cart roof was already conceiving her next painting. The caravan rolled forward slowly. Baifeng, tasked with rear security, tightened his reins and halted in the shadow by the gate. Brother Bai, let's go. Hajime looked back and saw Baifeng hadn't followed, blinking in surprise. Spacing out. You lagging. Baifeng sat astride his horse, but did not look toward the prosperous, safe road ahead. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the fortress, desolate and hollow. The sunset bled red across the gray-black ramparts. G-Lade had taken the elite. Huyanbao resembled a giant drained of blood, its frame intact, yet hollowed. Hajime, take the caravan, Baifeng said calmly and resolutely. Deliver the goods and coins safely to Guanto and the others. Huh, what do you mean? Hajime reined and turned. You're not coming. Won't you see Beishishing? The models there are top-notch. The road ahead is the safe zone. Ooh, I am not needed, Baifeng said, sliding down and handing the reins to a startled Luorfu. He adjusted his sleeves and resheathed the iron longsword that never left him, his gaze razor-sharp. My task was to escort the caravan into the Baishilianming. That duty is done. Now the caravan is secure, but this rear route is not. He pointed to the ground. G-Lade charged too recklessly. If the monsters are not as stupid as I assume, or if the knights are tied down at the front, should any stragglers slip past the defenses, this hollow fortress will be a lamb to the slaughter. If Huyanbao falls, you'll be trapped in Beishishing, and our road home cut off. Baifeng warned, his tone the strategic intuition of a professional. He was not playing a game, he was fighting a war. Baifeng touched the black iron pass in his pocket and smiled faintly. I promised that old cripple earlier, I won't let him believe there's no one behind him. Hajime regarded Baifeng for 2 seconds in silence. He suddenly felt that the usually taciturn man's sense of responsibility brimmed over, even if only in a game. That conviction moved him. All right, you're ruthless, Hajime said, not dallying. He pulled out a handful of silver and several bags of fresh jerky and thrust them at Baifeng. Don't die. The runners need to return to the forest. Don't worry, I'm hard to kill. You press on when you reach Beishishing. Absolutely. Let's go. With a crack of the whip, the caravan accelerated eastward. Watching them vanish down the road, Baifeng alone turned back to the supply depot's rust-scented yard. Hank sat by the whetstone, using the last of the sunset to laboriously grind down a recurved battle axe. His wooden legs stretched out straight, lending him a sense of solitude. Hearing footsteps, Hank looked up, surprise flickered in his cloudy eyes. "Why are you back?" "Forgot the coin," Hank asked. "They took the coin, but I stayed," Baifeng replied, and casually took the heavy axe from Hank's hands. "I reviewed the curtain of the wall's defenses. There are glaring gaps. Your tactical standard seems rather backward." While he deftly worked the whetstone, sparks flying, Baifeng reported 2 crossbow strings missing on the west tower. Only 2 sentries on the north wall, and they're dozing. "If I were a monster commander, I'd send a stealth detachment across the north's dry riverbed. The outer wall could fall within half an hour." Hank stared at the young man, stunned. After several seconds, he recovered and exploded into hoarse laughter. "Huh, ha ha ha." The old knight laughed until tears nearly came, slapping his thigh. "Good lad. I knew my judgment was sound. You're a born soldier." He hurled the wineskin to Baifeng. "Drink. Since you're staying, don't idle. Those auxiliaries are raw recruits who wet themselves at the sight of monsters. Go to the north wall and watch over it." "Don't you require identification to enlist here?" Baifeng asked seriously. "Identification? Do you mean you might be a monster?" Hank chuckled. "Drink, then show me what you can do." Baifeng accepted the wineskin and tossed back a gulp. The burning spirit scorched his throat, chasing away the chill of the wastes. "At ease, sir." He shouldered the sharpened axe and strode toward the north wall. The sunset stretched his shadow long, as if he were a standard planted atop ruins. Grey Rock Fortress North Wall. The wind here is louder than in other places, mixed with the unique grit of the wasteland that lashes against the face painfully. "Everyone wake up. Open your eyes wider." Veteran Hank leaned on his rough wooden leg, holding a whip in his hand, hitting each of the auxiliary soldiers who were dozing off behind the wall. "If the monsters get close, the first ones to die will be you bunch of softies." The auxiliary soldiers shrank together in fear, but their eyes remained dazed. For these logistic soldiers who had never been on a real battlefield, fear was more chilling than the cold. Just then a faint sound like claws scraping against stone came from the shadows beneath the city wall. 3 o'clock direction, 30 meters away, blind spot. A calm voice rang out from the city wall. Baifeng did not shout like Hank. He stood beside a heavy crossbow, holding a piece of charcoal, drawing the firing parameters on the base of the crossbow. "Huh." Hank and a few nearby auxiliary soldiers were stunned, looking at him with bewildered expressions. "What o'clock?" Baifeng paused, his motion slightly furrowed his brow imperceptibly, then immediately switched his language mode, pointing to the lower right side of the city wall. "I meant to your right. Do you see that protruding rock that looks like a broken tooth? It's in the shadow of that rock. That's a dead angle, direct shots won't hit it." As Baifeng explained, he adjusted the winch of the crossbow with his hand slightly, tilting the gigantic bolt 5 degrees to the left, not aiming directly at the ground below, but at the rocky wall around the corner of the city wall. "Fire." Baifeng calmly uttered a single word. Although the auxiliary soldier operating the crossbow didn't understand, under the undeniable aura, he instinctively pulled the trigger. Boom. The thick bolt shot out with a whistling sound, striking fiercely against the side of the broken tooth rock. Bang! The rock shattered, debris flying like shrapnel into the surrounding shadows. Screech! A wailing scream instantly echoed. Immediately afterward, 7 or 8 pitch-black shadow claw rat men, trying to climb the city wall using the shadows, were struck by the debris falling from the darkness and turning into a bloody mess. The scene fell silent. The auxiliary soldiers gaped in disbelief at this scene. They hadn't even seen the enemy, and the battle was already over. Is this even possible? Hank's eyes widened, looking at Baifeng with a changed expression. Although he was a veteran, this tactic of utilizing terrain debris for area damage was utterly unheard of. "It's just simple geometry." Baifeng brushed the dust off his hands, turned to the stunned soldiers, and spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. "Stop dawdling. Everyone follow orders." First squad pushed the caltrops to the west gap, forming an inverted V shape. Seeing the soldiers showing clear and foolish expressions again, Baifeng sighed and had to rephrase. "Arrange it in the shape of an arrow with the tip facing inward and the opening outward. Don't block it completely, I'll leave a gap for them to slip through." Second squad, go roll over the discarded barrels stacked over there and place them on top of the tip of that arrow. Wait for my command before pushing. Third squad, don't just stand there, go load the crossbow. Under Baifeng's command, which was delivered with an understanding of the instructions despite not comprehending the terminology, the once chaotic and fearful city wall miraculously began to operate. There was no impassioned mobilization, only tactical deployments precise to every meter. Over the next 2 hours, 2 more waves of small monster groups attempting to sneak in approached. But in the face of Baifeng's constructed crossfire net and induction traps, these scattered soldiers, without main force coverage, didn't even reach the edge of the wall before turning into a pile of corpses. That was not a battle, it was a cue to die. When the last wave of goblin scouts was hit by the fallen barrels and fled crying, the auxiliary soldiers on the wall erupted in cheers. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the wasteland a bloody red. Rumble. The tremor of the earth came again, more intense than ever before. On the distant horizon, clouds of dust soared. A tattered, yet still proud battle flag pierced through the smoke and appeared in the sight of all. It was the banner of the Judgment Knights. "They're back. The commander and the others have returned." The guards on the wall shouted in excitement. Indeed, it was a great victory. 300 knights, though their armor was smeared with dark red blood and many had deformed armor, still maintained a neat formation, and the sound of their hooves remained strong. At the rear of the formation, dozens of carts laden with spoils were dragged, and even a few massive ogre corpses were dragged along the ground by iron chains plowing deep furrows in the wasteland. Gerard rode at the forefront on a dragon blood warhorse. His stern face was stained with a hint of blood, making him appear even more menacing. This battle was fought decisively. They launched a surprise attack before the monsters could fully gather, slicing through the tide of beasts attempting to head north like a hot knife through butter. Open the west gate. Welcome the commander. As the winch turned, the west gate of Grey Rock Fortress opened again. Gerard spurred his horse into the city. However, as he took his first step into the moat, he pulled on the reins. The warhorse snorted loudly and came to a halt. Gerard did not rush to accept the cheers, nor did he hurry to remove his armor. His eyes, sharp like a hawk's, quickly scanned the defensive structures around. As a battle-hardened commander, he knew every brick of this fortress like the back of his hand. But now, something's wrong. Gerard's brows furrowed tightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, which soon turned into deep shock. What's wrong, Commander? The adjutant Lunda approached with a puzzled expression. We returned victorious. What could be wrong? Look over there. Gerard pointed with his whip to the arrow towers on both sides of the city wall. The crossbows that should have been facing the city gate had their angles adjusted, forming a crossfire net. He pointed to the caltrops and logs that seemed randomly piled in the corners of the moat, which actually blocked all dead angles. And the soldiers patrolling the walls. They were no longer lazily walking back and forth as usual, but standing in groups of 3 back to back, their vision covering all blind spots. In the short half a day he had been gone, the entire defensive system of Grey Rock Fortress had undergone a dramatic transformation, although it still used the same shabby equipment and the same timid auxiliary soldiers. The layout and the utilization of shooting areas and terrain. What a tightly knit killing formation. Gerard took a deep breath. He had only seen such textbook-level defensive arrangements in the top military academy textbooks of the royal capital. This kind of intimidating atmosphere of discipline is definitely not something that old drunk Hank could create. Gerard suddenly raised his head, his gaze like lightning shooting towards the opposite tower. There in the afterglow of the setting sun, a young man dressed in plain cloth, standing straight like a spear, quietly observed the returning steel legion from above. The two locked eyes. Baifeng did not salute, but merely nodded slightly, acknowledging him as a fellow soldier. Gerard narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the reins. Lunda, yes. Go investigate. Gerard's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness, no longer the contempt for heretics, but an examination of a kindred spirit. Who is that person standing on the tower? Inside the moat of Grey Rock Fortress, the atmosphere was even more tense than during the earlier battle. The 300 bloodstained knights had dismounted, but the killing aura they had just brought back from the battlefield weighed heavily upon the auxiliary soldiers, making them not dare to breathe. The snorting of warhorses and the clanging of armor became the only melody here. Gerard dismounted. His steel boots, stained with mud and monster blood, thudded heavily on the stone slabs. He removed his iron gauntlet and threw it to the attendant behind him, striding towards the veteran Hank at the base of the wall. Hank. Gerard's voice remained cold, but facing this disabled former guard there was a hint of barely perceptible respect in his gaze. You can still run this fast on that wooden leg. Don't start with that, Commander. Hank grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. If I hadn't come out, these new recruits would have wet their pants by now. However, the old knight pointed with his thumb at Baifeng, who was steadily walking down the steps from the wall. Today's defense has nothing to do with me. Those traps, those. What was it, crossfire, were all this kid's doing? Gerard turned around. By now Baifeng had already walked within 3 meters of him. Facing this pinnacle of martial strength, the commander of the Whitestone City Knights, Baifeng did not shrink back or flatter like others. He stopped, feet together, his back straight like a drawn dagger. Without unnecessary movements, he simply stared calmly into Gerard's eyes. That kind of gaze was familiar to Gerard. It was calmness and an absolute confidence in one's abilities. Who are you? Gerard narrowed his eyes, his palm instinctively resting on the sword hilt. Your stance, your tactics do not belong to Whitestone City. Baifeng replied succinctly and firmly, security supervisor of the Fate Merchants. I was a soldier before. Fate Merchants. Hearing the 2 words, the admiration in Gerard's eyes was instantly replaced by vigilance, that pseudo-religion that performs tricks in the lower town. The air instantly tightened, and the surrounding knights gripped their weapons, their gazes unfriendly as they stared at Baifeng. We are legitimate. Baifeng remained expressionless. Gerard let out a cold snort, but did not erupt. Although he despised heretics, he was also a pure soldier. The defensive arrangements he had seen upon entering the city, the calculations to maximize lethality, using terrain and blind spots, even he had to admit, were very professional. If it weren't for this heretic's competent command, the recent waves of monster ambushes would have likely already seen the flag of monsters raised atop Grey Rock Fortress. Your tactics are quite special. Gerard released the sword hilt, his gaze sweeping over Baifeng's calloused hands. You understand how to use terrain, how to conserve arrows, and how to achieve maximum lethality at minimal cost. Where did you serve before? In my hometown's army. Baifeng gave an ambiguous answer. Gerard studied him closely. He sensed a strange contradiction in Baifeng. This person carried the label of the despised heretic, yet exuded a pure military steeliness that felt familiar. Such a person would be troublesome if they were an enemy. Since you assisted in the defense, I will credit you with a merit. Gerard ultimately did not draw his sword. He waved his hand, no longer entangled in the topic, but turned to look at the massive convoy behind him. Unload all the spoils. Pile them up in the storeroom. With his command, the knights began to unload. Gigantic ogre corpses were tossed to the ground, heaps of werewolf pelts and lizardman scales piled up like rubbish into small mountains. That was the harvest of 300 heavily armored knights rampaging across the wasteland for an entire day. The sheer quantity was enough to drive any merchant mad. So much. Hank looked at the nearly overflowing magical materials piled across the square, gasping. Gerard, did you just sweep the Grey Ridge wasteland clean? Just the vanguard. Gerard removed his helmet, revealing his sweat-drenched golden hair, his tone cold. These beasts wanted to run north, so I made them leave their lives behind. But there are too many. What we've brought back is only the most valuable portion. The rest has been burned. He kicked a grotesque ogre head on the ground. But having too much of this thing is also troublesome. Grey Rock Fortress storeroom can't hold it all, and this monster meat will spoil in 2 days if not processed. Hank, contact the merchant convoy in the city and get these things moved out as soon as possible. A lower price is fine. What's crucial is speed. Don't let the plague spread in the fortress. Baifeng, who had been standing to the side, felt his pupils slightly constrict at this sentence. He looked at the mountain of raw materials. Those were high-quality leather fat from ogres that could be refined into oil and tusks that could be made into arrowheads. In the knight's eyes, these were garbage that needed to be processed quickly to avoid causing a plague. But in the player's eyes, Baifeng's mind instantly recalled Rolf's greedy face along with the bizarre processing diagrams from Shinong and Edison. An opportunity has arisen. Baifeng stepped back, discreetly pressing down on the chest plate that was slightly heating up. At 2 a.m, Wang Kai ID, what can I say, was lying in bed scrolling through his phone, sporting 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Although his body was already very fatigued as a responsible first test commander, he was still in the habit of checking the official forum of the abandoned land before sleeping. Sigh. This is nerve-wracking. Wang Kai looked at the post from newbies on the forum and sighed. The current situation was quite awkward. In the game, they were thriving in Whitestone City with a loud reputation, but in reality, it was virtual fat. The church only gave empty promises while the number of fake cult believers was growing larger each day. The so-called salaries amounted to astronomical figures. If this continues, we might go bankrupt before the monsters even attack the city. Wang Kai irritably refreshed the page. Just then a red urgent post suddenly popped up, instantly topping the list. Poster by Baifeng, title, Urgent Grey Rock Fortress is overflowing. Come take over. The opportunity to get rich only comes once. Wang Kai was taken aback, his fingers instinctively clicking on it. Coordinates Grey Rock Fortress West Gate Supply Square. Battle report: the knights have returned victorious. Not only did they defeat the Beast Tide's vanguard, but they also brought back a massive amount of spoils. Inventory situation: the square is visibly filled with monster corpses, conservatively estimating over 5 tons. Including high-value ogre fat usable for fuel, soap, lizardman scales for forging, and complete werewolf pelts for cold protection. Key Intelligence Commander Gerard is worried these things will stink, fearing a plague, and requires the supply office to clean them up within 24 hours. He is extremely insensitive to price, only asking for speed. Only asking for a cleanup. Wall Street Wolf: what can I say, this batch of goods, as long as transported back to Whitestone City after simple processing and packaging, can be sold to those lacking supplies at 10 times the price. This is the best time to buy low. Holy shit. Wang Kai suddenly sprang up from the bed, almost smashing his phone into his face. 5 tons. Price insensitivity. This is no post, it's clearly a manual for a money printer. Without a second thought, he stuffed his phone under the pillow and grabbed the holographic helmet on the bedside, slamming it on his head. Link start. In another world, Whitestone City, Broken Blade Inn. As a flash of white light passed, the game character's body was instantly infused with spirit. Quantao suddenly opened his eyes, not bothering to put on his shoes properly, bursting out of the room. Wolf brother, don't sleep. Something big has happened. As he rushed into the corridor, he collided head-on with another person who was also disheveled and fervently rushing out from the adjacent room. Ouch! The two collided with each other. Quantao focused, recognizing the person with messy hair and glowing green eyes as Wall Street Wolf. You didn't sleep either? Quantao was taken aback. Sleep my ass. Wolf brother shook the ledger that had manifested in his hand, excitedly spitting as he spoke. I just saw Baifeng's post and logged in. 5 tons of fresh monster raw materials. That's 5 tons of gold beckoning to me. You saw it too. Of course. How could I miss a pinned post on the forum? The two exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. The anxiety born from poverty vanished in an instant, replaced by the unique impulse of the 4th calamity to stir up trouble. Quick, split up and act. Wolf brother shouted as he ran downstairs, buttoning his clothes. I'll contact the cart company and rent all available carts, horse carts and donkey carts. Even the carts used for transporting dung I'll take. Quantao followed closely, grabbing the staff of the attendant hanging on the wall. I'll go to the lower city to rally people. That husky kid is definitely peeping. Tell him not to play dead. Hurry and mobilize those thugs and beggars. If the other merchant convoys in Whitestone City find out tomorrow, we'll lose our chance. Tell them that the god of fate has bestowed upon them both a test and a blessing. Anyone with hands and feet, don't sleep tonight. Come with me to Grey Rock Fortress. Let's stock up. That night the lower city of Whitestone City was completely ablaze with excitement. The once silent slums suddenly lit up with countless torches. When those ragged believers heard that the kind deacon had personally come to recruit and promised generous rewards, the entire district came to life. Hundreds of various carts converged into a winding dragon led by the players charging out of the west gate of Whitestone City towards Grey Rock Fortress. That scene resembled not a merchant convoy but a midnight carnival parade. Inside Grey Rock Fortress, Byfone finished sending messages and looked at the bloody mountain of gold before him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He turned his head looking at Gerard, who was directing soldiers to clean up the battlefield. "Commander." Byfone approached him voluntarily, speaking earnestly. "It seems you are troubled by the handling of these spoils." Gerard frowned at him. "What? Can your merchant convoy handle it? Our fate merchants are best at relieving your worries." Byfone pointed to the bodies, speaking calmly. "We have unique preservation techniques and enough manpower. If you are willing, we can take on the cleaning and transportation of these resources. And," Byfone paused, throwing out a bait that Gerard couldn't refuse, "we will transport these items back to Whitestone City, process them into finished products, and then sell them to the military at a low price. For example, more durable leather armor or non-perishable rations." Gerard was momentarily stunned. He looked at this heretic who not only understood combat, but also seemed to grasp logistics. The vigilance in his eyes slightly faded. "As long as you don't let me smell this stench, you can do as you please." Gerard waved his hand. "But one thing, don't let me see you dragging your feet on the battlefield, and don't let me find any of your nonsense about the god of fate being promoted in my army." "Understood." Byfone saluted and turned to walk into the shadows. On the official road from Berserk City to the Grey Rock Fortress, two teams encountered each other in the darkest hour before dawn. On one side was a merchant convoy led by Rolf, camped by the roadside and laden with goods. On the other side was the bustling what can I say, led by a group of commoners from the slums, forming a grand transportation army. Rolf Quantu rode a swift horse to the front of the camp, pulling on the reins, his white sergeant robe particularly eye-catching under the torchlight. "Oh, esteemed sergeant." Rolf, who was dozing off while holding his staff, was startled and nearly fell off. "What brings you here personally?" "There's no time to explain, there's a big business ahead." Quantu spoke rapidly, pointing to the two silent tents in the merchant convoy. "Where are Hakimi and the art student? Why is it so quiet?" "Both esteemed divine favor holders. Well, they have left their bodies." Rolf wiped the sweat from his brow, pointing to the tents. "They said they were too tired and directly fell asleep. No matter how much we called, they wouldn't wake up." "All right, let them sleep." Quantu decisively said. "You take the merchant convoy and continue towards Berserk City, and once you enter the city, go directly to the slum stronghold in the lower district. The Wolf of Wall Street will receive you there, and he will arrange for the sales of this batch of goods. Remember, absolutely do not go to the upper district, or you will be taxed to death." "Understood, understood." Rolf nodded repeatedly. "The rest, anyone who can still move, follow me." With a wave of his hand, Quantu led the hundreds of empty carts behind him, and the impoverished people, with gleaming green eyes like a group of sharks smelling blood, continuing to dash towards the Grey Rock Fortress. When this beggar army arrived at the west gate of the Grey Rock Fortress, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Originally a grim military stronghold, it now appeared somewhat chaotic due to the mountain of monster corpses. "Quick, everyone get moving. Carry, bring as much as you can." Quantu jumped off his horse, directing the impoverished people to rush towards the meat mountain. "Don't fight over it. There's enough for everyone. You there, cut off that chunk of ogre fat, it's great for making soap. And be careful not to crush the scales over there." The impoverished people had never seen so much meat and fur. In their eyes, these were not corpses, but clearly golden opportunities for survival. For a moment, the square of the Grey Rock Fortress was bustling with activity, the sounds of cutting and transporting echoing back and forth. Meanwhile, not far away on the steps, the fully armed Gerald was coldly observing this scene. When he saw Quantu dressed in the Chuch's sergeant robe, but shouting like a street rogue, the disgust in his eyes nearly overflowed. "It's that disgusting guy again." Gerald snorted coldly, the greedy vulture. He turned his head to look at Byfone, who was standing beside him. Byfone was still in plain clothes, holding a battle axe with blood and dirt from yesterday's city defense still on him, yet he stood tall. "Look at your companion." Gerald pointed at Quantu below, who was directing people to knock out the ogre's teeth, his tone mocking. "One is a speculator who only knows how to curry favor, and the other is a true warrior who bleeds. Don't you feel it's a disgrace to stand beside him?" Byfone glanced at Quantu and replied expressionlessly, "He is responsible for logistics and meals while I am responsible for fighting. Different divisions of labor, Captain." "Humph." Gerald ignored Byfone any longer and strode towards Quantu. "Hey, you called Quantu." Gerald looked down at Quantu, who was counting the accounts, not even sparing him a glance. "Move faster. If it still smells this bad here before dawn, I'll have someone burn all of this along with your carts." Quantu raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and revealed a standard professional fake smile. "Rest assured, Captain, we are professionals. I guarantee that not even a bone fragment will be left for you. This is environmentally friendly." Gerald frowned, as if smelling something foul, and turned to leave. He simply could not tolerate a clergyman who spoke of business and environmental protection in such a manner. In an extremely awkward yet highly efficient atmosphere, the cleaning work proceeded rapidly. Within just 2 hours, the terrifying corpse mountain was dismembered, loaded, and transformed into cartloads of goods covered with oilcloth. "Wrap it up. Return to the city." Quantu, satisfied, clapped off the grease on his hands and turned to Byfone, who had been standing beside him. "Byfone, shall we go?" Quantu asked the rewards for this mission will surely be considerable, perfect for upgrading and changing equipment. Baifeng shook his head, gripping his battle axe tightly. No. I have taken on the defense task here, and it is not yet due. You. Before Quantu could persuade him, a tall figure suddenly intervened. Gerald returned directly, ignoring Quantu and fixating his scorching gaze on Baifeng. Young man. Gerald's voice remained cold and hard, but carried an air of cherishing talent. How long will you continue to associate with this group of frauds? That fat man Rolf is a swindler, and this sergeant is a liar with a mouth full of nonsense. Gerald pointed at Quantu with an extremely disdainful look. I can see that you are different from them. Your swordsmanship, your discipline, those are qualities only a rigorously trained soldier can possess. Instead of rolling in the mud, it would be better to break free from them. Gerald extended an olive branch towards Baifeng, an unprecedented action for the proud captain of the Judgment Knight Order. Join the Judgment Knight Order. Even if you start as a retainer with your abilities, you will soon gain true glory. As for that so-called god of fate, Gerald sneered, that kind of ethereal thing is merely a guise to deceive the faith of the ignorant. I suspect your faith has also been deceived by them. As long as you are willing to repent under the witness of the light, I can be your guarantor. Quantu rolled his eyes at the side. Isn't this too blatant for digging underfoot right in front of him? However, Baifeng's response left the knight dumbfounded. He showed no sign of fanaticism towards fate, nor was he surprised by the Knight Order's invitation. He simply stood at attention, gazing directly into Gerald's eyes, and honestly replied, Captain, you misunderstood. I do not believe in any god of fate. I will not believe in your god of radiance either. Gerald was taken aback. What? Then why? Because it is a responsibility. Baifeng interrupted him. The deities are too distant, and the monsters are too close. I only believe in the weapon in my hand, and the comrades beside me. As for joining the Knight Order, Baifeng pointed to the iron medal Hank gave him on his chest. I have already promised Hank to join the defense team of Grey Rock Fortress. Until the order for change of defense comes down, this is my territory. A soldier cannot be a deserter. Gerald looked at this young man, who was impervious to persuasion. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by deeper admiration, but also tinged with a hint of regret. Not believing in deities. Only believing in responsibility. Gerald withdrew his gaze, no longer persuading him. All right. Then defend your territory well. Don't die. After saying that, he turned and strode away. Quantu watched in astonishment, frantically typing in the team channel. Awesome, brother. Bye. You actually dared to refuse the invitation of the faction leader. This is the prerequisite for a hidden profession. Baifeng replied nonchalantly, I have my own rhythm. You all should hurry and leave. Be careful on the road. The merchant convoy and the impoverished people departed grandly. The clamor dissipated, and the Grey Rock Fortress regained its characteristic desolation and grimness as a military stronghold. Gerald returned to the command post, just removing his blood-stained armor, when his aide Lundo walked in with a strange expression. His face was a mixture of complexities, as if he had seen something irrational, yet undeniably impressive. Captain, what is it? Gerald took the warm, damp towel offered by his attendant and wiped the gunpowder and blood off his face, his voice slightly weary. Did that group of heretics cause trouble? No, they left very decisively. But Lunda paused, seemingly organizing his words regarding that guard named Baifeng. I just went to inspect the auxiliary soldiers' barracks and discovered something. Very strange. Strange. Gerald frowned, tossing the towel back into the basin. Did he steal something? Or is he conducting some sort of cult ritual in the barracks? No, quite the opposite. Lunda shook his head. You'd better see it for yourself. I can't describe that feeling. With a hint of confusion and vigilance, Gerald donned his coat again and quickly followed his aide to the temporary lodgings of the auxiliary soldiers. The auxiliary soldiers' dormitory in the Grey Rock Fortress is usually the most headache-inducing place in the entire stronghold. Before entering, a foul odor, mixed with sweat, foot odor, mildew, and cheap tobacco rushed to his face. Pushing the door open, the dimly lit room was filled with dozens of large bunk beds crammed together, the floor littered with discarded dirty socks, mud-stained leg wraps, and leftover wine bottles. Many exhausted auxiliary soldiers were sprawled across the beds, snoring thunderously. This was synonymous with chaos. Where is it? Gerald wrinkled his nose in disgust, having to tiptoe to avoid a puddle of unknown liquid on the floor. Over there in the far corner. Lunda pointed to the end of the room. Gerald followed the direction of the finger, and immediately his gaze froze. In that most inconspicuous corner, there seemed to be an invisible barrier isolating all chaos and filth. It was as clean as if a cleanliness-obsessed elf had just cast a purification spell. The originally wrinkled bed sheets were laid flat, without even a trace of the slightest crease, perfectly smooth, as if it were a piece of white paper spread on a table. The pair of cloth shoes under the bed were neatly placed with their toes facing outwards, aligned in an absolutely straight line, without a single deviation. What startled Gerald's pupils the most was the quilt placed at the head of the bed. It was clearly a low-quality military blanket like those of other soldiers, already washed to the point of being faded with the stuffing compacted. But at Baifeng's bedside, it was no longer a pile of soft cotton. It was folded into a sharp-edged, perfectly square cube. Gerald instinctively held his breath and slowly walked over. He removed his gloves, extended a rough finger, and gently stroked the edge of the quilt. It was firm and straight. The sharp angles, the vertical sides against the bed, and the right angles that seemed to be measured with precision. This was not just folding a quilt. This was sculpting. Gerald's finger paused at the quilt's fold, and a storm surged in his heart. As a commander who has led the Night Order for many years, he understood too well the weight of the word discipline. On the battlefield, being able to swing a sword quickly is a skill, but in the peace of the barracks, being able to tame a worn-out cotton fluff into a brick of iron-like precision requires terrifying patience, focus, and self-restraint. This was not merely tidiness, it was an almost obsessive, instinctive sense of order. He turned his head to look at the nearby auxiliary soldiers who were sprawled like dead pigs, their quilts wrapped in a messy tangle, then glanced at this cube that resembled a work of art. The stark visual contrast left Gerald with a sense of inexplicable shock. This kid. Gerald took a deep breath, his expression becoming exceptionally complex. What kind of army did he train in? Even the most elite Episcopal Guard cannot achieve such internal standards, can they? He remembered Baifeng's stance on the city wall during the day, standing tall like a spear, remembered his calm response when he was invited. A soldier cannot be a deserter. Gerald finally understood that the confidence in that young man's eyes was not arrogance, but stemmed from a powerful internal order. Captain, this. Lunda quietly asked from the side, does this count as a violation? After all, it's too conspicuous. Violation. Gerald sneered, taking one last look at the cube quilt. The last trace of contempt for the heretics completely vanished from his eyes. If this is considered a violation, then all the knights under us should reflect in the pigsty. He abruptly turned and strode out, the sound of his boots on the stone slabs ringing particularly crisp. Lunda. Yes. Tell Hank not to treat this kid as an ordinary auxiliary soldier. Gerald paused, looking back one last time at the only light in that dim dormitory, the corner of his mouth unexpectedly curling into a faint, empathetic smile. Provide him with the best whetstone and food directly according to the standard for formal knights. Besides, if any of those old soldiers who dislike this alternative approach come to trouble him, you need not worry. Why? Lunda was taken aback. Because they will ultimately be the ones looking for trouble. Gerald said lightly, this godless fellow is more like a soldier than anyone here. In Baishar City, the lower district, this time of day used to be enveloped in a dreary, lifeless grayness. A beggar too weak to move from hunger huddled in the corner of a wall, barely breathing to conserve energy. The only lively creatures were the rats in the gutter, daring enough to gnaw on the corpses of the dead left unattended by the roadside. But today this place buzzed like a boiling pot, the air thick with a previously unknown, unsettling blend of scents. Raw meat's pungency, the charred fragrance of rendered fat, and the long-lost scent of human sweat. Don't just stand there. Get moving. You there, spread out the furs over there. Yes, just like that. Don't tear them. They are to be made into leather armor for those gullible nobles. I mean for our esteemed lords. In front of a makeshift cleared-out warehouse, the Wolf of Wall Street stood atop a high wooden crate, wielding a charcoal pencil and ledger, directing a group of impoverished workers who had just finished their warm porridge and were full of energy. Trucks carrying fresh goods from the limestone fortress were undergoing primitive yet efficient assembly line processing here. Dozens of large iron pots were set up in the open space, flames roaring fiercely. Several burly butchers, previously pig slaughterers who were now unemployed, were handling the foul-smelling ogre fat. The white fatty tissue was scraped off and thrown into the pot to be rendered down, sizzling with a sizzle-sizzle sound. This smell is too intense. A skinny boy responsible for stirring the large pot couldn't help but gag. Tough it out. The old foreman next to him glared. This is good stuff for making soap and fuel. It smells bad, but it will trade for flour. You want to go back to gnawing on tree bark? The boy immediately shut up and stirred with more effort. In the face of survival, the sense of smell could be ignored. Meanwhile, on the other side, women were gathered together, dealing with the hard, iron-like scales of the black-scaled lizard men. They carefully pried the scales off with small knives, sorting them into boxes by size. These materials sent to the blacksmiths in the upper district would serve as the best inner lining for armor. The economic system in this game is quite interesting. While keeping his ledger, the wolf remarked to his colleague, "What can I say?" Inspecting the work. When we first arrived, I thought that after being blockaded for so long, food would certainly be a scarce resource, so I was prepared to buy it at a high price. Guess what happened next? He pointed to the corner of the warehouse where a mountain of flour bags was being sorted. These were acquired by trading some high-grade materials from magical creatures, such as ogre teeth and hearts, with the Merchant Association from the upper district. The granaries here are actually full. The wolf lowered his voice, a hint of sarcasm in his tone as his finger tapped the ledger. I managed to pry some information from a few down-and-out nobles. It seemed that a certain relic worshipped in the Cathedral of Baishar City not only charged equipment, but also granted some form of abundance authority. As long as the priests performed rituals in the fields, food production would rapidly increase, somewhat akin to the elf girls in our territory. So theoretically, this place should have no shortage of grain. If there's no food shortage, then why are people in the slums starving? Why did we see such a hellish scene when we first arrived? What can I say? Furrowed his brow as he looked at those commoners desperately working for half a bag of flour, some even kneeling to compete for a chance to work. Because abundance belongs to the church and the nobles, never to the poor. The wolf sneered, a glint of cold wisdom in his eyes. The granaries are in their hands. They would rather let the food rot in the storeroom or sell it at high prices on the black market to maintain prices than give it away for free to the poor. What do you call that? This is called artificial scarcity to maintain their ruling position. Only by starving the lower classes half to death would they be willing to sell their lives to the nobles for a few copper coins. These native NPCs play capitalism better than I do. After a moment of silence, what can I say pushed up his glasses, a glint of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Since they control the food, let's exchange it for labor. They need materials from magical creatures, leather, fuel, and a sense of security. We can trade these for food, then distribute the food to the poor. We are establishing an economic cycle independent of the church. What can I say looked at the busy crowd witnessing the light rekindling in their previously numb eyes and said, once this cycle runs smoothly, the tens of thousands of people in this lower district will become our strongest support. At that time, who will truly be the master of this city is still uncertain. Don't worry, leave it to me. The wolf patted his chest with a merchant's grin. As long as there's profit to be made, I can swindle those nobles out of their trousers. If the wolf, and what can I say, were building the material foundation, then in the central square of the slums the failed art student was conducting a spiritual renovation. A large area had already been cleared here, the original garbage mound removed, replaced by dense wooden scaffolding. No, that line is too stiff. Start over. The art student stood precariously on the swaying scaffolding, charcoal pencil in hand, face dusted with lime, shouting loudly at a few elderly stone masons below. Old man, I want that sense of flow, like mist spreading over the stones, or the threads of fate entwining. It's not just about drawing a few wavy lines. It needs to be mysterious, indescribable. In the center of the square, several massive, unpolished black stones were being joined and sculpted. These were sacred stones, specially brought by players from the ruins of the temple, carrying a chilling aura. This is the first statue of the god of fate in Berserk City and a future landmark. Sir, is this really going to work? An old stone mason wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at the design on the blueprint that had no facial features, only a shadowed hood and strange tentacle patterns, his hand trembling slightly. This looks very different from the radiant god in the cathedral. It looks a bit scary. That's exactly what it should be. The art student jumped down from the scaffolding, squatting beside the mason, patiently brainwashing him while pointing at a detail. Old man, think about it. The radiant god is so bright. Can he see the suffering in your gutter? He is too high up. But this statue is different. Look at this hood. It hangs low as if looking down at you. This shadow is not terrifying. It is protection, a light of fate left for you in the darkness. She pointed to the uplifting gesture of the statue's right hand, where a slot was reserved for a specially designed high-power slime magic lamp. Once this place lights up, it will be a green light. It's not blinding, but it will illuminate the path beneath your feet. This is the god that belongs to our lower district. The old mason nodded, half understanding, though he still felt an eerie aura from the statue. But thinking about the flower he had received these days, he gritted his teeth. All right, he'll listen to the sir. Let's carve something powerful. This is too creepy, right? A passing husky looked at the statue, still incomplete, but already exuding a strong Cthulhu-style black silhouette, and couldn't help but shiver. Girl, are you sure this is the god of fate, and not some ancient abyssal god? This style is completely opposite to the radiant god. If this gets built, won't the bishop be furious? What do you know? The art student replied without looking back, sketching dark patterns that seemed sacred, yet indescribably styled on the statue's base, fervently explaining, the majestic and upright image of the radiant god is already outdated. In this despairing world, what people need is not a high and mighty sun, but a mysterious guide who can coexist with them in the darkness. This kind of redemption with a bit of eeriness is far more appealing. You get it. This is called differentiated competition. The husky gave a thumbs up, though I don't understand. It sounds impressive. As long as we don't scare the church folks into drawing their swords on the spot. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The art student chuckled, pulling out a jar of gold powder from her bag. The final step is to gild the edges of this robe and engrave a few ambiguous prayer phrases on the base. This is called artistic packaging. I guarantee that even the bishop won't find fault with it. At this moment, although the statue was still incomplete, many passing poor folks had already stopped in their tracks. They looked at the bustling devotees and the statue that had yet to reveal its true form, their eyes no longer reflecting the usual numbness, but a complex emotion tinged with fear and hope. A woman holding a child instinctively paused as she passed the scaffolding. She looked at the black stone, recalling the thick meat soup she had received today, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, mimicking the gesture of the deacons, drawing an arc on her chest, symbolizing the hand of the god of fate, lifting hope, then clasped her hands together. Praise fate. She murmured softly, may there still be work tomorrow and food to eat. As she made the gesture, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer escaped from her and merged into the black stone. The art student, sensing something, turned to watch the departing figure of the woman, gripping her charcoal pencil tightly. Don't worry, the statue will be completed. And it will be soon. On the parade ground of Hyunbeo, a biting wind whipped sand against the knight's cold plate, setting their armor ringing with brittle metallic sounds. Proceed. A finely made matte-finished gray wolf leather scout cuirass was tossed his way. Bai Feng reached out and caught it with steady hands. This piece of equipment was far superior to the novice cloth gifted by the system. From the seams of the leather crept a faint, dim magical sheen, the silent benediction of a wind mage, so that even the whisper of wind across the plates seemed swallowed, reducing the wearer's movements to the absolute minimum of sound. Since you claim to be a scout, let me see whether your eyes are as neat as your kit. The manual contains common knowledge every scout must master. You will learn it. A rough handbook was handed over. Bai Feng skimmed it. Gilade, fully armored, stood by his mount, inspecting the lance strapped to the saddle. After the shock of last night's tofu block, his attitude toward this stranger had shifted from mere utility to careful scrutiny and expectation. Bai Feng donned his gear with crisp efficiency, each movement so practiced there was nothing to fault. He cast a glance over the assembled knights and posed the question that had been nagging him. Commander, although you took the main force away, Huyanbao felt far too empty yesterday. As a fortress guarding the west, this defensive disposition seems unreasonable. If the monsters do not march in a straight line, but disperse and infiltrate, this place would already have fallen. Gilade paused, then turned, and with the tip of his riding crop indicated the vast gray-ridged wastes outside the west gate that stretched to the horizon. Look outside. Bai Feng followed his gaze as far as the eye could reach. Flat scree and stony desert lay bare with almost no large cover to hide in. A single plain utterly exposed. Gilade set his voice hard. This is the terrain to the west of Huyanbao. On that waste no foot soldier can outrun my chargers, and no monster can withstand an orderly heavy cavalry charge. For a knight order, the best defense is offense. So long as I hold the waist, I am the firmest wall here. Every threat will be crushed under my iron hooves within sight. Gilade paused, then turned his gaze toward the fortress' other flank, to the south. Our true defensive strain lies at the south gate. It connects to the perilous Duya Gorge and a rushing river. Broken ground and jagged stones deny cavalry room to maneuver. So I redeployed 80% of our regular garrison and heavy implements there to hold in concert with the craft guild from Tiezhen town. Bai Feng nodded as understanding dawned. This explained everything: an aggressive defense born of confidence, even a touch of arrogance. The west gate stands wide because the order believes it can sweep all before it. The south gate is sealed because that is the true meat grinder. Enough talk. Gilade swung into the saddle. The scout squad has already departed. You will follow. I must learn the exact movements of that fleeing horde, especially its composition. Yes. 2 hours later in Huyanbao's war council chamber, the air around the great sand table was heavy. Gilade stood at its head, while several veteran scouts in light armor reported in turn. Report, Commander. A scar-faced scout captain dropped to one knee and announced in a ringing tone, we penetrated southwest for 20 li. We found the monster host indeed converging southward. From the tracks, we estimate their numbers between 800 and 1,000. Their composition is varied. Beyond the common jackalmen, we found many black-spot carrion hounds and armored ground moles. They marched in haste, discarding much of their baggage along the way. Their vanguard has already crossed Duanji Slope and is expected to reach the outskirts of Tiezhen tonight. One must admit the scout's report was professional. He had gauged numbers and march speed with accuracy, a fine piece of intelligence in an age of cold steel. Gilade nodded with approval. Good. 800 to 1,000. If they force march, their formations will be ragged. We can ambush the flanks at Duanji Slope. Just as Gilade prepared to issue orders, Bai Feng, who had been standing in the corner, stepped forward. Report. Gilade looked up. Speak. Bai Feng wasted no words. He crossed to the sand table and produced a stack of sketches completed on horseback, laying them flat on the board. What the brother just said is correct, but he missed some details, Bai Feng said, pointing at the first sheet. It was not an impressionistic map, but a modern military topographic chart replete with contour lines of scale and a scattering of unfamiliar symbols. What odd hieroglyphs are these? Lunda the adjutant frowned. This is a terrain profile, Bai Feng explained calmly. I observed the geology of Duanji Slope just now. Although the surface looks dry, I found algal mud at the roots of nearby vegetation. This indicates a high groundwater table or traces left by some aquatic monsters. If heavy cavalry charges in and meets a heavyweight counterstrike, that ground will turn into quagmire. Bai Feng drew out the second sheet, detailed sketches of several peculiar footprints. Moreover, the monsters are not limited to carrion hounds and ground moles. He pointed at a deeply impressed print whose rim bore corrosive marks. This print fans outward, and the surrounding plants have withered. This should be the venomous acid worm listed in the scout manual, or some soft-bodied creature capable of spraying strong acid. Mixed among their ranks, once our horses sink into the mire, they become nightmares that can breach armor. And this? Bai Feng indicated another enormous print that seemed to split rock underfoot. Its stride is vast, the footfall is heavy, and shows dragging marks. This is not an ogre. The ogre has no tail. It appears to be an armored thunder beast or a siege coda beast. They bear heavy loads, perhaps makeshift siege devices or weapons designed to bring down cavalry. Finally, Bai Feng produced a third sheet, an analysis of the monster's marching formation observed from a height, with arrows marking several commanding positions. At each of those high points they left a harpy or a gargoyle as a dead soldier's sentry. This shows they are not simply fleeing in disarray, but conducting an organized strategic withdrawal. They are even guarding against our aerial reconnaissance and cavalry flanks. The knights leaned in to study the sheets. These were not the familiar hand-drawn impressionistic parchments of their world. With an almost hairline charcoal, Bai Feng had constructed on coarse paper a world of countless lines and numbers, rigorous and unyielding. Those dense concentric closed curves, contour lines, precisely traced every rise and steepness of Duanji Slope, every river's flow, every copse's density, even the surface's softness coefficient was annotated with terse, almost merciless tactical symbols. Around the edges of the sheets were a precise scale and wind indicators. This was no drawing, it was mathematics and geometry performing a ruthless reconstruction of the battlefield on paper. That cold machine-like beauty, Technical drafting born purely to maximize killing efficiency and tactical deduction sent a peculiar chill through the native knights who were used to graceful hand-drawn maps, as if the paper depicted not terrain, but a chessboard for death. The council fell silent. The scarred scout captain gaped at the finely rendered sheets that nevertheless bore annotations he could not fathom, his face flushed to red. He and Baifeng had stood on the same ground and looked at the same land. But where he had seen only a bunch of monsters on the move, Baifeng had discerned terrain geology, troop composition, tactical intent, and even the enemy's mental defensive lines. That difference in dimension left the local officers breathless. In conclusion, Baifeng offered his final synthesis in a calm, objective voice. The Knight Order's heavy armor is indeed formidable. Even if mired, I believe that by your valor you could slay these monsters. But his finger struck emphatically on the map's quagmire zone, his eyes sharp. Once you lose your speed advantage and the chargers sink, you will become live targets for acid worms and heavily armored behemoths. Even if you ultimately prevail, it would exact a needless toll. Acid will eat through enchanted runes. The heavy blows of those giants will shatter bone. With logistics so strained and relic energies dwindling to expend elite armor durability to buy the lives of a ragged mob. Baifeng looked Gilade in the eye and enunciated, "Commander, that ledger is too costly." Gilade stared hard at the terrain chart and traced the potential quagmire Baifeng had marked with his finger. He did not flare in anger at Baifeng's questioning. Rather, when he heard the words equipment durability and logistics, the corners of his eyes twitched ever so slightly. Baifeng had struck a raw nerve. Slaying those 1,000 monsters was not the difficulty. The problem was how much fighting strength the Order would have left to face the true beast tide from the south after a round of costly engagements. One must remember the cities to the south were not before their ruin any weaker in disposition than Baishar City. If in the attempt to intercept this vanguard we scavenge our armor in large measure and must spend the last of our relic power to mend it, that would be the genuine strategic mistake. Is that the tactical literacy of your homeland troops? Gilade slowly raised his head. The look he gave Baifeng had changed. It was no longer the gaze one gives a merely talented soldier, but that reserved for a staff officer who calculates the cost of war. Which army did you serve in before? Gilade could not recall any neighboring realm with such meticulous calculation. Baifeng straightened for a second and offered an answer that left no room for doubt. A force raised to protect its homeland, accustomed under extreme conditions to securing the greatest victory at the smallest cost. Gilade regarded him deeply and asked no more. To a soldier that was reason enough. Lunda. Gilade's voice came out hoarse but decisive. Scrap the frontal assault plan. We will change tactics. We must see half of those beasts dead before they ever reach our armor. He folded Baifeng's drawing with care, slid it into his vambrace, and then fixed his gaze on Baifeng as he asked the question that mattered most. Is this method your personal gift? Or is it something ordinary folk can learn? In this world, many profound arts depend on bloodlines or magic and cannot be taught widely. Baifeng came to attention and gave an answer that made Gilade's pupils contract. Report, Commander, this is not talent. It is science. So long as one can read and do arithmetic with systematic training, anyone can master it. The key is to apply one's mind. Anyone. Gilade drew a long breath and looked once more at his brave, but technically backward men, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Good. Very good. Gilade clapped Baifeng's shoulder with force. The tone was no longer a cold command, but the entrustment of a commander. When this battle is over, if you have the time, I want you to be their instructor. They are fine lads. Oh, I will not have them die, because they cannot read the battlefield. Baifeng returned the salute, his voice ringing. Yes. I guarantee the task will be completed. The official forum of the Land of the Forsaken Comprehensive Discussion Area. Topic: Frontline Report, a review of the ambush battle at Broken Finger Slope, and some insights on joining the defense sequence of Greystone Fort. Image: heavy warning. For apprentice scout instructor. Just offline, and at this moment we should still be on our way back to the city. Let me briefly summarize today's battle situation. We, referring to the Judgment Knights, successfully intercepted the demonic vanguard at the Broken Finger Slope Pass in the Grey Ridge Wasteland. The enemy's numbers were around 800 in a mixed formation. Tactical analysis. The enemy intended to use the elevation differences and the algae mud marsh disguised as grass, see Appendix 1, to lure heavy cavalry into a charge, trying to restrict the mobility of the knights with the terrain, and then employ acid worms to break the armor. However, after I mainly myself provided a detailed terrain mapping, Commander Gerald adopted a new tactical plan: reverse encirclement, edge cutting. Result: complete annihilation of the demonic vanguard. Our knights suffered 12 minor injuries, no serious injuries, and minimal losses of warhorses. Attached are several first-person combat video screenshots thanks to the automatic capture of the Heart Guardian mirror. Image 1. JPG: an extremely professional hand-drawn military terrain map, marking contour lines, marsh range, preset ambush zones, and attack routes with cold precise lines. Image 2. GIF animated image. Hundreds of heavily armored knights halt abruptly at the marsh's edge, their long spears like a forest, while the marsh is not only unable to trap the knights, but also filled with demonic creatures in a predicament. Image 3. JPG: under the setting sun, Commander Gerald raises his bloodstained sword high with a backdrop of demonic corpses everywhere. Image 4. JPG: Baifeng, dressed in neat scout gear, strikes a tough pose at the Heart Guardian mirror's lens. Summary. The NPC intelligence in this game is exceptionally high. Commander Gerald is not a mindless brute. He listens to reason provided you present sufficiently professional data. Additionally, do not attempt to face heavy cavalry heathen, not even demonic creatures can withstand that. The scene was too brutal. 1 SD floor Hakimi North-South Green Bean. No way by go have you become a trainee advisor. And you have an independent dormitory. Did we not just separate a few days ago? Does this game have some big issue? Why are the newbies from the third batch doing better than us? Sour. JPG Lemon. JPG. Second floor civil engineering dog. Damn. After seeing the first image I knelt. Is this really hand-drawn? Those contour lines that scale. Is the poster actually in surveying in real life? This level of professionalism has directly raised the game's prestige a notch. Third floor, what can I say? By phone brother, you are amazing. This cooperation was excellent. We just sold out our previous stock here thanks to you. By the way, that arrogant Gerald actually listened to you. Fourth floor failed art student. Wow. The composition of the third image is fantastic. That kind of grim metallic feel. If I could take me along next time, I want to go to the front lines to sketch. I'm almost out of sanity from drawing tentacles in the slums every day. Fifth floor, please evil god, give me an account. Wait, is it just me who is concerned about that damage ratio? 800 demonic creatures annihilated the Night Order with 0 serious injuries. What kind of dimensional suppression is this? Is this the value of being the #1 Night Order in the server? Sixth floor, I am not a husky. Replying to the fifth floor, you did not understand the poster's operation. The key point is not that the Night Order is strong, but that the poster broke the enemy's trap. This is knowledge changes destiny. By go, I must group with you in future dungeons, you are my god. Seventh floor, Shinong tastes 100 herbs. Envious to tears. I also want to go to the front lines, I want to go to the wild. But my potatoes are not yet cooked, my fertilizer has not fermented well, and I still have to be scolded by the elf girl he. Is this the sorrow of a life player? Memories trace back to a few hours ago, at Broken Finger Slope. It was an inconspicuous gentle slope in the wasteland with withered yellow wild grass growing up to half a person's height, swaying like waves when the wind blew, looking like a perfect battlefield for cavalry charges. But in Baifeng's eyes beneath that patch of grass lay a muddy hell capable of swallowing heavy-armored warhorses. Stop. With Gerald's command, the 300 heavily armored knights who were originally charging at full speed and about to plunge into the grass displayed astonishing horsemanship. Whoosh! The synchronized sound of reins being pulled accompanied by the clashing of metal armor echoed across the wasteland. The iron torrent came to a complete halt just 50 meters from that death grass. This transition from extreme motion to extreme stillness brought a tremendous visual impact. The dust kicked up by the hooves formed a wall at the front. And deep in the grass, the ambushed demonic creatures were stunned. Through the gaps in the grass, a high-ranking wolfman responsible for command blinked in confusion. According to the script, these foolish humans should have already fallen into the trap, right? Why have they stopped? Right ahead. Baifeng rode alongside Gerald, pointing at the seemingly calm patch of grass ahead, speaking calmly. They are waiting in the mud. If we go in, we'll be live targets. But if we don't go in? Baifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. This marsh will be their grave. Gerald looked ahead, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes beneath the visor. He raised his sword high, and instead of ordering a charge as usual, he shouted. Crossbowmen. Throwing spearmen. Cover fire at the grass. Release. No need to aim, no need for precision. Dozens of accompanying knights and some knights capable of throwing javelins unleashed their ranged weapons like a torrential rain into that patch of grass. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out densely. Owl. The once silent grass instantly erupted. The wolfmen hiding in the muddy water and the ogres lying on the ground were pierced by this sudden rain of arrows howling in chaos. They had originally lain in the mud for an ambush, even burying half their bodies for concealment, but now they had become immobile live targets. Roar. Accompanied by an angry roar, a gigantic armored thunder beast could no longer withstand it, and suddenly stood up from the marsh, splashing a large amount of mud and water plants. The ambush was exposed. Charge out. Kill them. The demonic commander had no choice but to order a forced assault. However, the offense and defense situation had changed. Originally, the Night Order should have been trapped in the marsh with the demons surrounding them on level ground. Now it had transformed into the Night Order standing on solid ground waiting for the exhausted enemy while the demons had to wade through knee-deep mud struggling to crawl out. This is the opportunity you wanted. Gerald looked at the demons struggling in the mud, moving as slow as snails, turned to Baifeng, and his admiration was evident. He suddenly pulled down his visor, leveled his spear, and the runes on the spearhead suddenly lit up. Night Order. Spread out on both wings. What we need to do is not charge in, but, like peeling apples, take off their exposed heads one by one. Charge. Rumble. The iron torrent moved once more. But this was no longer a suicidal penetration, it was a precise surgical strike. The Night Order split into two factions racing along the hard soil strip marked by Baifeng on the map, skimming swiftly along the edge of the marsh. It was like two silver whirlwinds sweeping past the edge of the muddy pit. Puff, puff, puff. Using the high-speed momentum of the horses, 3-meter-long lances easily pierced through those demons who had just crawled out of the mud and had yet to find their footing. The wolfman's fur was torn like paper, and the lizardman's scales were meaningless against iron. Even that thick-skinned armored thunder beast was struck simultaneously by 5 or 6 lances in the side. The immense impact forcibly pushed it back into the mud pit, letting out a desperate wail. This was not a battle. This was one-sided slaughter. Baifeng, riding on horseback, did not directly join the charge, but calmly stayed behind to provide arrows, shooting down those who attempted to ambush the knight's horse legs. He watched the scene before him, the demons howling in the traps he had set while human knights scythed back and forth like harvesters at the edge. This is the value of intelligence. Baifeng lowered his bow and exhaled softly. He instinctively reached back to touch his lower back. There was no cold steel nail there, no aching pain that pierced to the heart on rainy days, nor that sense of powerlessness, where even carrying a bucket of water had to be done cautiously. In its place was abundant stamina-taut muscles and a completely controlled body. In this illusory world, he was no longer that retired wastrel who could only stare blankly at photos of his comrades. He was still that sharp soldier who could sway the battle and instill fear in the enemy. Baifeng gazed at this battlefield filled with smoke and blood gripping the rough wooden bow tightly. A faint, yet heartfelt smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, "I can fight again. That's wonderful." As night fell, the wind on the wasteland grew even more biting. The battlefield had been cleaned up and the night order set up a temporary camp on the leeward slope. The campfire flickered, illuminating the tired yet excited faces of the knights. Baifeng sat alone by a pile of firewood, carefully wiping that recurved bow with a piece of rag. Thud thud, heavy footsteps stopped beside him. Gerald had removed half of his armor, only wearing a shirt and chainmail, carrying 2 jugs of inferior wheat beer. He did not mind the dirt on the ground directly sitting across from Baifeng and tossing a jug of beer over. "Have a drink. This is what that old man Hank secretly stored. It's strong, warms you up." Baifeng caught the jug, tilted his head back, and took a swig. The spicy liquid cut through his throat like a knife. He said nothing, merely gazing at the firelight. "I'm quite curious." Gerald stared into Baifeng's eyes, the firelight dancing in the depths of his profound gaze. "In my understanding, the firmness of will often stems from the purity of faith. But I have observed you as well as your companions. There is no awe in you. Regardless of facing the god of radiance or that so-called god of fate, there is no fervor or humility unique to believers in your eyes." Gerald leaned forward as if examining a puzzle. How can someone without a deity in their heart face death so calmly? How can they possess such iron discipline? "Tell me, Baifeng, what is the source of your strength?" Baifeng set down the jug. He looked at this commander from another world, remained silent for a moment, then pointed behind him. That direction was towards Grey Rock Fortress, and also towards the direction of countless lights. "For the people behind." Baifeng's voice was calm and assured, stating that simple creed: to ensure the elderly are not starved, to allow children to sleep soundly, to keep floods and beasts at bay. In our place, we do not call it faith in a deity. We call it serving the people. Gerald was stunned. He repeated those words, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a solemn respect that came after realization. "I see." Gerald suddenly smiled, a rare smile devoid of any sarcasm. "In our knight's ancient dogma, we refer to this as creed, though it is distinct from faith. However, there is no need for an idol, no need for prayer. To see the protection of the weak as a principle nobler than life itself, and to practice it throughout one's life. This itself is a form of the noblest faith." Gerald raised his jug, offering Baifeng a respectful gesture, then took a big gulp. "You know, actually, I haven't prayed to the god of radiance for a long time." Gerald wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, looking at the night sky, his tone turning somewhat desolate. "The holy relic is dim, the deity is silent. Those big shots in the church like Bishop Alban are busy maintaining balance, busy compromising with the nobles, busy glossing over the peace. They say it is for the greater good, but all I see is decay. The god of radiance may be dead, or perhaps asleep, but the sword in my hand remains." Gerald's fingers lightly traced the patterns on the sword hilt. "As long as the sword remains sharp, the radiance persists. To me, radiance is not a statue on an altar, but the moment of severing a demonic head." At this point, Gerald suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes becoming sharp as a knife, locking onto Baifeng. "So this is why I detest your so-called Church of Fate. Don't think I can't see through it. That one called can has calculating eyes. That so-called god of fate exudes a sinister and chaotic aura. I still maintain my view. That is a false god, a potential threat, possibly even a more terrifying cancer than the demonic creatures." Baifeng did not refute, merely listening quietly. He knew this was Gerald's bottom line. But Gerald stood up, his towering figure blocking the light of the campfire, looming over Baifeng like a mountain. "As long as you use your strength to slay the demons, as long as you distribute the looted food to the civilians, as long as you are still guarding, I will allow you peculiar ones to temporarily stand at my side. But remember this, Baifeng." Gerald's hand rested on the sword hilt, emitting a cold metallic sound, his tone chilling yet righteous. "If one day I discover that the god of fate begins to extend its claws toward innocent civilians, or you betray the so-called creed you speak of, no matter if you are immortal monsters, no matter how many tricks you have, my sword will be the first to sever your heads. This is the vow of the Judgment Knights." After speaking, Gerald took one last look at Baifeng, then turned to walk toward the dark tent. The wind carried his final words. "Until then, welcome back to the team, soldier." Baifeng watched Gerald's retreating figure, seeing that knight, who although stubborn and awkward stood with a straight back. Bai Feng smiled and picked up the firewood on the ground, tossing it into the fire. The flames flared brighter. In Baishur City, just lying in bed and preparing to go offline to upload a video of what can I say. Achoo. He rubbed his nose. That's strange, who is scolding me. In Baishur City, the lower district. Despite the still overcast sky and biting cold wind, the fortune store remained open. A long queue still formed in front of the porridge distribution point, though each person received slightly thinner rye porridge than usual. Relying on supplies brought in by previous merchant caravans, and the food acquired through Wolf Brothers' deft dealings in the black market operations here could still be maintained, avoiding any immediate collapse. Yet beneath the calm surface a tide of dark currents was surging. Bang! A thick ledger was slammed down on the table, and the Wolf of Wall Street sat heavily in his chair, loosening his collar, his face darkened with rage. Canned goods, our inventory red line is already lit. If we don't replenish soon, the porridge distribution point will have to mix sand into the pot tomorrow. Wolf Brother gulped down a mouthful of cold water from the table and complained to the one across from him. Canned goods, I went to the grain dealer today. Even if I raised the purchase price by 20%, those fathead supervisors still danced around the issue. They brought out a so-called wartime material control regulation, and although we hold a deacon status, they insist that we belong to the non-combatant clerical staff and are only responsible for the lower district. According to the regulations, the single purchase limit for grain was locked at a ridiculously low number. What is that number good for? Canned goods, who was adjusting his pristine, white deacon robe in front of the mirror, appeared quite calm. Not enough to eat. Not enough to eat. Wolf Brother Furious retorted with a laugh. We are supporting so many believers and laborers waiting for meals down below. That limit won't just leave anyone full, it's not even enough to serve as snacks for Gangsy's crew. As expected, Canned goods turned around, pushed up the glasses on his nose, and a glint of cold light flashed behind the lenses. Don't forget, the cathedral still houses that relic with the abundance authority. As long as the priests hold regular ceremonies in the noblemen's private fields, the grain output here is not a problem at all. Their granaries are already overflowing. Indeed, Wolf Brother chimed in, his tone filled with absurdity and anger. That is the most disgusting part. Clearly blessed by the relic, there is no shortage of grain, yet I have seen with my own eyes that they would rather dump last year's stale grain into the city moat to feed the fish, or use it to brew that low-quality industrial alcohol, than sell us even a single grain. Wolf Brother slammed the table hard. These indigenous NPCs are deliberately creating scarcity. They would rather watch grain rot in the warehouses. Because only hunger can maintain their rule. Canned goods walked to the window, looking down at the grateful poor receiving their thin porridge. His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. This shouldn't be directly ordered by that old fox Albin. He still needs us to stabilize public sentiment and has no reason to cut off our grain at this crucial moment. Then who is it? Wolf Brother frowned. It's those old nobles and other sect forces controlling the granaries. Canned goods sneered. We've been too high profile recently. Building statues, engaging in infrastructure, winning public support. In Albin's view, this is stabilizing, but in the eyes of those old nobles, we are robbing them of their labor force and influence. They dare not act openly against the deacons appointed personally by Albin, so they can only use this compliant method to strangle us. Canned goods' gaze was deep. And Albin? He is most likely just watching the show. He wants to see if we, the messengers of fate, have the ability to solve this trouble. Then what should we do? Wolf Brother tapped the table anxiously. Although we still have some stock, it won't last long. We can't really raid the granaries, can we? If we did, Gerald would definitely wipe us out upon his return. Raid? Too crude. Canned goods turned around, a mysterious smile reappearing on his face that was unique to charlatans. We are civilized people, we are clergy. When we encounter problems, we must go. Negotiate. Negotiate. Wolf Brother was taken aback. Those people are clearly trying to strangle us. Oh, what can we negotiate? That's because we previously lacked enough bargaining chips. Canned goods pulled out a document from his pocket, which was a detailed battle report about the victory at Grey Rock Fortress, just sent over by phone through private messaging on the forum, along with a top-secret intelligence analysis regarding monsters gathering at the southern wall. Wolf Brother, think about it. For these gluttonous nobles controlling the grain, aside from money and power, what do they fear the most? Wolf Brother paused for a moment, then suddenly realized fear of death. Bingo. Canned goods snapped his fingers, his eyes sharpening. They have plenty of food, and they don't mind when it goes to waste in the warehouses. But life only comes once. Now the monsters are gathering, although Gerald has won a few skirmishes you also saw by Feng's intel. That was just the vanguard. The real beast tide is still behind, and this time the target is right at their doorstep. Moreover, Canned goods pointed towards the west in the direction of the godforsaken lands. We not only have intelligence, but also a core asset that they absolutely cannot refuse. You mean? The area around the main camp. Wolf Brother's eyes lit up. The absolute safe zone around the temple. Canned goods curled the corner of his mouth into a sly arc. Since they want to strangle us with grain, then we will strangle them with survival rights. Let's go, Wolf Brother. Canned goods picked up the staff, symbolizing his deacon status, straightened his clothes, and walked briskly towards the door. I heard the bishop is holding a noble expansion meeting today to celebrate the knight's victory. Perfect. Let's join in the merriment and present a gift. And let them know that without the nod of fate, even with all their grain, they still need to have the life to consume it. Baishur Cathedral side discussion hall. This place was extravagantly decorated with huge crystal chandeliers casting warm yellow light, completely isolating the cold from outside. The long dining table was filled with roasted meats, wines, and fine pastries specially supplied from the upper district. A dozen nobles dressed in silk gowns were toasting and celebrating the good news from the front lines. To them, since the knights had launched an attack, the crisis was naturally resolved, and even with corpses littering the outside, it did not hinder their enjoyment of the lingering abundance here. Cardinal Alban sat at the head of the long table. He did not touch the food before him, only fiddling with his staff, his eyelids drooping, as if he were dozing off or wandering in a trance. Bang! The heavy carved wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and two figures dressed in junior deacon robes strode in. The air in the hall instantly froze, and all the nobles stopped their actions, staring in astonishment at these uninvited guests. Who are you? Guards. What are the guards doing here? A portly earl slammed down his wine glass with a furious expression, standing up. This is the bishop's meeting room. How dare these junior clerics act wildly here? The guards at the door were about to rush in, but were temporarily subdued by a cold glare from canned goods combined with the raised deacon badge. Looks like we arrived just in time. Canned goods ignored the earl's roar and walked straight to the end of the long table, accompanied by the nonchalant Wolf of Wall Street. Are the esteemed lords celebrating victory? Is the wine brewed from the grain squeezed from the pour especially sweet to drink? Impertinence! The earl was so furious that his beard shook. He turned to the head seat. Bishop, are these two reckless fools your subordinates? Please have them dragged out and hanged immediately. However, Cardinal Alban did not move. He merely raised his eyelids, slowly glanced at canned goods, then looked at the earl with a face full of flesh. He did not scold, did not call for the guards, and even his posture remained unchanged. That silence felt like a silent approval. Canned goods chuckled coldly in his heart. This old fox indeed wants to use us as guns. Fine, since you want to watch the show, I will put on a grand performance. Canned goods adjusted his glasses and directly slapped the blood-stained intelligence document down onto the smooth table with a bang. It's easy to hang us, my lord earl. Canned goods' voice resonated in the hall. But if you hang us, who will tell you? Death has come to your doorstep. While we speak, the southern monster army is gathering at the outer wall. The number is not in the hundreds, but thousands, even more. The reason Commander Gerald led the entire army to attack was that he knew, if they stayed at home, it would only lead to death. Do you think locking food in the granaries makes you safe? Canned goods scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a knife. When those man-eating monsters break through the city gates, they won't care whether you're a noble or a beggar. In their eyes, you delicate nobles are much tastier than the poor outside. The hall fell into a dead silence. We, the gods of fate, do not wish to interfere with your plans for wealth. Canned goods' tone softened, revealing his true intentions. We only want grain. Affordable, unlimited grain. On what basis? The earl gritted his teeth, his chubby cheeks trembling. On the account of you bunch of clerics from the lower district. Just because we have a way out. Canned goods pointed to the west, the direction considered forbidden by everyone, with a devilish smile on his face, deep within the godforsaken lands at the heart of the old forest. That is the domain of our lord, an absolute forbidden zone that even monsters dare not tread. As this sentence left his lips, the air around the long table seemed to be instantly sucked out. The nobles exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror, even more intense than when they heard about the monster siege. They certainly knew what that place was. Legend has it to be the sealed palace of the evil god. You are openly colluding with evil. Another younger baron could not help but stand up, his voice shrill. That is a forbidden place. It is. The territory of that thing. Shoo. Canned goods raised a finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. He looked at the nobles who wanted to save their lives while maintaining their reputation, his eyes filled with mockery. Then he smoothly shifted the tone, providing a ridiculous yet necessary reason for everyone to accept. Esteemed lords, I think you misunderstood. Canned goods adjusted his collar and spoke with a face of sanctity. That is certainly not an evil place. It is the earthly kingdom of the angel of fate, Fatum, under the glorious seat. Let us not forget we only recently celebrated his joining of the Holy Canon. As for why it was chosen to be in that forest, Canned goods shrugged, speaking as casually as if discussing a picnic. Perhaps because it used to be an old house, spacious enough. Or maybe because the greenery there is quite good. After all, even gods need to breathe fresh air. Greenery good. That baron was nearly choked to death, but no one dared to refute him any further. Everyone present was astute. They understood the subtext of canned goods. That place indeed belonged to the evil god, but they would wrap it in the guise of the angel of fate. As long as you are willing to pay for grain, we can let you hide there. Seeing that the moment was right, Canned goods retracted the aggressive demeanor, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, the sound echoing like the beads of an abacus in everyone's hearts. He looked at the nobles, whose expressions fluctuated between light and dark, his tone becoming profound. Of course, I also believe that Commander Gerald's sword is sharp enough, and the walls of Byshire City are sturdy enough. This city might hold for another 10 years, 20 years. But to your families with long lineages, that little time is merely the blink of an eye. The radiance of the relic is dimming, and that is an undeniable fact. The walls will eventually collapse, and even if not now, perhaps it will be your grandchildren or great-grandchildren's turn. Canned goods leaned slightly forward, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice low and filled with temptation. So we do not sell land, nor do we sell tickets. That is for the dead. We are here today to offer you a friendship from fate. All you need to do is provide some of the grain you disregard, or even prepare to feed the fish to gain our sect's goodwill. Even if you don't use it this generation, what if one day the radiance really dims? Canned Goods paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold, a blatant threat wrapped in a gentle tone. If unfortunately you insist on putting obstacles in our way for the sake of this little grain, allowing the believers of fate to starve to death in the streets. Heh. The gods' memories are long. When that day truly arrives, you wouldn't want to find the only refuge's door shut tight because of a few bags of grain today, would you? It is trading today's waste for tomorrow's convenience, or blocking off the last escape route for the sake of that absurd pride. Canned Goods straightened up, adjusting his collar. I believe you can calculate this better than I can. The hall fell into a dead silence. Only heavy breathing could be heard. The nobles who were once furious changed their expressions. That haughty arrogance gradually receded, replaced by a deeper consideration. If they only want grain rather than money or power, or even just grain that they look down upon, then what harm is there in giving it to them? What if it really comes in handy one day? Just as the charlatan mentioned, it equates to buying an extremely cheap insurance for the family. If they don't buy it, what if that damned god of fate really holds a grudge? That would be truly not worth the loss. The leading portly earl exchanged glances with the others, his tense body slowly relaxing, and he slumped back into his chair, no longer speaking. This represented tacit approval. And Cardinal Alban at the head finally moved. He picked up the teacup that had long cooled in front of him and took a gentle sip, remaining silent. There was no appreciation, only a deep weariness and sorrow flashed through his murky old eyes, which ultimately turned into a barely audible sigh. Once upon a time, this city united under the banner of radiance, vowing to resist to the death. Yet now, to get these people to produce grain to relieve the poor, it actually requires the help of a group of foreigners using the guise of an evil god, employing coercion, temptation, and the sale of anxiety to achieve. What a bitter irony. Radiance. Alban bitterly chuckled inwardly, putting down the teacup, issuing the only directive of the night, his voice hoarse, yet clear, since the angel of fate is willing to guide the lost sheep. Then let's proceed according to Canned Goods' plan. After all, God loves the world. Feel free, everyone, I am old, and it's time for me to retire and rest a bit. His old yet clear eyes swept across every noble and church leader, leaving them feeling slightly guilty. As Cardinal Alban's weary figure disappeared into the shadows of the side door, the originally tense and oppressive discussion hall seemed to have pressed a switch, instantly changing its tune. The earlier tense courtroom transformed in the blink of an eye into a social banquet filled with toasting and exchanging cups. Canned Goods, you are truly young and promising. The portly earl who had just shouted to have Canned Goods hang now wore a nauseatingly friendly smile. He personally picked up the silver wine jug and filled Canned Goods' empty cup with red wine, his actions attentive like a seasoned servant. There were many misunderstandings before many misunderstandings. I am a straightforward person, don't take it to heart. The earl raised his wine glass, his face glowing red, to the friendship between radiance and fate, to our shared future. Cheers. Cheers. The other nobles also gathered around, as if the previous arrogance and disdain had never existed. Having accepted being extorted and decided to buy that doomsday insurance, these shrewd politicians naturally knew how to swiftly adjust their posture. To them, what is face worth? As long as they can survive, as long as they can preserve their family legacy, they would not hesitate to toast to evil gods, even if it meant praising the abyss on the spot. Father Wolf, regarding the purchase price of that monster fur, we can actually negotiate a bit more. Your Excellency, Canned Goods, I heard you need some special construction materials. My family happens to own a quarry. Could you leave us a spot near the water for that absolute safe zone? After all, good feng shui is important, haha. In the midst of a chorus of hypocritical and enthusiastic compliments, Canned Goods and the Wolf of Wall Street became the center of attention. They were sent out through the side door of the cathedral, like stars being worshipped by the nobles. Once they climbed into the carriage and watched the nobles still waving at them from the entrance, Wolf Brother let out a long breath and rubbed his stiff smile. These guys. Wolf Brother glanced at the various name cards and contract drafts stuffed in his hands, unable to help but curse. They change faces faster than flipping a book. Just now they wanted to kill me, and now they want to adopt me as their godfather. That's called the elasticity of the ruling class. Canned Goods leaned against the carriage wall, peering through the curtains at the dark, cold streets outside and the distant green lights of the lower district. They don't care who the gods are, nor do they care who is starving. They only care about whether they can continue to sit at the dining table. But that's fine. As long as they are willing to pay and provide grain, this show of ours can continue. The carriage rolled over the cobblestone road, the sound echoing in the empty streets, heading towards the slums filled with hope and chaos. And behind them, the cathedral remained brightly lit, as if what was taking place inside was indeed a sacred gathering aimed at saving the souls of the world. In the depths of the old forest within the temple, the ever-changing winds and clouds of the outside world have yet to disperse the mist here, but Lee Weiss's mood is more joyful than ever. He lazily leaned against the obsidian throne, slightly closing his eyes, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest. In his perceptive vision, countless faint golden threads penetrated the void, resembling a reverse golden drizzle continuously flowing into his once withered and dilapidated divinity. That was the power of faith. Li Wei gazed at the previously dull divine essence, now shimmering with a faint golden glow. Though the cracks still remained within them, no longer lay silent desolation, but a rhythm of vibrant life. Most of this energy originated from the slums of Baishar City. The people there grasped at the straw named fate in their despair. Their prayers varied and bizarre. Some sought quick riches, others wished for meat for their next meal, and some simply expressed the desperate longing of gamblers before the draw. These mixed emotions of greed, luck, and survival formed an extremely intense and rich emotional current. Tisk tisk, is this the desire of mortals? Li Wei marveled, knowing that for righteous gods such impure faith could be poison, but for him, the evil god who governed deceit and spiritual authority, this tumultuous and intensely euphoric emotion was simply the most delectable supplement. At this rate, the cracks in my divinity seem to be slowly healing. I can feel that the shackles once binding my perception are loosening, and my vision seems to extend further. After handling the external affairs, Li Wei turned his gaze to the base surrounding the temple. Compared to the thrilling outside, this place was bustling with activity, even a bit chaotic in its construction scene. The construction site of the defensive wall surrounding the temple. Sigh. A long mournful sigh echoed across the site. A player with the ID civil engineering dog threw down the simple level in his hand, plopped down on the unfinished stone wall foundation, and looked at the meager progress before him, so troubled that he felt his hair might fall out. Too slow, it's just too slow. The civil engineering dog clutched his disheveled hair and lamented to several newbie brick movers nearby. Brothers were building a city wall, not stacking blocks. At this speed, by the time this wall is finished, the monsters next door will have given birth to their second child. Dog, brother, stop howling. A new player, panting as he set down a giant stone from his back, wiped his sweat and said, "We only have a few dozen people here, and excluding those hunting, farming, and cooking, there are less than 20 who can actually do heavy labor. Besides, without cranes or concrete mixers, we're relying solely on manual labor. If it weren't for our exceptional physical condition, we'd have been exhausted 100 times over. We need manpower." The civil engineering dog howled to the heavens. Why haven't Hakimi and the others returned? Didn't they say they were going to buy Shire City to bring back labor? Even if they just brought back a few ogres to act as cranes, that would be fine. While the civil engineers lamented, the farmland behind the temple displayed a different scene. This place seemed as if the goddess of harvest herself had graced it. Brother Shinong, come quick. This potato, it seems a bit off." The speaker was a new player from the second test ID, Corn Kid. In reality, he was a somewhat socially anxious sophomore. After entering the game, he didn't want to go to the front lines to fight monsters and wasn't good at laboring, so he followed Shinong to sample herbs and joined the agriculture group. Unlike others, after shifting to the intelligence class, he unexpectedly discovered he could easily perceive the state of surrounding plants, such as when they were thirsty or overfed. As a result, after being identified by the elf Aaron, this kid was deemed to have awakened a talent frequently seen among druids, the plant whisperer. He had recently been spending time in the fields staring blankly at the mutated corn and potatoes. Just now, as he placed his hand on a somewhat yellowing potato seedling, as usual, this plant conveyed a need to him, not in sound or text, but through a vague, weak, emotional fluctuation. "What's wrong, Corn Kid? Has the potato mutated? Is it growing teeth?" Shinong rushed over with a water jug in a flurry. "No, it's not." Corn Kid squatted in front of the potato seedling, looking conflicted, as if he were listening to some unspeakable secret. He extended a finger, gently touched a leaf, then closed his eyes, furrowing his brow. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said with a strange expression, "It seems to be crying." "Huh." Shinong was taken aback. It conveyed to me a feeling of great thirst and being squeezed. Like stepping on something hard beneath my feet, it feels uncomfortable. Also, it wants to eat a bit of that stinky black mud fermented fertilizer, but not too much, just a couple of spoonfuls will do. Erin, with her silver hair fluttering in the wind, looked enviously at him. "I am a forest elf. I can hear the whispers of the wind and feel the pulse of the forest. But I have never heard of any human who lives by this being able to understand the complaints of plants. Even I have not awakened as a plant whisperer." Shinong immediately fetched a small shovel and carefully began to dig around the potato's roots. Clack! The shovel struck something hard. Sure enough, beneath the main root of that potato was a fist-sized black shard of rock, which had been squeezing the root system, blocking its path to absorb water. "This, truly a favored child of nature," Erin murmured to herself, her tone filled with a hint of disbelief and envy. Shinong patted Corn Kid's shoulder. "Kid, you are our treasure in the agriculture group. Whatever the principle with you as our plant ultrasound machine, we're practicing precision agriculture. While you're free this afternoon, go and listen to the other crops as well." "All right." Corn Kid felt affirmed, his social anxiety instantly alleviating by half as he scampered towards the wheat field. "Aaron, don't just stand there." Shinong turned to the still disbelieving elf. "Now that we've found the cause of the problem, it's up to you. Sing that nature's song to give our kids a buff." Aaron looked at these humans fervently engaged in farming, still pondering, how could humans possess such a talent? But seeing the flourishing crops, her instinct as a gardener compelled her to take action. Aaron cleared her throat and walked to the center of the field. She closed her eyes, her hands folded over her chest, her silver hair moving on its own without wind. As her lips parted slightly, an ethereal melodious song, seemingly infused with the warmth of the spring sun and the sound of flowing water, slowly flowed from her mouth. Nature magic praise of growth. Green light particles emanated from the air, like fireflies landing on those crops that had just been diagnosed and fertilized. The potato seedlings that had originally drooped visibly unfurled their leaves, becoming lush and vibrant. The wheat field rustled with the sound of growth, the wheat ears swelling and turning golden at a visible speed. "Wow, this effect. This is the ultimate form of farming." Shinnong watched this scene emotionally overwhelmed to the point of tears, science fertilizer talent plant whisper magic elf singing. If this doesn't lead to a bountiful harvest, it would be against the will of heaven. If the agricultural area was filled with the hope of green, then the clothing workshop in the living area was a colorful fashion show. Scissors. Where are the scissors? I want those curved ones. A female player with the ID Scissors stood at a large table, a bone needle clenched in her mouth, holding a piece of freshly processed black-scaled lizardfolk soft leather, her gaze sharp, like a designer measuring a supermodel. Around her sat 7 or 8 village women recruited from the village. These women who had only known how to mend torn clothes now looked at this blessed one with admiration, their hands moving swiftly with the needle. Auntie, this stitch is wrong. It needs to be tighter. This is for making battle gear. It has to be durable. Scissors spat out the bone needle, picked up the piece of leather, and gestured. This lizard skin is extremely resilient and has waterproof properties. We're not making those bulky robes. Oh, we need fitted leather armor. It needs to allow freedom of movement while showcasing our players' figures. She pointed to a pile of wasteland wolf pelts nearby. Those pelts strip the coarse hair, leaving only the underfur to make linings or shawls. With such a large temperature difference between day and night now, this is much warmer than cotton. And this? Scissors picked up a piece of slime gel that had been specially processed to become elastic like rubber. Let's use this for shoe soles. Shock-absorbing, anti-slip, and silent. Those husky assassins will definitely love it. Under her command, well-crafted leather armor boots and fur coats were produced, though the aesthetic still leaned towards a wasteland style. Although no data showed an increase in defense, the genuine protective quality and comfort absolutely surpassed the shabby cloth garments given to newcomers. This is wonderful. These clothes. An older woman caressed a freshly made fur vest, her eyes reddening. Such good material only the gentleman could afford before. Now we can wear it too. Of course, this is meant for us. Scissors waved her hand. Use the remaining scraps to make shoes for the village kids. Running around barefoot in the winter is heartbreaking. However, unlike the laughter and joy in the agricultural area and the clothing workshop, the atmosphere in the corner of the temple's blacksmith shop felt particularly oppressive. Bang, PFF. A player with the ID This hammer is called Hammer sat on a large stone, acting as an anvil, hammering a piece of scrap metal into shape, but the sound it made was dull and unpleasant, lacking the crispness metal should have. This is pointless, really pointless. Hammer sighed, casually tossing the impure and crumbling iron ore into the scrap pile. The scrap pile was filled with rusted iron pieces, broken swords, and low quality, or that could not be refined. At his height of 4'7", paired with his muscular build, he should have been an energetic blacksmith, but at this moment he seemed deflated like a deflated balloon. He looked down at his rough, powerful hands, the knuckles slightly pale, as if he had been holding a hammer for a long time. That was the muscle modification brought by master blacksmithing. His hands were born to be professional players. But now these hands could only be used to hammer junk. What kind of nonsense is this? I thought drawing a hidden character would launch me into the stratosphere. Hammer was even too lazy to roar, staring blankly at the distance. Their Scissors was leading a group of women making new clothes, and Shinnong was over there grinning at the potatoes. Everyone had work to do and something to produce. Only he felt like a fool begging with a golden rice bowl. Hammer hung his head helplessly, cradling the heavy forging hammer in his arms, resting his chin on the hammer's handle, his gaze filled with longing as he looked towards the exit of the misty forest, muttering to himself. Where has the merchant team gone? Didn't Hakimi say on the forum that they were returning? It's been several days already. Even if they crawled back, they should have returned by now. If they don't bring back iron soon, my hammer will start growing mushrooms. On the high platform, Liwei, listening to the dwarf's lamenting murmur, silently calculated. Indeed, having developed to this point the bottleneck of raw materials has already choked me. I cannot freely use my power to materialize these raw materials. Logically, the Merchant Association and Hakimi should be returning soon. Yes, everything over there in Baishur City, including the cans, was being handled meticulously by the Wolf of Wall Street. Hakimi, a combat player, had stayed a few days without a fight. Hearing the plump president of the Merchant Association say that the goods were packed and ready for the return journey, he had eagerly followed along, saying he wanted to continue practicing in the forest while the artistic student stayed behind to finish the last part of the statue. Li Wei's gaze suddenly shifted towards the east, towards the edge of the makeshift stone wall, as if to validate the whispers of the divine. At that very moment, from not far beyond the wall, the hurried and chaotic sound of hooves and the heavy rolling of wheels faintly reached his ears. A nimble player idly wandering atop the wall suddenly stood upright, pointing excitedly into the distance and shouting, "They're back! They're back! It's all carts! So many carts!" The entire temple square erupted in excitement. The civil engineering dog tossed aside his level Shinnong, put down his shovel, Scissors dropped her needle and thread, and even the originally listless dwarf brightened at the word carts, his eyes lighting up as he grabbed his hammer and rushed to the front. This was not just the return of the merchant team, this was the lifeblood of the forsaken land finally reconnected. The tranquility at the edge of the misty forest was utterly shattered. The rumble of wheels rolling over gravel, the neighing of horses, and the footsteps of hundreds of people blended into a torrent known as civilization, surging into this forsaken land that had lain silent for a century. At the forefront walked a heavy cart laden with black iron ingot, steel plates, and various basic building materials. This was the treasure that this hammer is called hammer had longed for day and night, the very skeleton of the industrial zone of this future city that had yet to be constructed. Trailing behind the convoy was a group of simple-clothed commoners carrying bedding rolls numbering over 100. Most of them were the daring young men from the lower districts of Berserk City, and there were even craftsmen with families in tow. Their eyes, though filled with an instinctive fear of the evil god's territory, bore more of a resolute determination that this was hope. Yet in the midst of the procession, there were several incongruous luxurious carriages. These carriages were adorned with intricate family crests and even draped with silk curtains to ward off dust. Surrounding the carriages was a squad of fully armed vigilant guards from Berserk City. "We have arrived. Finally arrived," Hakimi shouted from the front on his horse, pride radiating from his victorious demeanor. "Brothers, we are here to receive guests. The waiting civil engineering dogs, and this hammer is called hammer," lunged forward like hungry tigers. "Iron, my iron." The dwarf blacksmith completely ignored Rolf, who was trying to greet him, and dove headfirst into the pile of dark iron ingots, kissing a heavy pig iron ingot. "Finally, I don't have to hammer that pile of scrap anymore. Wood and lime." The civil engineering dog was also rummaging through another cart, excitedly waving his hands. "With these we can strengthen our city walls." In addition, there were also some everyday items like cotton cloth, dried vegetables, and medicines bought back from Berserk City. The whole square was engulfed in a frenzy of harvest. However, amidst this bustling atmosphere, the doors of the luxurious carriages slowly opened. A foot clad in exquisite calfskin boots stepped onto the dusty ground, followed by a young nobleman covering his mouth and nose, his face twisted in disdain. He was dressed in a ludicrous white silk hunting outfit that looked utterly ridiculous in the wilderness, with a golden tulip badge pinned to his chest. He surveyed his surroundings, dilapidated temples, laborers transporting bricks, and those ragged madmen, players, his brows knitting into a frown. "Is this what they call an absolute safe zone?" The young noble used a perfume-sprayed handkerchief to fan himself, his voice sharp and filled with arrogance. "It's simply a refugee camp. The air is full of the stench of sweat. And what is that smell? Is that feces? It's simply nauseating." He referred to the natural aroma wafting from the fermentation pool behind the mountain at Shinnō. "How can people live here?" The noble turned around and scolded the guard captain beside him. "Go summon the person in charge of this place. I want the best room facing south with hot water and clean sheets. Also get these commoners away from me. Don't let them dirty my carriage." The guard captain turned pale, standing frozen in place. He fearfully glanced up at the towering black mist-shrouded dilapidated temple, then looked at the surrounding gods chosen, who were smiling, but appeared quite eerie. "Are you kidding me? Engage in combat here. This is beneath the evil god's feet. It's the palace of the ancient rulers of legend. Drawing a sword here, is that not courting death? Are you deaf? I am Baron Valen. My father donated 100 carts of grain here." The young noble, named Valen, grew even angrier when no one paid him any mind. He strode up to Hakimi, who was directing the transport, raising his chin as he spoke. "Hey, you barbarian. Are you in charge here? Hurry up and arrange for my accommodation. Also, my coachman is hungry. Go get some decent food. Don't try to pass off that black mushy porridge on me." Hakimi was taken aback. He paused his work, looking at this noble who was a head shorter than himself, as if he were a fool. "Are you talking to me?" Hakimi pointed to his own nose. "Of course. Who else would it be?" Valen impatiently waved his hand. "Hurry up, I'm tired." The surrounding air suddenly fell silent. The dwarf who had been hammering iron stopped his work, and the civil engineering dog who was drawing blueprints looked up. Even the players distributing supplies gathered around. "Who is this guy?" asked the dwarf, hoisting a massive hammer, his voice deep and rumbling. "A new freak. But his name is Green. Seems to be some kind of talisman sent by the nobles." Hakimi scratched his head, revealing that characteristic disdain for low-level NPCs that players often had. "What was it called again?" "Oh right, talisman of commitment. This is the attitude of a talisman of commitment." Hakimi sneered, suddenly stepping forward, the intense smell of blood from just having killed a monster and not having washed forced Valen to take 2 steps back. "Listen here, little pretty boy." Hakimi looked down at him, his tone devoid of any respect for nobility. "This is the Forsaken Land, not your greenhouse. Here there are no lords, only those who work and those who do not. Want better living conditions? Build it yourself. Want better food? Go hunt or farm. Even if you brought 100 carts of grain, that is a price for your life, not a ticket for you to play lord. You, how dare you speak to me like that?" Valen's face turned the color of a pig's liver, his hand instinctively reaching for the decorative sword at his waist. "Guards, arrest these rabble." However, the squad of guards from Berserk City who had escorted him quickly unloaded the cargo belonging to the Valen family, then as if fleeing from a plague swiftly regrouped and turned their horses around. "My lord, our mission is complete," the guard captain spoke rapidly, not daring to look at the temple. "The Night Order has issued a decree. We must return immediately to report. This is up to you now." After speaking without giving Valen a chance to react, the squad of guards dashed out of the square, disappearing at the edge of the misty forest. They didn't want to stay a moment longer on this evil god's territory. Valen was dumbfounded. Seeing the situation about to stalemate, the players grew tired of wasting words with this useless NPC. "So, Brother Gonzi, how do we manage these new refugees and these few young masters?" Hakimi said with a bit of a headache. "We can't keep an eye on them every day, can we? Let the old village chief Kyle handle that group of commoners. He has experience," Gonzi suggested. The old village chief Kyle, who was standing nearby, immediately walked over upon hearing his name. Though he straightened his back a bit in front of these young nobles, the ingrained class consciousness still made him feel somewhat timid, and he didn't dare to act as casually as the players. Esteemed envoys, I can take responsibility for the placement of the commoners. But this young master. Kyle glanced at the fuming Valen, rubbing his hands in difficulty. I'm afraid if at least you old fellow are sensible. Before Kyle could finish, Baron Valen adjusted his collar, interjecting arrogantly. He disdainfully glanced at Kyle, then turned to Hakimi, striking a pose that suggested, I am still needed. Hey barbarian. Managing such lowly commoners requires lineage and the art of wisdom. Our nobility has been doing this for generations, and I have insights on this matter. Since your place is a mess, then hand over the command to me, and I will show these commoners what rules are. Hakimi and Gongzi exchanged glances as if looking at a fool. No need, Hakimi said, casually digging at his ear. Kyle, you take charge. This is a divine decree. Anyone who disobeys, make a note of it and report back to us. We will handle physical persuasion. What? Valen exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide as he sounded like a chicken being stepped on. Why have a well-educated noble forego his duties to let a dirt farmer who can't even read a few words manage people? Why not let us manage them? This is simply ridiculous. Also, letting you manage wouldn't work either. Hakimi rubbed his chin, his gaze suddenly landing on Valen's disdainful face, then glancing at the other delicate noble youths behind him, he suddenly grinned. Since you desire to manage so much and you complained about the filth and stench here. Hakimi snapped his fingers loudly, announcing to the players around, brothers. Aren't we just lacking someone to manage sanitation? I think this kid has quite the talent in this area. His nose is sharp, and he has management insights. He turned to Valen, thrusting a broom and a long stick used for unclogging toilets into the hands of this nobleman, his face revealing a devilish smile. Listen carefully, little pretty boy. Since you want to lend your talents, I will give you the position of Minister of Hygiene. From today onwards, you and your noble crew are responsible for overseeing the public sanitation of the entire camp. As for the specifics, just keep an eye on the residents here, ensuring they must go to the river to wash. If they don't clean up, they won't be allowed to eat. And one more crucial point. Hakimi pointed at the distant bushes, his tone serious. Absolutely no defecating in the open. You are to patrol at all times. Anyone who dares to defecate in the open, you will be responsible for dragging them out and cleaning up. After all, you are nobles, so you must care about your dignity and can't stand the thought of open defecation, right? What? Valen looked at the toilet stick in his hands, completely petrified. Asking him, a baron, to supervise a group of dirt farmers washing themselves? To manage their defecation and urination? What? Can't do it. Hakimi's eyes turned cold. Can't even manage this little task. What noble insights are you bragging about? I see you are a useless fool. Then you can only be thrown out to feed the dog-headed people. I will do it. Provoked by Hakimi's taunts and seeing that the guards had already vanished, Valen gritted his teeth, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. I will prove that noble management skills, even in the toilet, are perfect. Amid the laughter of the players, the proud Baron Valen, broom in hand, began his dismal career as a sanitation administrator alongside several similarly disheartened noble youths. On the high platform, Li Wei watched this scene with satisfaction, nodding. Evil must be tempered by evil. If you wish to enjoy protection, you must pay the price. Even nobles must learn to bend down here. With the influx of this batch of supplies and people, Li Wei knew that the development of the Forsaken Land was finally about to enter the fast lane. Registration. Line up, don't push. At a corner of the Xindian Guangchang, a player stood beside Lao Kaier, clutching a charcoal pencil and a strip of bark paper, his voice hoarse as he called out. Name. How many in your group? Age. What did you do before? Any skills? That one, no name. Fine, you have a broad forehead, you'll be called Kate. Next. How do you come up with those names? Don't ask next. The bodies, such fresh, youthful bodies. Tumu Gongxing squatted on a stone block nearby, his eyes glittering as he stared at the rows of able-bodied refugees undergoing inspection, an unseemly glint of drool at the corner of his mouth. With people like these, my wall work will triple its progress. Those biceps, that latissimus, sculptures made for hauling bricks. A few nearby players quietly slid away, widening their distance by 2 meters, as if establishing a safety perimeter. This fellow's obsession with construction had bent his mind. He no longer regarded others as kin, but as cranes and winches. By the way, where's that AI decent these days? What is he tinkering with? He has been quiet on the forum too, Shin Nongchang Baichao asked as he wiped dirt from his hands and walked over. Lately his thoughts were buried in the soil. When he logged off, he pored over texts, and when he logged on, he tilled the land. You did not know? That fellow has secluded himself over in the industrial area. While Lai Jiao and I Run, a portly man, carried a steaming basin of vegetable stew and ladled a generous spoonful for each new refugee. I heard he's building a furnace. He says he is making an industrial revolution pacemaker. On the left side of the shrine, an area of rubble had been cleared and leveled. The players had christened it Di Gongyechu. There were no towering wonders yet. Instead, a patchwork complex of red bricks, black clay, ceramic pipes, and scrap metal spread across the ground like a strange, improvised city of machines. It crouched like a multi-headed beast upon the earth, its pipes entangled like veins. AI Desenjuancher stood amid the labyrinthine apparatus, his face smeared with soot, as if he had crawled out of a coal pile. When the crowd gathered, AI Desen pushed up a pair of makeshift goggles, a dried fish bladder tied with vines that still bore scales at the edge, and adjusted them over his nose. He lifted his head and peered through the clouded bladder with a look that plainly begged for praise. Brothers, throw away that fairy tale in your heads about a single furnace that turns wood straight into steel and glass. He sneered, such a thing is not a miracle, but a maintenance nightmare. He drew a long line on the ground with a charred stick and pointing to the complex before him spoke with unabashed pride, look at this. What I have built is a system of furnaces. Each furnace does only what it is best at. Fuel and heat flow like blood, and in the end you get results you understand. Iron bricks vessels. He indicated a kiln of piled earth and stone at the far edge of the workshop. Its mouth was sealed thick with clay, leaving only a stout pipe jutting out like a panting beast exhaling thin smoke. Step 1. A retort charcoal kiln. Feed in wood heat under limited oxygen. It yields 2 treasures: charcoal and a combustible gas that can be lit and used as fuel. He tapped the protruding pipe with his stick and shifted his tone. But that gas cannot be used straight away. It is filthy, filled with tar, mist, ash, and acidic fumes. If you use it directly, the pipes clog in 3 days and coke forms in a week. Before the crowd could react, he had led them to the side, a length of pipe coiled like a serpent submerged in a trough, followed by 2 large barrels. So step 2 is to turn it into usable gas. He tapped each component with his stick as he named them. A condenser cools and strips tar, a settling tank removes ash, a wash barrel rinses the gas, and finally a water-sealed reservoir smooths the pressure. This is the heart of our energy system. When that clean gas was finally routed toward the workshop's center, he moved on to the true main furnace. The furnace was low but thick as a fortification, channels arrayed on both sides, and bellows inlets grotesquely stout. Step 3. The main furnace, a regenerative high-temperature heater. Annihilation knocked on its wall and raised his voice. This is core technology. Clean gas plus preheated air from the heat store burns more completely and reaches higher temperatures. Here we can make the iron, or obey, even make it act like water. He pointed toward a low, long channel stretching out like a sleeping python. Step 4. Throwing away the waste heat would be wasteful. So I designed a waste heat tunnel kiln, plainly a brick kiln. Hot air flows through from high temperature sintering to low temperature drying, an automated line churning out bricks without end. Finally, he indicated an unassuming little furnace beside the hottest section of the tunnel. The last step, glass. Shin Nong Chong by KO's eyes lit up, but AI Decent cut him off. Don't overthink it. You cannot melt large panes with mere exhaust gas alone. At present, we use the residual heat to preheat raw materials, then send them into this small crucible furnace. With a bit of supplemental gas, we can make glazes, glass beads, and small vessels without issue. He planted his stick in the ground like a flag and summed up with pride. Wood becomes charcoal and gas births extreme heat refines iron, waste heat bakes bricks, and in the end you can scavenge a little glass. So, from zero we have rolled out the gears of industry. This is the power of knowledge. The workshop fell silent for a heartbeat, then the players burst into the peculiar chorus of admiration reserved for such feats. Holy shit. Incredible. Annihilation, you are a god. You really built all this by hand. Most lack the technical grasp to follow every detail, yet they sense the magnitude of it. In a world without matches to handcraft, such a coherent system felt like a dimensional collapse of sorts. Don't just praise. Whether it works depends on the proof of the fire, a deep, gruff voice pronounced. A dwarf player named Zhuai Zi Stout, at 1.4 meters tall in appearance, strode over hoisting his enormous forging hammer. 2 NPC blacksmiths unearthed from the refugee ranks trailed behind him along with 4 or 5 burly strength-type players, and the broad-shouldered young refugees reluctantly lent by 2 Mu Gongxinggo. Seeing the professionals arrive, AI Descend's swagger moderated. He awkwardly scratched his head and addressed the dwarf. Ahem, brother Hammer, we need you to test the furnace. If it fails, I'll revise it. After all, I built this from the text. This is my first real trial. He glanced at the 2 hesitant NPC blacksmiths behind the dwarf and spoke earnestly, inferior sound. But, watch the NPCs closely. We players are thick-skinned. If it blows up, we risk a death and respawn. Those 2 old men, if anything happens to them, I would feel terrible. Safety first, safety first. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The dwarf nodded. He understood the gravity. He sniffed the air, felt the temperature of the furnace wall with his hand. The structure is interesting. Light it, let's see. Fire. With the command, the retort charcoal kiln below was stuffed full of wood, and several strength players began to pump the giant bellows. The industrial hum rose and echoed through the zone. On that day, the industrial area of Shinchijidi was officially inaugurated. Under the dwarf Zhuai Zi as furnace master with 2 NPC smiths as technical advisors, 10 carefully chosen strength players, and the strongest youthful refugees, the first professional forging crew was formed. To commemorate the furnace that had given the camp new life, the small squad christened themselves Lu Xiang. Other tasks proceeded in orderly fashion. Some moved bricks, some built houses, some hauled supplies. Yet this particular crew had run into challenges of its own. On the temple's outskirts near a meandering river, a lowlying plot had been designated temporarily for washing and excretion, the makeshift toilets and bathhouses. Riffraff, all riffraff. Baron Waluan snapped, and with a fierce gesture threw down the broom that was smeared with mud and what else. His once decent hunting attire had been reduced to a gray shabby rag. Making them take a bath is harder than scaling the heavens. He jabbed a trembling finger at the cluster of refugees and turned to complain to a few equally disheveled noble youths behind him. Look at them. Look at their attitude. I'm doing this for their own good, to keep them from falling ill. And what do they say? That I want to murder them. Opposite him, the refugees huddled together, their clothes in tatters, their eyes wary and resistant. Their leader, a thin, dark man, gripped a work shovel, and though intimidated by the nobles, felt that this was not Whitestone City, and straightened his neck to reply. Sir in charge, it's not that we refuse to wash. This ground is so high and the river water is bone cold. You ask us to jump in to bathe, and would be soaked with no dry clothes to change into. Wouldn't that invite pneumonia? Exactly, a woman nearby cried, shielding her child. Back home in winter, we merely wipe ourselves. Who forces folks to plunge like you do? Excuses? All excuses. Walloon stamped his foot in fury. He had never endured such insubordination. I am the sanitation custodian. This is the order of those envoys. Everything must be kept clean. You are crawling with lice, go wash now. We will not go, not even if you beat us. The standoff froze the scene. Walloon's face flushed a dark liver-like color, yet he dared not strike these precious laborers. He suspected he would lose. The atmosphere turned awkward. At that moment, a leisurely whistle drifted over. Well, if it isn't our great Baron Walloon, disguised to inspect the people, and look at you now. Walloon spun around to see how Jimmy perched atop a half-built low wall, chewing an apple, amusement playing on his face as he watched the spectacle. It's you. Walloon straightened his collar. Though he felt a twinge of unease toward the rough man, he forced his composure. You see this? These riffraff are utterly unreasonable. It's not that I don't want to manage them. They are simply too stubborn. Jimmy hopped down, took a bite of his apple, and mumbled, they have a point. In this weather you make them jump into the river, and you will freeze them to death. Then what do you propose? Walloon frowned. Did you not say they must be clean? Use your head, Baron. Jimmy looked at him as if at a fool, and spoke between bites. Tell me, are you truly stupid, or only pretending? You have no hot water, can't you boil it? There are dry branches all over the hills. Find some big pots. Is that so hard? Walloon froze, as if the notion of a manager boiling water himself was foreign to him. Boil water. Of course. Jimmy pointed to a nearby clearing, and then to the shivering refugees. You are a noble. Did you bathe in the castle by jumping into the moat? No, you used a tub of hot water. Even if you lack the means now, can't you cut some wood in the woods and build a windproof shed? Even hanging a few rags would help. Put a few pots over a fire, heat water, pour it into barrels. They're a makeshift bathhouse. Does that require my tuition? Have you never boiled water? Jimmy shook his head in exasperation. I of course have boiled. Walloon faltered, and for a moment it seemed he truly had never personally boiled hot water. Management is not waving a broom and ordering people to die. It is thinking and solving problems. Give them a warm place, even if it is just a shabby shed and a single bucket of hot water. Understand, great noble. Walloon's face flushed with a mixture of shame and indignation. Shelters. Boiling water. A bathhouse. He glanced at the stacked wood, and then at the refugees' yearning faces. Of course this Baron understands such simple reasoning. Walloon straightened his back, dusted his collar, and forced a recovery of dignity. I was merely testing these commoners' constitution and obedience. Since they appear so frail, I naturally have a contingency plan. He seized up his discarded broom and barked to the stunned noble youths behind him. Stop gawking. Come with me. Carry wood. Find big pots. What for, Baron? For infrastructure. I shall build these uncouth peasants a bathhouse they have never seen. Even if it means boiling the water myself, I will see them bathe in the most proper hot water. Walloon dashed toward the debris heap with his retinue, his manner still arrogant and clumsy, but at least set to actual work. Jimmy shook his head and flicked his apple core away. Die for pride and suffer for it, but at least he is moving. The twilight over Berserk City always bore a kind of decadent grandeur. The setting sun's afterglow like molten gold spilled across the sky, flooded layer upon layer of tiled rooftops, cleaving the city, on the cusp of night, into stark halves of light and shadow. Huff, perched atop a gargoyle on a towering clock tower, the figure known as Noda Husky sat hunched, his gray head casting half his face in deep shadow. He gazed down upon the city as it slipped from day into dusk. Beneath him countless wisps of cooking smoke rose like fragile incense, yet failed to dispel the suffocating weight that hung over the entire metropolis. This lighting render is frying my GPU. I have no idea what hardware this game even runs on. With that wry remark, Husky launched himself forward, gliding across the jagged skyline like a swift, silent swallow. At this hour, weary citizens hurried homeward along narrow lanes, while only carefree children, unburdened by sorrow, still brandished wooden sticks in playful combat upon vacant alleyway plots. I refuse. Why do I always have to be the monster? A stout-cheeked boy flung his ragged cloth to the ground and puffed indignantly at his friend Tom. Your night was too fierce. You actually hurt me. Now it's your turn to be the monster, and let me beat you. The boy named Tom waved a twig. He called his holy sword, his expression smug and defiant. I am chosen by the light. I won't transform. It's your turn to play the monster. No more. I'm going home. Mom made meat soup. With a stomp, Tom vanished into the alley's deepening shadows. Hey, don't run off. Their childish clamor dissolved into the evening breeze as Husky continued onward, leaping effortlessly, scene shifting with each graceful bound. A rich blend of powdery perfume and mellow wine drifted on the cool wind, filling Husky's nostrils. He had reached the fringe of the upper district. Through stained glass windows, he glimpsed the brilliantly lit banquet hall within. Figures moving gracefully, goblets raised, and animated toasts. Faintly, an ethereal, haunting melody emerged. The light shines ever-bright divine grace flows boundless banishing the bitter cold of endless night. A hymn to the god of light, sacred solemn reverent. Yet accompanying that sacred chant were two church acolytes, clad in finely woven silk robes, staggering drunkenly out of a side entrance, arms draped heavily over one another's shoulders. Burp. That choir girl's voice, truly exquisite. One belched, still clutching half a bottle of red wine, his plump face flushed crimson. This is life. Praise the light. Husky cast a cold, disdainful glance at the pair, then pushed off from the eaves with his toes gliding past that glittering, decadent realm like a silent gray specter. Beyond that invisible boundary the air changed. The wine's fragrance vanished, replaced instead by sweat, dust, and the sour rising stench of overflowing latrines. The lower district, the slums. No hymns here, only the raw, unvarnished noise of real life. Laborers spent from backbreaking toil dragged themselves homeward, but at one crossroads every eye turned enviously toward a wiry, smug man strutting proudly down the center of the street. Clutched tightly in his fist was a coin painted violet. Beaming, he boasted to the crowd, "See this. This is fate. My luck exploded today. I drew this treasure from the can god's chest. Double wages tomorrow, and a woolen coat. The god of fate has smiled upon me. Ah, how wonderful," murmured the onlookers, their eyes gleaming, not with ambition but with the primal, aching hunger for survival. Others gathered cautiously around the perimeter of an abandoned courtyard. To preserve the element of surprise, tall wooden planks had been erected around the site the moment the final design for the god of fate statue was approved, temporarily sealing it from view. Though nothing could be seen, the rhythmic clang-clang-clang of chisels striking stone drew them like iron to a magnet. "Did you hear? That's the god of fate's statue being carved. I wonder what it looks like. I hope it answers prayers better than the god of light." Husky crouched atop a horizontal beam above the enclosure, observing the hopeful faces below. A faint knowing smile curved his lips. Almost ready. He adjusted his stance, fixing his gaze on an open patch of earth inside the yard, then leapt. Silent and unseen, he shifted his center of gravity midair, landing with knees bent just so. A flawless, soundless descent into the cluttered courtyard. Perfect score. Brushing dust from his palms, Husky prepared to strike a dramatic pose, when an exuberant voice cut him short. "Hold it, right there. Perfect." Atop the scaffolding stood failed art student, her hair wild and dusted white, with lime charcoal pencil clutched tight in her hand. Her eyes blazed with near-manic satisfaction as she beheld the colossal, newly completed sculpture before her. This was her magnum opus, forged through sleepless nights, driving for veteran stonemasons to the brink of madness and refined across 12 successive drafts. This is rather something, isn't it?" Husky tilted his head back, staring up at the statue looming in the torchlight, its silhouette unervingly alien. He swallowed hard. "Sister, are you certain this is the god of fate? Because to me it looks more like a sealed prison for some final boss." This deity was not carved from traditional white marble, but from black basalt quarried from the godforsaken lands. It possessed no features, no eyes, no mouth, no nose. Only a human-shaped silhouette swathed in heavy flowing robes, its lines both elegant and deeply oppressive. Its hood fell low, obscuring where a face should be, replaced instead by an inward spiraling vortex meticulously carved from countless fine concentric lines. Stare too long at that spiral and dizziness would seize you, as if your very soul were being drawn inward. And deep within that fathomless obsidian vortex, if one looked closely, there flickered a single point of violet gold light, like the soul eye opening in the abyss or the last ember burning in utter despair, both sacred and uncanny. Its right hand did not gesture blessing, but extended forward, palm upturned, fingers slightly curled, as though cradling some immense, invisible weight in midair. That space remained empty, for now. It awaited its core component, the giant slime mana lamp. You wouldn't understand. This is negative space, also known as the unseeable. The art student leapt down from the scaffold, brushing lime dust from her hands, pride shining in her eyes. The god of light shows its face. That's passé. This faceless design lets every supplicant see their own fate reflected in that vortex. To the poor it is hope. To the wicked it is the abyss. And besides, she pointed to the seemingly random folds of the robe. I've embedded subtle psychological motifs in the texture, designed to amplify the aura of divinity under evening light. Nearby, several elderly stonemasons sat slumped on the ground, staring at the monstrous idol they themselves had carved, eyes filled with equal parts terror and inexplicable reverence. "Master," one croaked, trembling, "this statue, it makes my heart shiver. Yet somehow, I feel compelled to kneel and bow. It's uncanny, truly uncanny." "Exactly." From the shadows stepped King God, said, his presence calm, observant. He wore immaculate white acolyte robes and nodded approvingly at the statue. This kind of awe-inspiring, oppressive sanctity is precisely what the lower district needs. Only mystery breeds true reverence. Can God turned toward the artist, and Husky straightened his collar, and his gaze sharpened with quiet intensity. Now that the hardware is complete, the software must follow. Such a masterpiece cannot be unveiled in silence. We require a ceremony, an official grand citywide premiere. "Husky, you guard the site. No one gets a peek ahead of time. I'm heading to the Grand Cathedral now." "And why?" Husky asked. "To visit our old friend Bishop Alborn." Can God smiled, a smile edged with calculation. "We'll ask him to perform the ribbon cutting." Byshire Grand Cathedral, the bishop's study. The sky outside had darkened completely. Bishop Alborn sat hunched over a frontline battle report, brow furrowed in concern. Though Gerard had claimed victory at Greyrock, keep pressure from the south had not eased. In fact, several small beast hordes had begun probing the flanks of the main defensive line. Knock, 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 knock. A soft rap sounded at the door, followed by Crow the steward's voice. Your Grace, acolyte, can God requests an audience? Alborn rubbed his temples and sighed. Let him in. The door opened. Can God entered. Humility and confidence perfectly balanced. He executed a precise ecclesiastical bow, then spoke, without preamble. Your Grace, the calming project in the lower district has been completed. Oh, Alborn lifted his gaze. You mean that so-called auxiliary altar? Yes. The statue is complete, and the faithful's morale remains steady. Can God smiled. To further unify the people, and to publicly affirm the harmony between the light and fate, we propose a grand unveiling ceremony at dusk on the third day hence, the hour of rest. An unveiling. Alborn frowned. We're at war. All ceremonies must be kept simple. Handle it yourselves. No, Your Grace, you misunderstand. Can God shook his head, stepping forward, his voice smooth and persuasive. This is not merely ritual. It is political sermon. Rumors swirl throughout the city. People whisper that the church has abandoned the lower district, that the light no longer watches over the poor. If you attend personally, or even send a high-ranking cleric to represent the Grand Cathedral, then all will know the church still holds absolute authority, and the God of fate acts only under your sanction and watchful gaze. He paused meaningfully. This will greatly elevate the church's standing among the destitute. Alborn fell silent. He studied the young foreigner before him, his mind clear as glass. The boy was leveraging power, wearing the church's mantle like borrowed armor. He sought official endorsement to legitimize this false god, to consecrate it as lawful faith. To attend would be to formally recognize the God of fate's status. You've calculated this so loudly. I heard it even in the upper district. Alborn gave a dry, humorless snort. But this benefits not only you. It benefits me, does it not? Can God remain smiling? Stability for you. Legitimacy for us. A win-win. Alborn's fingers tapped slowly against the desk as he pondered, long and deeply. At last he raised his head. In his clouded, aged eyes flickered not just exhaustion, but a desperate final resolve. 3 days hence, at the hour of rest. His voice was measured, unhurried. I shall preside over vespers at the Grand Cathedral. I cannot leave. But I shall dispatch Crow in my stead, with the cathedral choir and a contingent of holy knights. Remember, acolyte, can God. There was no threat in his tone. Only a long-waited look brimming with an elder's last hope for his city and the quiet sorrow of a faltering faith. May your God of fate truly change Byshire City's destiny. The light feels distant. May your God draw nearer to us. Can God blinked, startled. He'd expected rebuke or resistance, not this quiet, weary benediction. He let his practiced smile fade, nodding solemnly, it will, Your Grace, even for our own sakes. Stepping out of the Grand Cathedral, cold wind swept over him. He exhaled long and slow. The negotiation had gone smoother than anticipated, yet carried a heavier weight than he'd foreseen. He lingered not nor rushed to boast. He walked the empty streets back to the Broken Blade Inn. Pushing open his room's door, he found it empty, only moonlight spilling across the humble bed. Can God removed his ceremonial acolyte robe and hung it neatly on the rack. Lying back on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, mentally reviewing every nuance of the meeting. It secured. Once the ceremony succeeds in 3 days, the game in Byshire City will come alive. As his consciousness began to recede, that familiar sensation of detachment washed over him. Log out. Earth. China. Beijing. Wang Kai jolted upright in bed, eyes snapping open. Dawn had broken. The muffled hum of morning traffic seeped in through the window. He removed his VR headset, massaging his temples gently, not rushing to rise or wash, but immediately reaching for the laptop beside his bed and logging into the official website of Godforsaken Lands. With practiced ease, he navigated to the exclusive backend mission terminal, accessible only to closed beta players. On screen, the quest banner, special faction mission breaking the stalemate in Byshire City, pulsed softly. In its lower right corner, the submit report button glowed with quiet, irresistible allure. A faint smile touched Wang Kai's lips. He clicked the input field and typed swiftly, statue completed. Cardinal Alborn has consented to attend the unveiling ceremony, adding concise next steps. With a decisive press of submit, the mission status bar instantly shifted to a reassuring solid green under review. Phew, now it's locked in. Wang Kai leaned back against his pillow, breathing deeply, feeling the tension that had coiled in his shoulders for weeks finally begin to unspool. Having finished his duty, he idly opened the official forum, eager to browse the absurd, hilarious chaos posted by fellow players, and savor that quiet, smug pleasure of holding the world's greatest secret, without saying a word. The forum buzzed with energy. Husky North-South Mungbean help. How do I break the iron skin boar's defense behind the temple? My axe is bent. Civil engineering dog hiring. Hiring. Wall phase 2 needs laborers. Brick carrying experience preferred. 1 bowl of meat soup guaranteed. Shenong taste 100 herbs, freshly roasted expired potatoes. 100 natural probably. Might boost constitution. As Wang Kai prepared to reply to Husky with target its lower limbs, a bold crimson highlighted announcement suddenly appeared, pinned to the top of the page. Server-wide notice. Server-wide hotfix lighthouse in the mist. System optimizations bug fixes. 1. Fixed bug where low-quality black bread was excessively dense, causing unintended blunt force trauma when thrown. Realistic, yes. But for dental health, please refrain from weaponizing bread hardness. 2. Optimized collision volume for the iron-skinned boar. Players can no longer become inexplicably lodged beneath its armpits. 3. Implemented seasonal cycle temperatures in the godforsaken lands will gradually drop. Remember to keep your characters warm. 4. Fixed facial rigidity for certain NPCs, e.g. Baron Valen when startled. Their expressions of terror are now vivid and lifelike. Major story advancement. Bysher City's choice. Detected critical faction mission breaking the stalemate in Bysher City, entering its decisive phase. Threads of fate now coil tightly around that ancient solitary white city. The light dims. The old ones stir. New core feature: outpost anchor save point. Activation condition: successful completion of the God of Fate's unveiling ceremony, plus sufficient concentration of first faith energy. Function description: upon activation, Bysher City Lower District becomes the second soul anchor. Players bearing the Heretic's Heart Mirror may perform a prayer at the statue to complete save. Revival mechanism update. Upon death, players will no longer respawn exclusively at Old God Forest Grand Temple, but instead resurrect at the nearest activated recently saved anchor point. Official message. Whether for the sake of those endless supply caravans, or for the 10,000 souls drowning in despair, please ensure the ceremony 3 days hence proceeds flawlessly. We beg you. In the ancient forest, the Hall of the Forsaken God. The black mist in the hall today was particularly thick, swirling like boiling tar around the obsidian throne. Li Wei sat upright on the throne, his eyes tightly closed, yet his vision was not consumed by the surrounding darkness, but rather the slowly unfolding network of souls. Within his perception, the once dry pond inside the divine core had finally accumulated a shallow pool of source of divine power radiating pure golden light due to the recent slaughter and construction by players, as well as the fervent prayers of the impoverished citizens of Bysher City. Though not much, it was enough to lay a foundation. Li Wei suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine radiance erupted from his purple-golden pupils. He slowly raised his right hand and grasped at the void. Virum, the space within the hall, emitted a mournful cry of being overburdened. In that moment, all the black mist, all the divine power, and the emotional value contributed by the players were forcibly compressed and condensed by Li Wei. A spear formed slowly in his palm, made of pure purple-golden light, its surface entwined with countless strange runes. It emanated a terrifying aura that was both sacred and depraved, both majestic and chaotic. It's a bit far in. The outside world holds great malice towards me. Li Wei's gaze pierced through the dome of the hall, looking towards the distant east. Go. Li Wei stood from the throne, leaning back, assuming a javelin-throwing posture. Then he swung his arm fiercely. Boom. A thunderous sound seemed to explode above the temple. The purple-golden spear transformed into a streak of light, instantly piercing through the perennial gloom above the ancient forest, whistling forward with unstoppable momentum towards the east. High above, the perspective followed. The moment this light left the temple's range, it began to tremble violently. The rules of this world, the remnants of the laws of benevolent gods, the chaotic tides of magic, were like sheets of greedy and malicious sandpaper, crazily grinding and gnawing at this foreign spear. Sizzle, accompanied by a teeth-gritting sound of friction, the once stout spear, as thick as a pillar, was already half eroded when it flew over the edge of the misty forest. As it swept across the wasteland, the outer runes shattered completely, leaving only the core thread of divinity. It did not change on its own, but was weakened to this state by the world. Soon it approached above Bysher City. At this point, it was no longer a domineering spear, but had turned into a thin purple-golden thread, seemingly on the brink of breaking. However, just as this thread was about to touch the sky above Bysher City, an unexpected change occurred. The previously calm night sky suddenly rippled violently. Without any warning, a massive, imperceptible golden, translucent barrier appeared above Bysher City. The barrier flowed with ancient and complex runes emanating an inviolable sacred repulsion, like a wall of copper and iron firmly blocking the fragile thread. That is, the city's protective array. Li Wei's expression changed slightly, feeling as if his soul had slammed against a heated iron plate. Damn, this city's defense system actually has such a level of response speed. He had completely underestimated this ancient city's sensitivity to heretical divine power. If it were at its peak, this thread could directly pierce through the barrier, but now it was too weak. To charge in recklessly would be counterproductive, as the sacred object of Bysher City could not sustain itself for long. A hard charge would only lead to mutual destruction. It must be hidden. I need to use the highest level of deception authority to erase it from the reality layer to trick the perception of that barrier. Cold sweat trickled down Li Wei's forehead. But this required immense energy support, and his recent throw had already exhausted his divine power reserves. Where is the energy? Where is there still? Li Wei's gaze swept across the entire temple area, finally locking onto the layer of black divine domain that enveloped the entire forest perimeter, providing safety for the players. That was the last reserve. If it were used, the base would lose its shield, directly exposing it to the dangers of the wilderness. But if not used, the layout of Bysher City would completely fail, and the planning of these past days would come to naught. You can't have a child without a wolf. Li Wei's gaze turned cold without any hesitation. As a deity, he must make the most rational decision between gains and losses. Since expansion is the goal, risks must be taken. The remaining power is enough to protect the indigenous people. As for the players, many players probably can't wait for monsters to come charging in. He suddenly manipulated the incantation. Divine Domain. Flow back. Virum. A massive force was instantly forcibly extracted from the temple's periphery, traversing hundreds of kilometers through the soul channel frantically, injecting into the thread that was about to collapse. With this life-saving energy, the surface of the purple-golden thread was instantly covered with a layer of gray, seemingly non-existent film. It disappeared. It became invisible from reality. The golden barrier above Baishur City lost its target. The repulsion swept through the air in confusion, and eventually, because it detected no threat, it slowly dissipated, Reimersing into the void. The invisible thread, like a slippery fish, silently penetrated the defenses, avoiding all perceptions, and precisely drilled into the interior of the black statue located in the lower city. Connection established. Li Wei exhaled a long breath, his entire body slumping onto the throne. The auspicious time has come. Lights on. With a ceremonial bark from a husky, several craftsmen responsible for the ropes suddenly pulled down the massive gray curtain. Splash. The canvas fell to the ground, sending dust flying. The statue of the god of destiny, which had long been the subject of speculation, finally revealed its true form in the night. The statue, made entirely of black basalt, was sculpted into a mysterious figure draped in a robe, with no facial features beneath the hood, only an infinitely collapsing spiral vortex. In the open palm of the statue, it held a massive sphere with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. This was the legendary lamp of destiny. As the crowd focused, they couldn't help but gasp. It was not made of exquisite glass or crystal, but a sphere sewn from the translucent stomach sac or membrane of a giant monster. It was stretched tightly over a rough skeleton with natural biological patterns and a yellowish hue, exuding a primal and wild aura under the torchlight. Through that layer of translucent membrane, people could vaguely see it stuffed with wriggling shadows. Those were over a dozen large glowing slimes, carefully cultivated and fed plump by Shinnong. They were packed in this cramped biological sac like sardines in a can, piled on top of each other, still trembling slightly, with each breath appearing both disgusting and inexplicably vibrant. This is too primitive, right? The husky standing beneath the statue couldn't help but complain in the channel. It looks like a bag of jelly about to burst. Shut up, this is called wasteland biological aesthetics. What can I say about cans? Replied someone in the channel, but his face maintained a solemn expression. He did not elaborate further, but raised the staff in his hand, the tip sparking with faint magical energy, preparing to activate the simple magical circuit at the base of the lamp holder. This was a device used to stimulate the slimes with a weak electric current, causing them to emit green light. Witness the glimmer of destiny. The canner softly recited the prayer, pointing the staff towards the switch. However, just as the tip of his staff was about to touch the circuit, boom, there was no need for any magical circuits, nor for the insignificant biological energy of the slimes. The invisible thread that had crossed hundreds of kilometers like a fish swimming into the interior of the statue connected at that moment. In the palm of the statue, the sphere, made of monster membrane, suddenly shook. The ethereal green light that should have emitted had not yet had the chance to shine before being instantly swallowed by an unmatched, overpowering force. The dozens of slimes packed together seemed to become vessels of divine power, their bodies instantly assimilated by the surging energy, becoming crystalline and translucent. Then a dazzling purple-golden light burst forth from within them. This light was no longer a mundane flame. It erupted like a purple sun suddenly rising in the night, instantly piercing through the translucent biological membrane, illuminating the patterns above like golden veins. The beam penetrated the haze of the slums, dyeing the night sky of the entire lower city into a splendid and sacred sunset. The canner's hand froze in midair, pushed back a step by the divine might rushing at him. He looked at the purple-golden beam shooting into the sky, swallowing hard. Damn. The funding this time from the boss is a bit generous. A miracle. This is a miracle. The slums erupted in fervor, countless people weeping and bowing in worship towards the faceless statue. Under the power of faith, that thread was firmly anchored within the statue. The butler and clergy members representing the bishop could only lower their heads in silence, watching the glory belonging to the outer god rain down upon the territory of the god of radiance, unable to utter a single word. And beneath the statue, the husky, who had been nervously watching and scanning the surroundings, felt a wave of heat rising from his chest. That was the evil god heart mirror vibrating. Instinctively, he pulled out the mirror, facing the surface towards the black statue bathed in purple-golden light. The red eye on the mirror seemed to come alive, fixating on the swirling vortex on the statue's face. Click. A crisp sound like a lock snapping shut echoed in the canner's mind. There was no cold system notification, only a line of ancient and twisted blood-red text slowly emerged on the mirror's surface, then gradually faded. Soul anchor point locked. Current location: Baishur City forward base. Archive successful. Who? The husky let out a long breath, looking at the reflection in the mirror, which showed a tired, yet excited face, unable to suppress a smile. He shouted to the other players in Baishur City, brothers, archive successful. We finally have a household registration in Baishur City. However, just as the players and believers of Baishur City rejoiced, the situation at the base ancient forest fell into a huge crisis due to the sudden energy extraction. In the ancient forest, the temple square. What the hell? What's going on? The civil engineering dog who was working overnight to build walls suddenly felt a chill on his back. He instinctively looked up and saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The faint black mist divine domain that had originally enveloped the entire temple area and extended to the edge of the forest was now crazily retracting inward like receding tide. The divine domain is retreating. The black mist quickly retreated past the unfinished outer city wall, past the industrial area, finally barely stopping at the edge of the residential area and core square, forming a very small protective circle. Without the suppression of divine might, the native monsters lurking in the darkness smelled the scent of weakness. A woo. Hiss. Those were the howls of the wasteland wolves, the hisses of the black-scaled lizardmen, and even deeper and more terrifying roars from the darkness coming from all directions. A cold wind surged into the once warm camp, causing the campfire to flicker. The heart mirrors on all players' chests began to heat up, rhythmically warning divine domain retreating. Dark creatures are gathering. All personnel enter combat readiness. Defend the temple. I knew it. The dwarf hammer who was forging suddenly threw down his hammer, snatching up a giant axe that had just been forged but not yet sharpened, his eyes blazing with battle fire. I knew this game was not that simple. With a new map opened, our home is bound to suffer. Wait, those NPCs are still outside. Suddenly Shinnong shouted, pointing at the refugees and villagers still busy transporting materials in the industrial area or working in the fields. These NPCs were now completely dumbfounded. Faced with countless pairs of glowing red eyes that lit up in the darkness, they trembled, even too frightened to move. Forget about that broken wall. The civil engineering dog jumped down from the scaffolding, waving his shovel at some still dazed players, shouting, "Everyone, first escort the people back. Get those villagers and refugees into the residential area. Quickly, it's still within the divine domain." In an instant the players sprang into action. They did not rush out to kill monsters immediately, but instead ran against the flow towards those helpless NPCs. "Auntie, stop picking up firewood. Run. Go back inside. That child. Don't cry. Stay close to me." A newly transitioned destroyer power-type player scooped up two paralyzed refugees, carrying them over his shoulder like sandbags, striding rapidly towards the residential area. "As long as I'm alive, you won't die. If I die, you still won't die." A nimble player stood at the forefront, brandishing his short sword, blocking a corpse dog that had unexpectedly pounced, turning back to shout, "Quickly, go inside. Lock the door. No matter what sound you hear, don't come out." At this moment, these players, usually joking and referred to as the fourth calamity, formed a line of defense with their bodies between the knight and the civilians. They knew these were data, these were NPCs. But over the past few months, it was these NPCs who had sewn their clothes, cooked meat soup for them, and called them God's favored ones. These were their assets, and also their people. Is everyone in? Yes. The residential area gate is closed. The black mist divine domain is still there. They have suffered no casualties. Good. Just now Gon wiped the dust from his face, looking at the layer of black mist that was faintly visible around the residential area, turning to face the oncoming beast tide from the darkness, his previous anxiety replaced by a wild battle intent. He raised the axe in his hand, grinning with no worries behind us. "Brothers, now let these beasts know who the real father of this forest is. For our homeland. For experience. For Mia. To catch up with the early eight. Kill." The torches lit up outside the temple. A war of defense belonging to the players erupted without warning in the Forsaken Land during the deep night. The black mist shrank frantically like retreating sea water, instantly exposing the formerly safe edge of the forest to the biting cold wind. Without the suppression of the divine domain's aura, darkness was no longer a tranquil curtain, but a monstrous maw ready to devour. Deep in the forest, countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up like ghostly flames, accompanied by the chilling growls and the scratching sounds of claws against the ground. The tide of black beasts surged towards the temple like a flood breaching its dam, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything. Run! The divine domain has retreated. Monsters! They're all monsters. The NPCs in the industrial zone and farmlands were terrified, dropping their tools and rushing with their families toward the residential area at the core of the temple. The old village chief Kyle rasped desperately, trying to maintain order, urging women and children to go first as terrified screams rose and fell. However, amidst this desperate tide of escape, a bizarre and even frenzied countercurrent appeared. "Move aside. Move aside. Don't block the way. Damn it. Don't run so slowly in front. That's my monster." Dozens of players dressed in mismatched gear and wielding various weapons, some even wielding shovels and pickaxes, not only did not retreat, but charged like a pack of sharks, smelling blood, rushing against the fleeing crowd, howling as they burst through the unfinished gap in the city wall. "Lady, hurry inside. Don't delay me from killing monsters. All this experience is mine." A novice player wielding an iron sword pushed an elderly woman back into the safety zone, then took a running leap, vaulting over a stone wall half his height, diving headlong into the surrounding darkness. Baron Valen, cowering in the corner, watched this scene, his teeth chattering, his gaze vacant. They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. The outside is crawling with monsters. Don't they want to live? But he did not understand. To the players, this was the start of a limited-time event. It was the benefits of the monster siege. Dang, Heart of Steel charged at the front. He had no intention of relying on the city wall for defense. That kind of passive playstyle did not align with his aesthetics. At this moment, he had already dashed 50 meters into the open ground outside the city wall right at the forefront of the beast's tide. He stood bare-chested, his muscles bulging like granite in the cold wind. After transferring to the class of destroyer, his skin gleamed with a metallic gray-white luster, a natural armor formed from extreme bodily enhancement. Facing the first wave of corrupted giant wolves that lunged from the darkness, Gongzi showed no fear. Instead, he grinned, revealing a smile more ferocious than a beast. Roar! He inhaled sharply, his chest swelling, and a deafening roar erupted from his throat. This sound was like a tangible wave, causing the first few savage wolves to freeze in their tracks, their originally scattered hatred suddenly converging. Come on, beasts. Grandpa is here. Gongzi grinned, not employing any flashy moves, merely thrusting his iron shield forward and crashing into the wolf pack. Bang! The dull sound of impact resonated through the night sky, a collision of bones and steel. A giant wolf the size of a calf was actually knocked back by the force of the shield, its ribcage caving in, and in that instant one could even hear the muffled sound of internal organs rupturing. Awesome. This is what fighting is all about. Gongzi spun around, using the strength from his waist to swing the heavy battle axe, carving a chilling arc through the air. Poochie! Two wolf heads flew into the sky, and the stench of black blood drenched Gongzi, warm and viscous, making him look like a blood-soaked demon. Melee team, don't hide in the back. Form up with me. Block them outside and kill them. Don't let them near the city wall. Behind him, a dozen strength-enhanced players roared as they charged forward. Their iron swords and spears no longer trembled. Each strike carried the sound of slicing wind. However, the monsters were not solely reliant on frontal assaults. A few cunning shadow panthers took advantage of the night, nimbly leaping over the front lines of Gongzi, aiming to exploit their speed to tear through the defense and directly pounce on the weaker newcomers and fragile players at the back. Axiaga, watch out on the left. A harsh shout rang out. Hakimi, north-south green bean, charged out from the flank, wielding an iron long axe. He had chosen strength enhancement, and although he was not as bulky as Gongzi, his explosive power was immense. Dang! The shadow panther's claws clashed against Hakimi's axe handle, sparks flying. Want to cut through the backline? Did you ask me first? Hakimi roared, muscles tensed, bracing against the panther's attack. At that moment, the player, Axiaga Heakunalong, standing behind him, moved. This player, who had chosen intelligence enhancement, was currently gripping a rough wooden staff, sweat dripping from his forehead. He did not roar like the warriors, but quietly chanted obscure syllables, the incantation inscribed in his mind after his class change. Flame. Explode. Boom. A fireball the size of a human head, orange-red in color, zipped past Hakimi's ear and smashed into the belly of the shadow panther. Though it was merely the most basic fireball spell, the explosive force at such close range tore the shadow panther apart, howling as it rolled away, its once terrifying stealth completely obliterated. It's not over yet. Oh, Magilite! Axiaga shouted. From the shadows, a figure almost blending into the darkness suddenly emerged. Oh, Magilite Ding Dong Machine had chosen a full agility assassin route. He had not made a move until the moment the shadow panther was blown away like a patient serpent. He reverse gripped, two finely honed bone daggers appearing like a ghost behind the wounded shadow panther. No unnecessary words, no superfluous movements. A flash of cold light. The dagger accurately pierced the gap in the spine at the back of the panther's neck, twisting it with force. Crack. The shadow panther instantly went limp, unable to even let out a cry. Perfect cooperation. Hakimi laughed, kicking the corpse aside. Our iron triangle can slaughter even without a healer. On the battlefield, such small-scale cooperation was everywhere. Although they had lost the protection of the divine domain, and death meant a long wait in darkness, this high-pressure environment had instead brought out the ferocity buried deep within these undead. Oh, I've been killed. A novice player who had pushed too far forward was tackled down by three wolfmen, his scream abruptly cut off as his body dissolved into white light. Yet before the iron sword he dropped could hit the ground, it was swiftly picked up by a nearby player. Thanks, brother. I'll borrow your sword. That player was not saddened. Instead, he was even more exhilarated by acquiring a good weapon, thrusting his sword through the throat of a wolfman. This was an unequal battle. The monsters fought for survival and sustenance, while the players fought for thrill and gain. The reckless spirit of not fearing death, being able to pass on gear to teammates and continue the fight even after dying, instilled fear in these instinct-driven monsters. However, the number of monsters was overwhelming. The first wave surged in thick darkness with endless shadows emerging from the forest. This heating clash in the wild, while imposing, saw the players' stamina bars plummeting, their weapons dulling, and their wounds multiplying. Flank. The flank has been breached. In the darkness, agile shadows, more shadow panthers and mutated wolfmen, circled around the front lines of these madmen, pouncing like black lightning towards the weaker newcomers and regular players at the back of the city wall. Not good. Monsters have breached the back. Gongzi cleaved a wolf's skull with his axe, panting as he turned back to shout, "Ranged team. Watch your back. Don't let them get through. Don't worry. We're all within range." On the city wall, several players with enhanced vision calmly drew back their sturdy longbows. Whoosh! An arrow with a heart-pounding shriek accurately predicted the shadow panther's landing point, embedding itself into its eye with a thud. The battlefield was divided into two parts. One part was led by Gongzi, Hakimi and their trio, the Suicide Squad, who fought against the main forces of the monsters 50 meters outside the city wall, attempting to build a dam with flesh and blood. The other part was the guard team, relying on the city wall responsible for clearing out the stragglers and providing ranged support. But this dam was on the verge of collapsing. Brother Gongzi, there are too many monsters. We can't kill them all. Hakimi chopped down a wolf, but his axe had gotten stuck in its bones, and he could only abandon it to use his fists. Axiaga is out of mana. I can't conjure fireballs anymore. I'm out of stamina too. This game drains stamina too quickly. Looking at the growing number of red eyes around him, Gongzi knew that if they continued to hold on, they would face total annihilation. Although they were not afraid of death, if they all died now, it would mean leaving their doors wide open for the monsters during the 3-hour resurrection. Retreat. Gongzi decisively shouted, pushing a wolfman away with his shield, issuing a hoarse roar. Everyone. Alternate cover. Fall back to the breach in the city wall. Don't waste time with them in the wild. Let's lure them into the city and fight. We need to close the gates and fight the dogs. Hurry. Back inside. Don't greed for the kill. With Gangzi's hoarse cry, blood-slick players hauled and scrambled themselves into the unfinished breach in the wall. The wall, not yet capped, and only about 3 meters high, had been hewn together by Tumu Gongxinggo and a cadre of obsessive players stacking slabs of obsidian bonded with Adescen's experimental 2 shiny earth cement. Rough as it looked, the rampart exuded a heavy, comforting sense of security. The only entry left open was the 5-meter-wide gate gap they had deliberately reserved. Close the gate. We don't have a gate. A novice rearguard cried in panic as he looked back at the surging black tide of beasts and shouted in despair. Who said we were closing it? On the battlement, Tumu Gongxinggo tossed his shovel aside and wore the predator's sly grin of someone who sets a trap. This is a sieve. To sift out those damned fools. Adescen, Shinong, release the rolling logs. Hehe, here they come. On the wall, several players of the survival cohort swung their axes and severed the taut hemp ropes. With a teeth-grinding roar of friction, 3 enormous logs, studded with jagged iron scraps and splintered hardwood spikes, thundered down the preset chutes. They did not completely seal the breach. Instead, they lay like 3 thresholds across the passage, instantly slicing the wide corridor into narrow slits and leaving less than a meter of space overhead. Almost at the very instant the logs came down, the main force of the monster army arrived. Leading the charge were iron-armored boars and massive mutated black bears. They did not break. Perhaps they never intended to. With enormous momentum, they slammed into the logs and the stone wall. Thud! The entire stretch of wall trembled and dust sifted down. Yet the wall did not fall. Well, be damned, solid as a rock. Tumu Gongxinggo was jolted backwards and sat on the battlement, but he patted his thigh with excitement. See that? Mortisian joinery with obsidian. It's got real value. It won't shatter. Below, the scene turned instantly chaotic and bloodied. Those hulking beasts were wedged fast outside the logs. They howled and battered, trying to force their way in, but their bulk became a hindrance as they jammed and crushed against one another, unable to move. Smaller predators, jackalfolk, shadow leopards, and the ink-coated ratmen of corruption slipped through the seams between logs or clambered over the larger bodies and poured in like a black tide of escapees. They're coming through. The little ones are through. Let them in and strike. Don't panic. Gongzi and the remaining heavy infantry had formed a semicircular pocket just inside the gap. He slammed his shield to the ground, eyes razor keen. The big brutes are stuck. These small ones are meat on a platter. 1 and 1 down. 2 and 2 down. What followed was no longer a random skirmish across open ground, but a methodical slaughter shaped by cramped terrain. A shadow leopard poked its head through the log's crack before it could take in the scene. A massive forged hammer screamed through the air and struck from the flank. 80. The dwarf smith Chweezy bellowed. He had been waiting. In such a tight space, his 140 frame was perfectly poised. He swung his hammer and rained down brutal blows. With a sickening crack, the leopard's skull was driven into its chest and turned to mush. Follow up. Spearmen, don't be shy about grazing an ally. Jab into the gaps. Behind the shield wall, players gripped improvised pikes and sharpened stakes, and through the seams between shields thrust like mechanical arms. No aim was required. Any thrust that found purchase hit flesh. The air was punctured by the wet sounds of impact as blood reddened the ground. The smaller corpses heaped ever higher inside the breach, nearly clogging the entrance. Kick the bodies aside. Don't block the next wave. This was no longer defense. It had become assembly line slaughter. The wall and the rolling logs filtered out the deadliest, largest units, turning a lethal stampede into a controllable trickle of experience and resources. The ranged players on the battlements were busy too. From their high vantage, they need not fear reprisal. They poured relentless fire onto the large beasts trapped below. Shinong, your biochemical gear. Don't skimp. Coming. Try this. Shinong the herbalist cradled several sealed clay pots, and with a grin hurled them into the clustered mass of monsters outside the wall. The pots shattered not into oil, but into shrapnel of hallucinogenic mushroom powder and a concentrated extract of capsaicin he had distilled from the forest. Harmless to mortality, but infernal to acute senses, the powder detonated among the beasts, and the outside ranks erupted into pandemonium. Several iron-skinned boars could barely open their eyes from the burning. They spun crazily, sneezed, and even turned on their own kin in frenzied violence. A bear that had been trying to climb the wall inhaled the hallucinogens, loosened its grip, toppled back into the mass, and began waving its paws at empty air as if fighting invisible foes. Brilliant, Shinong. Better than magic. No chatter. Take aim at the eyes. The archers on the battlement switched to deliberate targeted shots. Those ordinarily thick-skinned brutes now bunched, and screaming below became perfect targets. The situation steadied. The unfinished wall stood like a sturdy dike holding back a lethal flood and admitting only thin streams the players could harvest. Experience climbed like wildfire and loot heaped into mountains. The exhilaration of slaughter and the tacit harmony of cooperation turned every eye red with bloodlust. Ha ha ha, this batch is fat. Hajime, his offhand useless, still brandished a salvaged broken sword with the other and pinned a rat man to the ground laughing madly. This isn't defending a wall. This is a mob farm. The designers did not lie to us. Yet the battlefield is given to surprises. Just as they reveled and believed they could farm until dawn. The earth suddenly convulsed with a heavy, slow tremor, different from the pounding of boars, a weighty, inexorable oppression. Even the obsidian battlements quivered and grit sifted from the parapets. The heavy footfalls overrode every sound of slaughter. Outside, the monster horde seemed to sense a superior presence. They halted their surge, and impalpable fear edged aside. Tomu Gongshingo's face drained, he braced at the embrasure and peered out, his pupils contracting. What on earth is that? From the dark beyond, the ranks parted like a tide. A handful of gargantuan forms, some 4 meters tall, muscles knotted like tree roots, strode forward with long measured steps. They were no mindless brutes. Chunks of thick iron plating clearly ripped from human siege engines hung as crude armor across their torsos. Each dragged a whole tree trunk, branches still attached, as a cudgel. It was a squad led by a mutated ogre sergeant. The creature's eyes burned with a cruel, calculating red light as it fixed its gaze on the wall that blocked its army's path. It did not glance at the trapped lesser monsters. It shouldered its siege hammer and prepared. It issued a deafening roar, a sound that struck like a physical shockwave and made the players' eardrums ache. It was not hunting for a weakness. Its intent was blunt and simple: smash this wall. Not good. It's breaking the wall. Gongzi heard the change below, his face gone white, and he roared, scatter. Then, an earth-shattering crash. The great trunk, delivered with inconceivable force, slammed into the unfinished rampart. Blackstone cracked, the rolling logs splintered. Amid clouds of dust, the defensive line that had seemed invincible was rent open, blown wide into a vast gaping breach. Cough, cough, cough. Gongzi crawled out from the pile of rubble, his face covered in dust, and the iron shield he once took pride in had twisted into a lump of scrap metal. That last hit directly took away a huge chunk of his health. Less than 20 meters in front of him, the terrifying ogre commander was crossing the ruins, stepping over the bodies of players and monsters slowly, making his way into the inner city. It was enormous. The massive tree trunk in its hand looked like a lightweight toothpick, each swing stirring up a gust of foul wind. Roar! The ogre let out a bellow, clearly about to charge towards the residential area behind. Don't take it, Hedon. This thing's attack power is off the charts. Whoever gets touched dies. Gongzi spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, glanced at the thin layer of skin left on him, then made the calmest tactical decision, roaring in the channel, change defense. Change defense. Those with high constitution, thick skin, and Shin No, come with me to block the gap in the wall. Don't let the small monsters from outside cause trouble. Hakamai, Omachali, and all agile players. This big guy is up to you. Don't engage in close combat. Let it in circles. Make it run itself to death. With Gangzi's command, the previously chaotic players quickly reorganized. Those who had invested in constitution with tough skin and flesh under the lead of Shin No tightly blocked the gap in the city wall that had been smashed open by the ogre. Come on, little brats. Shin No, relying on the resistance and health gained from eating poisonous herbs, swung a large shovel and slapped back a shadow leopard that tried to sneak in. This way is closed. Suddenly, in the courtyard of the inner city, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The ogre commander was about to unleash a massacre when it suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of its head. Smack! A stone accurately struck its forehead. Hey, big dumbass. Look over here. Omachali Ding Dong was hanging on the partially collapsed arrow tower, like a black monkey tossing another stone with a mocking expression. Come catch me. Can't catch me. Huh. The ogre became furious and swung a club at it. Boom. The arrow tower shattered, but Omachali had already backflipped to another pile of rubble, moving gracefully like a feather. So stupid. I'm over here. On the other side, Hakamai led several agile ranger players, quickly moving while using the ruins as cover, continuously harassing the ogre with their short bows and throwing knives. Shoot its knees. Shoot its eyes. They did not engage in a direct confrontation. When the ogre chased to the left, they ran to the right. When the ogre charged, they dispersed and slipped into the gaps. This was not a battle, it was walking a dog. Although the ogre had immense strength, a mere brush could mean death. But this group of agile players was like a swarm of annoying flies, slippery and evasive, making this heavy beast spin in circles. The real killing move came from within the safe zone. Behind the low wall in the core living area of the temple, dozens of mages and archers were already in position. Asaiga, don't hold back your mana. He'll show you how to do it. The chubby one, although a cook, was currently acting as an ammo handler, passing bundles of arrows and mana potions, actually some kind of energy drink, to the frontline damage dealers. Asaiga Heiakunai Dragon stood on the wall holding an ordinary wooden staff. Even without a divine artifact, I've got skills. Asaiga's face turned red. Although his casting speed was a bit slow, his predictions were accurate. Frost. Impact. He predicted the ogre's pursuit of Hakamai and began casting 2 seconds in advance. Whoosh. A stream of icy blue water shot out, hitting the ground right in front of where the ogre would land and instantly froze into a thin layer of ice. Screech. The ogre was running energetically when it slipped on the ice, its massive body instantly losing balance, nearly falling flat. Good opportunity. Fire. Edison reincarnated, held a self-made, complexly structured recurve crossbow. Crafted from industrial district scrap and beast tendons, although slow to shoot, it had tremendous power. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen crossbow bolts and longbow arrows whistled out. The players did not shoot wildly. With the help of the Heartguard mirror, all firepower concentrated on the unprotected face and neck of the ogre. Owl. One crossbow bolt struck Lucky, grazing the ogre's eyelid and drawing blood. Although it wasn't blinded, the blood flowed into its eyes, obscuring its vision. Keep going. Don't stop. As long as it's still moving, keep shooting. Fireball. Arcane missile. Even if it's just throwing stones, throw them at it. In the night sky, colorful low-level spells and arrows exploded like fireworks, all pouring down on that massive body. Although the single-shot damage was low, the high frequency made up for it. With dozens of players focusing their fire, this was a true case of qualitative change from quantitative change. The ogre roared in fury, wanting to charge over and crush the bugs hiding behind the inner wall, but every time it tried to turn Hakamai, and others would trip it with ropes or mud from who knows where. Advance, and the residential area behind the inner wall is protected by divine beings. Retreat, and the agile players will stick to it, making it impossible to escape. This level 8 elite monster, once rampant in the wilderness, now felt a sense of unprecedented frustration. Roar. Finally, the ogre went berserk. A scarlet glow erupted around it, the sign of frenzy activation. It ignored Hakamai and the others beneath it, even disregarding its own wounds, raising the massive tree trunk high like a crazed whirlwind, beginning to sweep indiscriminately around. Not good. Windmill. Get down. Agile players find cover. Hakamai shouted, sliding into a massive rock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The massive tree trunk, carrying a destructive wind pressure, whipped up a hurricane in the square. The piled-up supplies and unfinished building frames were instantly smashed to pieces. Two slow-running assassin players were caught in the wind pressure and flew out like cannonballs, turning into white light in midair. Is this what a boss battle is like? A newbie hiding on the distant wall trembled. This is too fierce. Fierce my ass. Gongzi crushed a sneaky small monster with a shield, turned to look at the battlefield, and spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. It's getting desperate. This means its health bar is almost empty. Brothers, after it finishes turning, it will be dazed. That's the rigid time. As long as it stops, we all go in for the kill. Let's hit it hard. Gongzi looked at Hakamai and Asaiga not far away. The three of them locked eyes. The synergy they had built through countless collaborations since the launch erupted at this moment. The windmill stopped. The ogre was panting heavily, swaying the massive log in its hand, drooping weakly. Now's the time. Kill. The ogre warlord's massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, and before the dust had even settled, players swarmed over the corpse like piranhas drawn to blood. Loot the body. Hurry. Check for rare drops. Though Hakimi could move only one arm, he lunged toward the boss's corpse without hesitation. With great effort, he pried from the ogre's grip a colossal club, a gnarled tree trunk studded with iron spikes. Its weight was staggering, vibrating with a deep, numbing resonance that tingled in his palm. At the club's tip, the iron spikes shimmered faintly with an earthen amber glow. An exceptional weapon. Hakimi's eyes gleamed. With this weight, a single blow would pulp even a monster's skull into slurry. Though no stats appear, this is undoubtedly a heavy weapon imbued with a stun effect. Don't just stare at that club, the iron plate armor. That's high-grade steel too. I'll teach you life. A portly player dashed forward with a boning knife, deftly stripping iron plates from the ogre's carapace. This makes perfect material for a breastplate. Even if recast by dwarves, it'd be legendary. Yet as the group reveled in their spoils, the despairing howls beyond the breached wall did not cease. From the darkness, more crimson eyes ignited. The ogre warlord had been but a vanguard. His death failed to deter the ravenous horde. Instead, the thick scent of blood only intensified their frenzy, driving the beast tide into greater savagery. It's not over yet. Gongzi sank onto the ground, gazing ruefully at his tattered leather armor, held together by little more than frayed straps, and sighed, "Brothers, this is pure attrition warfare." By then, real-world time had quietly advanced to 7 o'clock in the morning. For these players who had battled through the night, their minds, sustained by the neural helmet's black-tech sleep simulation, remained fully alert, utterly free of fatigue. Yet another far more formidable foe had emerged. A novice player mid-swing suddenly paled, nearly dropping his sword. Holy, 7 already? I'm doomed. Ada, M, class with the ironclad nun. Another logistics player hauling arrows wailed in despair. Crap. I've got a 9 M. Staff meeting. My supervisor will murder me if I'm absent. This was the fourth cataclysm's greatest vulnerability, social mortality. Their bodies felt no exhaustion, but they still had to attend lectures, report to work, and navigate daily life. Brother Gonzi, I can't hold on. I must log out or I'll fail my course. Same here. I've got to catch the subway. But I don't want to leave. Not while the monsters remain unslain. A ripple of unrest spread across the front line. All were reluctant to depart, yet reality pressed in relentlessly. No worries, stay calm. Your studies and jobs come first. Gongzi rose. In the real world, he was a fitness instructor, free that morning, and now stood as the group's unshakable anchor. He offered no reproach, only calm, resolute coordination. Listen up, brothers. If you have obligations, classes, meetings, don't push yourself. Those logging out, please strip your gear and gather it neatly on that open patch of ground. Then find a quiet corner inside the wall or a sheltered spot in the residential zone to lie down and disconnect. Now everyone else, freelancers, those on leave, or nidal newcomers, step up. Head over, collect the equipment, and reinforce the line. We're instituting the rush hour compassionate shift system. And so upon the battlefield of the godforsaken lands, a scene both heartwarming and faintly absurd unfolded. One moment warriors bled and roared in mortal combat, the next shouting, "Brothers, I'm off. See you tonight." They fumbled to unbuckle armor and thrust weapons into the hands of freshly awakened comrades. Mate, this sword's durability is nearly gone. Swing sparingly. Go ahead, your character's safe with me and your body stays guarded. Not a single monster shall touch you. Once handovers concluded, those preparing to log out hurried to the inner safety zone, found a comfortable position amid straw or bare earth, closed their eyes, and instantly fell into deep rhythmic breaths, the unmistakable sign of consciousness disengaging, bodies entering standby hibernation. Within 10 minutes, a neat row of sleeping players lay motionless across the safety zone's open ground. This sight, Gongzi gazed upon the field of slumbering figures and chuckled. Strangers might mistake us for a morgue. But turning sharply, he fixed his gaze on the fresh arrivals, eager, newly logged in reinforcements, and bellowed, "New brothers. The previous shift has already crippled the beasts. Now it's your turn to carry the torch. Don't let them wake up to find their home razed. Leave it to us, brother Gongzi. We'll smash them flat." Personnel rotated swiftly, yet the front line held firm, not yielding a single step. Real-world time 9 a.m. The Temple Square battle had entered its most grueling and most unyielding phase. Most office workers and students had retreated to rest, leaving behind a hardened core known as the Grind Gods. The industrial district, nicknamed Edison's reincarnation, became the day's busiest hub. The dwarf, Hammer, watched weary frontline fighters return with chipped, battered weapons. His arms swollen, he clenched his jaw and swung his hammer anew. These brothers fight with everything they've got. Edison pushed a wheelbarrow face streaked with soot, delivering freshly forged arrowheads to the front lines. Our logistics must never falter. Even if we grind iron shards by hand, we will keep them supplied. Real-world time noon. During lunch breaks, the safety zone's sleeping corpses began rising, like the dead returning to life. A wave of players secretly reconnected under the guise of napping. "Hurry, I've got exactly 1 hour for lunch. Let me land 2 solid hits." One player shot upright from the ground, startling an NPC nearby who'd been bandaging wounds. Without a word, he snatched a spare spear and charged outward. "Fatso, bring me a bowl of meat soup. I'm skipping takeout and eating right here in game. Saves time, but won't you still feel hungry outside?" "Oh, doesn't matter, just need the taste. I'll grab bread later." Fatso ladled steaming broth from a massive field cauldron, grinning at the frantic crowd. "Sip slowly, it's scalding. Everyone gets a serving." Real-world time 6 p.m. Work ended. School dismissed. Across the safety zone, the rows of slumbering players stirred awake, as if collectively resurrected by divine decree. "Brothers, I've stormed back from real life. I'm wide awake again." Tang Jihuda sprang upright like a carp leaping from water, stretching his limbs. "What a glorious nap. Where's that bear that slaughtered me?" "Still around. Finally off work. That idiot boss drove me mad. I need catharsis. I need to cleave monsters." Reinvigorated, fully restored, and brimming with real-world rage, the fresh wave reclaimed their avatars, accepting weapons from the day shift defenders who had held the line for hours. "Brother, thanks. You go handle your affairs, I will take it from here." "All right." The day shift players exhaled in profound relief and collapsed onto the ground to log out. As the twin moons cast silver light over the godforsaken lands, the monsters' assault gradually slackened. The outer wall lay in ruins, and players clung to the last vestiges of sacred ground within the safety zone. Though many fields had been ravaged, most had already been harvested. Monsters, too, were flesh and blood. They grew weary, they felt pain, and they knew bone-deep terror. Faced with this legion of warriors who fought day and night, endlessly revived from slumber, eternally vigorous, and seamlessly rotating shifts, the so-called Undying Legion, the beast-tied psychological resolve finally shattered. They could not comprehend why these humans required no rest, or why those who fell in white light would soon leap up again whole and fierce. This illogical war of attrition, defying all natural law, instilled in these savage steppe predators their first true experience of despair. A woo! A shrill, panicked wolf howl pierced the air. The relentless surge fractured. Surviving beasts tucked tails and fled into the forest's gloom like a receding tide. They're retreating. They're afraid. They're falling back. Gongzi leaned upon his battle axe, its edge dulled and curled, standing atop a mountain of corpses and gore. In reality, he was merely a worker granted leave, but here now he stood unbroken, a war god. The exhilaration of brotherhood, of shared defense and mutual trust flooded his veins with adrenaline. He felt capable of fighting 3 more days and nights without pause. "Think you can run, eh? Not so fast." Gongzi roared, voice raw yet seething with lethal intent. "Brothers, finish them off. Leave every fleeing beast behind, as raw material for our victory feast." Battle cries erupted once more, shaking the heavens. This battle confirmed the game's most unassailable strategy: when you grow weary you rest, knowing your brothers stand guard behind you. No realm across the multiverse could match the fourth cataclysm in endurance warfare. Upon the high platform deep within the temple sanctum, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes. His violet gold irises reflected the scene below, players wildly pursuing monsters boasting about narrowly evading teachers' notice or skipping meals to stay online. Gazing upon the sprawled corpses, players logged out peacefully in the safety zone. His lips curved into a gentle, complex smile. So this is the fourth cataclysm, transforming worldly constraints into gaming momentum, transmuting existential pressure into bonds of mutual guardianship. So long as their hearts remain playful, they fear nothing. Then his gaze shifted eastward, to Baishur City. Through the invisible thread of faith, he sensed clearly as the city's statue activated and divine miracles manifested. Torrents of belief, though fragmented yet vast, streamed across dimensions, pouring unceasingly into his being. After nearly a full day of nourishment and refinement, his once desiccated fissured divine core finally regained a faint echo of its former luster. Not much, but sufficient at last to unfurl my divine domain. Li Wei withdrew his gaze and cast a detached glance toward the monsters still scrambling blindly toward the forest's depths. Some moved too slowly by nature, others lost their way through sheer stupidity, many remained entangled by relentless players. Having arrived, you need not rush to depart. Li Wei raised his hand, fingertip gently tapping empty space. Remain here, all of you, to serve as ingredients for my players' victory feast. Divine domain unfold. VVVV. No cataclysmic explosion, only a low soul-piercing hum. A dense, near-tangible black mist surged instantly from every corner: the industrial district, the residential quarter, the temple itself. Like a yawning maw, it expanded with terrifying speed, engulfing the ruined outer wall and swallowing every monster still unable to flee. The world froze in that instant. Those monsters who moments before had writhed and shrieked now stood rigid, puppet-like, frozen mid-struggle. Li Wei's supreme dominion was deception. Within this absolute sovereign domain, he reigned as the god of the mind. More intelligent monsters, goblinoids gnolls, now blinked with dazed, entranced eyes. Within their minds bloomed visions, mountains of fresh meat, or themselves crowned rulers of the wastelands. Their souls, lulled by this exquisitely woven illusion, dissolved without pain, bodies collapsing softly, life extinguished. The lesser beasts, mindless, instinct-driven, beheld instead an ancient, nameless cosmic horror. Every hair on their bodies bristled upright, pupils dilated to black voids, hearts ruptured in absolute terror, killing them outright where they stood. Thump, 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 a chorus of bodies hitting the earth. Then the black mist receded as swiftly as it came, vanishing back into the temple's deepest shadows. The battlefield, moments ago deafening with carnage and clamor, fell into utter silence. Only the pallid light of the twin moons washed over the endless field of fallen forms. Players froze mid-swing, mid-draw, staring dumbfounded at the eerie spectacle before them. Hundreds of monsters, gone in the blink of an eye. No wounds, no sound, just silent, sudden collapse. A breathless hush lingered for over 10 seconds. Then the players erupted. Wow, what kind of skill was that? Full-screen instant kill? Or psychic annihilation? Is our faction boss this powerful? Unbelievably cool. So this is the true worth of the sole, genuine deity of the godforsaken lands. I'm utterly devoted. A newcomer whispered cautiously, if he's this mighty, how on earth was he banished to this godforsaken wasteland? In his backstory. An elder player instantly clapped a hand over his mouth. Show, don't ask. Asking reveals plot necessity. No spoilers, none at all. As the last demon fell silently to the ground under the divine might of the temple, the entire ancient forest was enveloped in a post-mortem tranquility. Is it over? Has it really ended? Dang, dang, dang. XING Gang wiped the black blood from his face and sat down heavily against the crumbling city wall, gasping for breath. His once proud giant shield was now cracked into several pieces, a badge of honor from withstanding the onslaught of the ogre commander. Confirming that the danger had passed, the players began to call out in the channel. Agriculture team, industry team, stop lurking, come out and take care of the customers. No, I mean come out and clean the battlefield. The tightly shut gates of the residential area slowly opened, and the old village chief Kyle cautiously stepped out with a group of pale-faced refugees. When they saw the bizarrely dead demon corpses strewn across the ground with not a single wound on them, they all knelt in the direction of the temple, fervently kissing the soil. Brother Shinon, come quickly. The voice of Corn Kid came from the nearby fields, tinged with tears. The core player of the agriculture team, Shinon, tasting herbs, rushed over. Upon seeing the experimental field trampled into chaos by the fleeing troops, he shuddered with pain. My potatoes. And the wheat. These beasts killing me is one thing, but trampling my fields is like cutting off my lifeline. He squatted on the ridge, carefully propping up a broken potato seedling, a premium strain he had painstakingly selected over the past half-month. The furnace is still burning. The ember remains. Edison happily surveyed the still-standing furnace. Luckily, the demons won't attack this furnace. On the other side, the civil engineering team was in despair. My wall. On my newly built house, why did you blow it up? Forget it, it's better to tear it down. We can build something sturdier. Just as Edison and his team have set up the furnace, let's see if we can get some cement out of it. while the players at the base were busy planning the grand blueprint for version 2.0 amidst the ruins. They were unaware that the real change was awakening on the distant southern horizon. In the city of Radiant Sun, deep beneath the cursed land, darkness bore weight. It lay heavy like a thick lead blanket pressing down on the back of that colossal creature. It was a buried pulse long forgotten by the world due to geological changes. Over the ages, the rock layers pressed and crystallized upon it, grinding the once radiant scales as brilliant as rubies into deep red veins that matched the earth. It breathed deep within the crust, each expansion of its lungs accompanied by the faint stirring of magma deep within the core. Each heartbeat provided geothermal warmth to the desolate ruins. Originally, this underground monarch should have continued to slumber until its body reached true adulthood. But today the darkness was torn apart by a violently coarse and lowly tremor. It was a roar from the distant north, carrying a sense of disorder that displeased it, piercing through the serene dream like a steel needle. Tick-tock. A drop of cold, viscous black blood thick with a pungent stench of decay precisely dripped from the corroded rock above onto the tightly closed eyelid, which was as tall as a person. It was the blood of some burrowing demon. For it inherently close to fire and pure energy, this drop felt like ink dropped into milk, filled with an offensive sense of nausea. A low, muffled groan resonated from the darkness. It sounded less like the moan of a creature and more like the entire foundation of the city-state, grinding violently against the magma. In the next moment, two orbs of reddish-golden light akin to miniature stars suddenly lit up deep within the earth. In those reddish-golden pupils, its last memories were reflected. A sunlit terrace, the air mingled with the scent of nutmeg and aged human wine, where those little creatures clad in golden armor would respectfully strike anvils, offering it the tenderest rock goats. But now the only thing filling its nostrils was the stench of decay, the suffocating scent of decline. The colossal creature lifted its forelimbs. This simple movement instantly caused the ground within a radius of several kilometers to begin a frenzied tremor. Crack, boom. Radiant Sun City, already a scarred ruin, faced its complete end at that moment. The originally fractured stone columns were violently overturned by the surging power from below, as if an invisible giant hand had pried the entire ruin open from within. From that deep crack, red-hot magma erupted, painting the night sky a bloody hue of doom. A graceful yet fierce creature began to crawl slowly from the rift in the mantle. Its scales reflected a dazzling luster under the moonlight, each one resembling the finest ruby forged in flames. Its wings, not yet fully obscuring the sky, bore a determination that could tear the dawn apart, with dark red membranes flowing with faint magical runes. It lowered its head to gaze at the humble insects occupying its cradle, its eyes void of anger, only a primal disgust of a superior species towards filthy uncleanliness. It slowly opened its massive maw, the muscles in its long neck taut, as if a sun was gestating deep within its throat. Roar. A dragon's roar pierced through the clouds, shattering the winds of the canyon. This roar was no longer a mere sound wave, but a mental shockwave that spanned hundreds of kilometers. In that instant, the ancient demons that had long lives and had been dormant in the darkness deep within the wasteland were all awakened from their lairs. Deep within their dust-covered memories, a fear suppressed by bloodlines was ignited in an instant. That was the figure once known as the Crimson Calamity in that glorious era of the Red Dragon. If any learned scholar of ancient languages were present, or any being capable of hearing all things, they would recognize an ancient and elegant rhythm of dragon language from this piercing and high-pitched roar. She was declaring. She was announcing a name that had been silent for hundreds of years. Onyxia. Yet behind this elegant name lay a devastating reality. This roar completely sent all beasts within 100 miles into a frenzy. The demon legions which had been lingering at the ruins' periphery, waiting for high-level orders, lost all discipline at that moment. In the face of the biological instincts' rank suppression, no evil will could keep them awake. Run, run. Countless demons let out desperate howls in the darkness. They no longer cared about attack plans, nor whether the southern canyon was treacherous. In their pitiful brains, only one instinct remained: to flee from that red, terrifying source emitting deadly heat. This was a massive migration driven by biological instinct. This black torrent flowed along the terrain like an unstoppable black fog surging northward. And the biggest obstacle to the north was the towering white stone walls of the Alliance at the canyon exit. From high above, the entire ecological structure of the wasteland collapsed utterly at that moment. On the southern horizon, crimson smoke surged into the clouds, while in contrast a black tide was surging northward. This was not a march ordered by someone, but a chaotic and purely instinct-driven mass exodus. Where the dragon perched, it became a life-free zone for hundreds of miles. For those lowly demons, the dragon's might emanating from the awakened colossal being felt like a colorless and odorless poison flooding into their lungs with the scorching air. Even the most ferocious lord-level demons at this moment abandoned their territories and dignity, tucking their tails, and desperately fleeing from that source of high temperature amidst the trampling and howling of their kind. The southern wall of Whitestone City became the only exit for this torrent of panic. The soldiers defending the city were still unaware that what they were about to face was not an enemy charge, but the desperate pressure emitted from an entire ecological system on the brink of destruction. And at the center of this chaos upon the ruins of Radiant Sun City, the Red Monarch was half buried in the cracked ground, two golden flames gazing indifferently at the drifting clouds at the horizon through the rising sulfur steam. In her giant vertical pupils, the reflected world had changed beyond recognition. In her memories, this city-state had once been a magnificent sanctuary, but now only a skeleton buried in dust remained. What puzzled her even more was that the once lofty and heavy breath of the gods now seemed thin, yet omnipresent, like a spray of fragmented light scattered across the earth, chaotic and noisy. But what of it? For the dragon, the changes of time were merely a rather long nap. Onyxia languidly yawned, and with a breath of dragon fire the surrounding rubble turned back into magma. She was in no rush to assert any sovereignty, nor was she inclined to chase down the insects fleeing like ants. What mattered more to her now was another matter. That roasted whole lamb seasoned with nutmeg and rock salt. Has it too become extinct like this city? She moved her throat nostalgically. The rumble from her belly seemed more real than the dragon's roar that had just triggered the earthquake. In the secret chamber of the Whitestone Cathedral, there is no divine solemnity as imagined by the outside world, only a thick darkness that feels almost tangible and a lingering scent of old spices mixed with a faint hint of rust. The stone bricks on the walls are damp and covered with dark red moss, which under the flickering candlelight appear like solidified blood clots. The faint sound of footsteps echoes in the corridor as Butler Clow stops before the heavy ironwood door. His voice lowered. "Your Excellency, the wind direction from the south has changed. The outpost reports that shadows deep within the canyon are gathering abnormally, and the tremors on the surface have reached Iron Anvil Town. Although we have not yet engaged that aura, is likely unprecedented in scale." After a long silence, a dry cough breaks the stillness like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. "Understood." Bishop Albin's voice betrays no inflection. "Let the Knight Order and the clerical battalions take their positions. E. Gerald will handle these matters. Until then, do not disturb my tranquil meditation." Butler Clow lingered outside the door for a moment, feeling that the fragrance wafting from within mingled with a certain sickening sweetness that made his scalp tingle. But he dared not ask further and backed away into the darkness. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Albin slowly turned around, trembling as he undid the intricate cardinal's robe on his back. Beneath that luxurious silk, what was revealed was not the body of an old man, but a grotesque remnant. His back and neck were covered in large patches of purplish-black bruises, marks that only appeared on the bodies of the dead. His skin had become thin, like a layer of nearly transparent, dried parchment tightly wrapped around golden bones glimmering with a metallic sheen. Every time he breathed, overlapping, maddening whispers echoed from the gaps in his golden bones. "Her flesh. His bones. His blood. You have devoured the offerings of all the faithful now. Do you desire her feathers as well? You vile servant. Disgusting creature who steals the sacred office. Are you roasting in the fire? Your soul or your sins?" These whispers echoed wildly in the corners of the secret chamber, as if countless invisible specters were cursing Albin at his ear. "Be silent." Albin's expression was cold, as if he had long become accustomed to this hellish torment. He did not sit on the comfortable velvet chair, but knelt before a broken platinum tray. At the center of the tray, a remnant known as the Feather of St. Lucius lay quietly. It was meant to be a vessel for miracles, but at this moment it was shriveled and dull, like a piece of rotting wood unearthed from a millennia-old tomb. 300 years. Albin extended a trembling finger, softly tracing the rough patterns, his eyes revealing a morbid nostalgia back then. "In that divine war that even tore the sky apart, I fought alongside him. What glory it was! That was the brightest of times, where all beings thrived under the wings. But now they have left, leaving us the tomb guardians to watch over these dying remnants." He sighed heavily, then slowly extended his right hand, placing that wrinkled, dark-spotted palm directly over a row of burning perpetual lamps beside him. The flames greedily licked at his skin, producing a faint sizzling sound. Albin's facial muscles twitched slightly, but he did not retract his hand. Instead, he seemed to be lost in a kind of self-tormenting ecstasy. A bizarre scene unfolded. His flesh did not char and carbonize under the high temperature. Rather, it resembled aged grease melting in the furnace. A thick, slightly yellow liquid with a crystalline sheen forcibly oozed from his pores. The liquid dripped slowly from his fingertips, eerily merging into the burning candle below. With the infusion of this mysterious substance, the originally dim flames suddenly flared up, casting a dark golden halo with a metallic sheen. The withered feather of St. Lucius seemed to sense a certain nutrient as its charred base straightened slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible divine glow began to swirl within the deep cracks. Albin looked at the re-established sacred aura and let out a sigh of relief. "I will strive to protect this glory, Lucius. Lest that stubborn lad Gerald always claims my faith is insufficiently pure. His eyes are too pure to bear the filth on this ground. Since he wishes to be the knight guarding the light, I must ensure this nearly extinguished lamp is filled." He paused, his gaze penetrating the thick walls, looking westward toward the golden-purple light glowing in the lower city. "As for that so-called evil god, since he wishes to steal the divine orthodoxy on this land, since he desires those souls as humble as grass, then he must protect the sustenance for me. This is only fair, with glory above. As long as there is a lamp still lit in Whitestone City, even if it burns my meager blood and bones, it fulfills this bond of master and servant." Albin supported himself against the altar, struggling to rise. His body emitted a series of muffled sounds of bones grinding beneath the voluminous robe, as if he had withered further after those few drops of liquid oozed out. He turned around staggering toward the exit of the secret chamber, leaving behind a viscous, nauseating liquid tinged with yellow and red on the floor. Behind him, several candles on the altar continued to flicker violently. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, a repulsive mix of decaying flesh and rich sandalwood. The voices became raspier. The divine will not spare you, you disgusting monster. You will go to hell, and in the light of the divine, you will turn to ashes. However, the moment Albin stepped over the threshold, a great warm and pure wave of energy like the dawn's light suddenly rippled outward. That foul odor dissipated instantly, and the stains and scorch marks on the altar seemed to have never existed. Instead, the room was filled with a sacred and elegant fragrance. The body beneath the bishop's robe regained its robust form. His eye sockets became full once more, and that air of calmness returned to him, erasing all that was disgusting, chaotic, and grotesque. Watch over the flames inside. You do not let the light extinguish. He glanced at the two clerics guarding the door. Yes, your excellency. The two clerics respectfully bowed to this man who had devoted his life. One of them instinctively glanced inside. The flames were clear and transparent, reflecting the still, upright, holy feather. Everything was as it had been, sacred, solemn, and devoid of warmth. No anomalies. In the early morning, the sunlight of the old forest pierced through the lingering smoke, illuminating the ravaged plaza of the temple. The civil engineering dog sat down heavily at the base of the partially collapsed city wall, holding a stick of charred wood and scratching it against the stone bricks behind him. Before him, the defensive wall that had absorbed countless efforts looked like a biscuit nibbled by a giant beast, with cracks from ogres still visible at the broken parts. I'm done with repairs. Let whoever wants to fix it do it. The civil engineering dog tossed the charcoal away in frustration. With dozens of us, there wasn't even a rotation while defending the home. My wall building speed can't keep up with how fast the monsters tear it down. There's definitely something wrong with the difficulty curve of this game. Be content if the wall hadn't collapsed when the divine might descended. Just now, we wouldn't have even been able to get a drop of soup. Gongzi walked over holding his battle axe, which was nearly ground down to a metal plate. Although he bore no wounds, his movements were sluggish due to exhaustion. At that moment, many corpses lay scattered across the plaza. These were players who had just pulled an all-nighter and were now dealing with the reality of an early morning and work. The remaining 10 or so individuals were all at the end of their ropes. There are too few people. A worried life player spoke up, checking his quiver. His light armor, smeared with green slime. A new map has opened up in Berserk City, and we've suffered a disaster here. If the stronger tremor from the south comes over, this temple will be nothing but a paper box. Just as everyone was mired in gloom, a player who had been lying in the safety zone suddenly sat up straight, with shining eyes signaling the reconnection of consciousness. Brothers, stop being emo here. Get offline. There's a new announcement on the official site. Version update. What the hell? Another update. The once lifeless plaza erupted into excitement. Those who had just been shouting about being dead tired quickly found places to lie down, collectively fainting. Abandoned Land Redemption official forum. Pinned announcement version 0. For the era of blood and fire, to all brave followers, the baptism of the abyss has ended. You have guarded the threshold of the divine with your blood. But an empire cannot be built upon ruins. We need more firewood and broader ambitions. The following are the core contents of this version update. Pioneer recruitment. To cope with the increasingly complex wilderness situation, the 4th round of testing qualifications has been issued. The server limit will be raised to 100 people. New companions will be randomly selected from the registered players. 2. Battle group system. Players can now freely form battle groups. Please go to the Envoy Mia for badge registration and name approval. Battle group members will gain access to special collective tasks and enjoy benefits in the future battle group base that will be opened. Golden Trade Route. The trade route between Berserk City and the Old Temple has been officially established. Players can form caravans to travel between the two locations. Special reminder: before reaching Berserk City and touching the Fate Idol for soul anchoring, accidental death will forcibly respawn you at the Old Temple. Please protect your caravans. 4. Free industry and population flow. The prosperity of Berserk City should not belong solely to the decayed nobility. Players can now establish personal industries in Berserk City, such as workshops, potion shops, and intelligence houses. Core mechanism battle groups are authorized to establish collective industries in Berserk City, such as large workshops and shops. Battle groups have the right to recruit or lure residents of Berserk City to the Old Temple. Each batch of residents must register with the temple in the name of the battle group and accept the temple's administrative management. Battle groups must be responsible for the security during the migration of residents and the initial resettlement costs upon arrival. In return, battle group members will continuously receive divine power feedback experience points generated by these residents working in the temple. 5. Real estate system. Pioneer home. The realm of the divine is limited, but the will of the followers is infinite. Player battle groups are now authorized to develop their private bases in the wilderness and forests outside the temple's protection zone. Specific demarcations will be confirmed by the temple after review. These bases will not be directly protected by the divine realm and are generally prohibited from entry by indigenous residents. They are your private territories, steel fortresses belonging to the 4th calamity. 6. Regular repairs and improvements have been made. The bug where Mia would occasionally chase after yarn balls ignoring players has been fixed. The bug of the camp's shower not heating up has been resolved, and the physics system has been improved, allowing players to attempt more realistic scientific production methods. Not long after the announcement was released, the comments section below was already buzzing with activity. I am not a husky, what the hell? Brothers quickly look at the fourth point. We can recruit NPCs back to the temple. Each member of the battle group can earn experience. This is clearly not a divine job, it's practically making us the foreman. I finished reading Wolf of Wall Street. As long as the battle group rents those shabby workshops in Berserk City and kidnaps all the blacksmiths and tailors from the lower city to the temple every time they hammer a piece of iron in the forest, we can level up effortlessly. This is called population dividend premium. Civil engineering dog text. You all talk about money and experience, but am I the only one concerned about the last point? Allowing us to build houses outside the protection zone. Damn, we can finally stake land and build bases. This is asking us to expand beyond the walls. I want to build an obsidian castle for my battle group in that Venom Tooth Gorge. I want every monster passing by to pay a toll. Psychiatrist Dr. Lee official, please. Look at me. I am a chief physician at a top-tier hospital in reality. I've studied this game's medical system, and it's still a blank slate. As long as you give me a spot in the fourth test, I can manually create an emergency medical battle group in the temple. You all chop monsters in front, and I'll sew you up from behind, ensuring a 50 reduction in mortality rate. Choose me. Choose me. Run to eats melon. Wait, buddy, what department are you in? Tank King, is there even a reason for this? I have been waiting since the first test reservation, always running alongside. I suspect this game doesn't even have random selection, it's all planned deals. But, planner, if you really want a deal, I can send you my cross-dressing photo. Do you think I still have a chance? Crying to death. I really want to get in and play. Tonight, I'll drink 2 shots of Xiaojiao while having dumplings in the game, and when I wake up in the morning, I'll still be refreshed like a bun heading to my workstation to accumulate shoe papers. This is a life of a number modeling immortal. The planner looks at me. The text from the person above is incomprehensible for the next decade. The leaks are very conscious. Li Wei reclined on the obsidian throne, propping his chin, with one hand, his fingertips gliding gently through the void. With the completion of the idol in Berserk City, divine powers began to continuously absorb energy from the city. It was not a dry trickle, but an extremely vibrant force of faith filled with the essence of mundane life. Although not in large quantities, at least he no longer worried about dying suddenly. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. I finally understand why the god of fraud chose to steal others' faith instead of relying on legitimate offerings. This feeling of getting something for nothing is indeed too comfortable. This feeling is like opening a branch company and relying solely on the name of the head office to thrive locally, just sitting back and collecting debts. Mia. Li Wei restrained his smile, his deep voice creating ripples in the vast hall. The cat-eared goddess, who had been dozing off behind a stone pillar beneath the throne, jolted awake. Her 2 fluffy ears perked up instantly, and she sprang up like a spring, her movements so sudden that they even produced a cute puff of sound. I am here. Divine Lord. Mia awkwardly brushed her tousled flaxen hair, her tail nervously sweeping back and forth behind her. Her attempt to appear "I have always been awake" was amusing to Li Wei. Mia, come here, I have a task for you. Li Wei waved his hand, and once those 2 fluffy ears trembled close, he spoke softly. Go tell those overly active warriors outside. My divine realm is increasingly expanding, and mere wandering fighters are insufficient to face the future abyss. From today onwards, I permit them to establish battle groups as a formal title for traversing the wilderness. Li Wei waved his hand casually, and a golden scroll floated down. You will be responsible for registering them. Each battle group must specify its name, determine the leader, and provide a brief introduction about their aspirations. You will first conduct a preliminary count, and finally present the list to me for personal review. Mia held the scroll, emitting a faint glow, momentarily startled. Although she had little concept of terms like strategic expansion, upon hearing it was a formal task, her small face tightened immediately. She hurriedly pulled out a specially made carbon core quill from her waist and retrieved a crumpled notebook originally intended for drawing little fish, seriously jotting down notes while murmuring to herself, remember to write the name. To record who the leader is. Also what they want to do in the future. Got it, meow? Looking at MIA's serious demeanor as if faced with a great enemy and afraid of missing a single word, a hint of amusement flashed in Li Wei's eyes as he added, by the way, tell them that the more the introduction reflects their unique value, the quicker my approval will be. Go now, don't keep those anxious souls waiting too long. Understood, Divine Lord. I will ensure the task is completed, meow. Watching Mia dash out of the hall, Li Wei leaned back against the throne. He looked forward to what kind of peculiar titles and battle group introductions this group of uniquely thinking players would come up with. I will have to review the souls of others again soon. He found a comfortable position to lie down, his mind sinking into the soul channel within the divinity, starting to review the players who made reservations this time. The ancient forest, the temple plaza. At that moment, the teleportation array blazed with unbearable intensity, as if someone had ignited a colossal magnesium strip in the darkness. Ouch! Who stepped on my newbie trousers? Whoa, this light, this wind, this grass. A short-haired girl emerged unsteadily from the array, her gaze sharp, yet clouded with bewildered clarity, clutching a wooden staff that unmistakably bore the look of beginner's gear. Her name was Hua, a graduate student in reality whose daily ritual was brewing deeply fermented fruit juices she loved. A true scholar brewer. Just as she braced herself against the ground to rise, a girl beside her, sweet-faced clad in novice linen robes that could not conceal her innate vivacity, grinned and darted forward, seizing her arm. Haha, hua, it really is you. Shui de Xiao Lu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. You're the one who always mistypes on the forums. Yet here you are actually inside the world. Did your application letter also overflow with typos? How did the designers even decipher it? Hua steadied herself, cheeks flushing faintly as she brushed dust from her clothes. Her voice when she spoke was refreshingly clear and natural, utterly devoid of the stream of consciousness haze that marked her forum posts. What nonsense. It's my input method. It's impossible to use. It keeps overriding me with its own word choices. Hua rubbed her lower back, eyes alight with exhilaration as she scanned her surroundings. Wow, the game uses voice interaction outright. It saved my life. Finally, I never have to type again. Shui de Xiao Lu suddenly froze, inhaling deeply. Hua, do you smell it? Roasting meat, rich, savory from an enormous pot. As the two sisters prepared to dash toward the cook's kitchen, a man wearing a conical bamboo hat and carrying a large wicker basket crouched silently on the temple steps. He was Run Tu Chi Gua, the newest arrival. His gaze was locked on the donkeys outside the temple walls, being scrubbed clean under the command of Baron Valen. The once proud nobleman, humbled by days of labor, now performed his duties with quiet diligence, a stark improvement over his father who ruled from Whitestone City's marble halls. TSK, gate all wrong. Center of gravity completely off. Run Tu Chi Gua remained crouched, his eyes blazing with focused intensity upon the hooves of the magically enhanced donkeys hauling cargo. Hoof capsules grotesquely overgrown, cracked along every edge. Clearly chronic, uneven loading. Back home, this would be a catastrophic case of neglected hoof care. Ugh, I ache to trim those hooves myself. If this isn't resolved, I'll lie awake tonight restless and unsettled. Run Tu Chi Gua unconsciously rubbed his fingertips as though gripping a farrier's knife. With this wave of delightfully eccentric newcomers flooding in, Tu Mu Gong, Chung Go, and Gang Zi, who had already been overwhelmed by construction work, exchanged a glance. I've got a feeling, Gang Zi wiped sweat from his brow, that our temple may soon grow more chaotic than the lower district of Whitestone City. Enough banter. Did your guild application go through? Gang Zi asked sidelong. I told you that name. The god of fate is actually an evil deity, would never pass muster. You were practically shouting insults at their front door. I only wanted to test how intelligent the NPCs truly are. Tu Mu Gong Shingo scratched his head sheepishly, while Mia the cat girl reacted strongly, nearly slammed the divine seal straight into my face. We settled temporarily on Ashen Legion, a name that projects gravitas, and finally secured the official seal. Ashen, but aren't we builders? Gang Zi frowned. Originally we'd proposed Ash Diggers. Shin Nong vetoed it, so we compromised. How are others faring with their applications? Gang Zi asked. Haji Mi and his battle-hungry crew, alongside Dwarf Hammer and Edison, formed a guild called Natural Selection. It sounds like a battle royale, but Madman Edison insists that civilizational evolution represents the highest form of natural selection. They plan to plant banners across the wilds while relentlessly accelerating this world's technological tree, until primitive monsters are rendered obsolete by evolutionary advancement. Mining, industry, artillery, all will hinge on these scientific prodigies. What about Guan Tu Gu and his group? Tu Mu Gong Chung Go clicked his tongue. Over in Whitestone City, Guan Tu and Lang Gu are forming their own guild, but they're currently serving as officials and running merchant guilds there. They haven't returned to register yet. How enviable. Whitestone City is so prosperous. Once we finish recruiting this batch of newcomers, take your people there for a visit. Agreed. I'll invite plenty of laborers back with me. Gang Zi patted the crumbling stone wall beside him. Phase 2 won't survive without hundreds of hands. You understand me perfectly. Tu Mu Gong Chung Go glanced toward the temple gates. Others seem to have heard movement too, likely many hoping to form small squads. As for large-scale guilds, ours are probably the only ones established so far. No rush. Players like Jian Dao who play purely for leisure aren't rushing to join anything. Gang Zi Tu Mu, stop chatting. Let's recruit new members. Shin Nong arrived late, cutting short their conversation. Dozens of fresh arrivals, just disembarked, stood dazed. Some touched the floor in disbelief, others slapped each other to test sensation, still others stared hungrily at the temple's gate guarding hounds. They promised catgirls would greet us. Boo-hoo, why didn't ours show up? Brothers. Recruitment open. Recruitment open. Haji Mi's booming voice shattered the silence first. He stood atop a massive obsidian slab, brandishing the spiked mace seized from an ogre warlord, his appearance more bandit than hero. The Ashen Legion seeks recruits. We seek true warriors, those who cleave monsters, traverse maps, and fear no death. Strength builders and constitution builders preferred. Our goal, the deep forest mines and elite bosses. Loot is distributed by contribution. Our guild boasts the realm's foremost blacksmith and leading scientist, equipment guaranteed for life. Meanwhile, Tu Mu Gong Chung Go refused to yield. Somehow procuring a crude megaphone, Edison's handcrafted reject, he bellowed hoarsely. The Ashen Legion seeks workers, recruits. Architecture, civil engineering, and surveying majors are especially welcome. Tall, strong individuals. We cherish you too. We are the bedrock of the temple. Dream of building a villa in another world, of raising an immortal fortress with your own hands. Join us and receive your own dwelling. To be assigned later. Master Shin Nong leads personally. Meat soup, served daily, safety assured. Shui de Xiao Lu and Hua had just finished sipping half a bowl of broth from the mess hall and stood utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. Hua, doesn't this feel like freshman club recruitment week? Xiao Lu held a cold black rye loaf, gazing around curiously. Feels more like a job fair. Hua replied casually. But natural selection sounds rather violent. Should we check out Ashen Legion instead? Seems their meals are more reliable. Actually, I'm not keen on joining either guild, Xiao Lu whispered, gesturing subtly toward Ellen, the elven maiden observing the newcomers from afar. See that elven lady over there? Yes, I see her. Why? Hua mimicked her discreet glance. She's stunning. I want to explore Silver Moon Forest in the north. The forums say it's teeming with elves, and surely brimming with delicacies. Xiao Lu wiped her mouth. So, you're suggesting we approach Elder Ellen for intelligence? Hua's eyes lit up. If we can extract precise coordinates, or learn about local power structures, we might unlock Silver Moon Forest before the next major update. Then we'd be the first players in the realm to discover hidden recipes. Brilliant idea, Xiao Lu. Hua enthusiastically clapped her friend's shoulder. I hear elven mead is legendary. Let's set off now and see if we can coax a secret trade route from Elder Ellen's lips. Before they could move, Run Tu Chi Gua, who had been crouched motionless on the steps studying the donkey's hooves, rose abruptly and called out loudly toward Gang Z, now surrounded by a crowd. Hey, strong fellow, does your guild need a beast healer? I can enhance your mounts, guaranteed speed, agility, and even offer pedicures for your enemies. Gang Z blinked, then erupted in ecstatic laughter. Yes, desperately. Brother, come quickly. We've got a stable full of magically mutated horses waiting for manicures. In an instant, the temple plaza transformed into a vast recruitment fair, veterans dazzling with promises, gear displays, and nostalgic appeals, all in full vibrant swing. Meanwhile, in Whitestone City, a meeting of fateful consequence unfolded between the two realms. Baishur Cathedral's Holy Spirit Cloister. It was both the spine of Baishur City and its tombstone. The corridor stretched on, and on its depth verging on the infinite. The soaring domes on either side sank into heavy shadow. Only the vast rows of ancestral bishops' portraits, lit by the wavering yellow of perpetual lamps, exuded a solemn, almost viscous oppression. The air smelled of aged vellum fir resin and a mustiness that seemed to belong to time itself. Cardinal Albin walked at the front. His thick cardinal red robes whispered a steady sibilant sound across the cold marble, like a snake gliding through silence. Guanto Huerji Jilang and Hashiki followed quietly behind him. Even Hashiki, usually the most brazen of them, felt a chill along his spine beneath those centuries-old gazes and unconsciously tempered his once flippant steps. The first Bishop Shinkelasi. Albin halted before an oil painting that occupied nearly half the wall. In the portrait, the old man wore heavy armor and gripped a cross-shaped longsword burning with pure white holy flame. Behind him, Baishur City lay bathed in a sun like liquid gold, sacred and untouchable. In those days, the radiance was searing and destructive. Abyssal fiends need not breach the walls. Merely staring at that rampart could set a soul alight. It was an age that required no courtly scheming. Sincere prayer alone could coax miracles down from the heavens. Aoben's voice echoed through the empty cloister with a twilight sorrow. Gods were the continents, while variable the choice of mankind. It was a grand era when the lands of the gods stood as wanted. Deities could easily bestow divine power and sometimes even walk briefly upon the earth. He moved forward slowly, his gaunt fingertips brushing the flaking gold leaf of the heavy frames. By the 12th bishop, the gilding in the paintings had begun to take on a leaden gray. Miracles grew rare and costly. Priests set aside hymns and began studying combat tactics and the repair of increasingly fragile wards. It was an age of learning how to survive. Aoben's footsteps finally stopped before the last portrait at the end of the corridor. It was himself, Albin. The elder in the painting sat cloaked in shadow, no longer grasping a sword of judgment, but a heavy ledger crammed with records of taxes and expenditures. The fire that once consumed his predecessors had long since gone from his eyes, replaced by a thin, near-numb weariness that tread on ice. By my tenure, the radiance has dwindled to a faint warmth smoldering in the ashes. Albin turned his deep, clouded gaze cutting through the dim to fix on the three players before him. You call him the god of fate, and he chooses to awaken when the god of radiance sleeps, and the world stands on the brink of everlasting night. For Baishur City, that might indeed be a variable that spares life. Guanto pushed up his glasses. A shrewd light flashed behind the lenses as he spoke with the earnestness of the most loyal cathedral retainer. Bishop, a variable often carries opportunity. In this age of gods abdicating their thrones, any hand extended should not be branded heresy. We have conducted field reconnaissance along the ancient road to the old forest. Though the foundations lie abandoned in the mist, the old magic circuits still hum faintly in resonance. We are willing. Aoben's hoarse voice answered as if each word cost him a struggle. I accept your proposal. I will use the cathedral's last reserves and send men to activate 2 holy light nodes along the route. Residual gargoyle sentinels and ancient defensive arrays from the old era remain there. Even with diminished divine power, they can form a sanctified ring for a brief time and establish a stable supply outpost. In the dark, Hashiki and Huerji Zhilang exchanged a look of elation. This was no mere supply stop. It was an official field-funded safe zone in the wilderness with top-tier NPC gatekeepers. I will assign 4 novice priests to garrison the nodes and keep the flame alive. Albin added, his tone suddenly turning cold and sharp as a blade. But it will not last long. The red tremor from the south has already swept across the wastes. The red dragon's awakening brought not only flame, but stirred the rotting things deep beneath the earth. A tide of fiends is gathering beyond the southern wall. Once war breaks, the field priests must withdraw at once to the city, providing what little support they can for Baishi's final breath. That will suffice. Well, ensure the trade routes remain open, Huerji Zhilang said, already sketching the blueprints of two-way commerce in his mind. To his eyes, the wasteland was not a field of monsters, but a golden waterway through which coins might flow. Albin paused and regarded Guanto with an odd, grave expression. I have heard of your recent recruitment of labor in the lower quarter. From today on, any recruitment carried out in the name of the god of fate will have the cathedral fully lift travel restrictions, Albin declared. Fully lift? Guanto blinked in surprise. Yes, whether artisans, farmers, or the homeless. If they are willing to follow you, the church will not collect migration levies and will grant them the status of officially dispatched. Across all of Baishar City's streets, taverns, and markets, you may freely post employment contracts. Ayabin's eyes showed an unprecedented decisiveness, like an old gambler's final Allen. Even a skilled smith from a workshop. If you can persuade him to shoulder the bellows, the city guard will not hinder you. I need you to bring as many people as possible to seek the wings unfurled by that great god of fate. Half an hour later, the three of them stepped out from the cathedral's solemn oppression. Outside, the sky had gone completely black. A bitter wind drove salt-fine snowflakes into their faces, sending little stings across their unwearying skin. Wait. Hashiki stopped and scratched his head, glancing back at the bell tower that loomed silent as a giant in the night. Brothers, the more I think about it, the more this smells of something wicked. Has that old fox been too eager? You felt it too? Huerji Zhilang asked, his brow tightening. Huerji Zhilang thumbed through the thick stack of charters sealed with the bishop's red wax. All along, the bishop has been practically giving us green lights, he said. No, he's shoving people onto us. The charter literally says encourage outbound employment, and even hints we may be allowed to pry at the walls of certain crucial workshops. Guanto looked back toward the cathedral, once resplendent and now exuding rot, and a bone-deep chill passed through his eyes. This is not cooperation. This is clearing out, he continued in a low, rapid analysis. He is more eager than we are to send Baishi's people away. He is stripping assets, shifting those liability populations who will only consume rations and sow chaos in war onto our ledger under a sacred pretense. He must have predicted the southern wall would not hold, or else he never intended to let these civilians go to waste after the city falls. He is using us, smuggling Baishar City's last embers batch by batch over to our temple. Damn the old fox. Hashiki could not help swearing. This is not helping us build a warband. He's treating us like a free shuttle for refugees. Do we take them? Huerji Zhilang asked Guanto, though the glint in his eyes betrayed him despite the scold. Take them? Why not take them? Guanto sneered, his eyes flashing with the fanatical light of a player possessed. Since he dares to send them, we shall take them. The new patch opened the warband industry. This is the best chance to move NPCs en masse. If we bring this cohort back safely, our warband's level and experience will soar. Right. If we're going big, we need to name the warband soon. Hashiki rubbed his hands in excitement. The new notice said to register with Mia the cat girl. Our Baishar City assault team, calling ourselves Fate Warband, is a bit plain, isn't it? Too vulgar and lacking cachet. Huerji Zhilang shook his head. We were the cathedral's credential now. Oh, our name must be not only striking, but also make NPCs fall silent with reverence, and players roll their eyes. Guanto pushed his glasses up, and a mischievous, scheming curl appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his voice and said, almost amused, since we plan to usurp a nest and go public under another's banner, why not play the world's political correctness to the hilt? You mean, let's simply register as the Radiance Warband. Hashiki nearly choked on his own spit. Boss, you're really vicious. You want us to hang a God of Radiance banner in the very den of that evil god. Aren't you afraid he'll thunderbolt your soul in his sleep? Or that Gelade might be in a foul mood and charge in with heavy cavalry and sweep our heretics away. That's precisely the point. Guanto chuckled, his expression turning inscrutable. Remember, our boss has already convinced the whole city that the god of fate is a spawn of Radiance. If he is a god, how could he lack his own warband? Naming ourselves Radiance Warband makes it legitimate. We're preserving the unity of the two orders. He paused, a streak of fanatic gleaming in his eyes. In Baishar City, we will make the bewildered common folk believe that the Radiance Warband is the most orthodox, the most trustworthy force directly under the church, so they will sob and beg to follow us home. And within the temple, we will make every resident understand that Radiance is merely a stepping stone beneath our Lord's feet. Radiance serves our sovereign's will. Fine, do as you say. That name is diabolical enough. I like it. Hashiki gave a thumbs up and laughed. Perfect. When the first migrant vanguard departs the day after tomorrow, it'll return first, bringing those 4 priests and the craftsmen to repair the supply points along the road. It'll see whether when I show up at the temple with the Radiance Warband banner to register, our evil god boss can still keep his composure. Night lay heavy and the cold wind persisted. On the northern road leading to Baishur City from the Old Forest, two freshly reorganized battle groups were engaged in a violent march that could send any environmentalist or the sharp-eared denizens of the Silver Moon Forest into a fit. The ancient path, once abandoned for years and filled with mutated shrubs and twisted ancient trees, had now transformed into a stage for the players' competition. Brothers on the left, be quicker with your hands and feet. The dignity of our Ashes battle group is at stake among these shattered logs. Don't let those mining fools next door laugh at us. The civil engineering dog stood on a cart filled with lime, waving a measuring tape and shouting loudly. To his left stood the power team of the Ashes battle group, led by Gongzi. To his right was the Nature's Choice demolition team, led by Hakimi. These two groups were not taking the usual route. They were engaged in violent demolition. Hey, Hakimi, watch closely. This is pure power aesthetics. Your slow lumbering methods are outdated. Gongzi let out a wild laugh. His bronze muscles, which had almost doubled in size after his first job change, glowed slightly red in the cold wind. As the only top-tier heavy-armored warrior in the temple, he scorned the use of an axe, a delicate tool, and instead had custom-made a massive 8-sided heavy hammer the size of a grinding wheel embedded with black iron weighting blocks. He took a bold step forward, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack under the immense force. Bang! The heavy hammer struck the trunk of a withered giant tree thick enough for 3 men to embrace. The giant tree did not fall slowly as expected, but was directly shattered in the middle upon impact from the terrifying force. Countless wood chips shot out like projectiles, and the entire tree let out a reluctant wail as it was violently smashed away into the overgrown grass on either side of the road, leaving a deep pit on the ground. While Gangzi's stats are monstrous, the 50 new players who had just entered the game gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out as they watched. Is this the gold content of the first job change for the power class? I suspect that after that hammer strike, the city gate of Baishur City would sink in halfway. Look to the right. Hakimi isn't slacking off either. On the other side, Hakimi led a few sturdy men from Nature's Choice, all swinging their black iron axes in perfect unison. They pursued precision and efficiency, with several large axes striking the same point simultaneously, with chips flying like snowflakes as the trees fell neatly in the same direction, working with the efficiency of a well-oiled lumberjack machine, quickly clearing out a spacious area. Stop just standing there. Newcomers, get moving. Hakimi shouted back at the group of noisy newbies. These broken and chopped logs can just be tossed aside for now. We can carry them back on the return trip. No one in the forest is going to fight over these logs. The entire marching team was chaotic, filled with a certain noisy yet fervent life force. The new players felt as if they had entered a grand garden, marveling at everything. Is this the earthy smell in the air? This texture feels so real. Look, that grass is moving. Oh no, it actually wants to bite me. A new player screamed, pointing at a carnivorous flower on the roadside that was slowly opening its purple maw. Before the carnivorous flower could spit out its sticky saliva, a seasoned player responsible for leading the team swiftly slapped it, causing the bud to tilt to one side. What are you shouting about? Haven't you ever seen this before? The experienced player glanced sideways, holding a chipped iron sword, exuding an air of seasoned nonchalance. This is the newbie welfare package, and there's more loot coming up. When the monsters appear, follow the commands, and don't rush in. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing bark erupted from the dark bushes ahead. A dozen corrupted wasteland hounds covered in pus and with bloodshot eyes caught the scent of the large group and charged out with a growl. Monsters are coming. Monsters are here. The newbies were in an uproar, some excitedly raising their newbie wooden sticks, while others were scared and hid behind the burly men. Stop panicking. The whole team stops clearing the path. Prepare for battle. Hakimi waved his hand, and several seasoned players rushed out in unison. But this was not a one-sided slaughter. Hakimi and Gongzi, the top-tier powerhouses, didn't even need to lift a finger. They merely used their physical dominance to corral the dozen or so wasteland hounds into a small encircled area. The veteran players displayed their highly skilled techniques. They didn't kill the monsters outright, but instead targeted the hind legs and waist of the wasteland hounds, leaving them bloodied and whimpering on the ground without immediately finishing them off. Quick, that girl called fire, and that little deer, those over there are already weak, go finish them off. Hakimi pointed at the few monsters barely clinging to life and shouted to the newbies, this is your chance to gain experience. This is the guaranteed welfare for the entire battle group. Don't be slow. Huh, we get to finish them off. The new players were stunned for a second and then burst into an even more savage cheer than the monsters. It's mine. Experience is mine. For the levels. Kill them. In an instant, the previously fearful newbies transformed into the most ruthless predators. They surged forward wielding wooden stick stones, and some even kicked fiercely at the severely injured monsters, creating a scene of utter chaos. These newbies we used to risk our lives to level up in the mines. Gongzi leaned against his heavy hammer, watching the newbies fighting with fervor, and sighed in a somewhat old-fashioned manner. These young folks have it easy. They just step out and have veterans leading them. The monsters are even weakened and fed to them. This is called legacy, and this is why we have this confidence. The civil engineering dog nudged the draft paper covered in lime dust. If we can get their levels up quickly, we can start the second phase of our fortress project sooner. Thinking about having to carry all those living people back, I'm dreaming of how to build mobile barracks. Baishur City, here we come. On this ancient road that had been desolate for a century, a locust army that not only killed monsters, but also smashed trees was marching towards the northern gate of Baishur City, filled with laughter and a strong scent of blood. and the fallen giant trees along the roadside were quietly waiting, anticipating that this group of greedy fourth calamity would completely clear them out on the return trip. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of berserk City, another advance team, with a vastly different style, had stealthily exited the city. A husky was squatting on the head of a stone beast by the roadside, idly twirling a dagger, while behind him stood about 20 civilians, including craftsmen responsible for repairing the abandoned outposts in the old forest, laborers carrying supplies, and 4 tense wide-eyed apprentice priests gripping their Bibles and staffs. These 4 were the formation eyes sent by Bishop Alban, tasked with rebooting the holy light nodes along the way. "Hurry up, masters, what are you dawdling for? I have a meeting scheduled over there soon," the husky urged back, casually tossing a dried fruit into his mouth. This was the piercing plan that players had agreed upon on the forum during their offline time, a double-sided charge converging in the middle. The 2 heavy battle groups on the temple side were responsible for violent demolitions and clearing vegetation, while the husky led technical personnel and priests from berserk City to light up 2 defense nodes along the way, also clearing out some high-level shadow monsters lurking in the dark. The 4 priests initially thought this would be a perilous journey, but after walking only a few miles they fell into deep self-doubt. The husky's way of leading was extremely arrogant. As the highest level rogue in the entire server, combined with his parkour training in berserk City, he didn't take the usual routes in this forest environment, but instead jumped wildly between the treetops alongside the official road, calling it high-altitude, eagle-eye reconnaissance. "Hey, husky, there's a shadow moving in the woods," a laborer shouted, pointing at the nearby bushes. Before the laborer's words had even settled, the husky dove down from the tree, 2 daggers flashing with a cold glint in midair. He didn't retreat like a traditional assassin after one strike. Instead, he used his extraordinary agility to weave between the 3 shadow leopards like a phantom, each strike precisely cutting the tendons of the monsters. Hiss! The shadow leopards howled in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The husky did not kill them, but casually called out, "Hurry, we have to reach the first node before sunset." The accompanying priests were left dumbfounded. Within their understanding, shadow leopards were silent killers of the wasteland, yet to this husky these monsters were merely extras waiting in line for their lunch boxes, seemingly unaware of who had slain them until the end. Once these 2 outposts are reignited and the holy light barrier is connected, this stretch of road will downgrade from hell difficulty to Newbie Village Avenue. The husky jumped back onto the tree trunk, glancing back at the timid craftsmen and priests, revealing a devilish smile. "By then you will find that the people in the old forest will be more eager to see you than these monsters. Let's go, brother priests, let's go light up this wasteland." At this moment, in the middle of this deathly ancient path that had been silent for a century, the husky could already faintly hear the rumble coming from afar. It was the sound of bang, as Gangzi's 8-sided heavy hammer smashed through the giant wood. As the forces at both ends continually drew near, this bloody path, shrouded in mist, was being pierced through by this group of frenzied fourth calamity together. The spark of berserk City was greedily being drawn towards the temple through this breach. One team was madly clearing the path, tearing apart the fog's barriers with the most primitive force. The other team was madly rushing ahead, bringing the sparks of technology and civilization upstream. Although a vast area of unexplored danger still lay between them, this traffic network woven by the fourth calamity was gradually tightening. Outside Taijing Town, at the southern wall of the Berserk Alliance, this rock fortress, once regarded as the strongest barrier of the Berserk Alliance, is now engulfed in a suffocating silence. In that instant, the sunset was completely erased, not due to the setting sun, but because a black curtain wall rose on the southern horizon. "Quick look. What is that?" A young soldier of the garrison rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling with fear. It was a bizarre silhouette expanding rapidly like ink in water. Countless corrupted vultures and 2-headed grotesque demon crows mixed with massive gargoyles formed a violent whirlwind that obscured the sky. The sound of thousands of wings beating the air rolled across the horizon like low-frequency thunder, almost suffocating the defenders. The air was filled with the stench of excrement and old slime. "That's not birds. That's a living black carpet," the veteran on the city wall roared hoarsely, yanking down the steel shutter of the arrow window. "Get into the stone chamber. Be careful not to let those beasts' hooks touch your neck." However, the shadow in the sky was merely the prelude to this nightmare. Click, click, click. A fragmented and dense scratching sound emerged, as if billions of cold little hands were simultaneously plucking the strings of a stone instrument, slowly rising from the 100-foot deep abyss beneath the southern wall. The officer manning the city crossbow cautiously peered over the wall. After just one glance, the torch in his hand fell to the ground. The treacherous steep cliffs of the Tooth Valley, which should have been too perilous for birds to land, were now maddeningly throbbing. Driven by primal instincts, countless mutated venomous spiders, red-armored centipedes covered in backward-facing hooks, and gigantic beetles, exuding acidic fumes, piled together, filling every inch of visible rock surface. They resembled a colorful viscous waterfall flowing backward, writhing madly through the cracks in the rocks. The sounds of chitin clashing and limbs grinding coalesced into a chilling tide, even drowning out the sound of the wind. And at the horizon of the canyon, the main wave of the ground assault surged forth like a tsunami. It was a true disaster of steel and flesh. The vanguard consisted of swarms of rift dogs and shadow blades, followed closely by a siege formation as massive as a moving mountain. The heavy armored rhinoceros clad in obsidian-like skin, and the titan elephant with its 6 colossal legs. With each step they took, the earth sank beneath them. However, what truly sent chills down the spines of the defenders was the sickly glow emanating from behind the monstrous formation. It was a collective of spellcasters comprised of various mutated races. There were hunchbacked black-scaled lizardman shamans wielding skeletal staffs. There were putrid wolfmen prophets covered in festering sores muttering incantations, and there were even some twisted beings draped in tattered robes, their human forms long lost. They wore no proper armor, yet raw chaotic and destructive magical energy erupted from the fissures in their skin. This magic was unrefined and unshaped by any spells, pure chaotic and filled with a thirst for destruction, distorting the surrounding air like boiling steam. As these aberrant spellcasters pointed their withered fingers at the sky, the once calm atmosphere began to churn as purple lightning rolled through the clouds. Under the eerie purple glow, the entire army of monsters was shrouded in a bloodthirsty frenzy. They did not immediately charge, but instead paused and gathered a kilometer away from the southern wall. This calculated sense of oppression was more despairing to the defenders than a frenzied assault. This isn't a war. It's the world rejecting us. The commander of the city gazed at the shadow obscuring the sky and the massive beasts surging from the distant horizon, his voice filled with an unprecedented stillness. They want to erase us along with this wall from this land. Fortunately, we still have the protection of the holy artifact. The commander glanced back at the distant clerical order, feeling somewhat reassured. Above the southern wall, the once proud giant crossbows now seemed so pale and powerless. In the face of this gathering, driven by the most primal instincts of hunger and plunder, the human defense system resembled a sugar cube surrounded by countless ants waiting for its final dissolution in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the western corridor leading to the southern wall through the Grey Ridge wasteland, another steady force quietly sliced into the edge of the battlefield like a scalpel. It was the main force of the Judgment Knight Order, led by Gerard. But if any seasoned commanders from Berserk City were present, they would surely rub their eyes in disbelief. This squad had completely shed its former reckless nature of heavy cavalry charging headlong. Instead, it exuded a chilling mechanical precision. The 300 heavy knights no longer formed a cumbersome square, but were subtly broken down into numerous three-man combat units. Every 3 units formed a mutually responsive triangular formation, and this orderly marching sequence allowed the entire squad to maintain astonishing agility across the rugged wasteland. The rhythm of the warhorses was highly synchronized, and the sound of armor clashing was no longer chaotic, but instead formed a regular and muffled metallic heartbeat. There was no clamor, no slogans, only a cold, lethal atmosphere. Maintain distance and be aware of the coverage of your flanks. Bifong rode at the front of the group on horseback, his voice low and clear, carried by the wind into the ears of every squad leader. After the brief special training at Grey Rock Fortress, these knights, accustomed to the lone hero style of combat, found that advancing in this new formation not only reduced physical exertion, but also seemed to dispel the oppressive atmosphere around them. Gerard walked at the forefront, constantly surveying his subordinates. As the captain, he could sense a qualitative change occurring within the squad. If the previous Knight Order was a heavy hammer, now this squad resembled a precisely crafted composite crossbow. Bifong, how long until we engage? Gerard tightened the reins, a hint of final uncertainty in his eyes. Captain, since we flanked from this side of the canyon, we took a long detour and might need another day. Bifong stared ahead, his eyes glinting with a cold light. In this formation, each small group is an independent point of slaughter. We will peel away their formation like an onion from the flanks. Order is always the nemesis of chaos. Gerard took a deep breath of the sulphurous air and heavily lowered his visor. Continue marching. Following the current marching speed and Bifong's precise route planning, they avoided all major gathering points of the monsters, swiftly advancing from the shadows of the western hills. In just one more day, this steel torrent would accurately thrust into the bulging waist of the monster army outside the southern wall. At this moment, the defenders on the southern wall stood ready, while the reinforcements they longed for marched silently, in unison, their iron hooves echoing in the shadows of the wasteland. I wonder how the transport personnel are doing over there. Although it's a game, I hope there are fewer casualties. Bifong instinctively glanced toward the direction of the ancient forest in the north. A dense plume of white steam erupted from the quenching barrel. The blacksmith, using tongs, pulled out a freshly forged iron long sword and waved it toward the air, beside him, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Nice hammer. You've really got the hang of this dwarven craft. A voice from nearby belonging to Edison chimed in. Edison was currently squatting on the ground, fiddling with a newly welded iron frame, and without looking up, he remarked, the feel of this is not inferior to that of the regular troops from Berserk City. That's true, but it all depends on your well-designed furnace, Hammer said proudly, as he wiped the soot off his face. By the way, are more and more people coming back from Berserk City? I've seen them bringing people back in waves these past few days. Don't these brothers feel like throwing up from the journey? Here they come. Here they come. A new batch has arrived. Old Kyle quickly registered them. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of commotion erupted at the entrance of the temple square. 2 newly transitioned assassin players led over 200 weary-looking civilians laden with large bags and appearing very travel-worn into the safe zone. Look, another batch has arrived. Edison pointed over there. They've been traveling for several days. You overestimate them. These gamers don't have that kind of patience. Hammer pulled out a piece of decent new ore and tossed it into the furnace. Curious, he asked, how can they bring people without traveling? Could it be by teleportation? They thought of a clever idea to transport people in segments. Edison paused his work, grinning. Segments. Can those people even survive? We're not a cruel faction. Hammer's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? It's not that kind of segment. The canned ones retrieve people from Berserk City, escort them to the first Holy Light outpost, and then commit suicide right there. Suicide? Hammer nearly dropped his hammer. What about the refugees? Do they just fend for themselves? What are you thinking? That's a relay. Edison rolled his eyes with annoyance. The first batch of players commits suicide, resurrecting right under the statue in Berserk City, fully restored, to continue bringing in the next wave. By the time the NPCs reach the first outpost, another group of combat players specifically there to level up will already be waiting. With gangs and Hakimi leading them, those looking to level up will sweep through the most chaotic stretch of road between the two outposts, and newcomers can also quickly gain experience there. They won't even head back, just killing monsters and providing escort. By the time they reach the third segment, which is closer to us, all the monsters will be cleared, and our players can easily support them. Edison gestured as he spoke. This way, Berserk City can quickly ship out people to combat. Players on the road can farm monsters happily, and our base can also conveniently receive people. Moreover, with these numerous battle teams cooperating, everyone gets to share the spoils. Hammer frowned, but doesn't suicide cause loss of experience? Are they willing to endure that? Edison replied, this is called an upfront investment, understand? He stood up, dusting off his pants. The canned ones have done the math. Although dying once means losing some experience, as long as we bring back these craftsmen and farmers once they settle in and start working here, thanks to the experience share from daily contributions, they'll recover the losses from dying back to town in less than 2 days. This is called rolling profits. Hammer exclaimed, damn, these tactical masters are really ruthless. He chuckled, but I like it. The more people there are, the more orders and helpers I will have for my blacksmithing. When the old blacksmiths from Berserk City arrive, I'll definitely let them see what a modern assembly line is. At this moment, on the high platform of the temple, Li Wei watched the densely packed player death records and the exponentially increasing population migration data, his lips twitching involuntarily. He thought that the ancient road stretching hundreds of kilometers would be a dead end for migration, but unexpectedly this group, known as the Fourth Catastrophe, had turned the resurrection mechanism into a highway. The monsters are all concentrated in the south. This is a golden opportunity for population acquisition, and once the anchor point at Berserk City stabilizes a bit more, we can place new players directly there. Li Wei checked the status of his divine power, noting that the faith energy coming in daily was becoming purer, and its quantity was still increasing. It won't be long before we can open regular recruitment, allowing a small portion of power to draw people in every day. Right now my player count is barely able to withstand the tide of monsters from the south. Li Wei raised his hand, several peculiar diamond-shaped objects swirling in his palm. It works similarly to divine power projection, but this is just a prototype, which should suffice. He lifted his gaze towards Berserk City. In the statue there, the purple gold thread had grown incredibly thick due to the enormous flow of people. Everyone pay attention. The Ash Brigade is hiring temporary workers. 2 meals included. Those who perform well will get priority for residential slots in the future. No. 2 Satellite City. Hey, you over there, stop slacking off, the cement is drying. A civil engineering worker stood on a freshly laid foundation, wielding rolled-up blueprints, directing with enthusiasm. As the refugees gradually settled in, the previously desolate surroundings of the temple had transformed into a massive construction site. The players' ambition for development was no longer satisfied with the drafty black temple. In their blueprints, the entire base was designed as a 3-layer nested concentric circle structure. At this moment, the first stone wall, closely adhering to the edge of the divine domain, had officially closed off. This wall was made from obsidian remnants mixed with rudimentary cement concocted by the players. Although it wasn't tall, it was referred to by the players as the inner city wall. It served as the core administrative area and the last barrier of the temple, within which lay the precious, invincible zone. This was just the beginning. The civil engineering worker wiped the lime off his face, his eyes filled with fervor. According to our brigade's plan, the second wall needs to be pushed out several kilometers. Once those several thousand NPCs are properly settled, this will be a town of considerable scale, and the second wall will be our middle district. As for the third wall, he looked towards the distant edge of the forest, still shrouded in unexplored mist, that is designed according to the level of Berserk City. Once completed, the old forest will be our stage, and that will truly be a main city level. With these 3 walls, we won't be afraid, even if the giant monster army comes. Are we really not afraid? Don't ask. Besides the collective construction of the main base, scattered battle brigade bases started to sprout up like mushrooms after the rain. Following the newly opened real estate system, many brigades had already applied to lay foundations at strategic points near the main base. The largest natural selection brigade planned to build a wooden outpost at a ridge or point in the north, which could provide iron ore that would be in short supply in the later colonies. The Ash Brigade planned to establish simple stone bunkers in the south to facilitate their organized clearing of low-tier monsters outside the divine domain. There were smaller temporary positions set up by smaller brigades, such as a row of fixed wooden benches by a lake in the south, which players referred to as their Air Force base. Some players built indistinct figures, claiming they were the faction leader, intending to use them to save and deceive future newcomers. The most amusing was the Radiant Brigade. Yes, you heard it right, the Husky indeed registered that name, causing Li Wei's lips to twitch for quite a while. Most of their members were in Berserk City, having no time to set up a base here, so they adopted a different method of purchasing. The Radiant Brigade was responsible for conveniently handling purchases in Berserk City, transporting the resources needed here. Leveraging their earlier versions' accumulation, they found it easiest to acquire resources, planning to pre-order some properties in various player brigade bases at discount prices, effectively mastering the strategy of the God of Fate. Speaking of which, the wild monsters have indeed become much easier to kill lately. Hammer observed the players traveling back and forth between various bases deep and thought it used to be that I could bump into an elite monster after walking 5 steps out the door, but now after running for half a day, I can't even find a slime. That's because the south has opened up team dungeons. Edison sneered, casting his gaze toward the south. Didn't the bishop say the monsters are gathering at the south wall? According to the intelligence sent back by phone, a large number of mid to high-tier monsters in the forest have been drawn away by that monster tide, all heading to the south wall of Berserk City for a meeting. The old forest is now alarmingly defenseless. Hammer exclaimed, "This is practically a development bonus period gifted to us by heaven." Hammer grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "While these beasts are busy fighting Gerard in the south, we need to quickly secure the land. By the time these monsters finish their fight and return discovering that their home has been flattened and turned into villas, I wonder what their expressions will be." In this wave of mass migration, the land abandoned by the gods was rapidly shedding its desolation at an unreasonable speed. In the eyes of the players, every brick laid, every furnace ignited, and every private base completed proclaimed this wasteland once forsaken by the gods was being forcefully ushered into an industrial age by this group, known as players, the fourth catastrophe. On the high platform, Li Wei closed his eyes, feeling the rhythmic sound of hammers striking the ground. He could sense that while the boundaries of the divine domain had not changed, this expansion called civilization was inversely eroding the dark laws of this world. "Build on," Li Wei murmured softly. "The faster you build, the more stable my anchor points will become." It's time to announce that plan as well. Earth, the real world. Even at this late hour, for countless cloud players and diehard fans refreshing the official website of the godforsaken land, the true celebration had only just begun. A player had just posted his daily update, then casually refreshed the page twice. Suddenly, the previously dormant black background of the official site erupted with a surge of dark gold light, and a massive update announcement swept across the entire homepage. Announcement: Public Test Round 2 officially launched. Version 2.0.1 The Growing Shadow. Whoa, forums updated again. Look, they've finally assigned a version number 2.0 outright. That means major systemic overhauls are coming. Below the homepage, the original plain text description had been replaced by a visually arresting animated scroll. 1. New special item: Divine Power Seed. Description: a violet crystal pulsing with an uncanny whispering resonance. The anchor point bridging souls across 2 dimensions. Availability: currently restricted to players of level 3 and above, obtainable only from the primordial deity. Cultivation mechanism: upon acquisition, the seed must be implanted within the host's body. It will continuously absorb 10 of the host's earned experience points to nourish itself. Evolution stage: once sufficient experience has accumulated, the seed matures into a divine power archetype. Activation effect: the player may activate this archetype at any previously established save point soul anchor. Upon activation, the system will match the archetype with a new player drawn from the official reservation pool, and that new player will descend through it. Reward feedback: 5% of all experience earned by the descendant player will flow back continuously to the parent player until the total returned reaches 200 of the original seed's bestowed value. 2. New player spawn point selection: players in the reservation pool may, prior to entering the game, view in real time the number of divine power archetypes stored at each save point, such as the ruined Temple of Antiquity or the lower district of Whitestone City. New players may then freely choose their point of descent based on personal preference. First come, first served. Within 5 minutes of the announcement's release, the forum comment section swelled with over 10,000 replies. Husky: whoa, this mechanic. What's the difference between this and literally giving birth? The designers nailed engagement this time. Wall Street Wolf: live analysis: you're thinking too small. Consider this: it mirrors cancerous proliferation. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, infinite fission. If veteran players push hard enough, our ranks could flood the entire forest in no time. This is biological exponential growth, pure and simple. Art school dropout. And have you noticed the second point? Whitestone City's main storyline is currently starved for manpower. If we plant dozens of divine power archetypes beneath its deity statue, new accounts will descend directly there. No need to trek hundreds of kilometers. It's precision troop deployment. Lawless Rogue Zhang San: from a legal standpoint, this establishes an extraordinarily stable bloodline covenant. Veteran players lured by that double experience return will go to extraordinary lengths to mentor newcomers, even offering grave guidance. With this move, the developers have seamlessly transferred operational costs onto the players themselves. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Whose little dear? So, if we discover a new location, gather enough faithful followers for our faction leader, erect a fresh save point, and then dump seeds en masse into it, we could instantly spawn an army of newborn players. Sounds like growing Calabash brothers. Wise One also wants to play with you, huh? Does that mean I can call a veteran mom the moment I log in? Wait, how are you still scrolling the forum? Go grind my spawn position for me, please. In another world, the ruined Temple of Antiquity. Li Wei sat upon the towering divine throne, quietly reading through player forum posts, relying on players to cultivate new players. This truly is the most reliable solution for now. Leaning back in his seat, Li Wei's fingertips traced the faint luminescence emanating from his divine core. The successful installation of the Whitestone City idol was merely the first step, but he sensed the sanctified artifact there possessed fiercely xenophobic protective energies. Should he forcibly breach spatial barriers and repeatedly expend divine power to drop new players there, such violent fluctuations would almost certainly provoke retaliatory countermeasures from the artifact. Thus, I need only provide a shell of will. All remaining nurturing sustenance shall be borne by these inexhaustibly energetic players. My current reserves of divine power are more than sufficient to sustain this strategy through the initial phase. The long-term returns will be immense. A subtle, elegant smile, tinged with quiet calculation, curved Li Wei's lips. Through this method, the descent of new players appears to the sanctified artifact not as foreign intrusion, but as the local resurgence of an indigenous soul ripple, undetected, untraceable. This frees me from constant tactical duels with that artifact, granting me the bandwidth to continue repairing my divine core. He shifted into a more relaxed posture, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Besides, wouldn't players feel far greater pride in personally cultivating their own successors? Watching them fret over every sliver of experience return, tending to their new avatars like devoted fathers. Just imagining that scene is deeply soothing. Already at the temple's grand entrance, eager players had begun queuing before Mia, eager to become the first to have a child. Mia, let them in one by one. Li Wei spoke lazily from his obsidian throne. He lifted his right hand slightly. At his fingertip, a deep violet radiance coalesced. Then hovering midair appeared a rhombus-shaped violet crystal no larger than a thumbnail. Within its depths, a nebula-like vortex turned slowly, punctuated by faint haunting whispers. The great doors groaned open with heavy ancient creaks. The first to enter was a slender male player. He wore a faded homespun robe, clutched tightly in his hand a gnarled broken branch torn from some crooked tree, and his eyes burned with ravenous fervor. Li Wei recalled him vaguely. His in-game name was Magic Addiction Patient, a relentlessly active forum contributor whose ambition knew no bounds to become the server's undisputed supreme archmage. Alas, the game's spellcraft system remained brutally demanding and deliberately obscure. Aside from canned casters like Guan Tu, who'd scraped past its threshold solely due to holding actual divine office, most aspiring mages managed little beyond fireballs and ice shards. Magic Addiction Patient held his breath, inching forward in 3 hesitant steps until he stood at the foot of the dais. Gazing up at the churning black mist and those chilling violet gold eyes, his knees trembled, but his mind raced. Holy hell, this close-up modeling is insane. The sheer presence, the texture, this boss is absolutely legendary. Approach. Li Wei's voice resonated throughout the hall. Magic Addiction Patient swallowed hard and shuffled forward, trembling. His eyes locked onto the pulsing violet crystal hovering at Li Wei's fingertip, the seed that would alter his fate. As Li Wei's finger descended slowly, the cold alien seed drawing near his brow, the ambitious Aspiranto Archmage suddenly flushed crimson, shrank his neck awkwardly, and whispered, voice thin and oddly quavering, Divine Sovereign, no great lord of antiquity, I beg you, please go easy. This is my first time. I've never done anything like this before. Li Wei's finger froze midair. Mia, who'd been preparing to record proceedings at the side of the hall, slipped on her feet, nearly jabbing her quill straight into her nostril. Hidden behind the black mist, Li Wei's lips twitched violently twice. He suddenly realized summoning these absurd earthlings might well be the single greatest psychological endurance test he'd faced during his divine core restoration. Silence. Li Wei's voice dropped icy and sharp. His finger snapped forward. The violet crystal dissolved into a streak of light, brutally piercing Magic Addiction Patient's brow skin and vanishing deep into his spiritual sea. Aya! He shrieked. A high-pitched, electrified wail, leapt convulsively in place, then collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. Clutching his head, his vision flooded with violent purple static, then gradually calmed. Whoa, actually kind of fun. It stung a little, but wow, this feels amazing. He beamed up at Li Wei. Divine Sovereign, can I start training mage apprentices now? I'll be the supreme archmage, and I solemnly permit you to steal faith from my temple. Li Wei refused to look at the theatrically gifted fool any longer. He waved dismissively out. Next. Yes, sir. Many thanks, Divine Sovereign. Son, I promise I'll raise you plump and radiant. Clutching his brow where a faint violet rhombus shimmered, Magic Addiction Patient bounded out jubilant. Watching his retreating figure, Li Wei rubbed his temples and exhaled deeply. Mia, put up a sign at the entrance. Meow it. Tell them, upon entering, speak less, receive the seed with reverence. Li Wei closed his eyes once more, a soft violet glow rekindled at his fingertip. If these veterans applied themselves diligently, soon he would cultivate, upon this barren wasteland, an army truly eternal, self-replicating, and terrifyingly unstoppable. The fourth cataclysm should multiply like cancer cells, relentlessly, inevitably. The thunder of order. As the players of the ancient temple were immersed in the fun of cross-dimensional breeding and even passionately discussing where to place their firstborn on the forum, the hands of time turned back 48 hours. South wall of the Whitestone Alliance. The sunset should have cast its last rays here, draping the sturdy fortress in golden silk. But in the eyes of the soldiers on the south wall, the southern horizon suddenly collapsed. This was not the natural disappearance of light, but rather the sky was obscured by a thick viscous and writhing black curtain. Countless corrupted vultures, grotesque, two-headed demonic crows, and massive gargoyles intertwined, creating silhouettes that were more oppressive than the deepest night. The roar of thousands of wings beating the air rolled in from the horizon, converging into a low-frequency tsunami powerful enough to tear eardrums apart, completely swallowing the sounds of the wind and fluttering flags. Amidst this heart-stopping oppression, the black curtain seemed to sense a bloodthirsty command suddenly thrumming violently, and then surged toward the south wall, like a flood breaking its dam, bringing with it a destructive pressure. The overwhelming onslaught from the sky almost instantaneously deprived the defending soldiers of their breath, the air, filled with violent and chaotic elements. An unsettling mix of demonic energy and the sound of flapping wings causing sharp pain in their eardrums and filling their minds with a buzzing restlessness. This near-suffocating sense of oppression felt as though the entire fortress was being slowly consumed by the abyss. The south wall's defense officer Bog stared intently at the looming black shadow. As a battle-hardened veteran, his pupils constricted sharply and a chill ran down his spine. With years of war intuition, he instantly made a judgment that plunged him into despair. Such a scale of aerial assault could not be blocked by mere mundane arrows and crossbows. If this sky-darkening beast were allowed to dive down, the thousands of soldiers stationed on the city wall would not even have the chance to draw their swords, instantly being torn into a rain of flesh. Unable to bear the tremors of his mind nearing collapse, he suddenly turned and let out a distorted roar towards several elders standing by the altar at the center of the city wall. He pointed at the funnel-shaped black shadow that was spiraling down from the sky, his eyes nearly bursting with intensity, his voice filled with a desperate severity. Gentlemen, this onslaught is utterly unstoppable. Conventional defenses have completely failed. If we do not activate the holy relic, the south wall will instantly become a vast slaughterhouse. We need the light. Immediately. In the center of the altar, several high-ranking clerics clad in silver thread robes slowly opened their eyes. The lead cleric had an expressionless face, only his deeply sunken eye sockets revealing a detachment that seemed to see through life and death. The golden scepter in his hand struck heavily against the rune-carved stone bricks. His voice, though ancient, was clear amidst the chaotic roar. May the light shine. Allow the sky protection to be activated. Commander Bog, hold your ground. The heavens are entrusted to the great light. A brilliant gold-red light curtain swiftly spread along the stone trough at the top of the south wall, like a giant translucent bowl turned upside down over the city. Immediately after, there was a soul-chilling impact. Those flying demonic creatures showed no signs of hesitation. Like puppets stripped of their survival instincts, they launched a suicidal vertical dive. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of flesh colliding with the sky protection was as dense as thousands of heavy hammers striking the war drums simultaneously. The golden light curtain swayed violently in midair, each impact accompanied by splatters of thick black blood and shattered bones exploding in the void. After that brutal collision, a torrential rain of blood composed of shredded flesh and black blood fell from the sky. The viscous liquid slid down the arc of the golden light curtain, then was shattered into a mist of blood by the convulsing divine power, enveloping the entire fortress in a nauseating dark red. Get up. It's not your time to die yet. Bog strode past a new soldier who was paralyzed on the ground, terrified by the blood rain, and muttering frantically the name of the god of light, while focusing intently on the abyss below the city wall. The sky was temporarily held, but below the south wall, the steep cliffs of the Poison Tooth Gorge were currently thrumming. Countless poisonous insects and crawling demons, driven by a primal craving for flesh, transformed into a vibrant and viscous colorful waterfall writhing up the rock crevices. Oil. Pour the oil. Mage team, cover fire. The crimson oil poured down the wall, instantly ignited by the fireballs from the mages. The entire south wall seemed to turn into a massive vertical crematorium, the stench of burning flesh rising to the sky. Countless charred beetles screamed as they fell into the abyss, but in the next moment more swarms of insects filled the gaps, without hesitation stepping over the corpses of their kind. And at the end of the gorge, a true calamity of steel and flesh surged like a tidal wave. The vanguard consisted of packs of earth splitter hounds and shadow blade leopards, followed closely by heavy armored rhinoceros and titan beasts that resembled moving mountains. They did not charge wildly like beasts. Instead, they formed tight formations like walls of flesh and blood, steadfastly protecting the group of aberrant spellcasters at the center. Boom, boom, boom. Under the shadows of the giant beasts, the black-scaled shamans and corrupted prophets chanted as waves of chaotic, destructive purple energy shockwaves violently crashed into the protective magic array atop the south wall, sending ripples through the formation. This war of attrition is too disadvantageous for us. Bog felt the tremors of the city wall beneath his feet, gritting his teeth and growling. He turned to look toward the cathedral's direction. Where are the knights? Where is Gerard and his knights? They should have arrived today. Report. Unidentified movements detected in the west. Just as the soldiers on the south wall were about to be shattered by the chaotic magical energy, a strange rhythm suddenly emanated from the pile of rocks to the west. This was not the chaotic trampling of monsters, but a rhythmic and steady roar. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hooves striking the ground in perfect unison, like steel machinery, drowned out the grotesque incantations echoing across the battlefield. Each beat felt like stepping on the heart of the battlefield, causing the originally frenzied demonic army to momentarily hesitate. That is, Bog turned his head sharply. In the shadows of the western wasteland, a golden torrent broke through the mist roaring up the hillside. This troop displayed an unprecedented discipline. 300 knights were no longer in a disordered formation. Instead, they grouped in threes, marching in perfect unison, their long spears held at the exact same angle. At the center of that chilling aura, Gerard's battle flag embroidered with a golden sun fluttered violently in the wind. Sort of judgment form up. In that rhythmical thunder, this iron army, seemingly reshaped by some otherworldly law, showed no hesitation, transforming into the sharpest scalpel piercing through the encirclement of the monstrous spellcasters with the holy light that tore through the darkness. It's the Knight Brigade. The commander has returned. Protection of the holy relic. The God of Light is still watching over us. The cheers of the defenders erupted amidst the torrential rain of blood on the south wall. They watched as the golden torrent charged fiercely toward the enemy's spellcasting formation, their once icy hearts starting to beat with fervor again. Gerard sat upon his dragonblood warhorse, his eyes burning with holy light beneath his cold helm. Faced with the titan beasts blocking the spellcaster's formation directly before him, he showed no hesitation. He suddenly extended his hand, and the holy particles drifting in the surrounding air seemed to respond to the call of some supreme commander, instantly coalescing in his grasp into a solid several-meter-long radiant blade. Despicable creatures, retreat. Gerard bellowed like thunder, swinging the light blade horizontally. Swoosh. That light drew a crescent arc across the dim battlefield, moving so fast it nearly surpassed the limits of sight. The titan beast, originally tough and resilient enough to withstand crossbow fire, found its pillar-like forelegs utterly fragile before that light blade being cleanly severed. The beast, losing its support, let out a piercing wail, its massive body crashing to the ground. The dust it kicked up instantly obscuring the surrounding monsters. Strangle them. With Gerard's side command, the 300 knights displayed a terrifying precision. They did not get caught up in chaotic melee, but maintained that bizarre, yet efficient tactical formation, providing alternating cover while striking. Each thrust of a spear and each swing of a heavy sword had been calculated. Those roaring monsters that tried to obstruct them were instantly cut into pieces by this orderly force, and wherever the iron hooves tread, flesh and bones turned to dust in the mud. The spellcasters at the rear of the formation let out terrified screams. In the long 300 years of bloodshed in the Sunlight City-state, the charge of the Knight Brigade had always been a nightmare for the monstrous spellcasters. That fear of the anti-magic heavy armor and the sacred charge had been etched deep into their genes. Faced with this unavoidable golden reaper, these screaming magic casters frantically waved their bone staffs, unleashing sharp and reckless incantations. Hiss! Waves of purple-black, chaotic rays and curses laced with acidic mist bombarded the Knight Brigade like a dense rain. Corrupted magic twisted and exploded in the air, attempting to slow the advance of this army. Unyielding light shield. Gerard raised his sword high, with one hand pointing the blade toward the heavens. In that moment, the entire Knight Brigade seemed no longer composed of flesh and blood, but bathed in a magnificent wool beneath the resplendent light. Golden divine power flowed and intertwined between the warhorses and knights, ultimately coalescing into a massive, tangible golden arrow. This arrow radiated a sacred and majestic aura, purifying and shattering all curses and magic upon contact. Charge! Gerard's long sword fell, and that golden arrow with unprecedented might crashed into the depths of the mage horde. The light at that moment seemed to have tangible mass, violently swirling and tearing through the monstrous crowd as the Knight Brigade advanced. Those feeble spellcasters had no chance to plead for mercy as they were swept up into ash by the howling holy light. Don't be dazed. The opportunity for battle has arrived. On the south wall, the defense officer Bog witnessed the golden torrent tossing the enemy's rear formation into chaos and suddenly snapped out of his shock. He snatched the battle flag from a soldier beside him and let out a frantic roar. Everyone. City crossbows, stone projectiles, all magic, throw them all down into the gorge below. The spellcasting of the monsters was interrupted. Now was the time to sweep away the filth on the wall. The defenders, previously suppressed by purple magic, erupted into a frenzied counterattack. Crossbowmen, clear the path. Open the western gate's winch. Bog wiped the blood rain from his face, his eyes bloodshot, pointing at the golden afterimage weaving through the enemy ranks. Prepare to lower the drawbridge. To welcome the Knight Brigade into the city. It had been 3 whole days and nights since Gelade led the knights onto the field like a golden meteor. In those 72 hours, the ground beneath the southern wall had been drenched time and again in blood and repeatedly seared by the flames of magic. Brutal fights, great and small, had erupted dozens of times, though the line remained steadfast beneath the blessing of the holy light. The fortress within had long since been rent by fear. The soldiers had not slept properly for 3 days. The constant roar of the creatures and the screech of claws raking stone never left their ears. Such taut absolute terror kept many awake, even during their rotations, clutching weapons until dawn. After each assault, the number of wounded and the tally of shattered armor swelled exponentially. This near-endless attrition and grievous loss were slowly grinding down the garrison's last reserves of will. The southern wall command post. The semi-subterranean stone vault felt as heavy as a tomb, after days of tremors, fine dust sifted from the seams between the stones. A dense rustling came from beyond the wall, the sound of countless venomous insects gnawing madly at the rock. Inside the chamber, a few dim oil lamps trembled with the heavy breathing of those present, throwing their silhouettes across a map scarred with scratches and bloodstains. Gilade unstrapped a breastplate pocked with dents and tossed it aside. The metallic clatter made every eyelid in the room twitch. Hair matted to his brow with sweat, and the monster's black ichor his gaze carried a near-exhausted austerity. Report the situation. Gilade presided over the meeting, his voice hoarse. Speak plainly. I will not hear hollow triumphs, only facts. I will begin. The situation is dire. The defense officer Boge slammed his palm on the table. His throat was utterly raw, every word scraped like sandpaper. In the last 2 days we have rained down an uncounted number of arrows and stone shot. 17 crossbow strings snapped today alone. Remember, Tiezhan Town was raised for this day. This fortress stores centuries of the Baishar Alliance's accumulation. Every slab of stone, every bundle of arrows was kept for an end like this. We thought those reserves would hold until the world's end. He wiped greasy sweat from his face, eyes wide with terrors he could not name. But now it seems centuries of stock may not last as long as we expected. He spoke of Southern wars past. They had at most been a blunt knife, taking a layer of skin over months. What they faced now was of a different ferocity. This was not war, it was throwing lives into the sea to plug a breach. The monsters have stopped probing. They are trying at any cost to grind the southern wall flat. Boge turned to the pale-faced clerics in the corner, fury sharpening his tone. Worst of all is the mage corps. To counter those damned purple meteors, more than half of the mages have begun to show symptoms of magical exhaustion. If we could widen the barrier, make it cover the wall itself, those insects wouldn't be able to climb. We could focus on the frontal enemy, and the fighting would be far easier. A mounted knight captain rose. His right arm was bound in thick bandages. The sacred white cloth had been stained through with black ichor. The knights have launched 6 disruption strikes in 2 days. We scored gains, but every wounded knight is an irretrievable loss. Some wounds are corrosive, not even holy water will cleanse them. They take time to heal. He looked to Gilade, his voice grave. Captain, the brother's sacred armor is breaking. Those runes take ages to mend. Some damages are so severe, they must be sent back to the great cathedral to be reforged by the relic itself through a holy washing. If a war of this intensity continues, the Taijuanite order will be broken beneath this wall. Eyes in the room fell finally upon the clerics. The cleric who led them was named Shiming. He kept his eyes lowered, the staff in his hand trembled slightly. He was silent for a long moment before lifting his head slowly and delivering an answer that chilled the chamber. The sacred relic barrier cannot be enlarged. Shiming's voice was hollow and dry like an old bell with a crack. In fact, beginning tomorrow, to maintain the core frequency, the holy light barrier must be contracted inward. What did you say? Boge overturned the bench behind him and lunged at Shiming, seizing his collar with bloodshot eyes. Contract inward. Look at the swarms outside. If the barrier pulls back, they will crawl through the stone seams into the towers. Are you joking with the lives of my men? If the southern wall falls, the defenses inside will be left only to Baishar City's inner walls. Boge, let him go. Gilade's voice cut cold, though his gaze was equally dark, terrible in its severity. Shiming allowed Boge to hold him. There was no fear in his eyes, only a resigned numbness like that of a martyr. I promise I have reasons I must do this. Shiming looked at Gilade, then back at Boge, and the plea in his tone was almost palpable. This is not my private will, but the great cathedral's greater design. What kind of greater design demands we abandon the soldiers of the south wall? Boge roared. If the day comes when the barrier shatters and the monsters pour in. Shiming extended a right hand scorched with burn marks and placed it upon Boge's clenched fist. He spoke slowly, each word deliberate. I and every member of the clerical war readiness unit will die upon that breach before you do. This is the last guarantee we can give. A deathly silence fell. In the midst of their furious confrontation, a grim tragic balance had been struck. The garrison did not understand the church's cruelty, the knights grieved the loss of force, the clerics guarded an undisclosed secret and sought redemption in their silence. A clatter of hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. A dispatch rider bearing the red standard burst through the door and thrust a black-edged scroll sealed with 3 wax stamps into Gilade's hands. Report. The bishop's urgent command. Gilade's fingers went numb on the scroll's edge, his nails clenched from strain scored deep grooves into the yellowed vellum. He lifted his head slowly and looked around at the officers and clerics gathered at the table. Order effective immediately. Tiezhan Town and all villages along the southern front shall commence a full civilian evacuation. The night battalions are charged with transport. Ensure every civilian is moved into Baishar City's lower district. What a... Officer Boge braced himself on the table. Evacuate. Tiezhan Town is the gateway. We have stewarded it for 300 years. If we bring every civilian into Baishar City, the lower district will be overwhelmed. How can the city walls guard that many people? Greyrock, keep Tiezhan Town and the villages along the route hold a great number of souls. Gilade did not answer Boge immediately. He read the final line on the scroll, the secret clause warped by a ripple of divine power, and a look of deep loathing and humiliation passed across his face. Baishar City cannot hold them all. The bishop's intention is that after organizing the lower district, a portion of the populace will be relocated into the Jiri forest. There the one who calls himself the god of fate will receive them. The chamber fell into an abyss of silence. The silence carried an absurd, terrified quality. Every gaze locked on Gilade. Everyone in Berserk City knew Gilade loathed the profane gods. He had publicly denounced those aberrants countless times as parasites upon civilization. Captain, Lunda the Knight's adjutant stepped forward, voice trembling slightly. Do you mean that seriously? We are to hand our radiant people over. Gilade rose slowly. The authority honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood settled around him, like an invisible massif instantly filling the chamber. He walked to the window and pointed to the south where the sky had gone dark red under the creature's pressure. His tone was as hard as steel and utterly without warmth. Look outside. Those beasts to the south do not pray, they do not demand offerings. They want flesh and blood. If Berserk's walls do not hold, they will not be spared even the chance to be tainted. They will be turned into roadside carrion. Gilade turned his palm heavy on the sword hilt. His gaze swept each comrade. His voice carried an unchallengeable resolve. I abhor the profane gods. If I could, I would march with you to raise that temple. But before our creed, my personal loathing is dust. What is the first law of a knight? To protect. Carry out the order, Lunda. Lead the convoy yourself. In 1 hour, I want to see the first wagons move. Lunda began to protest, but the scriptures teach us. The scriptures teach us to shelter the weak. Gilade cut him off. His voice lost some of its severity, but gained a hollow weight. So long as the southern wall still stands, so long as I, Gilade, yet live, the edge of a knight's sword will be turned only against the southern monsters. As for what stands behind that sword, god or demon, if it can keep the children of Berserk City alive, I will endure its presence. He slipped his glove back on and set his battle-worn cloak straight. Dismiss. Execute the order. Anyone who delays the evacuation even a breath will be tried for desertion, and I will personally see them punished. This is for Berserk City and for our oath. The air in the chamber, which had burned hot with argument, immediately chilled. Boj wiped sweat from his face, hollow and burdened, and pushed open the door. His hoarse, powerful calls soon echoed through the stone corridor as he marshaled exhausted men to haul the heavy ballistae. Lunda stood where he was, his right hand never leaving the hilt. He studied Gilade's face, chiseled and aged in the dim lamplight, and his Adam's apple moved hard up and down. As adjutant, he knew better than anyone Gilade's devotion to the Radiance. For that very reason, this order to hand the people into the mist felt like a blade to the heart. Are you not going to carry out the order? Gilade asked, turning his head with a deep look. Yes, Captain. I will lead the scouts out now. Lunda straightened and gave the most formal salute he could. He was about to turn, but his steps were heavier than usual. Gilade's low voice called again, this time stripped of some command, and softened with a brotherly, almost fatherly tone. Lunda halted and turned back. Yes, Captain. Any other orders? Gilade moved to the window. A wind roared through the arrow slits and lifted the gray at his temples. He watched the black tide of shadows surging across the wasteland and was silent for a long while before he said, voice low, after I clear those beasts from beneath the southern wall and Berserk's alarm is lifted, take me to Old Make. That stingy old man hides a few bottles of the North's finest aged ale. This time we won't pay. Let us drink until we are sated. Lunda's nose went wet, and he forced a thin smile. Of course, Captain. Gilade smiled too, but it was fleeting. The depths of his eyes remained a bottomless cold intent. He turned and struck Lunda's shoulder with a hand so large and heavy it seemed as if it might shatter the pauldron beneath. If I do not return, if Berserk City does not see dawn. His tone grew solemn, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lunda. Take care of your people. You are too rigid, you break easily. If the day comes when humility is the only path to survival, go with Bifome. That young man. He does not believe in gods, yet the order in his eyes is firmer than scripture. He carries a kind of reason not of this age. He can, in a world collapsing, point a way for you to live on. Lunda was stunned. He had never imagined that the Shield of the Radiance would speak so highly of a stranger he had known only days. Captain. Lunda opened his mouth, voice catching with a sob he could not hide. Go. Do not keep those children waiting. Gilade waved him off, then slid the gore-darkened iron gauntlet back onto his hand and became once more the cold, unconquerable leader of the Tsaijua Knights. Lunda drew a deep breath and took one last look at the figure standing at the storm's eye. He said nothing further, only pounded his fist hard against his breastplate. The clash of metal reverberated in the stone vault for a long while. With Lunda striding out of the command post, urgent bells and marching feet seized control of Tiezhen town. Gilade remained alone at the window. By now the sky had been entirely blotted by the wings of the creatures. The last sliver of sun vanished into the shadow. He drew his long sword slowly. The point rested angled toward the ground, and beneath that dark red gloom his spine stood straighter than ever.